Okay. Okay, friends, I'm back. I'm refreshed. This is some marathon streaming. I reset my sleep schedule so that I was waking up at night in order to do the nighttime, to cover the nighttime thunderstorms that rolled through Oregon and started these multiple lightning strike fires. As many dozens is all I could say. We're not even sure how many fires got started late Thursday night and into Friday morning. But as every day goes by that the vegetation dries out, more and more will show themselves with smoke columns, and then they'll be added to watch duty, I'm sure, and the authorities will become aware of them. There were 1,600 different lightning strikes, and even though we could figure out where almost exactly they are via satellite, it's hard to say where the fire is once you get there, especially if it's just burning inside of a hollow tree. So I want to show people right off the bat. Sorry, that's my channel there. What happens when fire's burning inside of a tree? It looks just like that, and you can walk right past the tree and never notice that anything is happening. This is the best example video I think I've seen. If you walked on the other side of this tree, you would never know. So it's not conspiracy stuff, but conspiracy theorists come out of the woodwork because they don't quite understand. It's very alarming and frightening when the landscape looks clear after several of days later, or maybe a week later, after a lightning storm, and you suddenly have high winds and dry air. And the moment that the high winds start, boom, it looks like dozens of fires erupted at the same time. And people go, there was no lightning today. What happened? Space lasers or arson or something. And in reality, it's just that they're called sleeper fires. Lightning will strike a tree, or even if it's a log on the ground, or maybe like some dry leaves or something. And when the lightning hit, a little bit of moisture usually falls with it. If it's not rain, it's like maybe a little bit of mist. I'm sorry. I've been losing my voice. I've been doing marathon like 17-hour streams. Sorry. Point is, there are sleeper fires all over Oregon right now. The fires they're called sleepers because they're hidden, and then they wake up later, right? They're asleep. They're in a tree, and as soon as high winds and day after day goes by, where there might have been wet vegetation the moment the lightning struck, a little bit of rain. Day after day goes by, we're in a heat wave. We're in high 80s and low 90s, mid 90s temperatures with no rain. As soon as everything dries out, just add wind. You're going to have dozens of them make themselves known all at the same time. The location with the wind. So do not think this is over. Do not think that all of the lightning strikes that are here on watch duty are everything. New ones can be erupting as the days go by. When can we see some relief? Probably Tuesday. So hold on to your butts. It's going to be a bumpy ride weekend. They're doing everything they can to pounce on these little ones so they can go back to the major ones. The bad news is that the Smith River complex, we had good news here in Northern California that they didn't have high winds like they thought, like the 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So it was pretty good news mostly for Northern California. However, it spilled over into Oregon, and the fire is now reaching eventually for the area of Cave Junction. And part of it got into the Biscuit Fire burn scar. The Biscuit Fire was Oregon's largest fire ever, but back in 2002. It went from this part of the border all the way to where the flat fire is. The flat fire is right on its edge of where the Biscuit Fire burn scar was. It was huge. It's all of this section of Oregon that was on fire, basically this whole white section. So is a bunch of dead trees that have been drying out since 2002, and a bunch of brush that has grown at the base of these dead trees. So you got a gigantic, ready to go, stacked up, kiln dried bonfire ready to go if the Smith River complex burns into it. It sounds weird, but we are looking at the worst case scenario prospect of the Smith River complex burning all the way to the flat fire and them joining. I know that's unbelievable, but it's possible because there's a wilderness zone here called Kalmiopsis Wilderness. Same reason the Biscuit got so huge was there's no roads in there, almost none. Wilderness zones are unfortunately defined by the Wilderness Act of, I believe, 1963 or 1960, and unfortunately they put a one-sentence thing that doomed the forest in it. They defined wilderness as a place not very developed by man at all, which is okay. It's a great way to describe a wilderness. However, then they added roads as an example. So environmentalist groups and extremists and their lawyers, instead of pushing for change to remove roads as the part of that definition, so you could have fire access roads, instead of doing that, they've actually chained themselves to trees and had protests and started lawsuits anytime somebody wants to build a fire access road or any kind of road to do anything in the wilderness, even to study, endangered species or do something helpful to the forest. It's a tremendously horrible law from the 60s where it was great that they wanted to protect the wilderness, but adding that word roads in the definition has been disastrous. I understand their position, but the way to go about it is not correct. They should have just tried to amend the bill to remove roads, because without fire access roads, the only way to fight a fire in there is with a rake and a shovel. There's no way to get smoke jumpers in there because it's a death trap because they can't leave. So what happens in a wilderness fire is firefighters will go to the nearest road and watch the fire come to them. The nearest road in that wilderness might be, 20 miles away. So they'll just have no choice but to let the entire wilderness burn until it gets to their road. Roads are fire breaks. Roads are where they can bring in engines and actually put water on things. You can't put it out by aircraft. It's not possible. So they can slow it down. That's it. And what's awful about that is nothing has changed. They didn't salvage logs, so there's even more dead stuff to burn in there. So the Biscuit Fire number 2 might be, our worst case scenario might be coming down the pipe unless there's some serious rain on this. Fire progresses until something stops it. Yeah, we're in late August, but it's El Nino, so we're probably going to have a late summer and a very hot, potentially October with very little rain. The rains of autumn are supposed to be here by Labor Day in Oregon, but they may not really happen. They may not really happen until early to mid-November. It might be one of those weird years with a hot October. So fire will go unless something stops it. There's nothing to stop it unless they pounce right now and stop it right now before it really gets deep into there towards the wilderness. And the prospects aren't that good. They need all the resources right here to prevent that catastrophe from happening. However, look at the rest of Oregon. They're all crying out for help. We have new mega fires that could happen, just like the Bedrock and the Lookout. I am classifying those as mega fires. Mega as in mega damage, not just acreage. What it's able to destroy. Old growth pretty much is only destroyed by mega fires. The normal kind doesn't hurt them. But here we are. We have very few roads in the Bedrock, very few roads in the Lookout. That's why they got big. That's why they're staying big. We may have to accept the sobering reality that Lookout Fire there's probably nothing to stop it from reaching Highway 20. Santiam, all the way up here. That's the best east and west road they have to try to stop it. So here we are. They're calling in aircraft for all kinds of things. They only had so much aircraft. So some of these are going to get big. For the first time in a long time, the Coast Range is dry enough for a Coast Range to have big fires. And we haven't seen that for a very long time because it's a non-tropical rainforest is what its designation is. So hold on to your butts. It's now dry as like Eastern Oregon is. The only good news is that even though there were thousands of lightning strikes or hundreds over here in Eastern Oregon, which is usually the high, dry desert type area, the remnants of that hurricane, Hillary, had just dumped rain all over here. So you see very few far Eastern Oregon. Otherwise, there'd just be complete chaos and all hell breaking loose because there wouldn't be enough people to fight things. As it is, though, there's still not enough people to fight it. Response time is very slow. And like I said, many of the fires are sleeping inside the hollow trees. So we've got a pretty horrendously bad weekend ahead of us and high 90s temperatures, low humidity. The only thing so far is they've got a nice lull in the wind right now. And I do believe what we're seeing on the heat maps right now, like the GOES satellite, where the cougar rattlesnake incident is over here, we see new heat detections. Excuse me, let's get the proper map there. That's Umpqua right there. Here, I see these as positive until we're told otherwise. Some people might be very concerned, like, why is there new heat at a dead calm over here by this new lightning strike fire that's halfway between Coos Bay and Roseburg, basically. And I believe it's because it is a dead calm that they are fighting fire with fire here. They're creating, they're burning off some of the fuels before the day heats up and the wind picks up tomorrow. So Godspeed. I see this as positive, unless they tell us tomorrow it wasn't something positive. All the other fires, even though they're ferocious, are not having too much activity. So it's because there's almost dead calm wind. That'll change later today. Everything will change once things get hotter. But they have some pretty cool nighttime stuff. Over here, east of Glide, Oregon, in the Boulder Creek Wilderness, it's another wilderness, but it actually has some roads from long ago, some other fires. Here, I believe they're doing firing ops as well. So I see this as positive. I asked Broke Fishing, which we're about to go back. Last stream I ended just minutes ago. I was a guest on his channel. He's a retired firefighter from southwestern Oregon. He fought the biscuit. Gonna go right back to his channel. Yeah, hey Broke. Yeah, I'm gonna come right back. Hey American Girl, welcome back. We're gonna get his advice on some things, but we already just discussed. If you want to go back to the last stream, it's labeled 8/25/2023. The very end of it, we were talking about prospects on fires. So since we have roads, it's looking more positive. East of Roseburg here, in the Boulder Creek Wilderness, but it's not looking positive. Where near Port Orford, there's a fire called the Anvil Fire. Let's just find Port Orford. There it is. We don't even have we know lightning started something, but the aircraft, I don't think we're able to map it. We don't have an exact location for it because the satellite is not showing. We see Anvil Mountain here, somewhere in here in this wilderness area, Grassy Knob Wilderness area. There's been no roads since 1950 that were maintained. So it's some of the most steep, rugged, and crazy terrain on Earth that hasn't seen fire in over 50 years, maybe 75. So this is ready to explode here. And since there's no roads and it's steep and rugged, and they can't even find it yet, this has the greatest potential to be our next big mega fire, and in the Coast Range. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that. To recap, the Smith River fire down here, where it spilled into Oregon, is threatening Cave Junction on the east end. It's threatening to run into the Biscuit Burn Scar and run all the way to where the flat fire is right now. You can just put that on there, see where the flat fire is. So these two could potentially merge eventually if we don't get some serious rain. They're going to try, I'm sure, everything to try to stop it, but they need to stop it down here. The Smith River is extremely concerning, and they have to try to stop it from reaching Cave Junction and going up the highway, Rainwood Highway, Cave Junction, and Grants Pass, like a big wind tunnel. That's extremely concerning. The next one that's very concerning is the Anvil Fire in the Grassy Knob Wilderness. Of course, to look out, which is unlike the Bedrock, burning at the very top of the peaks at the peak of the Coast Range. It's getting all of the 24 hours a day fresh air from passing clouds and passing weather systems. Unlike the Bedrock, which is down the slope, see, on the side of the mountains for the most part. The smoke during the day that just sinks down in there, puts a lid on its fire, and it's a little bit easier. However, the lookout has always been at the peak and at the top and with fresh air. It was a giant nuclear mushroom cloud yesterday, and even the night before it was making pyrocumulus clouds, which is nightmarish. So look out, Anvil, Smith River, meeting the flat, and then we had some grave concern too, east of Goose Bay here with the cougar and the rattlesnake merging. and homes and such in these little valleys in the town of Umpqua. I think they've been slamming it with aircraft. I'm feeling positive about it. We'll have to wait until the morning to see what they have to say about it. How's it going? But like I said, guys, anywhere in the mountains, we don't want a fire, especially at the Coast Range. I feel positive at the Bull Run watershed will be okay. It didn't grow too much. There's no homes and stuff over there. It's just Portland's water supply. They don't want that gritty, they say it adds more body to the water if you add activated charcoal, but I don't like the grittiness, I don't like the whole burned up pine cone taste. Don't know about you. So this is what we're looking at, but remember, because some fires are sleeping inside of hollow logs and such, that may be days from now that there's a big wind event, or even a week, that they come to life and make themselves known. Now, Tuesday, we might get some rain. Might. We don't know if it'll be significant or where, so just hold on to your butts until Tuesday. Now, yeah, I'm going to go back to Brooke-Fish's channel. I just want to recap everybody. Brooke-Fish, we're just so delighted and honored to have him with us. Not only as a moderator, but a valued member who's extremely experienced. It's teaching me a lot too about these fires, especially Southern Oregon. I've not been there very much. So we will be able to ask him questions. I want you guys to go to his actual channel and stream, which I will get a link to real quick. If you go there, he's just going to be talking to me there, and you can type questions for him in the chat. And then we only monitor one spot. But thank you for being here, American Girl, and everybody else who came back. So let me get the link to his stream. I think it was here. Yeah, here it is. And then I will join with voice. If you keep watching mine, it'll be weird because my voice will not match up. It'll be like a 20-second lip syncing type of delay, So do you go to Brooke-Fish's channel, hit the like button, and sub him. He's awesome. If I'm asleep, oftentimes he's streaming fires for Oregon. So far, we've been really, really symbiotic and really benefiting each other, which is great. So I'm going to go back to his channel, and we're going to ask him some more questions, especially about the Smith River and its threat to Oregon now on the both sides, because I don't know what exactly we're dealing with down there, but he does. He knows the area intimately. So when I leave his channel, I'll just say, okay, everybody who was with me, come back if you want. So I'm going to use that link to go to his place. And please use what I just put in chat, and we'll see you over his. Okay, let me see. I got a link. Here we go. StreamYard, right? Broken Fish? I think it's StreamYard. Yeah. All right. Okay, fixing my audio. Fixing the audio. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Got it. Okay. Enter the studio.
Shallowest point, still 6 kilometers deep in the crust. The Morning Watt volcanic complex, which covers 2.9% of the island, has been intermittently erupting for 460,000 years. These eruptions did not really follow a trend, but rather occurred fairly randomly at 5 different points. Eruptions primarily consisted of the growth of gray-colored andesite lava domes. These lava domes would then intermit.
I can't really show this channel or I'm going to get copyright striked. Oh, really? Oh, awesome. Okay, cool. I'll turn back on. I love this channel.
In more than 1,000 years. Here is a quick overview of when the last eruption from each of the 4 stratovolcanoes and group of hydrothermal vents within the Morning Watt complex occurred. Overall, Morning Watt has erupted 9 times in the last 11,000 years and 4 times in the last 2,000 years. Its last eruption was a very small phreatic eruption in 1997, which occurred within the Valley of Desolation. Thanks for watching. If you would like to request a specific topic, please leave a comment below.
Okay. How are you doing, Broken? Are we coming in good with audio?
Pretty good. Oh yeah, I can hear you good.
Great.
I can hear you real good. So how's it going on your stream? I shared you out on the Discord. I shared you out on the Facebook. So
Oh, thank you.
oh, one thing I forgot to do.
Oh.
But I would have no, I didn't forget to do it. I did thumbs up you.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Stream, come to his channel and ask questions. You guys should definitely hit the like button on his channel. Okay. Thank you so much for having me. You're wonderful. You're so full of knowledge, and particularly about these individual fires.
I still think you get your knowledge that you have across in a better way. But hey, we learn from other people. I'm used to dealing with, fire crew members. Project your voice, don't have to give a lot of instruction. You know what I mean.
Well, I'm a windbag though, so maybe somewhere in the center we could both reach.
Yeah, I'm actually doing pretty good. Actually, that I've showed everything. That was his latest one. I have a lot of people that enjoy. I like to play a little bit of music in between giving out knowledge. It just seems to help, but you know what I mean. I don't know if you've watched my show much, but we try to do some educational stuff. Put a little bit of music in, stop and BS, or just talk, and then give some more knowledge, show the weather, just the typical stuff.
Yeah, we have so much good fire knowledge. I mean, you're too humble. I mean, I'm learning so much from you too. You have no idea. So do you want to look at the Smith? Do you want to look at fires right now and this?
We can do that. I have the Watch Daily up. I can pull up the Watch Daily and see what their latest. I mean, I can go look on my stream over here at Watch Daily. It's so easy to do for
Really?
Gosh, I hope that one fire in in the Grassy Knob just does nothing. I really do. I have seen lightning do nothing. Wow, there's new spots. I'm gonna pop it up here.
Okay.
I'll make it full screen. We'll just be behind. It's like an overlay. Let me get rid of this educational thing.
Educational.
Yeah, you get the joke. I see that. You get the little joke thing. It's just a little joke for me.
It's because I'm a cool cat.
Oh wow, it has burned into Oregon. So are we into the old biscuit fire burn?
Yeah.
Biscuit.
Yeah. Okay.
Aren't we?
Yeah. You gotta watch this. I am super having a heart attack over this. Not only is it reaching on the eastern flank for Cave Junction, I don't know how to stop it, but you have to click on the thing, and it's in the biscuit fire burn scar in the west. Click on the thing, and I need your take on what they say. They are so depressed that this just happened. Watch the little video. It's short.
Oh my God! It really is, isn't it? Oh man, I worked it when it was the Florence and the sour biscuit, and I worked it till it was out. Oh,
yeah,
that's just so sad to see this repeating itself from the south end. That brings back major deja vu for me. Major deja vu for me.
Yeah, this is a repeat of a disaster waiting to happen. And
you mean this video here, right?
Yeah, there's a time delay, but yesterday morning they had an operational update. Yeah, and it's sobering and bad. You go ahead.
17 hours ago. Yeah, this would be.
Yeah, watch
yesterday.
This is awful.
Good morning. Jesse Stone, operations for Northwest Team 13. An active day yesterday with the fire on our spot. We're looking at hotel, had fire move over the top of H1 and pushed the division down the 4402.
It may not be it.
4402 had fire on both sides of it.
Why ain't it full screen?
Hotel resources moved down to the structures below.
I've never got that to work.
Out our west structure group with.
You gotta go to YouTube, Facebook to get that to work. This may not be the one that I'm thinking of. Is there one a little bit below it?
Well, hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Am I in their actual Smith River Complex? Let's follow this because I hadn't followed it. Let's go to their page. That's the easiest way to find out.
Yeah.
Check out their page. What are they Oh, that's water. Hey, that's the job I did.
What? What is it?
These guys are a hand crew. This is a hand crew.
Okay,
they look like.
People may not know what that is. It means guys walk in and they fight the fire with rakes and shovels and stuff.
Yeah, rakes, shovels, hodads, Pulaskis. It's usually shovels and Pulaskis. You have a guy like me I was a squad boss / temporary crew boss if I had to, and I used a combi most of my life. Let me find their their updates.
I understood half of what you said.
Oh, okay. A combi is, the old military shovels?
No.
The ones that you could adjust them into different positions?
No.
You do?
No.
Oh, well, hang on a sec.
I'm smiling, saying no. That must be the video then, because it wasn't this far down.
Hang on a sec. I'll show you this. I'm almost...
Okay.
I'll get back to it. I actually have... This ain't a combi, but I have a military shovel.
We're laughing a little bit, but we're extremely nervous about what happened with the spillover into Oregon with the Smith complex. The lookout is my main concern. This is number 2.
This is a military shovel. It has a screw right here on it.
What? Where?
And you could take. I'll show you when I get it.
You have one on hand. Okay. Hi there.
Okay. Oh boy, I'm gonna have. Oh, I didn't open it enough. That figures.
You just have one on hand, an old military shovel, as a prop, dude. You're the boss.
It's not a prop. This is part of my survival kit. This is a military shovel. You have this screw right here that locks it in place, and you can turn this into a hoe, a spike.
I'm so offended.
You can turn it into a pick, but a combi is this attachment right here, this metal piece and all this, but the handle is 5.5 feet, is about 5 feet long. It turns it into a full-size shovel with a multi-tool head, and they call it a combi tool because it's a combination. You can use it as a pick. I can put it like this, use it like a hodad. I can use it as a normal shovel, or I can just have it closed and stuck in my pack with the handle sticking with the shovel, shove it down in my pack. In
your what?
Strap. In my fire pack straps on my Wildland Fire.
Okay.
But yeah, this is a military shovel. If you put a long handle on it, this would be called a combi.
Okay.
Combination, and that's short for combination tool.
Now, can you twist off the shovel head and turn it into a spear, something like that?
No.
Okay. Well, they have those on Amazon, but people say they're kind of a scam. Okay.
I think those are a scam. So let's go see if I can find that video. It's got to be here somewhere.
That's cool, Charlie. Charlie says he sharpened one for chopping. That's neat.
Yeah,
they're tough.
Okay, this is the last video 19 hours ago.
That must be it.
Another one.
Okay. It's short.
I will.
This is sobering and scary.
Short and sweet.
Has done.
That one. That guy with the hat. Dude, the guy with the hat.
Okay. We're going to restart it. This is only 3 minutes 25. I hadn't even watched this.
Hello, I'm Dean Warner, Fire Behavior
Don't have a heart
Analyst for
attack.
Incident Management Team 13. I'm going to provide you with some information about what the fire has done and what the fire is expected to do in the future in the next coming days. Yesterday, the table was set with poor overnight humidity recovery, which gives us concern with the already dry fuels being drier even more yet. That concern is developed in the fact that we have a longer burn window. So as the day progressed yesterday, west wind developed from onshore flow and provided the fire with enough energy to continue a north progress up into the Biscuit fire scar. It also firmly got established in the west fork of the Illinois drainage. And it also continued to back down off from Monkey Creek Ridge towards Highway 199. Fire progression was approaching extreme at times in the Illinois west fork of the Illinois. It began to run up the sides of the canyon towards the 4402 road, and also towards the ridge dividing the two drainages over towards Blue Creek as well. As that fire progressed, there was a lot of energy involved with the fire getting into fuels that were very receptive to that fire movement. Further on into the evening, we experienced lightning, thunderstorms coming through the area, which put down moisture pretty much from south to north along the 199 corridor. The amount of precipitation is spotty in certain locations. Overnight, we experienced subdued fire behavior in the 199 corridor area over to the 420 road, but fire intensity still progressed on into Whiskey Creek, which is just north of 4202 road. So for today, we're expecting the fire to still advance north in Division Hotel, further on north in the 4402, down in the west fork of the Illinois. We're expecting subdued fire behavior there, but only for today or tomorrow. Conditions are going to be persistent, warm, dry. That'll dry out the fuels as time goes by. We're still expecting the fire to continue backing down off from Monkey Creek Ridge today. A lot of canopy closure today. There's a lot of canopy closure in that area has protected those fuels from getting moist. So we'd expect still surface fire in the form of backing, low intensity towards the 199 corridor. We'd expect those conditions to continue for the next couple days and possibly intensifying as conditions are still warm and dry. That's all I have for fire behavior.
What do you think? Are you muted?
Yeah, I muted myself. Oh man. Oh no, guys.
Yeah,
This
no.
is worst case scenario, not
Yeah.
another biscuit. The biscuit was hard enough.
I know.
Please.
Okay, yeah, the
Oh,
new video I haven't seen yet, but oh God, I know.
Wow, I'm gonna go pop this over here so I can peruse the page a
We're-
little later. But yeah, this is worst case scenario. When was this map last updated? See, I wish. Oh, they're processing the IR map right now, and it should be coming out here. It should be coming out here any time now.
Yeah.
We should get. They should at least update the map. Well, let's hope they'll update the map. Every incident command team is different. I see that it's involved. That was what, yesterday? Or okay, that's a lot of intensity there if I'm reading this right. This spot fire's got a lot of intensity. The dark red is, oh God, really? We'll do it this way. That is so bad. Fire perimeter provided by, okay, so that's just hot. That's what I thought it was.
Yeah,
we don't need we don't need this. That's such a bad thing.
Yeah. So remember how we were talking earlier, me, you, and JB, John Bruno, the retired fire chief in Shasta County? We said that the worst case scenario is this Smith River stuff runs all the way to the flat and joins it. Like it's a possibility now, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm having it's big. It's bigger. It didn't start right there at the like it did last time. This is a little south, but it's ran up into the old biscuit
Mm-hmm.
footprint. And yeah, I don't know what they truly did with all those old and the biscuit's been such a long time ago that I'm not exactly sure what they did with all those old fire lines from the biscuit, but town ain't far away.
I'm gonna drop a link in your chat here. It's a link to something I kind of made out of CalTopo, so that you can see the fire perimeters of where the biscuit scar is and this and that. And I can walk you through pressing the buttons, and you'll see the different maps and the modus and veers. We've got.
Oh man, I just see biscuit all over. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I can't tell you where the lines are, but I can. We're already in the biscuit. I already know it.
Yeah.
This is going to fill in. I hate to say it, but this is going to fill in. There's no fire line here at all. This is going to fill in.
Yeah.
And the moisture spotty, he's nicely saying is none.
Yeah.
That's right. He was nicely saying it was spotty. It wasn't across the clean fire area where they're looking at it, and it was probably just what we would consider a trace. I would
Mm.
consider it not personally. If I heard that at the morning briefing, I would go, okay, so last night's rain was non-existent.
Yeah, the wind gusts pushed the fire over here. We couldn't see them on any of the cams, so I was like, "Oh yeah, California dodged a bullet." Well, yeah, it did, but it crossed the Oregon border. We're now in a crisis, so on two different fronts. Now, the next video I'd love to see. I haven't seen it, but I don't know what they're gonna do. Do you?
Yeah, I don't. But the one thing we can pray for is that they really didn't destroy the old cat trail, the old fire lines and cat trails from us stopping the biscuit. But
Do you want me to look at it on
there's,
Caltopa with you?
yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Did you drop the link already?
Yeah, it's in your chat.
Sometimes my chat. Oh, I got to go over to YouTube, and
Oh,
sometimes my chat flies.
I'm sorry. You want me
Oh,
to put
and
it in StreamYard?
oh, oh, you couldn't put it into YouTube. Here, let me fix that, Catherine. Here.
Yeah. Oh, you mean I get a promotion?
Oh, of course.
Yay!
There. I don't know if it'll make your other ones show back up that you already dropped.
Oh,
Hey, Charlie. We have our guest, Catherine's World, over here. Wildfire tracking. But I do not. Cats, scary. Yeah, scary stuff. I don't see where you actually dropped it. Could you drop it again?
okay.
I'm way up in here. All right, we'll just go to the bottom.
There we go.
And boom.
I hope the pre-made settings come across. I put a couple of settings on there.
All your settings came across.
Cool.
Let me bring it over here into my screen that I'm sharing, and
Okay.
here it is. Wow. Oh man, where's that? That's not good.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
I was hoping this wouldn't happen. That's not good.
Mm-hmm.
The biscuit went so huge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I tell you the truth, that's been one of the things I've been worried about is that we're in a bit what I would call we started rating things before I retired. Is this a biscuit year?
Mm-hmm.
You understand that. Another
Mm-hmm.
fire person would understand it, but there's certain conditions that existed that allowed the biscuit fire to do what it did, and we're starting to really look like it again. I mean,
Yeah. El Nino is a hotter and drier Pacific Northwest and Indian summer. That's what that means. Now, if you want to close the side panel to the left, that makes the screen bigger. And then when what you do is you scroll down slightly on the right side panel, and you'll see something called Fire History, and you'll see the biscuit scar. It's a button right next
Okay.
to the one checked.
The one
Yeah.
check says
See,
fire activity.
yeah. Now hit Fire History above that.
Oh, I see it above it,
Mhm.
not next to it. There's.
Yeah, and you could just go to Motus and Views, whichever one you want.
Oh my God. This is the Chetco bar right after the biscuit.
Mm-hmm.
The yellow one's which one's the biscuit?
The yellow, all the way to the flat fire. It runs all the way to the flat fire.
Yeah,
To
well,
the north.
they had so many in here. 2001 unnamed. All these fires, they're all go.
Go
Yeah,
yellow. Yeah, just scroll up and you'll see somewhere in there that
I see it. It
yeah.
ran. Yeah, see, so I knew this one was into the biscuit or the old biscuit. That's the flat fire.
Yeah, it
This
goes.
thing has the potential to do exactly what it's doing, because this is the current one, and it's gonna run it. It's not that hard for this to run all the way up in and meet these other old burn scars,
Oh
which
God.
that just creates that creates less trees and more brush, and
Right.
yeah, the potential's there. And now that she's got herself into that old footprint and fully into the footprint, I mean, we're a little off of it here, but and that looks like it hasn't burned much, but this is a canyon. That
Yeah.
hillside's going to go right out. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I do see exactly what you're worried about. This is worst case that could have happened, and this doesn't show the old fire lines, but that would be out here. It's not something that's. Where are
Yeah.
they going to put it?
It's already
Where are they going to
passed,
put it?
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Where are they?
if you turn off Fire History, and then I'll walk you through the maps, and you can see where the roads are. But at least turn off
Yeah, I
Fire
turned off
History.
the fire history.
I'm sorry, there's a delay with me. And then for satellites, you just put Modus and Veers so that the GOES isn't like getting all nuts if it's in your way. Okay,
Forecast.
so scroll to the top, and
Okay, I see it up to the top.
Mhm.
Global imagery.
yeah, you
You
can
want?
use that slider for satellite view, right? And then shade of relief, you know what that does. But the TF Outdoors, turn that into Forest Service map instead.
Map builder top. You want where does it say Forest Service? Aerial image, relief shading, street map, other maps, historic. Oh,
Forest
gotta
Service,
scroll down.
right there, at the fourth down on the top.
Oh, oh, I see it. I
Yeah.
read right by it.
Yeah, it's okay.
Is that this is getting into that where we were burned over in our camp where they burned over our camp?
Yeah, if you
Where
zoom
they
in,
had that
oh no.
they had that camp on the biscuit set up in there, and the
Mhm.
biscuit burned over our fire
Oh
camp.
my God, did anybody get hurt?
Well, no, but some of us lost things.
Oh God.
I mean, they're just materialistic, and you learn to understand that, but it's still weird to try to get ready to go back to where you were and get told you're not going there anymore. That camp no longer exists. What?
Wow.
They burned it over today. It's like, oh wow, really? That's nice. Did they get our stuff? Well, they got some stuff.
Oh my God. Pull
I
this.
went there. My $350 Eureka Timberline XT tent when they first came out was completely burned up. Completely.
Oh God. If you pull the shaded relief and bump it to the right a little bit, you'll see the contours, and it just brings this map to life.
Oh,
it's already up there. Yeah.
This percentage?
Yeah, just pull the it's a slider.
Oh, it's a slider?
Yeah, you see the little blue ball? Just bring it a little bit to the right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see it. Bring it over here a little bit.
To your discretion, yeah.
Yeah, well, It's everybody else's discretion. Mine, I'd play with it. I play with them. I go,
Mm-hmm.
okay, how far
Yeah.
does it? Oh, nope, don't want that. We want to go, okay, right about in there. You know what I mean? You got
Sure,
to
sure.
play with new toys.
Oh yeah, it's good.
Wow, this is just not good.
No. Where are you going to
No,
stop this? Where's the east and
there's a
west
road
roads?
here.
There aren't any.
I already know that was our problem on the biscuit.
Oh
Where are
God.
you going to stop it? That's why it went. Here's 199, but there's no way to get into here. It's going to burn out this drainage. It's going to burn out it's into this drainage down here, up
Uh,
canyon, down canyon. It's going to burn this out. Here's a spot fire.
hmm.
That's going to start burning out these canyons. You know how canyons work. It burns them out. It jumps sides. People don't believe, oh, well, it just burned to that creek. No, it won't just burn to this creek. It's
Mm-mm.
going to jump to the other side just like it did here. Then it's going to burn it out. This is backing down here.
Mm-mm.
This is climbing here. I mean, I have map knowledge, so everybody.
Yeah.
You've taught all your people how the map knowledge works. These are
Mm-hmm.
contour lines. The
Yeah.
closer together they are, the steeper the ground. Just so everybody
Mm-hmm.
over here knows.
Yeah,
The
that's waterfall
farther
stuff right
the
there.
the farther apart these contour lines, elevation lines, contour lines, the farther apart they are, the flatter the ground. The closer together they are, the steeper the ground. Like this canyon right here, it's pretty darn steep.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to burn out pretty darn quick when it decides to do it.
Yeah. I was
I
hoping
wonder
you'd
what
say, "SAR, look, we have really good lines here. Everything's
uh,
okay." No.
no, I'm not gonna yank your chain,
Mm,
as they say. But we
oh,
do have, what is this right here? This is a trail
I just hoped I
across
was
this
wrong.
ridge here. This is a trail across this ridge here out in front of this, and it goes clean over here to this road. Is that a road? Yeah, Illinois. But look at this, a four-wheel drive trail. That I think I know this road. Prospects, that's an old mine. We got another one comes down in here. There is potential if they get in here on this. Well, here's Prospect, but if they get in here on this what they're calling a four-wheel drive road, and you open it up and you get the brush on the
Okay.
downhills, you brush this out. This has the super potential to be a control line. This
But it's
four-wheel
but
drive road
but
here.
is there enough
But look,
time? It's right there.
that's the other one. Is there enough time? Well, sometimes you just got to drive the cat down it and go down it with the brush
Yeah.
truck spraying the trees.
Well, can you turn up the global imagery a little bit, and you can see how good the road is and how wide, at least from at least a couple years ago imagery. If you want to look at the satellite picture, but we should watch the next update because I don't know what they're going to do. The next little video.
I don't know what they're gonna do either. Have they come out with the new? Did that
Yeah.
one have a newer one there?
Yeah, we just watched the older one with the guy with the hat. The other dude is the newest one.
Okay, so let's go in. That's not a video. That's not a video. That's just a picture. That's a nice, dependable spot.
Mm-hmm.
Where is the next video? Picture. We're at the top. Go back down. Photo taken by firefighter. There's the 15 hours ago map. Same map we're looking at. Here is the written 16 hours ago. That looks like the incident action plan. Oh, information.
Mm-hmm.
No.
It was the one you started
Oh,
playing in
that's
Watch Duty.
Spanish. Well, let's go check Watch Duty again. Smith River.
You got a lot of updates for the public, at least. I just woke up in the middle of the night and began streaming around 3 in the morning. We talked about the other fires, and then this was the critical concern. I want it to be wrong. I wanted you to tell me, oh no, there's a hidden thing there, but
I'm not gonna lie to you. This is scary. This has officially became. I've been worried since I knew it was on the north side of 199. I've been telling people this is not good,
yeah,
but now it's even worse. It's like, oh
yeah.
man, really? It did. Last night blew it out, and that's what I bet you happening. The passing weather blew
Hmm.
this thing out, and it blew it out, made it
Yeah,
bigger. The passing winds.
that damn
Let's just
thunderstorm.
Good morning. Jesse Stone, operations for Northwest Team 13. An active day yesterday with the fire on our spot. We're looking at hotel, had fire move over the top of H1 and pushed the division down the 4402. 4402 had fire on both sides of it. The hotel resources moved down to the structures below and helped out our west structure group with the protection and sprinkler operation down there. Division India continued to work our primary containment line and the containment line that we have around Dwight Creek homes. Our structure group to the east continued to work the structures on the 199 and pushed farther north. Contingency west, ODF, working in conjunction with hotel, continued to put some of these primary and alternate lines coming out off of the 4402 to the west, and they'll continue with that operation today. Contingency east, exploring lines out to the east and tying in with our partners, Team 15 to the south, and Division Mike on tie-in locations at our break. And Division Kilo continued to work the 18 and 11 road from the 199 to the east to tie into those alternate and contingency lines. We'll be taking a good look today at the 199 corridor to ensure that we have a good plan for that. And we're going to make sure that we keep eyes on the Dwight Creek area to the top. Thank you.
okay, short, sweet. But Guy, you got to remember you're speaking to the public on your videos.
I know. What did he just say?
I'm gonna go over and look on Facebook. I think that's 20. I'm not seeing that video up here. That's 19. The other thing's saying 17. I don't think they posted that video to their Facebook page yet.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
I don't think they did, but that's okay. I'll wait, but I might just make a comment.
Yeah, like
And
guys. Guys.
I might try to wake somebody up, but this is good information. I'm glad they're doing the Facebook things now.
Okay.
That's really good information, but we're into. It sounded like they were trying to work. From what I could get out of that, it sounded really truly. Let me pull this back up. It sounded really truly. He was pointing at this area in here. I think they might be trying to do the same thing that I was thinking of. That this, what you call a 4x4 road, it's probably traveled. I think they might be
Okay.
trying to. They might be working this road as a containment line.
I hope so.
I hope so too. I mean, you got this in here. All roads will slow it down. It depends on how
Okay.
close. It depends on if you can get part of it brushed out, or like he was talking, they're using sprinklers, the sprinkler hose lays. That's a good thing. And it burns up out of this and gets into a little bit of this flatter ground up here. This is a ridge top road. It looks
Mhm.
like mostly it comes down off through here, drops down, but it gets this prairie in there. I can read a map really good. I've been taught since I was a kid.
Okay, so
People, I'm not sure if everybody sees what I'm seeing. This area represents that this is like a semi prairie here. It's a flat spot. The lines get really wide apart. There is a lot of potential up here on the ridge top. This is a ridge top, and you can see where these lines, you can see this is the top
yeah.
of this area, and it flattens out. This whole area this
Mhm.
whole area here is at the top and it's flat. And
Okay,
then
I got a
these
question.
lines are really far apart. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Prospects, by the way, mean where they started digging a mine and they stopped about maybe 20 feet back, maybe 50. So there could be potential fire shelters if they're not sealed. However, like if they're in hard rock, I mean, dirt would have collapsed by now. But also, the hose lay you're talking about, are they actually going to try to mist down the entire mountainside, or just where the road
Well,
is?
he would when he see we on this it's not showing us their divisions, and I'm not sure if let's see in Caltopo if they actually have a picture of their divisions. Is this the one that shows the divisions, or is this morning update that was 25th, 26th? This is 7. This is yesterday's morning update picture. It shows it, this isn't showing the divisions either. It's not the same map I would see if I was getting a briefing, if I was at the morning briefing. It doesn't seem like the same map to me that I would be looking at, where I don't see where they're showing us the divisions. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they
Because
almost
this,
never show us their battle maps. What we get shown usually, unless the media has access, is we usually get shown evacuation stuff and then fire status stuff and the infrared flight stuff. That's it.
I'm gonna call my brother in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, I call him my brother. I'm
Okay.
gonna call my buddy who owns the newspapers in the morning,
Please,
and
yeah.
uh, and reinstitute my
Mm.
I work for the paper type thing. I'll have to pass on any information they
Yes.
give me,
Yes.
but I will see if I can. I'll talk to him first, see what he's got, because he
Yeah.
does own the Curry County Reporter, which is the
Ooh.
newspaper out of Gold Beach, Oregon.
Oh, oh, oh.
And so he's probably getting stuff that we don't get, being a media guy. But the
Okay.
odds of him actually getting the division map, I would say, are not really high. The morning briefing map is hard to get.
Okay. But
I used to get them and bring them home, but they're hard to
okay.
get unless you're
Okay.
in. Do you have somebody in the Smith River area from that's part of your channel?
I do not think so. But what I was able to do is there was just an obscure local, blog or a newspaper site for the Caldor when that was going, and I analyzed, the line construction every single day. Sometimes we had that for the Dixie, and that was just tremendous. They just posted that every day. I will totally
Yeah.
promote that paper to the cows come home with links and all that if you can get that a hold of that.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I will call the owner of the Curry County Reporter, Port Orford
Hmm.
News. He's got 4 papers, but I will call him
Yeah.
and talk. I tried to get a hold of him yesterday. He's so cool. He's like
Yes.
family to me.
Oh.
I actually get you know, wait a minute. Let me grab my last edition of the Reporter and see what they had in it, because I actually have it right here.
Okay. Now
Port Orford
they're
News.
always printed out before they point at the map. So I would try to find out who's the printing company, like who's doing that, and talk to that
Oh,
person.
they do that on site.
Yeah, yeah.
When the incident management team has a big giant printer in the tent, they print that out on site. It's not a printing company.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. No, none of these have anything on on it. They have a little thing. So I'm the Ophir fire, the O'Brien. The only thing he has is the O'Brien fire. I will talk to him
Okay.
because he might actually want me to call up and see what information I can get, and it might be a
Okay.
little easier to get it if I can say, well, I'm a independent reporter with the newspaper, but before doing that, I want to get permission to do that. You know, I
Yeah.
don't need my brother calling me up screaming and yelling, going, "Why are you telling them you're representing the papers?" You know, I used to be a sport photographer for him. I learned how to stop a baseball in mid-flight with
Woo.
my camera.
1/600th of a second shutter speed, man. 100
Yeah,
100 film speed.
Yeah, well, with my dad, I was using my dad's camera. I had a really nice. My daughter's got it now. I had a really nice Nikon with his 1500 with the newspaper's $1,500 telephoto, like 6-inch long zoom lens. I
Woo.
learned how to stop a. You don't even have to go in. My dad's camera. You put it on sport. It'll stop a baseball mid-flight.
Wow.
You could see the stitching,
dude,
with that lens.
Well, can you?
I will do that in the morning. I'll get a hold of him.
Could
I'm not going to wake him.
you ask for the lookout in Bedrock though? Because the lookout is what we need to know as well.
I will
Okay.
see. I will see what permissions he'll give me to inquire where, and then I'll
Awesome.
see if I can. I might just call up, see if I can get a hold of. If I get authorization from him, I will call their media number, because they'll have a media contact thing,
Okay.
and I'll ask them, "Hey, could you guys, at least the public's wanting to see, you're not posting that's showing your division? Are they showing on the lookout in Bedrock? Let's take a look. Do they even have that there? Are they doing it?
No,
If
just
they're doing,
I believe it's just in the video. You can see it in the background. You know.
yeah, that's and all it is taking a simple. Oh, that's me. All it is taking a simple picture. It's not that hard. I mean, it's maybe nobody said, "Hey, could you guys do this?" So Bedrock, have
This
they
would
done it?
Does it help me keep the public calm if I know that like they have solid lines here and they did a firing up on it, or we can expect that
Well,
tonight? And I could say, look, that's by that. The fire is okay. It's within its lane, and I could use it for good.
yeah, and sometimes just the request of, could you at least take a picture of it and post that to like
Yeah,
watch
Facebook.
duty or whatever. You don't have your Facebook or whatever, and you don't have to do it every morning, but that would be really nice. But could you guys just do it so we have an idea where the divisions are and people can look at a picture to see what you're quickly pointing at? They could actually look at that picture.
Yeah.
Sometimes it just takes somebody asking.
Cool. Yeah, we should do that.
And I'm willing to be the guy that goes, "Hey, could you possibly please?"
Well, you've got clout. You're like a real pro and stuff. If I'm saying, hi, I'm a YouTuber, they're like, oh, get out of here.
Oh no, I approach it with, I'm a retired wildland firefighter. I work for this newspaper.
Sweet.
We're looking for more information. I also run a YouTube fire information page, or I'd probably tell, I use the YouTube as the last thing I tell them.
I wouldn't say that at all, because they'll be like, oh no, we're going to provide some conspiracy theorist nuts with space laser proof, and I wouldn't mention that at all. Just do the paper.
Yeah. Yeah, well, when you tell them you're actually a reporter for an actual newspaper,
well, there's all kinds of conspiracy nut newspapers anymore, but
no, they're verifiable state, federally registered newspapers. They could look right at them.
They'll be comfortable providing that, but really don't mention YouTube. Just trust me.
Oh, have they messed with you over that before?
No, but there's too many YouTubers out there. I don't want to trash a YouTuber's name that have a lot more subscribers than me, and all he does is use maps to prove space laser theories in magma, and you don't want to feed that.
Oh, I've had some of those that I went in and I was like, I seen a video where where I was like, huh, and then you go back again and go, oh, thank you. Bye.
Mm-hmm.
Unclick. I don't want to go to you.
Yeah, it's like somebody was arguing with me some pretty normal, rational arguments for a bit. Like why not do cloud seeding? And I said, because it's hit and miss, and you can't get anything out of a dry cloud. You can't make clouds appear. And so then he goes, but you could control the weather. The government's in control of the weather. And I went, oh God, I
No,
wasted
they're
30
not.
minutes, 30 minutes of my life.
It's a joke. I do a joke on here like once a week about, hey, the guy's in charge of the weather. If you want to prove you're in charge of the weather, make it snow in the upper drainages of the Colorado River. If you want to prove, if you really want to control the weather, make the west flood and make the east drought. Then we'll believe you're actually doing the weather. Instead, you're making the west a drought and the east a flood. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I'll believe space laser type stuff when a town burns down on a dead calm day when it's damp, but not when I will never believe that $1 trillion space laser weapon or something was used to burn down a town when a $5 road flare would do the same thing in high winds and red flag.
Yeah, I don't believe the conspiracies going on about Hawaii,
Oh
but
God,
you got to remember back in 2016, the Chinese launched a satellite that was successful, and they were going to use that laser equipped satellite to burn up space junk, to heat up space junk and burn it up some, so they could get it on a trajectory to drop in and burn up in our atmosphere.
Well, yeah, that violated the no weapons in space rule, and that's a bad.
Yeah, but what happens when you point a laser at something and it happens to be above and the only thing below is the planet? I'm not saying they actually are doing it, but they did put out an article, and they did successfully launch that satellite. There's no proof they've ever done anything with it, and I'm not saying they have or they haven't. Just we do know they talked about it.
Well, we do know that there's a physics limitation on the size of the actual satellite, and they did math. The Nazis tried to think about this as a weapon, a low altitude but technically in space weapon that did this, and all kinds of physicists did the math, and to get that enormous amount of power to actually reach the surface of the planet,
it'd be the size of the space station.
No, it would be they would have to put out a solar sail to collect that much solar energy, and it would be so wide that it would blanket most of the Earth in darkness, and it's just not possible. So it could pew minor things at stuff next to it, but not to the surface.
We do have miniature nuclear reactors now. They've made them smaller and smaller and smaller, and that even a small one would. One of the tech guys I know, who's not a conspiracy guy, he was debunking a conspiracy guy. Yeah. He goes, "Show me the second space station, because that's what you would need. You'd need something that size with nuclear power on it to fire a laser big enough to do damage."
Yeah, so it begs the question, why would you spend about $500 trillion doing that when you could drop a $5 road flare because you could just land a saboteur with a submarine on Hawaii or something? It doesn't make any sense.
Oh, well, I could. There's more. I won't mention them or what it might resemble that we actually use to light some of those backfires. But yeah, a $5 road flare will do so much stuff. And
it'll burn in rain.
Some places you don't even got to buy the road flare. You can walk up to a firefighter and go, "Hey, I had to use my road flare at an accident. Could I get a couple from you?" And they'll hand you I used to hand people 4 of the commercial models. You had to use road flares. How many do you use? You use 2. Here's 2 extra. Thank you. Without you, things could have been worse.
I got just curiosity question for you.
Yeah.
How did they light steep mountain tops on fire before drones and the ping pongs? Did you guys use Roman candles or fireworks or something like that to do the burning ops on steep terrain?
Well, it depends. We had it depends. You have some very inventive ways they do it, but there's these things called They look like emergency flares. It's a pyroclastic projectile that you could shoot out of an emergency flare. Looks like an emergency flare gun that you use for a boat.
Oh,
And we
okay.
used to shoot some of those down in there. I've seen people use other devices to light up kick down into the canyon. There's very inventive ways, but they really we really try to not have a big huge burnout of a canyon. If you can get into the top of it and let it back down through the canyon and burn from like a control point back down into the canyon, let it back down the canyon. We
Mhm.
prefer that. We try not to burn out a canyon all at once because it can get out of control and jump your little tiny line.
Mhm.
Because when you think about it, even a D6, a D8 dozer, that's not really that big of a line when you think about it. What's a 12 feet wide, and you
Yeah.
got all this fuel on the upside, on the non-burn side. We try not to light the whole canyon at once, but you do know about the hill of drip torches, right?
Yes, the flame throwing helicopters swinging around the helitorch. Yeah, we had a fun day exploring those.
Yeah. Well, they serve a very, very good purpose, and it's not that they're trying to arson the forest,
Oh
but
no.
they help use those. If you got a guy who's good with it, you can help use those to light your backfires,
Now, that's
and
the
he
most
can
metal
cover.
thing I've ever seen. But sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead.
I've done a lot of prescribed burns, and we bring those in to help burn out you burn out the line with humans,
I thought these were
but you
new.
use that to burn out the center of it, to get the center going good. Once you burned out a certain distance from your control lines on a prescribed fire, you bring in the helitorch, and he can actually he can make passes in between your control lines, control in a controlled way,
Uh-huh.
dropping the same thing a drip torch drops. It's the same fuel, but it's a bigger device hung under a chopper, so he can do way more than I can do by hand.
Well, if you want to show my screen real quick, I've got pictures of it up, and it looks like it's basically a barrel of kerosene or something that swings around on a long rope or long cable beneath the helicopter, and they just kind of fling it across the landscape as it drips molten
Oh,
fire, like Greek
that
fire.
that that's one of the first ones. I'll bring it over here and
At
share it.
Amica, we know the most
Oh,
important part
Okay.
of the home is the family inside it.
I'm so glad
Okay.
sometimes when I bring a tab in out of my main page,
Mhm.
uh, it things. But yeah, oh, what happened? It was up there. It switched. I think it switched on your side.
Okay.
Give it a second. Stream delays, don't you love them?
Yeah.
But yeah, those look like them. Those are exactly them. The last one I seen was from Manassas Timber Services, and they had they had a yes, they had a really nice stainless steel one. Some of
Wow.
those some of those look like some of the first ones we used, but now they have ones that are all stainless steel. Yeah, those right there. This is basically full of, it's not just kerosene.
Okay.
It'll be gasoline diesel mix. There's a mix ratio to it that's in the red book, and they basically do the same thing as a drip torch. When he hits the button to do it, this goes ahead and drops fuel. Let me here, I know how to do this. I should have done this last time. Duh. But
Okay.
what he does is he triggers a button in this helicopter, and
Hmm.
it opens a valve, and he drops the drip torch. You see this guy on the right? That's a drip torch.
Right.
Same fuel that's in that is in this drum. It's just a bigger one of those. It's just a huge bigger one of those, and instead of you leaning it forward to let the fuel out, it's at a downward, it hangs at a downward angle towards the nozzle, and they have an electronically controlled release of the fuel. It's got a little flame burning there, and when he does that, and they're very, very handy, and they really help to burn out ground when you're trying to burn out a ridge side. This is a picture from a control line. This
Okay.
is he's not right next to the control line.
Yeah.
He's into the fireways, and most likely there is a control line there where you have this guy on the right's already burned out next to the fire line, the control line. And they basically work like that. They're very, very handy tool, and they do use these to help burn out canyons. He can walk that fire in increments in certain distance. He can go a little ways down the hill that's a safe distance to keep bumping. Well, when they first do it, they want us to burn out the control line, start the control line burning, and he'll fly in a distance away from that control line and lay a string of fire and get all this burning so it burns up to your control line, and then he'll go lower than that and make another pass, because you don't want to ever start something at the bottom. You want to work it down from the top. And that's basically what he's doing. This looks like it was on a prescribed fire, actually.
Yeah, because it's the green time of the year. It looks like California. I mean, that's a lot of Californian type vegetation.
What is this? Helitorch like this one from Cal Fire.
Oh, God, it says
planned for use.
Siskiyou.
This will fall in the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. And that actually looks like the chrome one. He's under a Cal Fire, but any chopper can use those that can sling something and has a button. It uses the same stuff as a drop tank. It uses the same buttons and equipment in the chopper. Instead of dropping water, he's starting and stopping the stream of fire, the drip torch.
That's the most metal thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, just think of this as a giant drip torch. Same thing this guy right here to the right. Same thing he's got. Just upsize this to a helicopter. It's basically a 30, 55-gallon drum size. It's got a round nozzle coming out the bottom, and it's got an electronically controlled valve. It's somehow he opens and closes it from the chopper. He can probably actually open it slowly or open it fast, depending on how advanced the drip torch is that they're using.
How the hell does he not land on it? Does he put it in the grass first and disconnect the cable? And
thing with the bucket, when they come in to do that, he'll land.
Okay.
Well, not land. He'll come in. He'll touch that down.
Okay.
He'll touch that down on the ground, and then he backs up from it as he's landing. Same thing they do with the bucket. They don't sit down right on top of the bucket. They set that bucket down, and then they just sort of
move away from it. So maybe the cable gets longer and they can land proper.
Well,
okay.
Yeah, that cable, see how this is? This one right here.
Sorry.
Go back up.
Okay.
Go back. No, you're going down. Oh, yeah, stream delay. But that one on the top, that was a great picture. That's probably how close that device is, or any of those where it shows it out in front of the chopper.
Okay.
That one right there where it's in National Wildfire Coordinating Group Interagency.
Yeah.
That's that's probably how close he lands to that drip, to that helitorch. They just set it down in front of him. When they're ready to go, he fires up the chopper. He gets himself up off the ground, and he comes above it, and then he lifts it up, gives it more collective or whatever it is. I shouldn't even know the name of that, but he gives it more. He makes the chopper rise up off the ground. Once he gets that to pick up off the ground a certain amount of feet where he ain't going to damage it, and then he starts flying forward. Wow. And when they come in to do it, he'll set that down and he'll back himself off it. All these, that's where that is going to be when he's doing it. some of them more cable, some of them less cable, and that depends a lot on the pilot too. How far does he want it below the chopper?
Yeah. So it's got, I don't know if people can read these words. Starting from the
Yeah,
bottom.
suspension
Okay.
adapter. There's a suspension cable, a support cable assembly. Yeah,
Okay.
that's sort of what I mean. One of those wires will be the electrical cable that controls the functions of it,
Hmm.
and then the other one's transfer line. That's a tube coming out of it. And what do they call that? A propane cylinder. Oh wow, they have a propane cylinder. That's how they keep the flame going to light the fuel.
Dude.
And entry drum. Yeah, that's a basic one. Ball assembly. Yeah, that's basically it's on a metal frame. It has a point. They want it to be at a downward angle towards the propane cylinder and the exit nozzle. That way, all the fuel runs out of the drum into the assembly to let it drip flow out of it on fire to the ground, and they just open and close a valve. It's probably it's an electronically controlled valve. Same thing some fire trucks have.
Wow.
So they are a very, very, very useful tool, and I don't think they use them enough when they're doing burnouts. It
Yeah,
should.
I don't know if I would ever take a job. I'd be like, "Hi, I'm a pilot. I'm applying for a job." And they said, "Well, this one pays 5 times more." Oh, what does it entail? Well, you just tow around a massive firebomb underneath you in a barrel. What?
Well,
What?
it's not going to go boom. When you mix that fuel, it'd be the same thing. I was concerned at first when I
Yeah.
first was a rookie to wildfires and the first time I used a drip torch, but the mixture, it's not gasoline.
Right, right. Okay.
Gasoline goes boom. Diesel
I'm just,
fuel requires a flame, and it's a mixture of diesel fuel
yeah,
and gasoline that makes it that is the mixture. I don't have a red book anymore.
yeah,
I donated mine to a young individual that needed it when I retired, and he's probably got a new one since then. But
yeah. I'm just joking. I
the
know that diesel stuff is not very reactive, but it's the equivalent
it
of swinging
it
out
is
around an incendiary torch underneath your
I know
helicopter.
you'd think that the worst I ever seen is I seen one accidentally dropped off the bottom of the
What?
chopper. Yep,
Really?
somehow the release accidentally got triggered, and well, we were there watching, but we couldn't get close enough with the water hoses we did
Oh
have,
God.
and he dropped it like 50 feet from our line,
Ah.
and it just burned the whole thing up. It never went boom. It just sat there and was flame on. But
Oh boy.
and
It's like it was like
they
an
had
oil well fire that you had to deal with.
Yeah, we just sat there laughing and let it burn out and
Oh
keep
my God.
water. Well, you're letting it burn that stuff anyways, so it's not like he dropped it outside the line. That would have sucked. But
Yeah, like, dude,
it's
my camp.
they use the same controls
But
and
dude,
hook it up the same way they do the Bambi bucket, the water
yeah,
bucket that
dude, my
everybody
car,
sees.
my new truck.
Yeah. Man, we just bought that Class 6 fire truck. What the hell? I could see that. That would be funny as all get out.
Oh God, yeah. Did you see the one
I'm,
where the guy left the windows open and a retardant drop got in the inside of the fire truck?
yeah.
Whoops. Whoops.
Have you found the old classic of it's not video, but it's like 5 photos? They
What?
had this plane coming in back in the 90s. They had this tanker coming in, and he is going over this $1 million 3-story home all day. They had been going over it and dropping right past the house. They were trying to save the home and cool this hill, and the pilot let the retardant go at full speed all as one drop. It took out the 3-story house.
What? No, you have to tell me. What do I search for?
Yeah,
Retardant destroys house?
yeah, probably that would probably be a good search. It was always showed to me by my
Oh,
Forest Service buddies. It
oh,
was like, oh my God, what a mistake. But
Oh God.
there's been times I've been fully, and see, they don't let that information out. Oh,
I
yep.
know.
See, there you go.
Oh,
Retardant destroying houses.
oh
I
God.
wonder if they, yeah, look at that one. Blew in the windows. That big
Whoa.
one on the right blew in the windows.
Oh my God.
Look at that. Oh, that house
Oh,
is, yeah. But I don't know if they've even been released because it was a giant insurance claim in this and that, and there was a lot to it. But they had been going over that house all day long and cooling the other side of the hill, and it just blew the house apart.
well, here, I'm putting it in chat. Hey, J.E. Cat, he's now in the chat. He says, we're not high
Oh, hey,
tech here.
J-Cam.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that is sad. Retardant drop accidents. I bet that's going to be a good photo reel. Retardant drop accidents. Oh, some of it's really sad. The 747 actually killed a firefighter dropping, and so not the sad ones. I'm going to write the word funny. Don't want no sad. But every once in a while, it gets into somebody's car with an open window.
There's been times that I was gladly proud, not really proud, but I was glad that tanker came by and everything we
Really?
had, we were painted red.
Really?
I mean, it's something when you're stuck in a big pasture and you don't think the pasture's big enough. One of the scariest situations I was in, 5 hours on a mountain, stuck in a 450-acre pasture, and it burned the pasture over, and
Ooh.
that we thought was a godsend.
Oh, yeah, I imagine so. Do they sometimes just try to mist you? Like, what about water? Like the crop dusters? Like, it's okay if the air tractors do it, right? Or
yeah, they try not to paint us with the red stuff, but I've actually had a couple of my buddies that work for chopper companies. I've had full-on bucket loads dumped on me.
oh no.
Dumb brats. I'm like, dude, I called up to the chopper. What was that? And my buddy I scuba dive with every winter goes, hey, it's Mike. I'll see you at dinner. I'm like, oh, dude, if I'd have known you were the engineer on that, I would have told you, no, I'm not going to stand out there and wave my helmet. Yeah, we see ya. Well, dude, where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where are you going? Oh, we got to reset ourselves up for that drop. Yeah, they popped out from the side of me. I heard the chopper. I
Oh
didn't
no.
think about it. They're like, you still there? Make sure you're waving your helmet. I'm like, yeah. We see ya. Whoosh. They dropped the water out of the bucket from high enough it wasn't going to hurt me.
Mm.
But I was really cooled off.
Wow.
There was no
Cooled off.
retardant in it. It was just water, but I was cooled off.
So I guess that's an elite club to be in. Like, check off your bucket list. I have been. I've had a shower from an aircraft.
Yeah, I've had a shower from a helicopter. It's
Oh
thank you.
yeah.
Oh, and his
Okay.
two pilot buddies that I didn't even know. I mean, I got friendly with them. I knew them after that. They'd holler at me on other fires when they were there. But my buddy Mike, he was the flight engineer on the chopper, and when he heard who his contact was, they planned it on their way up to me. I had it all ribboned out. I had it right where I had it so you could see. I need the water here from the air. Just that I know what they're going to do. Yeah. Hey man, can you wave the helmet? Okay, we want to make sure we can still see you. You wave that helmet again. Yeah, thanks guys.
Oh, I got to show you the fire truck. Leaving the windows open. I will start doing a time lapse, but the fire retardant inside fire truck window open. I'm sure this will come right up.
This is the Bedrock at McKenzie again.
Oh, I was looking at the lookout.
Oh, okay. That was the lookout.
Why? Yeah, it was called Somebody Left the Window Open. Somebody left window open. Fire retardant red truck. Like it got. You know what? If it's not on the general internet, where did I just see it? I think it was Wildfire today. Oh, that's a bad one. It just happened. It just happened. Let me go to Wildfire today. I thought it was very funny. It may have been on
Yeah,
Twitter.
you must have been. You must. We're gonna give you heck over that one, but
Oh,
he
why? What?
couldn't. He could. That guy on the right. What if your property is covered in red? Sorry. Maybe he needed it.
Maybe he needed it. This
Well,
pretty
there's been times I'd have called a retardant drop in myself if I knew it. If I
okay.
was in a bad spot and I knew that might protect me inside my vehicle. But most likely he was parked in the wrong spot.
This isn't the one I'm thinking of. It's brand new. I'm gonna have to check my Twitter because I think I did share it there. So let me do it
But
off.
that right there, he was most likely parked in the wrong spot.
Oh yeah. Well, this was in
Fire
front of a
retardant
house.
covers vehicle on Friday as crews battle the flames of the Maria fire, which erupted on the South Mountain between Santa Pauli and Soma. Simus? I'm bad at names. Gretchen Warner, the star. Well, yeah, maybe he did leave I don't know. The windows rolled down in it right there, that's for sure. But he could have just been at the end of the drop, started the drop, parked in the wrong spot, or maybe he really needed it.
Could
And
be. I can't believe I don't have it handy. I think I was ready to show the stream, but I don't see it on my Twitter either. But on Twitter, I'm just shocked. I just saw something horrible that what's going on in Louisiana. Holy crap.
What's going on down there? Another bad.
Come out, take it!
It's a wall of flames about 100 feet high, 75 to 100 feet high, burning over a mobile home. Sorry, you probably just heard a slight amount of that noise on my channel. I don't think I can show this because it's a Twitter thing, but it says incredible footage from Drake Howard of the Tiger Island fire in Beauregard Parish. I'll just show it briefly and not play it. Look at that.
Let me bring it back up.
God. So it's on my screen for a second. I'm going to retweet this. It's people running for their lives, it looks like. The entire town has been evacuated and the fire's grown to 15,000 acres. 16
in
hours
Louisiana,
ago.
we just had a big one in Texas the other day.
I can't cover the whole nation, let alone Canada too. It's just, I can't believe this. I'm going to retweet that. Now my Twitter is @kwildfires, and I want to make sure it's clear that people, and I'm showing your stream again. I show everything, including homes burning down. I don't do that on my YouTube. It's a safe space on YouTube. But yeah, J.E. Cat was mentioning it last night. Somebody said L.A. We all thought it was Los Angeles, and then somebody eventually said it was New Orleans. But I can't show like the copyright stuff. I can't play that.
Yeah.
But I retweet it, so it's @kwildfires on Twitter.
Hey, I can tell you how you can share those or where you can do that but I wouldn't do it on YouTube.
Oh.
It wouldn't be the same. But if you start yourself a Rumble or a Kick, that you actually can.
Oh. I'm not even sure what those two things are at the moment.
They're almost like YouTube.
Okay.
But way more free speech. They will not dox you. Put it this way. This will describe it. You can play video games on Kick and on Rumble that show nudity in them, but you cannot play sexual content. You can't threaten people, and that's just about the rules.
Really?
Really?
Really? So that's might get out of hand, but oh my goodness. Okay.
But you're right. Some things you just don't want to show on YouTube. You
Yeah.
know,
Right.
there, get us out of that forever OBS, whatever they call it, loop. I love that
Yeah,
when that
it's like
happens.
this is OBS loopception here. Show our photographs, and we'll be like, Catherine's going
Yeah.
off into the sunset. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty awesome. You've got tools at hand ready to show us, like that shovel thing. Can you show us any other firefighting gear? Like, do you have anything new around here?
I truly don't. I could show you a normal shovel, but my last Pulaski, somebody borrowed it last year and it never got returned, and I haven't replaced it yet. Basically, for my fire gear, I carried a pack with a radio.
Okay.
I had a chest harness radio. I don't have that anymore. I donated or sold most of my wildland fire gear when I retired, knowing that I could no longer do it again. I medically retired. I got hurt.
It's good for survival, though, right?
Yeah, I've replaced it with other packs, but you know my
Okay.
my pack that had the specially designed pocket to carry the new fire shelter and all that.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Thank you for being here, Miss Luck.
Okay,
And
thank you, Miss Luck. We were just talking with Catherine about our fires today. It blew up yesterday in, well,
yeah,
you were
Oregon.
here with us. Oregon, Washington. No, it looks like Northern California got blown up by that system. I know that's what it was.
Well,
They're not going to say it, but
other than the
they,
Smith where it crossed into Oregon, almost everything was pretty okay. They got extremely lucky with not the 40-mile-an-hour high winds that they thought. It's just only in that spot that seems to be really bad. I haven't checked every single fire, but
I watched it pound there around the Smith River, uh, Siskiyou,
mhm.
Rogue, whatever they call it. I watched it pound there for like over an hour. I watched lightning in that area. It's like the storm stalled there, and then once it left, it just moved right on out, pounding the west side of the Cascades all the way up into Washington. Yesterday at this time in the morning in Washington, it was literally pounding lightning Longview North.
yeah, you
I
came in
had
and we were both watching at it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that storm went. I think I took. I think I went off the air, and it was still dropping lightning east of the Sound. I
Yeah.
can't quite remember. It was a long stream yesterday.
I got a question for you about survival gear, like what the average Joe can acquire for somewhat cheap and what's valuable. Are you ready? Can you do some of those questions? I mean, can you
Yeah,
answer those?
go ahead. What kind of survival gear you looking for?
Well, I was thinking, the average person should not wear nylon or any sort of plastic clothing. You've got to, wool is fire resistant. You don't have to get true turnout gear, but welding gloves are nice to have, in the glove box.
Well, to answer that,
Yeah.
Carhartt, I know
Okay.
everybody's a little pissed at Carhartt over whatever they did during the bowing down to during 2021 to some of the mandates, but
Mandates.
okay, yeah, over the flu. The easy way to say it. We're not supposed to talk about it
Oh,
on YouTube
okay.
or Facebook, but Carhartt makes a fire resistant pants.
Great.
They look like they're logger pants, but they're Firewise or something. But
Okay.
they make a fire resistant pants. I really recommend having a set of those.
Okay.
And the fire shirts, you can actually go buy them, but you got to understand you're going to pay like a little, not just a little more than the average long sleeve button up shirt. And they always recommended we wore cotton under our protective layer,
Okay. So like
because
a wool
cotton
blend layer on
doesn't.
the top and then cotton
Yeah,
under.
well, yeah, and I would actually look, if they're really into trying to get that kind of stuff, spend a little bit of money. Carhartts, you're not spending much more than you spend on.
Mhm.
Carhartts aren't cheap, and I think it
Right.
was like $20 more to get the fire resistant ones, and you can order them on Amazon. Probably the cheapest place to get them. I can't remember what they call the product. I have a set myself.
Well, I mean, wool is naturally. I mean, if it came down to it, and you opened your closet, an old wool flannel shirt with button up and long sleeves, pure wool is going to be pretty good, right? Without collar.
Just don't soak yourself.
Yeah.
You'll give yourself steam burns.
Yeah,
as it's getting heated up and doing that. Because I actually know somebody who wetted their bandana when we told him not to, and he got steam burns in his lungs because you're breathing in super hot, moist air there, which is basically almost next to steam. The term is called steam burns.
I'm hoping that nobody's going to be quite that close. What it would be is like, just what should you be wearing as you're told to evacuate? Stuff like, say, Red Wing.
Non-flammable. Do not wear polyester. Yes. Wear a natural product.
Right. No nylons, no polyester, no rayon. If it's on, something on at the end of the word, it's a plastic clothing. It'll melt into your skin. So I would say Red Wing shoes are like a good old-fashioned, since the 1920s, they make leather shoes.
Or your hiking boots.
Leather.
A lot of people, leather hiking boots.
Leather hiking boots. Yeah, Red Wing is good.
No steel toes, no steel shank in the shoes, because those will cook your foot. Those will burn your foot. But most people, if they're evacuating, I preach, and I hate to preach it this way, but I preach we should always be at level 1.
Sure, and
or level 2. You should always be ready. When they tell you get set, that's actually your
time. It's time to leave. Yeah, this is why I'm correcting even law enforcement. It's like, no, you don't just become alert at level 1. It's your bags are packed. Level 2, you get in the car and leave in 15 minutes. So the other thing I was thinking about.
Level 3 is I'm going to try to not use the profanity I use, but to me, level 3 is get the hell out now.
GTFO.
What are you still doing here?
GTFO.
Get the F down the road, But level 2, when they tell you you're under level 2, go. Just go, please. Why are you going to wait for some guy who might not have the chance to notify you? And then you're waiting for phone lines that might not be working. You're waiting for power lines that might not be working because of the fire. If you get the call or the text saying that you're in a level 2 area, Pat, get your stuff, because you should always be ready. You should always be ready. If they call it the get set, and I understand why they have the 3 levels, but to me, level 2 is go. Just go. You don't want to experience what's going to happen in level 3, and they might not have the chance to tell you that you're moved to level 3.
Yeah. What I tell people is make sure you're one level above what they tell you. If the following applies to you, like you're rural, you have a dead-end road, you live on top of a hill, it takes you a while to get down to a paved road, or you only have one way out on the paved road, then you need to elevate yourself one higher than what they say.
Yeah, and I always preach, if you're downwind, even 10 miles, 10 miles of a fire, if the smoke's blowing towards you, just go. I have seen fires. I have personally worked spot fires that turned into major fires in themselves, and then joined the one that it was in front of. I have worked spot fires 10 miles in front of the fire that created it. Yeah. Some of them we catch. Some of them, they're going so bad when we get there, all we have a chance to do is run around telling people, they're in there. Go. Just go.
Yeah.
And that's right. One level above always. We should always be ready. We should always have our important papers at this time of year. If fire season, you should always have your important papers in a grabbable, fire-safe container. You should always have your medication. I used to call it the tote. the important tote. It's the first thing you grab and put in the car right behind your animals and kids,
Right.
or have the kids carry it out. Is your important paper and your medicines and things you need like that, insurance documents. Everybody knows the list. I mean, come on, we all know the list.
So if I just asked you like a quick question, true or false, leaving before you are told is the best thing, your best option possible?
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
Great. That's what firefighters want you to know, guys. I don't just make this stuff up. I'm just a mouthpiece for what they want you to know.
It's easier on and the point of view is you're not getting in a big traffic jam. You're not waiting for us to tell you, oh my God, it just went worse. And you're not clogging up the roads and pathways we need to get in. You're not running over the hoses we might have strung across roads, which will destroy them if we're pumping water. You can't drive,
Oh God, don't do it.
And you're not in what we call the traffic jam of everybody who didn't go, maybe I shouldn't be here. I'm going to go now. They just told us level 2. Why don't we all get in the car and go? You know? Oh, and for livestock owners, horse owners especially, they recommend, and this comes from one of my equestrian rescue buddies, and I'll tell you why they say this. They recommend that you get it if they have black hooves, use a silver Sharpie. If they have clear hooves, use a standard Sharpie. Write your contact number on their hooves. Because just in case you have to leave them behind because you couldn't get everything loaded up, you want your contact information on them, and take their harnesses off. My buddy had his horse running from a fire that he wasn't at the house, and they wouldn't let him get up in there. He always has his contact information on the hooves in summer, and he keeps making sure it's on there good. They found his horse a mile and a half away with a tree branch stuck in between. Didn't hurt the horse, but there was a tree branch stuck in under the harness, and the horse could no longer go anywhere.
Oh.
Take their harnesses off.
Halters.
They don't need them. If you're leaving them, take the halter, whatever you want to call it, take that off. Take that off its head, because that can hinder it from doing it. A horse can outrun us. It knows what to do. If you have to leave your pets, if you have to leave them, you should always have contact information during fire season on their front hooves, both front hooves, and don't have their headgear on.
Right. Yeah, that's called the halter. A lot of people think it needs to be on.
I've always called it a harness.
Oh, a harness is around the waist, and it's for pulling a carriage. It's around their barrel chest, So, yeah, halter is for the face. I took horseback riding lessons, and guess where? Guess where I took horseback riding lessons?
California.
Paradise.
Oh, wow. We owned 6 horses as a kid. My dad always called that the harness. You're harnessing them I don't know why. Or that's what I led to believe it was called.
It's cute.
I can ride pretty good, but I don't get a ride anymore. I probably wouldn't ride anymore. That's all right. I do miss it, but that's all right. I deal with what happened to me, and I understand there's certain things I can't do as the outcome of it. That's why I retired.
I
had lots of time left.
Yeah, J.E. Cat says what's really good about having cotton underneath your outerwear is the cotton will wick away the body sweat, and you will sweat, so that's good. I want to run through some more gear. Something occurred to me, and I just want to read you a list. Just tell me if there's anything wrong with it. That the average person is accessible to them, they can afford, and I'm thinking along these lines. You get the notification that it's level 3, but you look out your window and you're not quite sure if you're going to be able to drive completely out of your town, but you can drive at least a few blocks away to, say, a baseball diamond, a big box store parking lot. You'll try to get as far as you can, but maybe your best option is do a shelter in place. Don't leave a place of safety for a road that might be blocked, right? So
Yeah.
with this sort of thing in mind, we're probably going to be hanging out in a recently plowed field, a baseball diamond, a golf course inside your car, but you may have to walk, to underneath a bridge or get under a culvert or maybe just sit at the edge of a pond or this
Culvert
scenario.
would be
This,
Culvert would
but
be my last choice, but yeah, I would choose the parking lot
yeah,
or the big open baseball field first, and
yeah,
get on the farther side away from what the approach side of the fire, because it
sure.
gives you defendable space. And I would get on the ground. If I didn't have a tool, I would just find the lowest place I could and get on the ground.
Well, we'll say you're mostly safe in your car. What I tell people is the biggest problem is flaming debris that might roll up against your car, some branches, tumbleweed, or trash can on fire, or something like that. So with this in mind, I typically tell people that you want to, like, say, have in your car the wool blanket thrown across the back seat. You could get outside, throw it around your foot, punt away, kick, yeet, the flaming debris away. Or even better, I have a Swiffer, the Swiffer dusters where you could dust the floor. It's like a
Yeah.
telescoping, aluminum thing. Just have that in the very back seat so you can push something away, get back in, read a book. But what you should have like to put on and wear get as you're getting in the car. Hey, Cogito, I want to direct him over to your channel too, real quick. I'm a guest. Thank you for being here, Cogito. I missed you. Um, he says, agree, me on the ground. I would think you'd stay in your car unless you had to get
Well,
out.
to
But
tell you the truth,
um,
up here where I live in the mountains, at
okay.
this time of year, we are not allowed to drive around the mountains, and it's funny, but we're not
Mhm.
allowed to drive around in the mountains. And my buddy has a really tiny, looks like a matchbox car. It's great. It gets great mileage, uh, without a shovel, without an
Yeah,
axe.
shovel,
I recommend
shovel.
having a shovel. It will help make
Yes.
it's handy. It will get stuff away from your vehicle. I would face the thin I wouldn't be sideways to the way you think the fire's coming from.
You put
I
your
would
back to it.
point the front or the back of the car, the
Yeah.
least amount of space, and most likely the back to that.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
the back has
Yeah.
the gas tank. It's up to you, but I would really be at the farthest end. Okay, the fire's coming from that side, and you just imagine fire's coming from that way. Get
Okay.
on the far end of the parking lot. Stay away from under trees.
Yeah.
Try to not be under power poles and stuff because
Mhm.
they will catch fire. But the biggest place, parking lot, okay, they're not going to burn. A
Yeah. Exactly.
baseball diamond, it's really not going to burn. Be at the far end of it. You
Hmm.
want to be as far away from the wall that's going to approach. And you're probably going to have to move as it burns around that. It's then going to be approaching from a different, they will burn around it. Trust me. I've been in a 450-acre pasture that we didn't think was big enough on top of a mountain. Thank God
Yeah.
for that meadow, but it wasn't.
Ooh.
It was big enough, but at the time it wasn't big enough.
Yeah.
But
So, uh, if with this in mind, I tell people to have a mini shovel, but if not, at least as you're trying to leave, get something like a pole, a broom, even a broom handle would be okay to kind of push something away from your car. The other thing I would say is, I'm thinking more and more a machete would be awesome because you could hack away stuff, and then use it to
yeah, and
fling stuff away from you. What do you think about a
no,
machete?
I've used a machete to hack stuff on fires. You just got to remember, don't be grabbing what you're swinging at with
Yeah.
a machete. You might accidentally hit something that's attached to you that you don't want to hit. Never grab what you're swinging at to try to cut it with a machete.
Mm.
Always cut at a slicing angle, not straight down.
Yeah, but the reason I thought about this is sometimes culverts are choked by some weeds and stuff, and you just got to cut your way in, like through some blackberries or something. And culverts I know are last kind of resort, but the way I tell people is if you're in your car, there's fire in front of you, fire behind you, go to the last place that you think, a culvert is, and then get under, rather than be trapped on the road in your car.
Well, and
You know.
don't always rely that the culvert's going to be big enough to get into. Sometimes just throwing yourself in in the side ditch that has
Mm.
water in it. will save you.
Yeah.
I've had to do the pond thing more than once.
Yeah.
It's small ponds to where it wasn't that, and yeah, but the
Yeah.
biggest thing, look for the biggest open area like a baseball diamond. People have been saved in the baseball fields. Big giant parking lots. Stay away from the store. You
Yeah.
never know how it's built. Stay away from the store. Try to get into the clearest part of the parking lot, away from the way the direction the fire is going to be approached. You want to be as far away from everything and as the direction that the fire is going to be approaching from. People
Downwind.
have, yeah, when it's approaching you, when it's approaching the parking lot, you want to be on the other side of the parking lot from the area it's going to bump that parking lot. It's not going to burn the parking lot. If
Yeah.
there's trees in it, it might torch some of those trees, but don't worry about it. It's just getting rid of the fuel. They're not going
Yeah.
to hurt you.
Yeah. Just eyeball. If they were to fall, could you be underneath that, and just do not be in that space?
Well, keep your eyes open and don't park your car there. But most trees in a parking lot aren't that big anymore. They don't have big giant oak trees in most of the parking lots I see.
Paradise had some. I'm thinking when I'm thinking of all this. I went there and I went to the places people died and where they lived, and a lot of them took shelter in these type of parking lots. But there's tall pine trees all over Paradise, so that's why I just throw that in there. So what I'm thinking though is somebody like who may not even be able to get to many of these items. If you can, it's nice. Welding gloves, say, in the glove box, because that's nice and thick leather. You can get them cheap.
I used elk hide gloves. They're nice. They're soft. But any leather gloves, they don't have to be welding gloves. Any leather gloves give you protection. You're not going to grab stuff for extended periods of time.
I was thinking of hot metal, like even your door handle, like you know.
Any leather glove will actually work.
Okay.
Your idea is to grab it for the least amount of time. And if you're grabbing hot knobs, maybe you should be not trying to go out that door because something's bumping it.
No, I mean your door handle of your car to get in. You know what I mean? Like get somebody out.
Yeah,
I'm thinking of rescuing somebody who's in a car on fire in a wreck too.
Well, the other thing about welding gloves is they're not very dexterous, but thick as glove as you can get. Elk hide are really nice gloves. They worked really well for me on fires. You know, you want to be able to move your hands and manipulate stuff in the gloves. Welding gloves are bulk and they're meant to protect you from the severe heat of welding, not really to grip more than that rod. They're not meant to dexterously use stuff. Most of those guys end up taking off a glove and doing what they have to do with their fingers. But a thick glove, you can use that. You want something you can work with your fingers with, you know, and be able to grab stuff, like actually get the glove up in the handle, you know. But definitely leather gloves. I highly recommend leather gloves.
Yeah, and Cognito's reminding me that big plowed fields don't burn in big open construction sites. So what I would say is, so you could get the fancy Carhartt fire resistant pants and shirts, or you could get some wool stuff from like an Army surplus store and reach for your buttoned up, flannel sweater, right?
I've heard old military pants and their shirt jackets. That's what they look like. They look like the button-up shirts with the long sleeves. You always want long sleeves. But I heard that the military, the camouflage true military shirt pants and shirts, I'm not sure. I haven't ever read the label because I have my own resistant clothing. I've heard that they are actually fire resistant.
Really, the old military pants. Let's investigate.
Not proof. Nothing is actually fireproof. I mean, I've seen Nomex. I've burnt Nomex, you know, but they're fire resistant means it gives some time.
I don't think anybody truly uses the word proof to mean proof, but it's okay. I loosely use that. There's some amazing, what do you call that, aluminized suits where the craft couple that They died in Unzen, Japan, with a pyroclastic flow, but they walked right up to lava and got lava in little cups. And occasionally it's used in firefighting, not much, to walk into an inferno.
I know the couple you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know how much those reflective whatever material suits are, but
Yeah, that's not an option. But I'm just saying that's fireproof.
If you're gonna go buy stuff that's purposely for that, I would look into Carhartt's products. They have products and they're made for firefighters. Not everybody's got the money. That's why I recommended the military, the BDUs. I've heard they are fire resistant, almost like Nomex. I don't know that for a fact, but it's still better than not. They're not made of polyester, that's for sure.
Yeah, I was just using the aluminum suits as an example of something truly fireproof, and everything else really isn't. But so say you get the call, like lightning is struck at the end of your I don't know, long valley or whatever, it's coming this way. If somebody just had to kind of figure out, okay, oh crap, I'm wearing something nylon right now, what do I change into as I just leave? And it's not like say you've got an hour. Okay,
a cotton wool product. A cotton wool product.
So what I would be telling people is take your damn jewelry off. Okay, don't be having the jewelry. You'll regret it. There's a wicked scar where the wedding ring used to be on my friend's ex-firefighter's hand, where they cut it off.
I always had. We always on our crew made people take their jewelry off to work. Yep. When we're going onto the line, you put it in a safe spot, leave it in your tent, whatever. I hate to tell you to take your wedding ring off, but you don't want that piece of metal on if things are going to get hot. No, and so take off your jewelry, grab a cotton undershirt, like long sleeve, and you could put a, say, 100% wool or mostly wool blend, long sleeve button-up shirt. Collar is good. Put the collar up so stuff doesn't go down the back of your neck. Leather belt, not nylon. You want your, the old military pants like you're saying, or just any kind of wool, even if it's nice dress pants. Wool is fire resistant. We want leather boots. And then grabs your garden gloves or whatever is you have that's thickest but dexterous leather gloves. Goggles, even if they're stupid swimming goggles, stuff will get in your eyes. N95 mask. And a wool hat. Any of that.
Wool cap.
I would put it onto that because you probably wouldn't think about it, but I literally wore a bandana on my head most of my life and a bandana across my nose and mouth. Instead, because N95 masks, we didn't really have them back when I was working. They weren't pushed like they are now for shop work and all that.
Well, I mean,
a bandana will do wonders. Just don't wet them.
Okay.
Put a dry bandana across your nose and mouth. It'll help keep soot out, and nothing's going to keep the true smoke out if you're in that kind of situation, but it'll help protect your face, and they're cotton. Bandanas are cotton. And cotton is semi-resistant. You don't want some bandana made out of unnatural products because people don't realize that those polyesters and all that are actually made out of petroleum, from petroleum products.
And then they won't really burn much. They will just melt into your skin.
Yeah, they do melt quite well. I've seen clothes melted on somebody. Yeah.
So make sure your belt though is not nylon. Make sure that is something that's leather. And so back of the car, if you have to be face down in a creek or ditch, having that wool blanket over your back, especially if you got stuff raining on you, that can be quite good. A little wool cap, like a little wool.
Or like I
skiing
said,
or whatever.
A bandana just to protect your hair. Tie your hair. If ladies tie your hair up in a bun, you don't want it flowing behind you.
Okay. Yeah. Ladies tie up hair. I think.
Or even guys with long hair.
And guys.
or get your hair, you don't have to put it in a
Mhm.
ponytail, but get your hair up in. That's what's great about bandanas is you can get your hair up in them. It's not like they're going to be wearing hard hats, but you don't want, because your hair will go up really easily.
Yeah, if I get a machete for this, I'm going to get one with a leather
Yeah,
case.
always try to get everything you're going to use to be
Mhm.
non-nylon.
Right. So I'm thinking for
And
lightweight stuff in the pack, you want a leather
even though
rucksack?
even though we used a lot of fire packs, if you go to the places and you search fire packs and look at them, a lot of them are Gore-Tex, but they're somewhat treated fire resistant. And like Jay Cat's saying in my chat, yes, my flight suit is fire and somewhat heat resistant. And you can get those at any Army surplus. You can search them online and get them
Okay.
at Army surpluses. I've never searched for them on Amazon or any of those, but yeah, you don't want anything that has any polyester, nylon, any of that.
Mm,
That you don't
rayon.
want that stuff.
Yeah.
Rayon, yeah, like you said, any on at the name of it, it's not good for you.
Yeah.
Rayon,
Yeah.
ester, polyester, none of that stuff. That you want cotton, wool, you know.
Naturals. Yeah. Wool is very, very resistant, much more so than cotton. So outer layers are wool.
And it
So
may sound crazy, but you want to layer. I used to use cotton long johns pants under my Nomex pants.
wow, long johns under Nomex. Okay.
Yeah, Nomex can you can get you want something because your pants are gonna. We used to do it because your pants are gonna get hot. If you're working I worked in around the flames, but it puts a layer between your pants and your skin.
Ooh la la. Okay. I prefer silk, but that's because I'm a lady. All right. So silk is good as a natural thing. It's better than cotton at wicking away stuff. It's just more
Actually, tell you
expensive. But
a lot of guys won't admit it, but some of them workers working out in the really, really cold, they actually wear pantyhose because it seems funny, but it provides like a layer of heat protection. Silk, and there really are.
okay.
It does have its it's not like you need them to go run from a fire, but that gets
Yeah.
back to, if you found out there's a fire at the end of your canyon, load up and go.
Right.
I wouldn't spend time getting dressed. I'd just load up and go.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about, say you had at least an hour or something might be going on near you. Like you look down at yourself and go, this is not ideal. And if you had time to quickly change,
I would change into natural
mhm.
products.
Yeah.
No man-made products.
Yeah, silk is something that not only insulates when it's wet, because it saved my ass in the woods when I got downpoured on unexpectedly in the middle of Oregon. I did not feel any coldness at all. Very, very thin. I wear the brand called Winter Silks. They're very affordable, long johns and shirt. And can't tell you enough how that helps. So it will not only wick away your sweat and keep you dry, but it insulates amazingly. The two guys that they may have summited Everest first. They never came back down. Irving and George Mallory. They were wearing 7 layers of silk and didn't even have any real big bulky stuff and made it all the way to the top of Everest. They just went too late. So silk layers are much better than nylon because the nylon will melt. But I was thinking now what
See,
you
J-Cat's saying it,
yeah.
but he's heard loggers wear pantyhose during winter. They do help. I mean, sorry, laugh about it, but it's a layer of protection.
Well, I mean, I thought it was a gag, but this truck driver friend of mine he's Looney Tunes, but he said that when he was in Vietnam, he was like a drill sergeant or something, and what he did to impress the new recruits was they were in like somewhere that got cold first. He would stand at attention and not shiver or anything, and not be wearing any kind of outer layers, that's because he was wearing like 8 layers of pantyhose and stuff underneath. And
Yeah,
they were like,
well,
they thought he was a badass. I didn't believe it, but now I wonder.
I have a friend from back east says that pantyhose also protect you from insects on your
Really?
legs. Yeah,
Really?
they don't get to the pantyhose. I was like,
Okay.
what? But you think about it, okay. I could
Really?
see,
Like
yeah,
ticks?
yep. How they're
Really?
not going to really truly get through the pantyhose.
Really? Oh my
Yeah,
God. That's awesome.
think, give it the little long, not super long think, but think about it, and you'll go, huh? I could see how that works. Because
Yeah.
I do now. I can't explain how I see how that works, but I agree. I see how it works now. Back in the day when scuba divers were first putting on some of the first wetsuits, the easiest way to slide them on was to wear your bottoms on was to wear pantyhose. It gives you a layer and it makes things slide on easy.
I
I
went
was
to,
taught that in the early '80s as a kid when I was started scuba diving
oh,
because
that's awesome.
wetsuits sucked. They were hard to put on.
I covered
Set of
myself with baby
pantyhose, they
powder,
slide right in.
and
A
that
set
wasn't
of
good
panty
when it got wet.
No, it's not. A set of pantyhose, everything slides right on.
No way.
Yeah,
Okay.
think about it. You're a lady, you know better than me.
I actually love wearing hose, and it's going extinct because so many are not, and I think that's really sad. It feels great to wear it. It's just silky, you know. But wow, alrighty. So I have no idea what I was saying before. What goes
You
in
were
your
going over your list.
right? Now, what goes in your rucksack? I tell people that, like, depending on your size and stature, at least a little bit of water. Like, there's those carry handle, almost a gallon of water, crystal,
Oh,
things.
forget those. If you're going to put it in your pack, get yourself a Camelback. You can get them the
Camelback.
knockoff brand, any
Okay.
of them. They're a water bladder with the hose. You can have the hose come up out of the top of your pack where it zips together. A lot of packs are made for them now, have a pocket for them, and you can literally have it to where it's right there by your head, and you can use it the whole year. When you're hiking, you have water with you, and you could drink out of a hose made for drinking out of. It's got a stoppable. It's the Camelbacks are really good because you just pinch down on it with your teeth, and it flows water to you. You don't even have to suck on it.
Okay. Well, I was thinking though that the nice thing about the carry handle and like having something is you could splash something if you had to, like if flaming debris was up against your tire or something and you couldn't quite get it dislodged and it wasn't that big of a deal, but you
Yeah,
could just
it,
splash it a bit, and then you could
have
get at the pond, you could refill it and for that purpose or
you're
something.
you're always supposed to have water containers in your car.
Yeah.
Winter, summer, spring, fall. You should always have drinking water in your car,
Hmm.
and a couple gallons of it.
Yeah. 1-2 gallons. The carry handle
But as
is good.
something I was personally going to put on me in a rucksack, I would put a Camelback because it's less space and you can put more stuff in to the
True.
weight you can carry.
Yeah. So
First
I
aid
would.
kit, small first aid kit, always
Okay.
handy.
Yeah.
Burn
And
cream in it, and you may laugh, but super glue in your first aid kit.
Visine, because you're gonna have beep in your eyes, right? So what about
Yeah,
super glue? Super glue.
yeah, if you get a small tiny cut to where you need to close the cut to help stop the bleeding, super glue was invented for the United States military so they could close wounds to temporarily stop things up to get them to higher medical help. I had a friend recently who their animal got hurt and they couldn't stop the bleeding. They used, at my advice, they used super glue and it stopped it. It closed up the wound and it stopped it.
Wow. And the Band-Aids that you want are the ones with silver or big bandages, silver impregnated. That's the best thing to treat burns.
Yeah,
Silver is antimicrobial, and they will do that at a hospital anyway. They're harder to find now, but they're really good. So a small first aid kit.
Amazon has them.
Oh, sweet. Okay. So the next thing I would think about is you gotta wash your eyes. Eye wash, eye cup, and or Visine is going to be good. I mean, your goggle is going to be good too, but the amount of dirt and grit and ash that went into my eyes when I was
And some of these are things that you should have in your mini first aid kit in your pack for hiking or whatever all the time.
Yeah. So the other thing I would say is a flashlight, because you'll not understand.
If you're egressing in the dark, you need to see where you're going. Not everybody has night vision.
Plus, you can signal the helicopters and stuff if you're sheltering in place and in a pond. You need to signal people you're there.
Yeah.
And just people from other places. And so I would say, a little small, like crank radio.
And I wonder if everybody actually knows the emergency signal for light or a flash from a mirror anymore. Yeah, I was taught it, but I'm a military brat. Yeah. 3 quick flashes of the light, 3 long flashes of the light, 3 quick flashes of the light in that exact succession. That is SOS.
Beep, 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 beep.
Yep.
And you could just do that with your hand. It doesn't have to be a flashing type. You go beep, 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 and then you hold your hand in front of it and you go beep, 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 like that.
Yep. It creates a flash.
You just use your hand. So I don't know about signal mirror. That would be probably good. You could use that if you had your car. Just rip it off your car, like kick it off your car, and try it if you need to. So I think wool blanket, of course, that's like in the car, and you can kind of just put that around your shoulders, not really in the backpack, that you can just carry around like that.
You can also use a wool blanket in the worst case scenario to put across your windshield and across your windows to help stop some of the heat from the fire coming, because it will convect through glass. That's how we noticed a lot of houses were getting lost. People were not taking their curtains down out of the windows of their houses when they left, and we were like, okay, this one's defendable. We're gonna like semi-man this, but let's go over here and work on this one we need to put a little bit of work into to save it. And that house goes up, and what they found out, it was because of the heat goes through the radiation. There's one of them, the heat goes through the windows and it catches the curtains on fire, and the curtains catch the house on fire, and away goes your house, because we're not, worst case scenario, if we don't notice it in time, we're not going to go in your house.
Yeah. Okay.
We're not going to. We're not structure firefighters. We're not going to risk going in your house and fighting it like a structure fire. We don't got that kind of time.
Well, I'm hoping that people get shutters
for people's homes. Yeah, shutters are great, but for people's homes, if you don't got that kind of stuff, get everything out of the window. Don't shut the curtains, because those curtains are going to sit there heating up as the flame front comes. Just take everything down out of your windows. Get it away from your windows. Move stuff back from the windows.
Okay. One question I've got about this wool blanket thing. If you're talking about the heat going through, then the wool blanket from the inside of the car wouldn't be any good for the rear windshield or something. Then how do you attach it in the back without it flying off in the wind?
Lock it in. Wrap it around and shut your trunk lid. If you have it like most people do, where there are back opens and the windows opens with it, lock it in there. It's just an idea, and I would put it. I don't think I'd really put it on the back. I think I'd put it where I was.
Yeah, in your car, if you're close enough for your windshield to melt or something, you need to not be in your car at that point.
You might not even melt your windshield. But the heat from that, if you have papers into that, you want to make sure nothing's in the windows, because it won't melt. It'll light stuff up before it ever melts the windows.
Oh, okay. Well, that means, okay, no, if there's papers in the back, you're dead already. I found the ignition point of papers around 420 degrees. That's an oven, that's like broil, so you're dead already. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
You just
well,
need to not have your car anywhere that close to the heat source.
that's why you get on the far side of the parking lot. Your
Yeah.
odds are way, way better.
Yeah, I was
But
doing myth busting.
there's that one group, they feared the worst for them at that one campground, but they went to the big open ball field area that was at the campground, and
Hmm.
that's where they found everybody alive on the far side of the campground. And those people, I read a report, those people said that as the fire came up, it bumped that and then it started to move around, and all they had to do is go towards the black. The safest place in that kind of situation is once it's black and it's done doing its big burn, the safest place is the black.
Right, right. And that's what I'm thinking is, you can drive back over onto it or something and just make sure that that's why a little bit of a 1 or 2 gallon of water, you could wet that down where your tires are, and like the grass, that's still pretty hot. Um, so
Oh, to truly get tires going, if you're like going back across the field because it's burning around the field, now it's burning on the other end. Maybe it burned the grass in the field off.
mhm.
It's not going to affect your
No?
tires. We've
Okay.
done that lots.
Really? Okay.
It's usually not going to affect your tires if it's in a place where it just quickly burnt the grass off.
Okay.
It's not. It's once it's burnt off, it's not hot enough in the black to
Oh,
really affect you. And
right.
that's what the shovel's for too.
Mhm.
You strategically think. Gives your mind something to do to get your mind off of what's going on around you.
There you go.
You already know you're safe in that pasture. Okay, the grass burned off across the pasture. Big deal. You just made yourself safer. It just made your area safer. You just go to the part that's already been burnt, let it finish burning out the pasture or whatever you're in, and you're safer. That's I've been in a meadow where it burned the whole meadow off while we were in it, and all we did was go, okay, here comes the fire. Everybody's like, what do we do? We'll walk through that little wall, drive through. We're going to drive the vehicles through it. It's not really that big. Run through it. But they always tell us safest place is in the black. It's one of the things we're taught as firefighters.
Right. Oh, yeah, it's really
If
good
it's
advice.
black, it's already burned. It usually don't burn again.
Black is your friend, safest in the black. Yeah. So, and I cannot give anybody advice on like, hey, you should start a backfire. But if you are facing a football field, the wind is at your back, the fire's coming from behind you, but in front of you, you realize it hasn't been maintained. It's grown up with weeds like knee high. Oh no, you can't go in there. You'll burn up, right? If the fire's still coming from behind you, I'm just going to say, if that field somehow caught on fire and it went in front of you, then you went onto the black, you'd be safer, correct?
Well, to tell you the truth, if it's a fire's coming at you and you have to use that field, light the damn field up. Nobody's going to care. The fire's going to burn around it and do it for you anyways. Do it ahead. It makes a black spot. It gets rid of that fuel. I will preach that. If the fire is close enough to where you're like, oh shit, light it up.
Mm-hmm.
If it's
Yeah.
close enough to where it's going to burn to that anyways, it's going to burn anyways. Just light it up. Give yourself what we call a safety zone.
There you go. All right, straight from the horse's mouth, not from my ideas. Yeah.
And I will tell anybody, hey, fire was that close, it was going to burn that up anyways. Try to get me for arson. I didn't add to the fire. I just was
Yeah,
trying to save myself.
nobody in their right mind would ever prosecute you for doing something like that to save
they
your life.
won't.
No. So
that is cool, and
yeah.
that's one of the sources we do use. We're told to look for swimming pools so we can put a pump there to pump out of that swimming pool onto your house.
Absolutely. Yeah, get a pond, a pool, and a big water tank next to your house, and remove all the vegetation, trees that can fall on it. Firefighters will try to save your house instead of your neighbors.
Oh, another thing that we love, and I used to tell people that had me help assess their property of what can I do to make my property better. They already got defendable space. You don't know if the power's still going to be on. You're not dedicating a generator to your house. You dedicate a generator that can run your well. If you're on wells, city water don't work. But if you're on a well, you dedicate a generator that's specifically to run your well and nothing else, because you'll at least have sprinklers going that you place on your house and around. If you're not on city water, put a sprinkler on your house. Put sprinklers out from your house, so many feet out from your house. Those,
Yeah,
they sell them at Lowe's, Home Depot. Those sprinklers that you put a hose into, connect a hose to it, goes to the next one. Yeah, I've
yeah.
saved property with those. That's the same thing we do when we're making a sprinkler hose lay.
But none of
Is
this matters if you don't plug up your soffit vents with a fine mesh screen and fix those holes. That's
oh
number one
yeah,
way. If embers are going in there, they're lighting your home on fire from inside the attic. That's the number one way homes are lost. Not the flames approaching, but the little embers. And it'll be like being in a blizzard with millions of them around you that are on fire, like
yeah.
every snowflake.
Look at the documentary Black Saturday. It'll show you what it looks like to see embers blowing. That one has very, very good true footage, not remade footage, true footage of what an ember storm looks like in front of the fire. I was like, that one gave me some deja vu. It was a very good documentary. It's very sad what it's
Really.
about. It's about the Australian fires.
Oh God,
Uh,
yeah, Black Saturday. Yeah, that's insane.
yeah, yeah, but it shows you some actual footage, and there is people who lived through that by following some very simple rules.
Yeah.
But if your home's on a well, I do recommend setting up your well to where you can kill the incoming power to it and just run it off the generator.
Yeah, I've
And
heard of people trying to defend their homes and doing pretty well until they forgot about making fires safe. They forgot to defend the pump house, and then they lost
yep,
everything.
yep. We used to put a sprinkler on top of the pump house, and it makes a wet area around it. I saved my house during the Archie Creek fire. The fire was burning down the road and across the field, and I smelt that thing the night before. I smelt burning dirt. Wildland firefighters know what I'm talking about. Unless you've smelt that fresh burning dirt smell, you go burning dirt. But I smelt that the night before when the fire, before the big winds came up the next morning, and I literally started watering. This fire's way too close. I knew it was just from years of experience. I started watering my whole property with 2 sprinklers. I watered on top. Where I watered, that Archie Creek fire burned down the side of the road and burned across the field next to me and stopped at my wet line. Stopped 6 feet from my cab over that I have.
Wow.
I stopped it in a blackberry patch that was half dead.
Oh God.
It's our blackberry picking patch. You can't really get inside the patches and clean out the dead stuff, but I stopped it right in the middle of that patch.
Uh-huh.
Stopped that fire dead because I'd been out sprinkling with our well.
Wow. Yeah, but please, he's a trained professional, friends. Don't just grab your garden hose. That's how my friend died. He was unsuccessful.
A garden hose really don't work. A sprinkler that you're watering ahead of time, a garden hose don't work. Yes, we use them on fires, but not to try to stop a fire. We
Yeah.
use them mostly in mop up. They don't use a straight. If you're doing that to like protect yourself when the fire rolls over, fog. Do not put it on straight stream. Put it on fog.
Okay.
It atomizes the water more, and that's what we use, a modified fog. It's a little bit of straight, but mostly fogged, out to the sides. It does more work than a straight stream. A straight stream blows stuff around. A fog atomizes the water and puts it down and helps you.
Yeah, I don't ever encourage anybody to try to defend their own homes. So I don't.
No, I don't either. Get out. Go.
Just leave.
If you were told you're level 2, what are you still doing here when I roll in to assess your neighborhood? I will tell you, just go.
I will tell you something, a grim story. A lot of the people in Paradise died, and they prevented their own town from neighborhoods, I would say, from being saved because they stopped when they should have been leaving. Sometimes leaving 2 minutes is too late. Behind my brother, he saw in his rearview mirror, he saw a bunch of people getting out their garden hoses and trying to put sprinklers on their roof. They would start them, then they died. And then the firefighters came around, didn't have any water pressure to save them on their own street.
Because they were on a city water system, they weren't on a well. If you're
Yeah.
on a city water system, don't even try the sprinkler things
No.
because you're hindering everybody else.
Yeah, you do not have time to set this up if it's a go now. You need to grab your keys.
And in Paradise, if you're at level 3, go now. You don't have time to do any of the prepping stuff.
No, you don't even get your medication or anything. You get your keys and your shoes and you go.
Well, in Hawaii, you do know that most of what they were finding at the first were people in their cars because they didn't well, they had no time, they didn't drive in the right direction.
Well, they found roadblocks because the power lines kept falling over the road. So it made this weird, like, instead of going like straight east to safety, for example, or straight south, just random direction, right? Just like in Paradise, they found you would have to go, up, up, down, down, left, right, up, down, around, because of the way that as the power lines fell, they were over the roads and they were energized. So you had to snake past, and a lot of people didn't find the way out in time. But you have to realize the window of opportunity to leave by vehicle closes. And when there's already a traffic jam, don't even get in your car. You need to have your shelter in place option and walk.
That's why I honestly preach, if you've been told your area is level 2, get your stuff, get in your car. If you have kids, you don't want to experience level 3. Level 2 is actually, they're nicely trying to tell you, go. I'll tell you straight out. I'm telling you, if you're level 2, go.
Yeah,
and don't
expect to be told to go.
Don't drive into the smoke. Drive with the smoke,
You
if
can't.
at all possible.
Well, perpendicular would be good because if it's behind you, you can't outrace it downwind.
But if it's behind you, you don't want to drive into it and drive towards it.
Right.
But level 2 is usually it's usually we got a fire. It looks you have the potential to go into your neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Just go. Get miles away. If worst case scenario, level 2's lifted and it goes back to level 1, all you did was go for a drive and watch the flames from a safe distance.
And remember, offer to drive out any of your vulnerable, elderly, disabled, or say without a car neighbors. Offer them a ride. Put people in your car before things. Yep. Make sure their car starts. Make sure they have enough gas. Make sure they're aware before you leave. Because
always check on our elders.
Yeah.
Always check on our elders. Elderly comes from the word elder. The people we should respect and help. I always preach that.
Yeah, because everything we experience is because they built it. We owe them everything. And what is haunting me right now is I see the Lahaina video, and somebody looked down this road, and there's the big fire storm, and the smoke is overwhelming the road. And there's a person in a motor scooter, first trying to get to safety, but then they turn around and look at it, and then that's when the feed ends. And I don't know if they made it. Like, these people drove away and left the person in the scooter. Don't do that.
I wouldn't have. I would have got him in my car. I would have argued with him, got him in my car. Come on, this is faster than that thing. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the Paradise footage of the person in the scooter going next to cars and nobody picking them up for quite some time. It's just, yeah. So I don't want to be too much on the dark topics. Looks like we're going to start getting fire updates, and that's really good survival info.
Yeah, it's 7:40 a.m. and the updates should start rolling in.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've started updating. I'm going to go look at the ones by me first, of course. Mm-hmm. They still says 15 hours ago on the Chilkoot high power.
You want to share that screen? Sorry?
Yeah, I can share my screen.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'm looking on watch duty. This one still says 15 hours, so most of these fires that I'm looking at here are all on the Umpqua National Forest. That one's going to say 15 hours. I'm going to take it they haven't updated those yet. I'm going to look at the Cougar Creek Rattlesnake Ridge 11 hours ago. So they haven't updated it. Well, they updated it 3:22 a.m. It's Red Cross Shelter is at the Oakland Elementary School. DFPA. The other thing I like to do is go over here to Facebook and go Douglas Forest Protective. There is no new post except for 11 hours ago on.
Okay.
No, 1 hour ago. Complex Fire Resources.
We got an update on the cougar rattlesnake.
It's just from the. It's just a general from the Protective Association.
Okay.
Hey Z, how you doing? Give me a second. Here you go. Hey Z. Good. Oh, over here. Yeah, 11 hours ago. I was looking at their Facebook. There we go. This, I'm pretty sure that says 1 hour ago. What's this say? It's just the Red Cross information that was put out the night before.
Okay.
Same thing.
All right.
Same thing. So I'm gonna go check. I'm gonna take it that the fires around the Cougar are in the same update sequence and scenario.
Mm-hmm.
So I would actually jump up over here to the Bedrock and go a day ago, no new update yet. I'm going to jump over to the Lookout and 9 hours ago, so no new update yet since we all started, since Catherine looked at it and I looked at them last. So I'm going to take it that all these in the Willamette National Forest have not updated yet. Yeah, see, not updated yet.
Look. Oh, let me show you my palm. I can barely see myself on the screen.
What'd you do? Get a bug?
1 shot, 1 kill. Mosquitoes on my palm. Okay,
Good job.
I'm sorry. I gotta wash my hands. It's gross. Ugh.
Yeah.
I need my pantyhose on my head so it can't bite me.
I'm gonna jump over here into the west side of Eugene and go. The whole horse fire, still no update. The poodle fire 11 hours ago, so no, the updates haven't hit yet. It's looking like. I'm gonna go up by Portland to the Camp Creek fire. 8 hours ago, it hasn't updated. It was 0%. I'm gonna jump up into Washington. Let's go to the Chandler's, the big one, 25 acres. 2 minutes ago, Chandler fire in Lewis County updated. New fire reported, 10 acres, containment not provided. Oh, so this is a new fire? Chandler fire's a new fire? That's what they're saying. Report updated 2 minutes ago. This was updates in this automated and provided by the Interagency Fire Center. Not actively monitoring this. Yeah, well, of course you're not. 13 hours ago. Yeah, I would say the updates are not truly out yet. We're at that zone right on the side of them getting ready to update stuff. So how you doing, Z? You're muted, Z. Really?
Right back.
Cool, J-Cat. You're ready. You're ready more. You're more probably fired prepared than 95% of the public. So how's the weather out there? I hadn't looked this morning yet, truly. I should have, but okay, cool.
Hey, Brokefish, can you tell me how you got your weather bot thing? That's sweet.
Oh, that my weather bot on Discord. or on the thing here. That's Nightbot.
Yeah, on YouTube.
Yeah, you just put Nightbot in, and then there's a code I could send you that you put in. There's a code you give it. All you do in my Discord or on my YouTube is you put in !weather weather. You put a space. I'll just pull up my favorite. Yeah, I seen that. We are actually restreaming over on Hello, Gregory. You can go ahead and kill your camera. Yeah, we're on Catherine's YouTube also. And not much. How you doing? Hey, wow, the weather at Badwater, which is Death Valley. It's 89 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind is blowing from the south southeast, and the humidity is 29%.
That's high.
Yeah, for Death Valley, that's high. But it was 76% the other day after the storm went through. So how you doing, Gregory? Oh, doing pretty good. We have my friend Catherine here who runs Catherine's World Wildfire Tracking, and we've just been sharing some of our information and looking at stuff together, and she turned me on to a pretty cool program. I'll have to send this to you, Z. Or did she put it in private chat? Cuz I Because I know Z likes to play with programs. I will just grab this link here. I will just grab this here, and I'm putting this in the private chat for you, Z. Or do you want me to send it to you on Discord too? Oh, okay. Oh, Discord, you said? Oh, okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was in the other room where the signal doesn't reach. Are you talking about Caltopo?
Yeah. Z will play with it. Z's my friend. That's the
All right.
retired animator
Very cool.
that I told you about. Z's pretty darn cool.
Amazing. Cool. Awesome. Okay, I'm back at the keyboard. So, hey, David Dillon is in my chat. I have to tell him when I'm. This is a weird setup here, but I'm a guest on the totally awesome Broke Fishin', right? I always said your name wrong before.
Hey,
Broke
it
Fishin's
doesn't
channel.
matter. You can call me broke. You can call me broken fish. Just don't call me late for the food.
All right, all right. He's a retired firefighter, and we thank you for your service and your knowledge. You've been such an amazing help to the stream and to the public, and I've learned so much from you. I just need to recap people as people come in. We earlier were discussing the pretty grim scenario of the Smith River complex and how it broke into Oregon. That's a nightmare scenario, and it could be like that could merge with the Flat Fire, which is extremely far north. We don't know how it's going to be stopped. So that's what we were looking at earlier. I'll probably just direct people back to earlier portions of my stream, but we're waiting on morning updates. We need to know how they plan to stop that. We need to know how they plan to stop the lookout from going north to the Santiam. And right now, it just doesn't look like there is a way. Those are our two biggest
I
things.
still can't. That that's your solution for everything, Z.
What do you say? I can't.
Drop a bomb on the fire on the edge of the fire that'll stop it.
Right. Daisy cutter.
Yeah, he's always come up with some humorous way to do something.
I wonder what a daisy cutter would do to a fire, just, out of curiosity. Have you guys heard of that? The Vietnam daisy cutters?
Yeah,
Whew.
half mile in each direction from the impact of the bomb or something. It
Well,
just on a flat surface, all the vegetation is gone.
yeah, but it's also in the other county where it's just started a new fire, right? What it was supposed to do is you drop it out of your Huey helicopter or whatever, and it would create a gigantically huge field for you to land in because it would cut down every jungle tree in a like half a mile radius.
I heard it was used at times, not just for landing zones,
Oh
but
God.
my dad was there for shot down 3 times. So
Using a Huey? Was he a pilot
no,
or?
my dad was a Mohawk pilot, the low,
Oh,
slow pitcher planes.
oh
My
dear.
dad was surveillance basically.
Mm,
Yeah.
dang. Yeah, Cargito says it was for clearing landing zones, but I'm going to say for clearing landing zones with quotation marks. Oh God. Oh.
Yeah, I've heard some crazy stuff about those
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you could
daisy
breach
cutters.
small dams and stuff with that. What would it do underwater? Jeez.
Hey, so has Cat showed up yet, Z?
Oh, somebody's saying something in my thing. Morning, David. I'm sorry, I didn't read his whole thing. He says, just want to give a shout out to the firefighters working ahead.
David Dillon. Do you know David Dillon?
De Leon.
Dillon? Is
Well,
that one of your viewers?
yeah, I know
Turn
he's.
on your camera, bro. We have rules over here.
He says they have
All
saved the
right.
Scott River Lodge.
Thank you.
Wait, what? Wait.
You can kill your camera now. You don't have to leave it on.
What?
We
Me?
just like to make sure people are, and you're muted.
I don't know what's going on anymore.
There you go. Well, welcome to the stream. We've been
David,
we've been double streaming tonight over here.
I see. I knew you, but I didn't know you. Okay. I see. Cool.
Well, oh, and that reminds me, I got to call Ron later today. His phone was in permanent busy signal yesterday. I'm a little worried about our buddy Ron, the EMS guy.
I can't hear David though. Am I supposed to? I can't hear Z or anybody.
I'm not talking, man. I'm just smoking moon rock out of my toilet.
Wow.
Good one, Z. Good one.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
morning.
It is now.
Yeah.
Come on, Catherine. We're in Oregon.
Okay. I know.
I'm sorry, man. I'm a stoner, so you have to forgive me.
All right. I try to rebroadcast a family-friendly thing, but that's okay. For a while, I've only got a couple of viewers. But I mean, you know what I mean? Family capital F, I don't want to get flagged.
Hey,
Yeah,
I'm behaving. This is not my normal self. I'm behaving.
Oh boy.
Z's really behaving this is not normal for my channel.
Oh boy, I appreciate that.
I'm an 18 plus channel.
Oh dear.
The humor can get bad over here.
I'm showing the toilet, but I want to get in trouble, and I want to show it on your screen because it's family, so.
Oh my God, I'm surrounded by men. Help.
What's the name of that? Z's an animator used to work for Pixar, Disney, all that.
Sweet.
He's got a great sense of humor.
And now I'm just a stoner, man. I'm retired. I sit back, and I'm just retired.
And pick on broke. I swear that sometimes that's your main thing.
Yeah, bro. Always pick on you. You know?
That's my goal. Torture broke at all costs.
Yeah, bro, don't feel bad. That always pick on me, too. I'm alive.
Oh, yes, I pick on Greg. Yep.
Hi, Catherine. How you doing?
Great. I haven't slept much in like 4 days, but
You
great.
do look tired again,
Yeah,
but
you do look tired.
Yeah.
Hey, at least Smithy and them. I was popping in and out of your chat all evening and trying to provide information and help out.
Thanks.
If somebody mentioned a fire, I went and got them a link so they could go look at that fire themselves.
Thank you for
You know.
that.
Yeah.
And Smithy had your chat. He had that thing going. How long was he in there without you? Was he in there the whole
Oh,
time
God.
you were
The
gone?
whole time.
Oh my God.
Wow.
I think he was. I read that he was gonna go hit the rack after you came back. I was like, was he here what? Did he run the whole shift, or was this like while you were sleeping in
He was
shifts for
on
us?
there at least till midnight. He was on there a long time.
He was there when I
Yeah.
woke up at 3.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he was on there when at 6 o'clock Pacific when I went to town to go get pizza. He was on your stream.
Wow.
Dude, he went beast mode. It
Yeah.
was just, I wake up and I look at, and I see the stream is still running. Okay, that's good. And then I think, you know what? I was about to text Smitty, but it's 3 in the morning. I'm sure he's asleep by now. And then I sit down at the computer. He goes, "Hi, Catherine." I'm like, ah! Holy crap! You're here. Jeez. Yeah, he's super awesome.
That's a sign of a good mod.
Dude, more than that, dude. He's like a right-hand man now, dude. He got promoted to general.
It's like my mod Cheryl M.
Yeah.
She's
amazing.
She's a good mod. She's amazing. She
Yeah.
mods for a lot of people.
Yeah. I'm very thankful for everything that you guys do, man. I have a lot of family around Northern California. It's been real active, as you know, and you guys are keeping us all informed. It's awesome.
Oh,
Are you from Northern
well,
California?
thank you.
I'm
We
from Los Angeles.
what?
I live in Redding, California. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I live in we do the harbor area.
Oh, okay.
I live east of Roseburg, Oregon, in southern Oregon.
Okay. My stepdaughter's father lives in Happy Camp, or up in Grants Pass. Sorry.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know where it's at.
I live in Maryland, about 25 minutes outside of DC.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Citizen,
So
Citizen Z, I have that table and chair set. It's in dark green though. That's good taste.
Well,
Good to meet you guys.
My wife got this from a garage sale, and she paid $3 for it.
No way. Tight.
Yep, got all the chairs, and I have to paint it, but I have to contemplate on it first. It'll come to me, but I have to.
Yeah.
I want to paint it her favorite color.
hey, Catherine, you got a lot of this off the fire information thing, but the state park signs, you know, the trailhead signs. Do you know how big those letters are on them?
You mean trailhead
Are they
signs?
like 2 1/4 inches tall? Because they don't look like they're 3 3/8. I'm getting ready to buy a template set to start making signs. I thought you might know that information. I just dawned on me. You do go hiking a lot and get around a lot like I used to.
I mean, I've got bad knees, but I do drive out to the middle of nowhere. You mean like the vertical signs that stick out on a stick?
No, the ones when they're telling you like the trailhead in this direction, they're made out of wood. They're usually carved in them.
Oh, 3.5 tall, I would say.
Oh, because it's looking like they have 3 different sizes. It's 2 1/4 or 3 3/8, and everything's geared. All their other stuff is geared toward the 2 1/4. I was just wondering, an off the wall question.
Yeah, I wish
I don't feel like driving up the road around the corner.
Yeah, unfortunately, the last place I went was the Caldor El Dorado National Forest, and they all burned down. So I saw their stumps. So You know?
Okay, so another one for you, and I will let you know when I do it. I'll probably air it live, but we're gonna go up Sunday and see, because they say they're not limiting us from going in the forest. We're gonna go up and see if we can get a view of these fires up on the Umpqua from us.
Really?
So if I do that, if we're able to get in Sunday and get some GoPro footage, I'll share it with you.
Heck yeah. So what is today? Today's Saturday. You mean tomorrow?
Yep.
Hey,
Oh,
bro.
okay. Awesome.
Sweet.
Yeah, Z.
Hey, bro. You gave me a beautiful idea with them stencils, you know.
Oh no, what?
So since this is my wife's table and I gotta paint it, I'm going to put more seasoning on it for you.
Oh, don't.
That took me a second.
Wait, what? What? What?
Trying to get me in trouble with the boss again, Z? Are you in trouble or something, and you're trying to get somebody in the same boat with you with the boss lady?
Exactly, man.
So, what fire are you
CBA.
going to go touring now? Like, which ones?
We're gonna go up here on the and try to get in and look at all those in the Umpqua, the Boulder. See if we can get a view of the one at the Boulder Creek, at the
East.
3803.
Okay,
all
east of
those up by Steamboat.
east,
Yeah,
east of Glide.
Roosevelt,
Okay.
east of Glide. We're gonna. That's my playland. If you look at my static videos,
Okay.
those are the roads we're driving around in on.
Okay. So before I did fires, what I wanted to do is a YouTube. I have a really big, ambitious project of databasing ghost towns, not paranormal crap, but history. So if
Yeah.
you could, I mean, I hope they don't burn up. If you could help me find everything around Bohemia Mine and stuff, I would absolutely go with you.
Oh, we need to get on the Discord off of the online, because he won't talk online. But
Okay.
my buddy Plant Man used to have a mine on be one of the Sharps Creek miners, and
Really?
that man knows a lot. I drive by all the pictures of the old Reynolds Ridge, the
Yeah.
Reynolds mine where they mined Cinnabar and where all that's at. I drive by that all the time.
Well, what's his mine again? By Bohemia?
What's his what?
What's his mine? Is by Bohemia?
Oh, he's retired. That
okay.
mine's gone. But from the 70s on, he's mined in this whole area up there by Bohemia. Wow. He knows a lot of the history. And we'll have to get together offline and sit there. I'll talk to him about it. But that man's got a lot of knowledge of that area.
Okay,
it's funny you mentioned Bohemia.
If I were to go with you tomorrow, like, would that be an option?
Go with me tomorrow. How would you get all the way down here?
Drive.
If I see him later today, I'll ask. But he's always game. He's a nice guy.
I could have C-Probe fly me down to one of the airports. Is like Roseburg or something?
Yeah, Roseburg's really busy with all the seats right now. Just so you know.
Damn. Okay.
But I would have to ask him first, and I'm not going to see him. I'm not going to see him till 5:30 tonight.
Oh, okay.
He's like me. He sleeps during the day like I do. I can't sleep at night. After I lost my wife, I just have really, really bad nightmares at night.
I'm so sorry.
About that.
Yeah.
Yeah, never mind. It's too late to ask. Don't worry about it. But someday,
No. But I could make arrangements for a separate time to come down. It's really hard when they might be on the edge of shutting the forest down, depending on what these fires are doing. That's the other thing.
That's what I'm worried about. Is is tomorrow my last day to film this before fire possibly burns it down? You know what I mean? So.
Oh well, it's I'm not sure what's all up at Bohemian or how. I will find out exactly where they had the coordinates for that one, didn't they? Did they give us a latitude, latitude? There's one of the fires they gave lot land the first day. And that information should still be in watch duty. I will.
Okay.
Matter of fact, I'm sitting right here. Why don't I just look where that fire's at?
Hey, bro.
Yeah.
Bro,
see?
why don't you just look where that fire's at, bro?
It's on the Forest Service maps.
17. Oh, I know it is. I have that map. I personally have that. But you know what I mean. Sometimes where they put the dot is not where the fire is.
True.
True.
It's not up on Fairview Peak. It's actually, what road number is this? Hang on a sec. It's National Forest 480 Road, Bohemia Saddle. If it's where they're saying it is, it might not even get near the boat. I will talk to him later today and ask him exactly what's in that area and exactly where the stuff is.
Okay. Yeah, J.E. Katz says fire map for 3.1, but I have it. Cool. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, the Scott fire shows there's a lot of heat that looks like it slopped over their lines.
Right.
My brother-in-law's with our local National Guard unit, and they're up there working the head and the Scott fire.
Okay.
And he says all they've been doing is burning out along the river, Scott River.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, to tie in to get an anchor on that Scott fire.
Okay, so it may have slopped over what? I'm sorry. I need copy.
The Scott fire in Northern California.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one east of Red Rock Creek.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I'm familiar with it.
Elk Lake. Yeah, I'm looking at the map. Let's see. They haven't updated it for 12 hours, so they haven't come up with the new one, and they didn't have the an IR map in the update. But
okay.
But firsthand knowledge like that, so they're burning out. If they're burning out, means they have a place to burn out from, which is a control line. So if they're burning out along the river, they're trying to keep it from jumping to the other side of the river. Burning it out, it can't burn down any further.
Yeah,
that's a good thing.
Okay,
that's a good thing.
So it's good.
It's been backing down the canyon towards the river from the east, towards Scott River. He said. So it's been doing pretty good. We were a little worried because it's a real narrow canyon up there.
I see it. I'm actually going to pop over. I'm not. Catherine's better at cow topo than me at this time. And thanks for that toy. I got something new to play with. I actually like doing that. I mean,
you want me to demo that? I could just check out what you just said.
Oh, I'm actually looking at it, and that's wow.
Share screen?
Do need to burn out from Red Rock.
Can you share screen?
There's a road there too. Yeah, I'll share screen in a sec. Hang on, I'll pull you over. I'll pull back over and share it.
Perch fire has me worried. I don't know why that town wasn't evacuated. It's like they're looking down the barrel of the gun, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Orleans. Like, why is it not evacuated? It's above them on a hill, and there's a drainage point at the town. An east wind would just sweep it. I don't understand.
I watched a little something on that, and I guess locals are really, really confident that they've managed their land down there in that valley well enough to defend against the fire.
Really? Okay.
And it's quite a ways from Orleans.
Yeah.
It's quite a ways from there. It would have to back down. There'd be more time than you think, I bet.
Not what I was seeing, the hotspots, but okay.
Well, the map I'm looking at, and there is a road down out the lower part.
We can't see what you're
looking at.
Can't see what you're looking at.
Well, because I do that a lot. But look at this.
I do this all the time. So anyway, I'll be like, look at this. They're like, Catherine, you're showing us yourself. Oh, damn it.
Because Highway 96, if it does come in here and they got to go, it goes right down this canyon.
I still don't see it.
A very good way out. So,
what?
I'm not as worried.
Wait, zoom out and show the hotspots. It was right next to the town to the east in that
That's
hillside.
Further than you think.
What? East.
This
East.
This is east of the town.
I'm sorry, there's a 20-second delay, mate. Oh, God, I'm going to go inside.
Oh, you're watching on YouTube instead of looking at it on StreamYards.
Yeah, that's my problem. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. I'm trying to monitor two chats. Well, there were some heat zones a little bit where your mouse is right now. So I went, oh my God. on Cal
Yeah,
Topo.
and it's been 20 hours since their last update.
Yeah, like I was watching the live heat zones going, what in the world, you know? So anyway, maybe I could just show my screen or something. Let me go back down to it. Go to Orleans, California. Yeah, so there's it's much closer to the town now. If you hit fire activity, satellites, all satellites, you'll see the modus and veers. It's much closer.
Dave, is that you?
Yeah, I lost connection.
All right, I'll kick your other one. Hopefully, I'm kicked the right one.
You kicked somebody? but I wrote you a check.
Yeah, no, he had two avatars. It happens sometimes when you get kicked out and come back. It leaves one and brings up another one.
Oh, that's a cool thing you did. Okay, rescreen. Yeah, it's closer. Look at Cal Topo.
Well, do you have it on your screen?
Yeah, go ahead and show it.
And let me full size this. Gets rid of the chat that I have. So it's.
Let me. Thank you.
That's not much different from the other map. It looks like they haven't updated this map either. But yeah, I get what you mean. But the canyon might burn out, but it's got to back down all this.
What if there's a strong east wind that just shows up?
Get some roll out here. My concern would be a wind blow embers to the other side of the river or creek or whatever that is and start burning out this ridge, but it'd have to back down that too. Rollout would be my biggest concern with all of this. And they do have quite a bit of water source there, so.
Well, this looks exactly like Greenville, but Greenville was north to south. But if you have a drainage pointed at your town, a fire above it, and a hot dry situation like a red flag, and then you just add wind, and it's going to roar into there.
You can kill your cam. Sarah, this is my friend Catherine's world. This is Potato's mom, Sarah.
Hi. I just want to know what prep is being done to save the town that would make them so confident.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we could get a fresh update on it, but we're right on the edge of update time. They're probably just they probably just got through updating the crews, doing the morning routine report with the crews that are working the fire.
Yeah, that's what we're all waiting for. I'm going to get some coffee, but yeah, you play with that. It's pretty amazing. You can hit the wind button. You can hit the structures button. You got nice tools there. Hit the forest surface map as a base layer. Add some shading.
I definitely will be. I will be using that to the full potential I can figure out how to use it to. I might be coming over and going, how's this? But Catherine, make a static video when you got some time of how to use it for all the rest of us.
When I have some time.
or well,
yeah.
Or dedicate a part of your stream to where that's just because I've seen you do things and we've gone and talked about other stuff in between updates and stuff.
True.
You can clip out of your stream and make a video that's just how to use Cal Topo better, where you actually go over it slower, and we can pull up a video and have it bigger than me trying to look at it on too small on the. Not full size.
Yeah, every time somebody suggests that and I start, that is like the ultimate curse, and it makes me nervous because I've tried that about 6 or 7 times, especially during the Dixie Fire. Oh my God. But yeah, I should do it off screen.
Fire, none of us had time to do anything. I was sitting up here with fires up here trying to help you down there and, get in and help mod and calm people down. That's the big thing. When this stuff happens, keep your head, people.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing is don't get all excited and all that. And my biggest thing since I was halfway through my career, if it's a level 2 evacuation, they're coming by and telling you you might want to think about evacuating. They're actually trying to tell you, please evacuate.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're actually trying to tell you. Please do this ahead of time so we don't have to worry about you.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a Chinese balloon, but by God, there is a balloon heading towards Plymouth County. I thought it was a prank in my channel.
Oh,
But it
that's
took off
probably a
from,
weather. Is that a weather balloon
yeah,
or is it?
it's a weather balloon. It took off from just south of Sacramento, so I doubt that's from China, but good prank. Good prank.
Hey, Broke, I'm
Okay.
fixing myself lunch. I'll be back.
All right. How long this time, Z?
Well, I'm pretty hungry.
So
how long until you're gonna be back? You always like to put a timer on it. 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
Maybe like a half hour.
Okay, half
1
hour.
hour.
okay,
I did 1
so
hour.
anybody?
So he said a half hour. How many want to place their bets on Z's not gonna be
1
back?
hour. 1 hour.
You're going for 1 hour. You're going for tomorrow. Yep. Okay.
Tomorrow, no, I think 1 hour.
What kind of money are we talking about here?
Oh, when
$1
Citizen Z's gonna be back? Because sometimes he's not back.
$5.
He'll tell me 10 minutes, and I'll see him 24 hours later.
$5. Okay, anybody got any new insider info? That's pretty awesome of you, David. Anything else I should probably know about? Does I make coffee here? Bueller?
Oh.
Save the what house? Like what? Was that in danger? What was that thing you were mentioning that they saved, David? Love it when they save history and good feel-good stories like that.
Or best thing is just grab the link and drop it. This chat, her chat, one of the chats, or both of them, and people can actually go and look for it, save it, or go and look for themselves what it says. I always try to drop the link, especially from news agencies, because there's that fair use thing with the news agencies that you can do.
Yeah, a little bit of it. A little bit.
Oh, I'm blatant. A news agency, I will show the whole report on a specific subject and then put their thing down. What are they going to do to me? It's free over the air. All I'm doing is re-airing what they freely aired.
Well, they have commercials, so
I drop it during the commercial. Well, most reports they're not putting. Most reports, they put them between the commercials.
Gotcha.
Like the interview, they're not going to put a commercial in the middle of the interview.
Yeah, they've been pretty nice to me. I actually got an actual copyright strike from the jerk thing. There was a panic by this live storms media thing. People came in and said Taylorsville just burned down, and I went, I'm sorry, what? No, it didn't. And I looked at, there's no heat spot over Taylorsville during the Dixie. I said it did not. What are you guys talking about? They said it's on the news, well, on YouTube. And I went, so YouTube, what had happened was this citizen journalist filmed North Arm of Indian Valley burning down, and then relabeled it Taylorsville burning down, and so caused a panic. So I showed that on the air to show that that wasn't Taylorsville, and then I got a match with a copyright, and it says, make your claim, and I said it's fair use. You caused a panic. I had to check it out for people and show them how it's not Taylorsville. He rejected it. And then I got a copyright strike, and they took down my entire 12-hour video. I should have actually, the way you can get out of that is say, look, you have to take me to court in order to take the video down. And if they don't file a lawsuit within a couple of days, then you win automatically. I should have called their bluff. But I didn't know any better at the time. I got my first copyright strike. It was a nightmare.
Yeah, I've had a strike. They removed the video, but they allowed me to keep streaming the whole time. I didn't get a week off.
Yeah,
Sarah was
yeah.
Potato's mom was here, and I got to stream the whole time from day one of notification until day 90.
Well, who struck you?
Huh?
Who gave you the strike?
I had played a Doctor Hook video, and Doctor Hook was famous for saying they never want their videos to be taken down, removed, or anything like that. That they give everybody automatic permission to play it, except for the company that filmed their concert in Germany has a right to their video. And I was not very nice in what I said about why they blocked my video worldwide.
Oh dear, that wasn't strategic, huh? Okay.
No, I learned it's all about how
Wow.
I all learned about how it's claimed, and right now I just deal with copyright claims as okay. So what? You're not showing it in Russia. That's not the people I was trying to target with my video. Thank you.
Yeah, I got
You're
banned.
not.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I got banned from most of my videos playing in Russia because I used Ride of the Valkyries for when the aero tankers are coming in. Like, it just says it can't be viewed in Russia and Belarus. I'm like, what in the?
On Rumble, on my other platforms, and in Discord, I was showing the flight radar once, and Potato's mom told me I can't hear it. I'm like, Potato. It's a radar. There is no noise to it. She's like, oh, but just to be a shit, I went over and got AC/DC's Thunderstruck.
Wow.
And played it while I was showing the air attack show.
Nice.
Sometimes I do air this stuff in the fire information thing. You know, I don't want to be up on YouTube, but in Discord, it's just the people who are members of my Discord.
Sure. Yeah, I think I walked in on that going, whoa, that's pretty cool. But I also showed Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure because the Circle K was near Yuba County's Browns Valley, and there was some arson going on next to it. So I showed Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Whoa, things are not as they seem at the Circle K. MGM Studios got on my case and demanded I remove that clip. Like, seriously, I had to do it.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, and to everybody who's new into my channel here, if you would like, I run a very nice Discord. I have a lot of fire information over there. My brother, the Gunny, puts a lot of fire information in news because I can't catch it all. The invite for my Discord is in my description.
Wow. Yeah, they
And I'll everybody gets knocked up to new member at least, so you have a little bit of rights there, because just anybody coming in, you don't have much rights. But once we notice you're there, you get the big welcome from my mods and my members, and I'll bump you up to new members so you can go do things, go look at things and all that. And after you've been there a while, I'll bump you up again so you get a little more rights.
I just heard knocked up in my head, but you said, okay, you said something else.
Bumped up.
Okay. So can I, should I share the link, like in my stream? Like, is that okay? Should people join it?
You can if you want. You can grab it from there. That's a forever link.
Okay. I just didn't want to send like 7,000 weirdos your way.
Oh, it won't bother me. I have very, very good mods and master mods over there. And,
great.
You know, that's what my Discord is for. The main reason I started that Discord is to have a place to where I don't want to drop this link on Go Start a Stream just to drop a link, and I didn't want to put it in my community chat. Oh, here's Discord. I'll just put it there.
Oh, yeah. There's I'm sorry. I got a funny story for you guys when you're done. Go ahead.
My brother, the Gunny, has his Gunny's News Corner. He's a Marine Corps Gunny. Citizen Z Animations has Citizen Z's Movie Land over there. He shows never before seen animations.
Sweet.
A lot in my in the Discord, because he gets them out of the vault and has his animator buddies send them. And
Sweet.
you know, just it's all around a nice channel. My only rule is be nice. That's the only rule over there is be nice. We catch you not being nice, you'll get a warning the first time. After that, we just kick you.
Same thing as mine live.
Oh, a cockatoo. The silver crest. Wow.
That's Potato. Hey, she knew what potato is.
Yeah. Oh, what a cute little boo-boo.
Potato is
Potato.
a ham. If Potato catches Mom on a live stream, Potato has to come over and be part of the live stream.
Yes. Oh, yes. I had a minor bird.
When she first started streaming Potato ran from the camera. And now Potato will get right up in the camera and look at us.
Oh, how old is Potato?
Hey, Potato.
I don't know if snap.
She like to dance?
Oh, she's probably just wanting to do her morning terrorizing of Mom.
Oh, that's so cute.
They're forever a 2, maybe 3-year-old.
I love birds. When birds are on the cam, everyone goes, bird on the cam, bird.
Hey, Potato. Like. Really? Don't give me the claw.
That's perfect. If we could train everybody's pet birds to hit the like button, then we could have a good scam going on.
To just say like, just to say like for us, please. You know,
like. Well, that's adorable. Does she talk?
Yes, she does. Not a whole lot, but at times it's hard to understand her.
Yeah, she looks really wise.
Just so you know, Potato's mom, we're also airing. We're sharing the stream on Catherine's channel too.
Yeah, we're waiting for some fire updates, so we got some free time. Oh, she's a sweetie who does a kiss. Kiss.
Is Catherine there? Did I set you channel or no?
Yeah, I'm restreaming.
Huh? Yeah, she's restreaming me. We've been showing her channel over here.
Or not?
Oh,
wait,
well,
what?
All you have to do here, I'll drop her link, Greg.
Okay.
Is I get what you mean.
So much people accept. I don't know who I sub to sometimes.
Oh, okay, sure.
Nightbot's gonna drop her link in the chat here in a minute.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, we'd love to have you. I love boo-boos and birds. I had a minor bird, and my bird spoke in my own voice and started talking to people, answering the phone. And people would think they're talking to me, but all I would say is stuff like, "You're so good," and they're like, "What?" And he says, "It's okay."
There it did. Nightbot just dropped it in the YouTube chat. I'll grab it and also drop it in the private chat.
Yeah. And the phone conversations got really weird. My bird said, give me a kiss on the phone to anybody who called. So you have your own channel, Miriam's Kitchen?
Oh, no. Miriam's Kitchen is... Oh, I think they might have a YouTube channel, but what that is Miriam's Kitchen. Oh, they do have a YouTube. But Miriam's Kitchen is an organization in the Washington, D.C. area that helps homeless people and the underprivileged with help, or they help transition homeless people off the street. And Z's wife volunteers there.
Great.
Citizen Z's wife volunteers there. So we just help try to push it a little bit out for anybody out in that area or anybody that likes to donate to that kind of stuff. We drop their link there for them.
Well, you guys are awesome.
They're a really highly celebrated group, and Z's wife really, really supports them. So Z actually has a Temu habit. he has a flash sale habit. He'll buy things like socks and all that.
Mhm.
When they get in, he sends them with his wife over to the shelter for homeless people, so they can give homeless people like socks, shirts, underwear. He and it helps him with his Timu habit, the
Cool.
spending part,
The
not
Timu
not
habit.
to get. Yeah, the spending part of his habit, not the getting off the Timu part.
Oh, we were making fun of Timu stuff. Smitty was watching, and there's some Native American inspired T-shirts, and it showed a big white snowy owl in the center. And he goes, "Oh my God, only white people would buy this." And he goes, "The snowy owl is a harbinger of death." I'm like, "Oh, great! So it's like a white person buying a vulture T-shirt and think it's happy."
Yeah, my son's a card carrying Potawatomi.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah.
And I have two or three friends who are card carrying full bloods.
Cool.
My best friend, my blood brother, for years was a Cow Creek down here in Southern Oregon.
Oh,
So
cool.
my daughter lives out on the coast by where those other fires are. Matter of fact, hey, I gotta try to catch somebody and get some permission. I'm gonna mute myself. I'll be right back. Carry on.
He's gone, guys. Take over. Right. That's cause mayhem. Wait, I'm alone and causing mayhem? Dang. That's disappointing. So, how are you guys? I can't hear anything from Potato's mom. Is there something wrong with my...
She won't let me have
Oh,
my coffee.
okay. There you go. Is that the bird?
Yeah.
Okay. So how did you get Potato?
I rescued her.
Yeah.
Yeah. The people that had her in between two African grays that wouldn't allow her to move.
Oh.
And she couldn't fly. She's never flown a day in her life. She'll never fly.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would, every time she'd try to move, they would peck her, bite her.
Mm.
And my mom told me to load up her cage. I told her not until I have the bird.
Oh, okay, yeah, yeah. So,
I mean, yeah, she was beat up pretty bad when I got her. And because of it, oh, let me see her wing. She does this to herself.
I'm out of here, guys. Thank you for letting me in. I got
What?
things to do. Thanks.
She, see her wings? I don't trim them. She does that.
oh, let's see. Friends,
come here.
friends on my channel, we're waiting for fire updates in the morning. I'm a guest on Broken Fish's channel. He's going to do a bit of an analysis on the sort of a crisis that's unfolding with Smith River Complex, maybe getting out of control over the Oregon border. So we're waiting on some updates. Meanwhile, it's bird time. That's Potato. Hi.
Hi.
Itsy
Yep,
little
that's
boo.
Potato.
Yeah,
Mom,
so
Potato.
at least it's not plucking breast feathers and stuff. That's hard to stop.
Yeah, it is plucking.
Oh, she does that
She has
too. Oh.
She has no feathers on her back.
Oh, okay.
And no feathers. And no feathers on. No feathers on her legs.
Oh goodness, she's like a plucked chicken there. Oh goodness. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
But I just stop. You're being a brat this morning.
Don't you raise your crest on me?
Oh yeah. But flip your lid. 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 Come on, flip your lid.
She's
Why are
fixed.
you being... Flip your lid for mom.
What a kitty.
Flip your lid. There you go.
Oh,
Flip your lid.
I love the yellow feathers. Those are so cool.
yeah. They love to headbang and raise their crest and all that stuff. They could.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, right now she's just interested in my coffee.
Oh shoot! Oh my gosh! A parrot on coffee. Look out, world.
She eats and drinks everything I do.
Oh dear. Oh, I
The
remember
only
one.
thing she can't have is avocado.
Yeah, one time I made the first time I ever, made my own meal for like a potluck just after graduating. I had my minor bird outside of the cage, which was a grave mistake. But he never went to the kitchen. But I set down an entire huge salad bowl full of macaroni salad that I had just made. So I put it down on the kitchen table, and he saw it and flew and landed in it. And before I could go get him out of it, he stacked up as many rings of macaroni salad as he could on his beak. It looked like a beaded necklace on his head. And then grabbed a whole bunch with his little claws. It looks like he had little rings and stuff on his feet. And I went chasing him, and he dropped them all over the room, and then perched on the curtains and dropped potato and macaroni salad all over it. I found pieces of rotten egg like a week later. Like, what is that smell in here? Like, oh, Nikita.
Yes, the main thing she says is hi, potato.
She says that. What else she say?
Yeah. Oh, she says a lot when I'm chewing her out. But it's soft enough that I can't really understand what she's saying. I know she's saying something.
Okay. Yeah, my bird was an excellent mimic, but mostly in just my voice. And it would never do male voices. And one day a painter came over. We hired a contractor just off of somebody's business card dropped at my mom's work. So we didn't know who he was, but we had a window leak in our basement where the bird cage was. And he goes down there with his tools, and we knew we had to get the bird out when the painting started, but just for the cutting the drywall, the bird was down there. This was an older guy. He looked like he was in his late 60s or something. Pretty conservative, rural type guy. And he comes. He was very, very nice and sweet, though. And so he storms. I hear him storming up the basement stairs, like dump, 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 like an angry, furious person. Slams the door behind him, and he says, "I quit." And I said, "What?" He goes, "Your bird won't stop harassing me." I said, "Well, it's a bird." He goes, "But he's saying things that I can't tolerate. If it was a person, I would fight him." I said, "My bird doesn't say anything bad. Like, what are you talking about?" He goes, "That bird is calling me names." I said, he doesn't know any names. And so I went back downstairs. And so the funny thing was, I was trying to teach the bird to say, "It's okay, and you're so good." And so he was mixing them together, and he got it wrong. But as soon as the guy reacted, he repeated it because he kept calling him gay. He goes, "You're so gay." He goes, "See, that bird's a menace." I just went, "Oh my God." Oh my God. I had to remove him, put him in my room. I said, "He'll no longer bother you, sir. I'm so sorry."
No, potato. No, you don't need any more coffee.
It was weird. Where Broke? Oh, Broke is on the phone. What he's trying to do is get for us some. He's pulling strings best he can to get some fire. David, is he still there? The maps that are like strategic maps that show the visions and fire lines and stuff. That's what we need to know. Now we're waiting on the morning updates. We got some actual two big serious problems. The Smith River complex it's bad for California, but it's really bad for Oregon as it's spilled over into Oregon. So we're waiting on them to update us with what they're going to do about it. Broken Fish is on the phone, but it's sometime between 7:30 and 10:30 that we get most of our morning updates. So I might just flip through those. But yeah, tell me about yourself. Now that we know a bit about potato.
I'm potato slave.
Wow. Okay. She owns you, huh?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Oh yes. She wakes me up every morning.
Right.
I mean, I have to cook breakfast for her, lunch for her. She eats seed, but she prefers mom's cooking.
Oh yeah. What do you like to cook her?
Anything with potatoes.
Oh really?
Potatoes is her favorite thing.
Gotcha.
Whether they're raw, boiled, mashed, fried, and she loves chicken.
Chicken?
Yeah, she's a cannibal.
Ah. Yeah, my bird kind of did too. That was awkward.
I tell her all the time that she's a cannibal.
God. I tried to teach the bird to say, "I'm not a chicken," from that Don Bluth film, The Secret of Nim, that Jeremy the Crow, but he would not imitate a male voice. But yeah, he loved to imitate my mom, and my mom would call and say, "Hi, Catherine, it's Mom." So that's what a bird would say. Then you go, "Uh huh. Oh, hi. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Give me a call back. Bye. Beep." It was just hysterical when he did his phone thing.
Come here, brat.
Does Potato imitate the phone?
All right, I'm back. Sorry, ladies.
God, my heart.
This one is here to say hi to Broke.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Sassy. Oh, kid fishing to sleep. Wait a minute. He's got those. Get that. Matt says hi. You got to take these off. Oh. I don't know how to turn them off, but you got to take it off. All right. I'm fully back.
Okay, report.
I'm an official reporter again.
Sweet.
All I have to do is make sure that anything I get out of them, that I include his email address, and if they give me an audio, I have to send him an audio copy of it.
Excellent, Smithers. Good job.
And if anybody wants to verify me, I just make sure I give him his phone number, and he will verify me.
Awesome. So you got a press pass.
Well, basically, I don't have a physical one in my hand where I can walk into these fireplaces, but I do have what he's like. It's the same thing as always. You have to give me half of it. I will let him know that you are like you are inquiring on fire information for us. And I let him know that exactly what we're doing. You know, what you do, I share information with you. You share information with me, you know. And he didn't even know about 2 of the fires over there. He's like, how do you know this when I don't? And he actually knows who the fire information is on the Wally fire.
On the what?
On the Wally, he said the Wally fire is the name he gave. I'm not sure where that one's at.
Oh, there's so many.
That's clean up by Albany.
Albany.
That's just it's east. It's what's the name of this highway? Oh, it's the one by Sweet Home, 245 acres.
Oh, the Wiley.
Wiley. Okay, Wiley. I misspoke.
Oh no worries. So it's 90% contained.
Yeah, he knows the information officer that's currently on that.
Cool.
So great. I might be able to get a little news out of him, pass a suggestion. And I asked him to please pass the suggestion on to his friends when he's contacting them about sorry, David, you can go ahead and kill the cam. About him they keep talking about divisions and all this, and we filled so many questions about what area of the fire are they talking about. I filled those questions. You filled those questions. Please just take a picture of your divisions. At least it doesn't change all the time. When it changes, the divisions get blown out so big. Take another picture and post it to your information, not post it to us. Post it to their information is all we're asking.
What I want is the little XXXs that you can barely see to see, lines under construction. That's what I want to know about. How they change for day to day with their, progress.
Yeah, it'll be nice to try and get the daily reports out of them, but this posting to Facebook and posting to all these stuff, the information they do now, this is, to me, it's they've been doing it for the past 3, maybe 4 years, but it's a new thing, and they're developing what they do as they go and getting better. Remember the reports in 2020 that we were getting out of these people? Oh my God, it's so much better now.
True.
And all they can do is improve.
Yeah, that's when I started because nobody could get information anywhere. The worst fire disaster for 120 years was happening across all 3 western states, and multiple towns are burning down live. And the news didn't even cover this 24/7. They didn't even put the ticker like schools closed on a snow day. They went to Matlock, and I said, "Screw this! I'm going live. I'll tell the people something, anything."
Yeah,
what the hell?
I remember that Archie Creek fire. I think is when I found you originally.
Really, that far ago?
I used to have a different name. I had my true name as my name until one of my buddies goes, "Dude, you got to change your doxing yourself. Change it to come up with the screen name and change it to that." And I had recently lost my wife, and my kid's fishing all the time, and I'm broke because he's fishing. So there's like 2 or 3 meanings to my stream name.
Okay. All right. That's cool.
But he was game for it as long as I share anything I personally get with
your
him.
brother. Your brother, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, he's basically my brother. I've known him for 20 years.
Virtual brother.
All I had to do was ask, and he was like, "Yeah, it's really hard to get all this." I'm like, "We'll see. You didn't even know there's this fire, where this fire was, or that one. We'll see. I got information you don't. I know how to approach fire people from the fire part. I know how to be nice and cordial and professional."
Right. That's surprising. Just kidding. Sorry. I'm a jerk. You're gonna ban me now. He's banning me. Okay. All right. No, you're awesome. You're awesome, and I'm very honored to be here. Wait, have you muted yourself? Were you cursing there? I'm sorry.
Who, me?
Yeah. Well, you were making your thing was going, but you weren't talking. I was like, oh, hey, he's probably like cursing me up. Asking.
Sometimes just noise does it. Okay. My mic. I haven't checked my mic in a while. I did go by my buddy's stream yesterday. He could have messed with me. No, I'm on auto.
Okay. We have a beautiful sunrise with the Smith Ridge cam. It's rotating around. We have the ugly fire on the west side, but the east side is pretty incredible. I like watching the sunrises on the cams.
Yeah, I do that with Sarah. Me and Sarah watched a fire down in California.
Sarah? Luna?
Yeah.
Yeah, Potato's
mom.
Oh,
Potato's mom. Okay.
We had watched a fire down in California, and so it was like, I'm like, yeah, it's burning really big, and then something changed in the camera. I could see that change in fire behavior, and I go, watch this, the fire behavior just changed. You're gonna see a bunch of lights charging towards the fire. Bunch of lights charged towards the fire. I'm like, it just divided itself. They're gonna knock that down. They're gonna knock that down. They knocked that down. She's like, you really do know your fire behavior. I'm like, it's just years of doing this as night shift.
You know what you say to questions like that? Statements like that? You say, do you know why? It's because I'm a professional. Now, these maps were critical for me to call for an early evacuation of Tahoe. That was the biggest, like, gulp. Do I really do this, or do I look like an idiot in front of 30,000 people? But what I did is I looked at, somebody was awesome. Their little newspaper and blog had the every day they posted the morning update maps with the divisions and the line construction and completion percentages. So I compared that day after day after day, and I found out it was just taking too long to make a north-south line east of Sierra Tahoe to try to protect Tahoe. So if it ever got up on at Tahoe's plateau, then that's the end. That's just Mother Nature will either erase Tahoe or she won't. So at 2:00 in the morning, I wake up. Some of my firefighters are in the channel, and they said, "Look, it just climbed Lover's Leap, almost sheer vertical wall, but it did." And they said it's climbing it. It's about to sweep over Sierra Tahoe, a big, ski
I
bowl.
remember that.
So I looked at the map, and that gave me the confidence to say, hey, firefighters, is there anything protecting Tahoe that can be completed in time? And everybody said no. So I said, everybody get out. So that's what the importance is of these maps, and that's what I would tell your brother. Like, this is life-saving stuff. It's not just like a curiosity thing. If you can get them.
Yeah, cat.
Are you there? You're breaking up. Oh, did I get something happen to the channel? I may have just disconnected from them. I can't hear. Oh, there you are.
I hear you.
Okay, I can hear you again.
We hear you. Sometimes there's a little glitch, the internet.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. So let me do like a 1 hour, 3 hour time lapse to show you the sunrise.
Oh, yeah.
In fact, that would have been like 2 hours ago. So let me do a 3 hour. It was yeah, see this? This is, northeast. I think that's Mount Hood. Oh, just swung around, but I'll go back to it. Now, a lot of smoke still. I can't believe how vigorously the lookout goes day after day. But
look at that burning right there. I see it.
Oh wow!
Pretty sunrise.
Beautiful.
Yeah, just awesome. I think this is no. I don't think that is Mount Hood.
Is that cloud blowing over, or Smith Ridge line? Is that clouds blowing over, or they got a fire there?
That looks like a fire.
What? Where?
That last image.
Yeah, it looks like a fresh column.
Okay, you mean at the end, not the sunrise when when it flips back?
The end.
All right. Let me play this again then. Because it does swing around.
You seen that too, huh, David?
Yeah, there was a little column on the face of that mountain, that peak that we were looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sure looked like right there,
there in
the far back.
Yeah.
You see it there? It sure looks like a column to me. I mean,
one looks like down the ridge too. There looks like there might be a little one right down the ridge, that ridge line from your purple mouse arrow. Right down that ridge line.
This. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 small ones.
I see that.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
That sure looks like a fire right there.
I thought that was just part of the lookout in general. It's
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't watch this cam enough to know if that's just clouds blowing up and over, but if you back it up just a little bit and replay that, it sure looks at first like it's a column burning up and over.
Yeah.
But I think the fire's been there for quite a long time, but we could...
Oh, it is a fire then. Okay, that's all we were wondering.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so let me orient you through what the camera's position is. It's usually not like this. Oh, this is the first time we've ever gotten to see the north end. Oh my God, it's gone so far to the north. See this? This is what massively concerns me.
Yep,
Uh,
that definitely. Yep, I can. It's up over that ridge. That's for
that's
sure.
north. Yeah, north is to the right of the screen because this is looking in general. This is almost looking due west now. It's usually looking southwest. Southwest is this direction, which usually looks at. This is due west, and this part of the screen was cut off. We could only see everything to the left of where I'm bouncing up and down my,
Yeah,
So
I
this
see where
is
you're at.
so wow. I don't know how they're going to stop it from marching
Yeah,
north.
that right there looked like it just
Yeah,
recently,
yeah,
or it was definitely showing.
yeah. This over here to the left. This is just above. You know, it's just east of McKenzie Bridge and up on the hill where it's been. And so they.
Oh,
This
okay.
is
We're just looking at a different
yeah, yeah. So let
view
me orient
from a
you.
different camera. I know where we're at
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Mackenzie Bridge is over there.
Mhm.
I know which fire we're on
Yeah, you
now.
see this little bit of water
Yeah,
right here. See,
that
this is,
is looks like where I think
yeah,
we're
Yep.
looking at.
but
Yeah. Yeah.
up here is what it just pivoted to look due west. It looks like it's on bunch grass. Like or just up here, it's up high. So you can orient yourself by this is the little thing here. You can't see quite up the Smith River to the dam. You can't quite see that because the ridge is in the way. The camera is located right about here. It's usually looking to the southwest like this, right? And now it's just looking due west. Wow. Maybe the camera's located here like due west. Let me orient you again. See? Look at that.
Hmm.
That looks like fire over there. Let me,
Ooh.
oh God. See how this is our normal view. So that's McKenzie River and the slope. Oh God. That looks like fire and not clouds. And this is over here by the dam. It went over last night, I guess, unless it's just drifting smoke. Maybe it just traveled up this way to where the dam is. But
Yeah,
I see these. These are smokes. These are smokes.
yeah.
Dear God.
That one was mini column for a minute, pulling it up and laying it down over the ridge.
Yeah, this is the only frame I
But
think we see this far north.
yeah, well, at the end of the video, they were dead on whatever that was burning.
Well, I know, but
Yep.
that's been its whole thing. Remember when it first spilled over the east side of Cascades? That's where we saw it. That's well within stuff. That what's extremely concerning was we could see during the lightning storm, we could see the glow over here up the hill, and I said we need to know how far north it's going.
Yeah, see right there.
There's a plume. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, but that's where it's really been already. So let's go back. Yeah, this is the only glimpse I've ever seen that far north, just as it rotates. This is extremely concerning. These couple of smokes here could be from lightning, it could be from spotting. And what is the smoke in here? Maybe firing ops, but I don't know. This is extremely concerning back here.
I didn't know you could back those cameras up. Guess I should pay more attention when I'm looking at it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my clock is in the way. You see the play, pause, it's the forward and back keys, and you could do those with the California ones as well. It's just my clock is typically in the way. The coolest, you can't zoom on this. Like I'm using my scroll wheel right now, you can't zoom. But if you go to say, here's Wild Frontier 1, that's over back at the Coon. Well, this one looks north at the Kelly. The Coon is Wild Frontier 2. But say you do a little time lapse, this is a 15-minute, right? But you can zoom on the ones that are for California with the new Alert California cams. Like this is a fancier website, but they don't encompass Oregon. So that really bothers me with that. So we can do like a 12-hour time lapse. You can't time lapse the rotating cameras on the California one. It drives me insane.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't know you couldn't.
No, you have to exploit a bug that I found. Because what it's about, because I read, it took me half an hour to read all this stuff, but so you go to an area. So let's be over here by Fort Jones, for example, Wairika, right? Not too many cams. You can see all the cam images that are in the frame to the left, right? Correct. I mean, so like if I clicked on Antelope Mountain, Wairika, then you could hit show on the map, and it just shows where it is. If you click on it individually, you could see the thing. Now, I want to bring your attention to, they will have this little symbol next to a color symbol next to the name. And so what is green is stationary and you can time lapse, and what is yellow or orangey color is going to be rotating. And so when you click on it, you see the panorama from it's rotating, but you can't time lapse. You can hit a compass, really cool, but you can't time lapse. But here's the thing. If you ever click this and you just hit collated camera to go back between one frame and another, and you can hit this dice to be that kind of panorama or stacked, right? Now, if you ever see one of the frames missing and it happens to be the rotating camera, then quickly pounce on it, you click on it, and then you hit collate or something, and it will suddenly make it so you can time lapse. And so never ever change that tab. And I got that for Wild Frontier 2 now, and nobody else has it. So Wild Frontier 2, I can go ahead and do it. But
that's cool.
Yeah, I wish they did this all the time. I don't understand. So this is the last 12 hours, and Wild Frontier 2 is looking, I think, usually northwest, a little bit towards Gasquet from Camp 6. I'll show you on the map. But since we could only see the western edge of all the California fires by the Smith complex, we had no idea all hell was breaking loose, or we couldn't see over where it spilled over the Oregon border by Cave Junction. I was looking at this, and the winds were so mild. The fires had mostly burned off the ridges right before the windstorm, and then the fires were mostly down in between the ridges, and the smoke didn't even flow over the top. Like the wind stayed at high elevation. So I went, oh my God, we dodged a bullet, California. But Oregon didn't.
Yeah.
You know?
I looked yesterday morning or something, and there was a little tiny bit where it looked like it had burned into Oregon, and then I went back an hour or so later, and that part wasn't there, and I went, wait a minute, what are you trying to say here, people? And now it's full blown into Oregon, and
yeah, I don't know.
That was the problem with the Biscuit, is the terrain, the lack of surrounding roads. I mean, I wish we hadn't done, which was that president that was his objective, is to put all these, he wanted all these roads through on the ridge tops
FDR.
to be FDR, to be fire breaks.
Yeah, he I can't find the brochure for this anymore, but there was a bunch of brochures about a great fire break that would run the length of the Sierras, and it would do two things. It would be a big, like almost like a north-south highway for quick mobilization of firefighting. It would be a big fire break in between the Sierras and the towns. So the Santa Ana winds and the Diablo winds couldn't erase towns like Paradise. And they had surveyed, found the vulnerability of towns like Paradise, and they decided that they would build extra bridges for people to escape. So they built one in Butte County. Butte County never took it over from the feds, let it rot, and that would have been another escape route for Paradise people. But the reason that they didn't really want to maintain it is just they thought it was a bridge to nowhere. They'd pretty much have to at least build part of that Great Fire Break Road. As soon as he died, though, and the war was over, there was no budget for this. But there's these brochures. It looks awesome. We're suffering today because it was never implemented.
Just crazy.
Yeah, parts of it still exist. I'll have to find out what it was called. But here we are.
I said I used to live in Butte County.
Really? Where at?
Orville.
Oh, cool. One of my uncles lives there. He's been evacuated 16 or 17 different times. Yeah. He
I lived there for 20 years. I lived there for 20 years.
I really like Orville. Did you see whenever the dam spillway was going, the rainbows are really cool. Well,
Oh yeah.
before the disaster. When did you move away?
I moved away 10 years ago.
10 years ago? Okay. Yeah, you got out while it was good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every once in a while, the devil puts his finger on the map and says, this place, I have it in, I have plans.
Yeah.
But
Well, and the people who swear that they're protecting those areas are the ones that are creating the most danger for them.
Oh man, don't get me started on a
Ronnie
preacher.
used to say, the worst thing anybody ever wants to hear is, "Hi, I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
That's true.
We should listen to Native Americans about that, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Oh man. So, yeah, I've got some stories, but it's a little controversial. I'd rather tell you like a non-fire stream time, I have some insider information about something that happened in Oregon that was famous, So
yeah, there's quite a, well. Look at what they do on the Columbus Day storm. Look at what they do with that famous storm and the reports that came out of the coast of Oregon. Do you know they buried those reports that were there?
Really?
The Cape Blanco Lighthouse wind gauge literally broke at 200 miles an hour. Oh no, it never got over this, and all the locals are sitting there going, "How high are you? I'm the one with the wind gauge you asked for the report from. I know what it broke at."
Yeah.
Hey Devo, how you doing this morning? Hi, you're Devo and you're here to help. Another YouTube creator. He has a cannabis channel.
Obviously, I'm not surprised.
You shouldn't be surprised. We're retired. It's legal.
Okay, Broke.
I know you're on a family channel.
I'm trying to be. You're making it difficult, but okay, Broke. There's somebody who made a comment about your voice in chat. You want to hear it?
Yeah, what was it?
You sound like Joe Walsh. Okay, somebody's saying look at the Smith complex on Inciweb, so I'm going to it. Thanks, Urban. It's got it in Northern California. Yeah, we verified that. So what we did earlier, which people would just have to go back to the earliest parts of the video, is my video, is that we have just analyzed this because Broke Fishing worked on the Biscuit. The worst case scenario is probably unfolding. We don't know how anybody's going to stop it. We're waiting for, we're hoping beyond hope there's some sort of a plan to keep something terrible from happening, to keep the Smith complex.
There's a spot there now.
Spot?
Yeah, see the spot fire in between the fingers?
Oh, yeah.
There's a spot there now. Right?
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah. I had to figure out what you were talking about. Great. So let's see.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're hoping against hope that this fire won't run and meet the flat fire along the Biscuit burn scar, but it's already into it and it may be too late to stop it. Like they have precious little time to make some lines, strengthen them right here, but the fire may be upon it too quickly and now it's spotted over. Yeah, I saw the heat detections before. That was, let me go back and see if they're still present. Excuse me. Goes.
That spot appeared since we first looked at it.
Oh God. Okay.
Which means the updates are probably coming out right now, but that spot wasn't there earlier.
Well, it says 2 in the afternoon on the 25th. I saw this before.
Okay, maybe
but
it
wasn't mapped, but I saw the heat with the goes.
It's probably what it just seems to me that all of a sudden it's mapped now.
You didn't know something. Okay, so the Smith River complex, there was this big note on it during the storm and right after that says, from watch duty, we're sorry, but the Smith River's map is not updating. It's a technical difficulty and we can't solve it. We just have to wait for it to be solved. And so they had that's why I was using CalTopo to figure out where it was. And then the public was later going to find out. Like, I saw it there, I just didn't know how bad it was until they explained it in that video in the morning that they looked completely depressed. They don't see that there's a good way to protect, O'Brien and Cave Junction, and there's no good on the east, and there's no good way to keep it out of the Biscuit burn scar on the west. Like, this sucks. This is a nightmare.
Yeah. Well, we looked. I showed you what I seen and that's quite a ways. That's out in front where you see all those dotted lines. It's not a good case scenario right now.
No.
I mean, and we've had all those other fires since the Biscuit that just make it to where it's more and more. Every time you get a fire burn through there, the vegetation is not giant vegetation; it's scrub brush. And I hate that it's getting ready to burn into the Calmeopsis again.
Yeah, I want to address somebody who just came in the chat. Thank you for being here, Laura, and giving us those updates. I'm glad you're safe. Thanks for coming back. What I think is, I want to put your mind at ease. Perhaps we saw hot spots near the where you're at by Umpqua, with the rattlesnake is what they're calling it now. They had a dead calm last night, and yet there was fire activity, like heat visible from space. And we came to the conclusion that they had a great opportunity to do backfiring to lower the fuel load last night while the winds were dead. And so we think that's what happened. And so even though they lit it on purpose, they're going to have an increased, acreage and all that, but not all of it is bad. So if it seems to have spread last night or more smoke, I think that was good progress until we hear otherwise. We're waiting for the morning updates, though, to confirm. We think that was positive. So we just need to figure out, when are they going to get around to the updates? They're very busy,
Devo.
Yeah.
Devo. Yeah.
So, Laura.
Devo's been with me since I was a little tiny channel when I started live streaming.
Oh, yeah.
And surfing panels.
Okay.
I had like 20-some people. I had just around 20 people, and I've known Devo since then. I went on his stream. They pushed my link out. They helped get me more people, and we have a lot of fun.
Good.
Devo lives in Oklahoma. If you ever need stuff from Oklahoma, get a hold of my buddy Devo.
All right.
Cool. So at some point in time today, the Inciweb was updated, but you never know what part of it they updated. We've got a new map, the one that shows this. This is a crazy map of now all of Cave Junction and beyond is on level 1. Everything around O'Brien and Takilma is level 2, and I really don't know how they're gonna try to stop the fire. They may just try to do structure defense.
He was talking about they were prepping the structure defense. That's what they were going to concentrate on, was the structure defense. And
it's a lot.
Something about they were going to work the other side of 199 and try to get structure defense in there more. So
okay, that's a lot.
They're actually expecting that thing to move east, is what it sounded like to me.
Really? Okay.
Oh.
Let's look at the weather then and see what kind of wind we're gonna have.
I got windy on the.
I'm on it.
On a hot. Oh yeah, I'll let you do it.
I'll drive.
I'll take a break this morning.
Yeah, my coffee kicked in. Let's go.
Hey, and while you're showing us the weather, could you swing over to DC and take a look at that weather? I have a request for like Oklahoma and over at DC every day.
Okay, well that insert coin and I'll be happy to. All right. So let me refresh it to like today, like now. So, all right, your weather forecast for Gillian Butte is currently it is 61 degrees. Winds are light and variable, 3 miles per hour, gusting to occasionally 8 miles per hour out of the northeast. At 11 a.m., your temperature will be 80 degrees near Cave Junction and O'Brien. Winds will be dead calm with wind gusts 12 miles per hour out of the west. By 2 p.m., 79 will be your high, 10 miles per hour will be the winds, 28 miles per hour will be its gusts, originating from the west-southwest. This will continue throughout 8 p.m. when winds die down to 4 miles per hour, but gusts continue to blow out of the southwest at 23 miles per hour. Your high will be 64 degrees at 8 p.m. with a low for the night of 57 starting at 2 a.m. where we enter a dead calm except for 6 mile per hour wind gusts originating from the northeast.
That's pretty good doing the weather AI voice.
Yeah, I do that instead.
Devo, she likes to do things like ghost towns and other things, not just fires. But
oh, I hate fires, but nobody else is doing it. Like, somebody please take over. I don't want to do this. I want to go ghost town.
There is a couple of us doing it, but you know, it's something when you have the emergency guys that go watch your stream and highlight themselves through it to get information.
Yeah, November 6th, Golf says press 00 to repeat the weather report. So, okay. Yeah, Laura, do you have any photos or anything like that? You can send them to my email of like what's going on and how's the weather there. We're gonna look over by where Laura is, but I guess I could see that to the east northeast the fire would be spreading today. It did that before in 2020 when there was some other activity with the Devil Fire and the Slater. I remember that. So here's my email. If you can, I mean, if there's anything you want to show the world.
Oh, Bob wants to know what your next ghost town is you have planned to go to.
Whatever one I can, that would be awesome to do Bohemia and stuff.
Hey, Devo's gonna go sub you. Here, I'll get it for you, Devo.
Okay. Sweet. He's on Discord. All right, let's go.
He's a YouTuber.
Sweet.
And he'll sub you. And yes, he's not in my Discord yet. I'm still talking him into it.
Okay. So the forecast for the Tyee area, right on the ridge next to the Cougar, what would they call it? The rattlesnake fire thing now. Okay. What time is it? It's 9 in the morning. So
yeah, 9:18.
Okay. Currently, the time is 9:18 a.m. Your high for today will be 86 degrees. The current temperature is approximately 65 degrees. Wind is at a dead calm right now, with wind gusts up to 6 miles per hour out of the northeast. Later today, past 11 a.m., there will also be a dead calm with 10 mile per hour wind gusts originating out of the northeast. By 2 p.m., you'll reach your high of 86 degrees. Wind 7 miles per hour originating out of the northeast, the opposite direction, with wind gusts of 20 miles per hour. By 5 p.m., sustained winds will increase to 10 miles per hour out of the northeast, with wind gusts being 26 miles per hour, partly cloudy at that time. By 8 p.m., your temperature will be 66 degrees with 6 mile per hour winds out of the same direction, the northeast, still gusting to 26 miles per hour. 11 p.m., it will be 58 degrees near the low of 55. Winds will be a dead calm, still originating out of the northeast at 13 miles per hour. So it's almost a dead calm at 5 a.m. tomorrow, which is great. They'll probably have some smoky but dead calm stuff where they could do more firing to protect structures. But it looks like mostly the fire will still continue to try to push to the southeast. And I would imagine they would try to stop it at this ridgeline and protect the town of, Umpqua. But for a little bit today, the occasional wind gust is coming out of the northeast. So they had a really good opportunity to do firing last night in the dead calm, and it was really cold, like 54. We saw red anyway on the heat detections. So I believe they were just using that opportunity to burn up more of the fuel while it was calm, to strengthen their lines, et cetera, et cetera. So the fact that there's more smoke and stuff, I wouldn't sweat that at all. And I would put money on they'll say today that that's what they did. Looks like they'll have another opportunity tonight. It kind of sucks that between 2 and 8 p.m. there's some 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It'll test the lines, but I think they got a good night of prep in. I can't wait to hear what their plan is. Let's just see if they have any. What other weather did anybody need? We're still looking at the Cougar Creek rattlesnake. We still don't have an update. They're busy, from the officials, but I think it's positive information until we hear otherwise. Same thing with the Boulder Creek wilderness fire east of Glide, Oregon. So what else do we need to look for the weather? Maybe what did you guys request again?
My buddy lives in northeast Oklahoma. What I do is I put windy on the satellite and I show everybody what the satellite's doing.
Satellite. All right.
I actually cover the whole U.S. in the morning on my little weather thing.
Oh man, we should have just tuned you in.
Yeah,
all right.
What we should do is I should say, hey, sit back for a minute.
Goodness. Well, you hear that snapping? Look at the crazy cell moving through St. Louis. Oh my God. Columbia, Kansas City, St. Louis. It's not red in many places, but that's a lot of light.
All right, guys, we have a low pressure sitting off almost directly off the coast, off of Cape Blanco. It's a nice low pressure. She's giving a spin. I'm gonna go ahead and show this.
All right,
we have a nice low pressure sitting off here. It's got a good counterclockwise to it. I'm gonna back it out a little bit. This is what it looks like. Hawaii over here's got the normal wind pattern for Hawaii. We got a high pressure sitting off of British Columbia, Washington, and Puget Sound area, and that's stretching in behind the low. I'm going to go ahead and go over here and hit the satellite as normal. This is the last 2 hours, guys. Last 2 hours. Yes, this doesn't have a lot with it, but there is weather on this, and it's sucking it in. Yeah. On the counterclockwise. So this is a storm front, and this is where Oregon sticks out the most. This is Cape Blanco, world famous Cape Blanco. We have some weather in over eastern Oregon, not much over Washington. This is the Infra Plus from Windy, and we're just going to do what we normally do. I'll back it out one again, and we're just going to go over here and look at what it's doing over here.
Oh, wow.
Oh, here we go. There is a system off of, my buddy over there. It involves lightning.
Whew.
This is what it looks like. We are talking over, where is this exactly?
Missouri.
Wow. Yeah, that is Missouri going into Illinois.
Yeah.
You're going to get some weather. It is sucking this. If you follow the clouds, it is sort of sucking this down towards Kentucky. This might follow the clouds. They usually do follow the clouds in front of them. It's going to suck this in across Kentucky no matter what. Indiana, Ohio. We're going to go over here and check we're going to go over here and check the country of D.C. Oh, went in too fast for what I want. Okay, we're going to check the country of D.C. Z, it looks like your weather is normal. Let's put it on temp. Yeah, you're about normal. You're 84. Yeah, you're about 84, 85 out there, Z. So that's about normal for you. This, like I said, this is on the IR. These are all the temperatures. Look at the warm East Coast we're having. That is warm spot up the East Coast. This is not good coming across Tennessee. See, this is sucking clean down into Tennessee. It does have a clockwise rotation to it, so it's not so bad. Let's check out the pressure again. I'll put it on wind. It gives me the pressure. Back it off. We'll look where that is. We have a low sitting off the northeast of this country. Look out, my Canadian friends out there. You know who you are. This ain't good for you. We have wind blowing up to you. You know your weather. You know where you are better than I do. Over here, we got this being affected by what's going on down coming off the Yucatan. Here is that potential storm there. Here is that other one. This is a well-developed eye here. It's moving. I will be posting later today the hurricane info guy. It's information in the Discord for my Discord members. It'll be under weather in Gunny's News Corner. But yeah, this is a big zone right here. It's still not busted it. Look at this high. That is all the way from Ontario, Canada down into there. We're going to put it back on the satellite for you guys, and I will zoom in for you in a minute here, Devo. You actually look pretty clear, Devo. You got some clouds. They'll be clearing off. Let's go ahead and look at the last 2 hours. Last 2 hours, you might get some more clouds. It's hard to say. This is moving slow. I'm going to go ahead and zoom out. Come across the bottom, see what Mexico's doing down here that's been feeding us all these storms. Here we go, another one developed. This one looks like it's actually trying to go west out over the Sea of Cortez. We have some weather over here for my family in southeast Arizona. Miss you guys. Winds class reunion. Oh, that's right. I'm not supposed to ask that. I forgot. I have a deal with the administration. But Eastern Oregon's got some weather. It's moving. It's laying down some lightning around this. I'm going to put it on weather radar so we get a better look at this. This is the last hour. I'm not going to pay them. They only give me an hour. We do have lightning in Eastern Oregon. I recommend you guys go to WeatherBug Spark. It's got the best lightning tracker I have been able to find for an app. It beats lightning.org, guys. And we got a little bit of system here running up to 97. It looks, well, where's that other? Oh. Yep, Lapine running. This is running up to 97. I do not see any strikes with it. Back to satellite. What's the satellite telling us? Not much. It's not even showing that. So Newberry Crater, you always got to watch out what Newberry's doing. I will be getting back to showing the
volcano
Newberry size. Yeah,
okay.
I have the seismograph links for Newberry, and for I normally, it's part of what I'm doing, but fire season I've been skipping it as part of my show. I've just been showing the fires. It takes up a lot of my time. But here you go, guys. That's the U.S. weather for you. Oh, California, but I don't see much down there, guys. So, concern, is this turning off the coast? What is this going to do? When's it going to move? We got a little bit of clouds going up here. They're going to come on. You know, all weather comes from the west and goes east in some sort of way. But this is not good. It's laying down lightning in Eastern Oregon. So there we go.
Great.
It is, yep. When I put it on the weather radar, we do have lightning in Eastern Oregon. We're going to click over because we're going to go to realtimelightningmap.org.
Okay. All right.
Lightningmap.org. We jump over here and we are going to take a look. I have it set for the past 24 hours. I'm going to kick it back down to 1 hour. I'm going to turn on the ticker because it's always fun to have the ticker on.
Oh, wow. That's a crazy map. Look at all the lightning.
Oh, you want to see lightning? Let's look at the last 24 hours.
Okay.
Holy smokes.
This is I have the thunder circles turned on. When a lightning strike hits, if you're zoomed in, the darker it is the better it can be heard. As it gets lighter, you can't hear it. This is called the thunder. It's over here in settings. You can put on this thing called thunder. And I try to have it on max, but some reason it keeps knocking it back one.
Okay.
And what this does is it tells you where it shows you where this can be heard. They're yellow for an hour. They're yellow for I can't remember what the time is, but we're gonna go over here and go. Oh, there's not much past 24 hours.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can I just interrupt you for just a second? People are confused in my channel. They're like, did you get hacked? I'm like, no. Broken Fish, I'm a guest on his channel. I'm very honored to be there. He's a retired firefighter. He's got insider knowledge and information about what's affecting Southwestern Oregon especially. So we went over some really grave concerns. We are extremely concerned about the Smith complex spilling into Oregon, how we're going to protect Cave Junction, how we're going to stop it. I don't know how they can from entering into the Biscuit Fire burn scar and running all the way to the Flat Fire. The Lookout Fire, we have concerns too. What's going to stop it from running to the Santiam? So he put his 2 cents in earlier. I'll recap that later. But right now we're looking at the weather and how it affects Oregon. Right before, we're just waiting for the morning updates on these fires. But we have major concerns. This is almost like a crisis unfolding with the Smith Fire near Cave Junction. So we're just waiting for the officials to update us. Meanwhile, here's the weather. Sorry about that, Broken.
That's okay. You got to talk to the people in the channel, especially when they're like, what the heck's going on? Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and post this link for lightningmaps.org. They're really good. I'm going to put it in the private chat so you can grab it. They're really good. They're a little lacking out here, out west, but when there's storms somewhere, this is the last 24 hours. These are all the lightning strikes. Like if I go out to this storm, these are all the lightning strikes. Past 24 hours. It's a little much at times, so I like to put it down on to the past hour. The darker the lightning strike is the older it is.
Okay.
And it's one of those things. Play with the settings, people. It's a fun thing to do. You learn about the channel. Another thing that's fun to do is I go in here. They have this thing called lines.
Mm-hmm.
If you turn on lines, give it a second. It will show you what stations. See all these lines appearing? You see them on the map?
Okay.
You see all these lines? That shows you where this lightning strike was actually, where it's, see how good that is? You wouldn't believe where actually sees our lightning strikes.
Wow.
They are tracking these lightning strikes across the world.
Dude.
That's crazy.
I didn't mean to...
It's a fun little thing to play with, Catherine. That's why I give out the link.
That's psychedelic. Psychedelic weather, man.
Ain't it? It's a trip. But you notice the strikes that are happening out in Oregon, there's not much on them. That's why I recommend people go to WeatherBug, Spark, because they really show you the Oregon lightning, the West Coast lightning. It's probably the best tracker for West Coast lightning I've
Oh my gosh.
Dude. Jetstream's gone wild. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to not introduce you, David. David's a good supporter, and he's awesome. And he's here on Broke Fish's channel as well. He has some good...
Thank you.
Yeah, he has some awesome insider information, too, contributing about the head and over there. Is that Siskiyou County, the head and the perch and stuff? Or Shasta?
Yeah, that's Siskiyou County.
Okay.
Just west of the Wairika area.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much. You're awesome.
It's always, I've worked so much in that area, the Six Rivers National Forest, Siskiyou, Shasta. Oh, I live in Western for a living. I was never home during the summer. 2 days don't cut it. and I was stationed out of Bend, Oregon, for the last 10 years of my career. Maybe 12 years. Our home base was Bend, Oregon, so they sent us, instead of Coos Bay, they sent us to Bend, Oregon. And then you got to drive home clean across the state to see your family for a day, because it takes hours. I'm going to go ahead and turn off lines, guys, because it can get a little intense.
Yeah, I think your computer's gonna have a seizure.
But it's a really good map. My only problem with them is they are a little lacking out here in Oregon. And I'll show you what I mean, because I got Spark on a
Really?
hotkey.
Yeah, let's see Oregon.
If I put Spark on a hotkey and I zoom out, see all the lightning strikes? They showed us 3 on the other map, and this is showing me lightning strike in Idaho. The closest one to me is 157 miles.
That's over by John Day.
Yeah.
And the
see?
Painted Hills.
There's about pretty good. It shows all of Oregon. I normally have it zoomed in more. That's just Oregon, Idaho area. I ain't even looking at the coast because we know they're not there. But this is all the current strikes. This is the closest one to me in the last while. It'll always have a green. If you use this, it'll always put a green dot for the closest strike to you. But if it's on the other side of the country, it'll tell you on Spark that there's a strike 1,000 miles away.
Really?
And if it gets within 30 miles, they see how this says no spark alert. If it gets if it breaches this ring, even touches this ring, you get a notice. It's and I know WeatherBug does have a cell phone app, but they have a very good lightning tracking on their site.
Neat.
So, but I try not to show it a whole, because it does semi dox me. And
yeah. You know what? I found an amazing VPN that works in Oregon better than anything else. It's called Private. Wait a second. What is it called? I keep forgetting. Yeah. What is this thing called? It's like.
And there we go with Broke Fishing's daily weather report.
Hang on. Yeah. Thank you so much. So I think it's called Private Internet Access, but for some reason, Private Internet Access. It's got full speed for Oregon. I was astonished. Nord cut me down to nothing. So pretty affordable. But I could do weather or anything like that if just deny it location access and the individual website, and that'll help it not put a dot where you are. I did that for what do you call it? Watch duty. So thank you for showing us that. We're very concerned about the weather in Oregon. We are waiting, and it's unusually late now, sort of, for almost all of the updates for the fires that are super concerning. The Smith, the Lookout. I guess we have to keep.
I know this map. Fire avalanche.
Yeah. That's what Urban just showed. You know what? I have a message.
I am the Gunny. The Gunny sent me this.
Okay.
My brother, the Marine, sent me this one. I know this map.
Okay.
But they're not even. They don't even have. They're saying it's a minimal to low growth on the one that's in the what's the name?
Where?
They're saying it's minimal to low growth on the one in the Grassy Knob Wilderness.
Thank God.
So
buys them some time, because they're going to need a lot of time to get there.
Yeah, or figure out what if they're even gonna do something, or they're gonna let it. They're just gonna monitor. It's really hard to say at times.
Yeah. Well, we've got so much to look at, but the big things is how are they going to stop the lookout now from going north to the Santiam? How are they going to stop the Smiths from getting into Cave Junction? How are they going to stop the Smith, the other part of the Smith, from getting all the way to the Flatfire? It could run all the way through there because there's almost no roads.
C Probe said, I love Weatherbug. It's on my phone's primary home screen. Yeah, I love Weatherbug. Weatherbug is the bomb. Oh, and hey, not today.
Okay.
But next weekend, Catherine, if you got some time around 3 in the afternoon, the ladies take over my Sarah, Cheryl, my master mod, and another friend of ours, Susie, tried. They come in and take over my channel for the afternoon. They have full access, women only.
You understand how dangerous that is?
Ladies chatting too.
We could have some. I mean, I'd be honored to join.
Well, I just wanted to let you know, Nightbot just dropped my link, and I'm like, oh well, the ladies get mad when I don't invite the ladies. So, just something to think about. On the 2nd at 3 p.m. in the afternoon, they take over my YouTube, my Rumble, my Kick. They take over everything. It's theirs for as long as they want it. If they go for 3 hours, it's 3 hours. If they go for longer, it's longer.
You're a smart man.
Yep.
my beautiful wife is I'm in the room with her and she's sitting here smiling. She's loving it. She might have to join you guys.
What we do is today that same it's over on my buddy who runs a cannabis channel. They do the same thing.
You mean hemp?
Yeah, hemp channel. They run a hemp channel. We alternate weekends. Oh, come on. We don't think about that over here. It's legal.
Not where all my listeners are located, and the kids are like, "What is that, Mommy? Thanks a lot." I'm just kidding. Okay.
Well, sometimes, us old retired firefighters.
Well, you're already exposed to enough smoke already, though. What's a little more, right?
I got out yesterday in Roseburg. I watched the seat come flying in, and my buddy goes, "Boy, it sure smells like smoke." I said, "No, it don't." He goes, "What do you think it smells like?" And I went, "Money."
Hey.
Yep.
Because I made my money off of fires, and the smell of fires was money to me. Oh, hey, Devo. Speaking of the devil.
So wait a minute. I think you're responsible for this broke. Click on this link. I think you caused this to happen.
Cause what to happen?
Click on the link in the chat. This is your fault, isn't it?
Death Ball Mountain Camp Lookout Fire over.
Show the
Oregon.
Oh no.
Yeah, probably.
Show the screen.
What?
You want me to share that?
Yeah, show the screen.
I'm airbrushing my hair.
It's your fault.
Yeah, it probably is my fault.
That image.
Okay, hang on. Let me get back over here on my other screen. Yeah, this probably is my fault. See, Devo, they all give me a hard time. Yeah, that probably is my fault.
I helped a little.
Money.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that's your fault. Close your windows, dang it. The rest of us are suffering.
So how are you doing this morning, Devo?
It's hard to find it.
I caught part of your show.
Oh my God!
Of the replay yesterday, Devo. I was laughing so hard.
It's a maple leaf.
Yeah, it's a maple leaf.
I have to get out of here, guys. This has gone full adult. Okay, guys, it's really been fun. But I'm wondering,
here, Catherine.
Well, Devo, hey, by the way, I like to Ghost Town. Do you? Oh, I can't
yeah,
hear him.
Bob was asking if you have any of your Ghost Town videos up and how he would find a link to go watch your reports
Okay.
on Ghost Towns.
Well, I made some of them, but just
And
as I
Devo
was.
just subbed to you too. Catherine.
Oh, thanks. When I decided to split my channel, so instead of uploading a bunch of that to the Wildfire one, I'm going to make a channel that's just about ghost towns, so that people who are fire traumatized don't have to deal with fire, and like vice versa. So I'll let you guys know. But right now, I like to go to
Devo,
Sumter, Blue Mountains.
If you need any fire information, Catherine is where I go when I don't have time to like dig in myself. I go see what she's covering and sit down and check it. Our buddy Ron, the emergency manager guy, he goes over and checks Catherine out now since I showed him. Yeah.
Yay! Thank you. So yeah, I keep saying, well, I'll have some free time, but it'll be after fire season. Oh my God. But I'm sorry if I'm talking over you, Devo. I see your little thing, but I don't hear you. But right now my focus was like the Blue Mountains, over there by Cornucopia and also the Sumter side. But I also wanted to go to Bohemia Mine and areas like that. And then Bonanza.
And I will ask my friend about Bohemian Mine, and
Yeah.
we will know tomorrow. I'll see. We got a place we can look over to Bohemia and see where it's actually at.
Great.
And he has a real good idea from just viewing, and he knows a lot about Bohemia.
I've gone into the Tillamook burn to all those 16 different ghost towns pretty much that got burned up there. So that's just West Portland.
Yeah, I know where that's at. You were
Do we
wanting
have
to say
any information about? Is there a fire near Hyuchi? Is
Yes.
that anywhere near the Smith River complex?
Yes.
That is the Smith. That is just west of the Smith River complex. If you're looking on a map, that's where it cuts off of 199. It's right there where the split goes to, what is that, 99 or whatever that road is that comes out closer to Brookings. It's the cutoff road for the Oregonians to get to the 199. But that's just west of the Smith River fire.
Just west.
Here, I'll get you a link for that and Cal Topo. I already had that up, so here it is in his chat on the YouTube. Or do you want it in the? Here it is in StreamYards too. Might as well.
Hey guys.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to ask this question. I know that the summertime is really bad with the lightning and fires and stuff around there. Does that happen in the wintertime when a thunderstorm comes through with the lightning and all that?
Oh, we get the lightning, but you very rarely, unless we're having a dry winter, which we normally don't have in my area, it doesn't start a fire. I mean, you do have the fluke every now and then. When we're having a dry lead into winter, it will start small fires, but they're able to hop on them because of the time of year. Now, down in California, yes, it doesn't matter what time of year, but up here in Oregon, in Northern California, the winter does have a different effect on fires. But we do get the lightning all the time.
That's crazy. That's a natural fire starter.
It's like you and tornadoes. You look at it and go, yeah, that ain't coming our way. We look at the lightning and go, that's going to swing around and we might get something out of that.
Yeah, it's mostly the foothills of California that's vulnerable to that, because by the time it's over the high Sierras, usually by late October, November, you've got snow, and thunder snow is very rare. So even if it starts some stuff, usually there's maybe even snow a couple days later in the Sierras. But as it's going up and climbing up, you got Paradise, Butte County, El Dorado County, Placerville, those kind of places, Copperopolis, the Mother Lode, Auburn, those places can be vulnerable to it. Paradise burned down in November,
So it's a very beautiful place to live, but dangerous in the same sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, and a lot of it is development. Okay.
I was in California when Paradise burned.
What?
I was in California when Paradise burned.
Oh God, yeah, my brother was a missing person for a bit. He lost everything. That must have been
I
heartbreaking
was on
for
a
you.
job in Ukiah, which is over by Fort Jones, and the smoke made it over there and completely blocked out the sun.
Oh yeah, yeah. It
Come
ran.
on, guys.
It not
I
only.
remember.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Catherine.
I was just going to say, it not only ran down to, it almost took out Chico. They evacuated East Chico. They spared it just a nick of time, but it ran across Highway 99 and started running towards the Coast Range, like across the valley, and they had to stop it in the fields. But
Yeah.
I remember back in the day when we used to tell people about, hey, we get these things on fires called we call them fire nados. Oh, you guys are making up tall tales until somebody caught one on a video. Till somebody caught one on a video, and I had 6 of my friends come to me and go, "You weren't lying." I go, "No, dude," and they're scary as all get out. You don't know what to do.
Yeah.
It's picking up. I've seen them pick up small logs and toss them, just like a normal tornado. Oh, it was like, oh my God, what do you? And it's fire. It's from the fire. It's full of fire embers and everything else. Talk about a fire spreader.
Yeah. Fire tornadoes. What else have you seen, and how often do you see that kind of thing?
Oh God, they're more common than you think. There's some few things I don't want to talk about on YouTube that I've seen. You know how it goes.
Oh, well, okay.
I've seen some things that just make you wonder, and people tell me, "Oh, no, you don't." I just don't talk about it on YouTube. I would talk about it with you if we were on Rumble, but we're still on YouTube.
Oh, I meant things like vortexes, but sure, I understand.
Oh, the sheer wind.
Fire, haven't you? You've seen things in fire, haven't you?
Oh yeah, especially on night shift. The sheer winds, the flat winds that come in with the fire.
Those straight line winds, yeah.
What are those?
Fire sucking wind into itself. It just comes in. It can be no wind prediction, and the fire just gets going. It starts sucking its own. It starts sucking wind in, and that's how you get the. That's how you get the pyrocumulus, is because it starts sucking all that in, and it builds that cloud up, and then it ambles off in the temperature inversion. Next thing you know, you got lightning.
Well, and you get the furnace effect when you got all that hot air getting pushed up in the atmosphere. You run out of cold air coming down, and it just starts sucking superheated air back into it.
Yeah. I've seen some crazy stuff in the weather, and I've seen some other stuff that just made me go, "What'd they put in my coffee?"
If you look at my channel, my screen right here, I was able to capture live on videos. Not all of them I uploaded because my streams went over 12 hours. But Dyer Mountain, California had a big FLIR video. So I have a series of these. Now, Dyer Mountain, California was a lookout tower, like a wooden one. It overlooks Lake Almanor on the east shore. And it even captured a lot of Greenville kind of burning down, sort of. But after Greenville burned down, the fire marched over the top of Dyer Mountain. And you can't see the mountains in the background, but I knew about them being a local. They're about almost 6,000 feet tall. And so this is a fire vortex, which is the center of a pyrocumulus cloud. It's eating up the Moonlight Fire's burn scar old growth that they just left on the landscape from 2007. So it formed a huge pyrocumulus, and the center is a fire vortex that is at least 3,000, maybe 4,000 feet tall. And that's one of my screenshots of it. And then smaller fire tornadoes went up and over the mountain where you see the flames in the foreground. So we saw this thing form and form again. The only reason it's not a tornado, the 4,000 foot tall one, is it didn't move. That's the only difference between fire vortex and whatnot. But it threw embers up so high that they landed over in Lassen County over the top of another mountain range, like 8 miles away to the northeast. So, but that we can finally tell you what's inside of a pyrocumulus. It's twisting air, and the flames are that tall, and full-size logs and whatever can be just dropped out of the sky. So when I showed this live, this was the only thing I needed to tell people, you need to evacuate. Do you think you can protect your home with a garden hose from this? And they go, nope, I'm out.
Let me pop that up.
Okay.
Hey, bro, I gotta go. But hey, thanks for letting me up. And
yeah,
Caitlin,
are you going? Are you going live?
I will tonight. Yeah, the ladies' night tonight, I think. So,
Oh
ladies,
yeah,
if y'all want
this
to come over,
afternoon.
the ladies will have my channel, and they'll get to do whatever they want to. But I was going to say, Caitlin, could you read me a bedtime story tonight? Man, your voice is just bomb.
Oh, thank you.
All right, bye, guys. It was nice, Sarah. Everybody, God
Devo,
speed.
see ya.
Hey,
Good to
nice
see
meeting
you,
you.
Devo.
Nice
Good
meeting
to
you.
see you, bro. I'll see you later.
I'll
Love,
see
peace,
you
and
tonight,
weed, baby.
Yeah. Oh, there's the boo boo
Nobody asked
parrot.
you.
Potato, the boo boo parrot. She's a cockatoo. Oh, she's amazing.
Yeah, she likes to be center of attention. When Sarah first started her channel, she literally she literally ran from the camera, and now like 6 months later she runs to the camera.
Yeah.
We've actually had her kick Sarah out of the stream because she's trying to stick her head right into the camera and bumps the leave studio button.
Yeah. Yeah, this is northeast of Dyer Mountain, kind of south of Westwood a little bit. I was calling it a fire tornado, so if you go back in my archives and just search on my channel fire tornado, you'll find a video called that, because I wasn't quite sure about naming terminology, but small ones did come over Dyer Mountain, but that one was technically called a vortex because it didn't move and it was 4,000 feet tall. So I now know the naming terminology. They're a devil if they're small, like a dirt devil, but fire, right? So it's a fire devil. Now, if it has greater than 75-mile-an-hour winds but doesn't move, it's a vortex. If it has greater than 75-mile-an-hour winds but does move, it's a fire tornado. So a whirl can describe that too, without the wind gusts. But fires,
And you wouldn't believe how common they actually are.
no way.
Because it takes us firefighters being in there usually to catch and take a few minutes to catch it on video, on photo, but now we're able to catch them on videos.
Right. So I have a whole bunch of series of slides that show it forming. But if you go to my archives, just go to the channel page, search fire tornado. You'll see it form live, and there's a timestamp of 3 hours and 30 minutes.
Do you put your photos into like your community tab on your page?
I just discovered that existed like a month ago, so now I haven't.
We should have had this discussion earlier. You would have discovered a lot more.
Okay.
I really think you need a Rumble page. Then you wouldn't have to worry about what you're saying.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Now this hit the media, so this became the fire tornado picture, which is that hit the media. So, some of them used it from my screenshot from my channel, but others, I'm sure, captured it right off the Dyer Mountain camera. That was complete and utter insanity. It was a moving picture instead of like a still frame. If all the alert wildfire cams were movies, the public would have so much better of an idea of what the heck's going on. If we could have this at the lookout right now, can you imagine what we'd be able to know? It sees right through the smoke.
I know. I am going to inquire with them down at DFPA and just inquire and see if they will grant access to their cameras. I know they have them. The question is, will they grant access, and do they know that the Oregon State, is it Oregon State that backs the camera programs here in Oregon?
I don't know, but we have some.
Or is it OH? Is it the Ducks or the Beavers that back the fire program? I can't remember.
I don't know.
They will help them.
Yeah, we can look into that.
Inquire again.
What I am just disturbed by, look at this. It's already trying to make a pyrocumulus. I think one just formed on the lookout in the last 15 to 20 minutes. Oh my God, on the alert cam. Yeah, that is high. That is a couple thousand feet above the 4,500 feet that the lookout is on. Let's look at. Are you seeing my screen still? You see that?
I have your screen pulled up. It's still showing the vortex.
Okay, it'll take a minute. But then I want to check the Smith cam. So, yeah. So
So
you,
I'll pop it up for you. Here you go.
yikes. So hold on to your butts, guys. It's 10 in the morning and we got a pyrocumulus. Let's look at the Smith
Yeah,
Ridge cam.
that's trying to do something there, isn't it?
Let's look at it from the east side. Wow. So let's do a 3-hour time lapse from the Smith Ridge cam. This is looking to the southwest.
See, and that's blowing in from the right direction.
Right there.
And
Wow.
yeah, it's either knocking the top off the column or it is trying to pull the cumulus.
Oh my god. So it starts to see at 9 in the morning, 9:09 a.m. I've freeze frame it. That's when it
There
just
goes
jumps.
the inversion layer. That it punches through. You can see, yeah, it just punched it just punched through the inversion layer.
Oh.
2 inversion layers. It just punched through the inversion layers. That's part of what it did. You can see the flat top clouds there, and then all of a sudden it punches through. That was an inversion layer, and it punched through, and that's going to cause more activity. When it punches through, the fire takes off.
This is why we're
and you can see it, and there it goes. So yeah, punches through, and here comes the column, and you can see it took it a couple minutes to start reacting.
Yeah, I'll do a 1-hour time lapse now. I know there's a little bit of a delay, but I mean, just do the 1 hour because it's going to be slower. It's more frames that we've got to look at. If it doesn't seizure, it's stuck. What the heck?
Boom! There it goes.
Yeah.
So when it does, is that more like on the ground? Is that like a flashover, or is it just?
It just, the fire activity picks up. It's not really flashing over. Just fire activity goes from where it's the nighttime laying down, sort of not running like we like them to do.
Creeping.
When it punches through that inversion layer, it just all the activity picks up, and it's not really a what I'd call a flashover. But it'll make it could be making a run. It could start it in when it busts through the inversion layer. That's a sign of the activity's going to pick. That's when the activity picks up.
Yeah.
And everybody understands what an inversion layer is, right?
Correct.
I might as well explain it.
Yeah, explain.
An inversion layer is just think of water, where you have different heat temperatures of water. The really cold water's on the bottom, and then you got a little bit warm, and it forms a layer between them. That's called a thermocline, or if it was in the air, an inversion layer. And it's the same thing with fires. It's a temperature layer that locks that all the heat in down below it until a certain point, and then when it finally breaks through that, it allows all that heat to pop up and go up, and more wind to be sucked in. Because you notice how it sort of cleared up when that busted through. The smoke in the valley sort of sucked towards it, and it cleared up a little bit. That's another thing that tells me there was an inversion in over that fire.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if I was viewing this from a ways away, I would be. The minute that bust through, I'd have called my crews for a head up.
Yeah.
But 9 times out of 10, I'm a lot closer than that. I'm actually when I'm doing Overwatch to watch the crews and watch the fire behavior, I'm in there where I can see the fire in a safe spot for me, but where I can see the fire and I know where my crew's working. And when this happens, it starts sucking in. You can see a little better. Wow, you can see it just punch right through there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
It's hard for me to explain what I just instinctively, from all the years doing the job of a squad boss, you know what I mean?
I can maybe help with the explanation.
Yeah, probably can better than me. I have a little trouble getting I just know it.
It's field knowledge. We got the field knowledge.
Right. I'm more of the bridge. I'm the communicator person. So, and without the field knowledge. So what this is,
same thing does, Cat.
Yeah. So the twisting nature, it's a thing where it'll try to start. The pyrocumulus is a cloud that's much like a nuclear bomb cloud or anything. It's a result of tremendous heat rising extremely fast up in the atmosphere because it's propelled by more and more heat building up from below, like a steam train warming up, and suddenly you see the burst of steam out the smokestack, and then as it's starting to leave the station, chug, 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 and it gets more and more. Often there's a poof from below pushing more steam out, right? So it gets higher and higher and higher and thicker. So what happens is there's a critical point where there's so much heat from below where the fire is that it can't rise into the sky as fast as it's being pushed the way that it normally rises with a traditional, like, lazy smoke column or whatever. If there reaches a point, and this is the point of no return sometimes, when so much heat is going up because so much stuff's on fire, usually because of wind, and the heat from the sun, making it all worse, that the laws of physics state that the air has to move at the same speed more efficiently to maintain the speed. So it will twist. So if you take a video of, like, I should have just kept this on speed dial, of if you take a 2-liter bottle drained by a vortex, is one of these videos. It's called the fastest way to empty a bottle. So if you think about this upside down, right? You see how the heat would leave the bottle like chunk, 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 and that would be like your traditional smoke column. But what if it finds more fuel and it burns hotter because there's more wind? So you see how long it took for that to leave the bottle, right? Well, this is what happens. Swirl it and create a vortex, which naturally forms from the laws of physics, and boom, you see how much more air is just going to be sucked up into the sky. That's why it bursts up through the top. It's now in a much more efficient pattern of the heat rising. That sucks in with a vacuum 360 degrees from around the base, all of the new air, and that feeds it even hotter and makes it twist even more and puts the twist higher. The higher the twist is, it's the true flames going up in the twist. This is what they look like in the center, without the clouds. The more and more it gets, because now it's like bellows going maximum speed on like the coals in a forge. Like it feeds itself, and the more hot it gets from the new air, the more air it sucks in from around. The more air it gets, the hotter it gets, and it's a feedback loop. As long as it's got tremendous amounts of fuel, such as the old growth in there, which is tragic, it will go and go and go. And because the Lookout Fire is on the top of the hills, it's always got this wind from the top of the mountains. The Bedrock doesn't. And so as soon as this happens, everybody just runs. You can't stop a fire like this, a pyrocumulus. So we saw 3 or 4 form yesterday afternoon, and I would expect to see 4 of these from the different 4 hotspots of, the different edges and different corners, I would say, of the lookout, just doing this again. But to have it this early in the morning, it's usually an afternoon affair, and we saw this at night a couple nights ago. This tells you the lookout is something else. It's extremely bad.
We should have known it was coming with the lightning active out there in east of Newberry. We should have known this was coming. It gave us the sign. And cumulus clouds are the only ones that produce lightning. People don't my understanding, I might be wrong, I'm no professional, but cumulus clouds are the ones that produce the lightning. You have cumulus maximus, which is the thunderhead, and then you have a pyrocumulus. There's probably a couple others, but those are the 2 I've always worried about.
Well, yeah, there's
this can start to produce its own lightning and striking into its own fire and out of it.
Okay, I have a video of that for the Bear Fire, the Bear Claremont complex that took out 2 towns in California. So when I saw that, which is a very traumatizing video, it made a historically fast run from Bucks Lake down and skipped over Orville and erased a couple towns and killed people on the way. It was a classic wind pattern with Santa Ana, or whatever you call the Diablo winds, right? Now it began producing lightning inside, with the alert wildfire cams. So I went to Holt Hanley's channel because he's the weather expert, and he was just working on his doctorate or whatever it is in weather. And he had over his shoulder one of his teachers with one of his live streams. So I said, "Hey, Holt, you guys should visit his channel. He's amazing." I said, "Now, I know that volcanoes with their heat clouds and stuff cause lightning because of the friction, the static electricity from the pulverized rock, which is called, ash, up in the sky. It creates static electricity. Now, what about a big mega fire? Do you think there's enough ash in the air and dryness to create static electricity to cause those lightning flashes?" And so he goes, "Hang on, let me talk to my professor." Comes back, he goes, "Yes." So there you go.
Yeah. And hello, Urban. Welcome to my channel. Thanks
Hey.
for coming in and chatting. And please hit the like. Yeah, we should have known this was coming, though. Us seeing the lightning right before this, just straight out, or probably right around the same time as that was busting the column. We were watching the lightning over there on the weather. As I was going around looking at it.
Okay, I want to switch gears slightly right now. I want to make sure that the Cougar Creek and Rattlesnake are okay. We know that there's a special place that the lookout is burning. It's not the rest of Oregon that has
I
that.
understand that's also those experimental forests. I understand that that's also spotted owl habitat.
Oh, great. Wonderful.
Well, that's good news.
That came to me. Well, yeah, that's a double-edged sword for me. That came to me. The barred owls are killing the spotted owl,
but they blamed loggers.
Which is to me is an invasive species, and the loggers were actually creating the feeding zones for the spotted owl by opening up all these areas because it likes meadows. It was a double-edged sword that not both sides of the story were told, because when I was younger, spotted owls live in saguaro cactuses. So I had a real hard time with it going, they don't live in old growth. They live in saguaro cactuses. But I grew up in the southeast desert where we see them all the time in the saguaro cactuses.
Yeah, what he's talking about, if my people don't understand, and I want to look quickly at the Thai restaurant here to see where Laura is and if she's sort of like in danger at all from the. No, you're all right. You're all right. I think the fire is going to, generally, try to spread to the southeast. So if you're up by this restaurant,
excuse
Laura.
Me, Catherine.
Yeah.
I have to take off, everybody.
Oh, okay.
We have a birthday today. Thank you. Oh. Yes, Brokefish. Thank you very much.
Come back, even if we're not doing this. You'll see a normal day on my channel.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, thank you for being here, David. Have a good time.
All right, see you later, Potatoes Mom. See you, Sarah.
Bye, Potatoes Mom.
Bye.
Yeah, Spinny Dude, we just did. We're going to look back at the lookout. We just saw it form a pyrocumulus cloud over the last hour. That's what we were just looking at. You can rewind the channel a little bit, Spinny Dude, but then hit the live button and come back to live. Right now I'm checking on something for Laura Jones. Thank you so much for being here, Laura. I'm glad that you're safe and good. Right now down here by Millwood is where the Rattlesnake and Cougar fire is. And we've got some somewhat mild winds until I think it was maybe around 11 or 10 in the morning. Some 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but they're going to try to drive the Rattlesnake and the Cougar to the southeast towards, the town of Umpqua. This area is what is mostly in danger. I want to check on evacuation warning zones and all that for the Cougar Creek for you real quick. And make sure the map and everything we analyze. We're still waiting for our morning updates. The lookout is extremely frightening right now, so I'm especially waiting for that. So, whoa, Douglas County. There's chaos in this map. Okay, that's very, we got level 2s here. So if you're up by the restaurant, I don't even see that you're at a level 1 up there. However, this is a little bit concerning. I don't know about these two spot fires or lightning strike fires that are away from the main rattlesnake right here. So
we
if
had
we,
2 more new ones.
well, I think there was still there. It's called the Taiyi complex, right? But I don't think the wind is
Yeah,
going to
but
drive it north.
yellow's new. Yellow's within the past 12 to 24 hours.
19 hours ago. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I must have been thinking about this one 31 hours ago. So, the reason I'm telling you that you might want to stay around your home, anybody who's had the lightning around them happen in the last couple of days, is this specific reason. One good reason, let me show you. It's how a bunch of the fires are sleeping right now. This is a tree on fire, and you'd never know it unless you could walk right past it on the other side. You'd never know it. A lot of the lightning strikes are hiding in the trees, and it'll just take some high winds today, which you're going to get in your neighborhood, Laura. 25-mile-an-hour winds.
And the temperatures. The
Mhm.
temperatures come up will make them show. Winds will make them show. You won't even know that tree would be on fire. You could go lean up against that and wouldn't know until you seen that.
Yes,
and it's only acting like that because it hasn't punched a hole through the bottom yet to act as a true chimney.
yes. So you could have sleepers around you like this that are kind of just hiding, and as soon as we get the high temps of today, tomorrow, and the high winds, you're going to see a whole bunch of new smoke columns perhaps around you, but most people in Western Oregon might, especially south of Salem and south of Albany, where it was super dry, up in the Cascades, Coast Range. So just don't think that all of the lightning strike fires have been discovered yet, because some of them might take a while to burn down their tree. The tree will collapse, and burning pieces will be on the ground, and then it'll be off to the races. So this is why I'm saying that even if you're not exactly near one of the fires, a lot of people might want to be home, pack their bags, get ready just in case. Go monitor your property, walk around, make sure everything's good. Take your staple gun, make sure you have a fine mesh and the soffit vents underneath the roof eaves of your house, especially because that's the way most of them burn down, with the embers going up into the attic and lining a house from within. We now know that. So it would be the time to buy your fine mesh, inspect underneath the roof, make sure you got defensible space, stay vigilant. And I would say take a few days off if you can around this time.
And don't let those lazy Home Depot guys sell you that plastic mesh. You want metal fine mesh.
Yes.
Because some people will try to sell you that plastic stuff, and you don't want that.
Right. So I'm going to copy this link just in case people want to see the crazy, I'll put this also Brokefish in your channel. So it's because we haven't found all the fires yet. Remember, 1,600 lightning strikes. Today's wind is going to reveal a whole lot more, and some of them just might go running all afternoon. So look at the wind has just sort of picked up on the lookout, and we can't believe what we're seeing. Yeah, because Skinny Dude in the chat. Okay, I can't exactly look up your exact address. I see that you're probably north of. I don't know that you're in the evacuation zone, but I'm just saying there could be fires around you that you just don't know about. So anybody who can take off work, just make sure you prep your home now. Now watch this. Pyrocumulus cloud right there. This is just so concerning from the lookout fire. It's nuts from the other side too here, and it started at 9 in the morning. So we don't know. We need an explanation, like how are they going to handle the lookout? We've also got an extremely concerning situation with the Smith River complex, how it's threatening O'Brien all the way up to Cave Junction. Right now, that's under level 1 evacuations, how they're going to stop it, and how are they going to stop the other part of the Smith complex that spilled over from California into Oregon from reaching the Biscuit fire burn scar. We also are critically worried about the Anvil fire, which right now they don't even seem to be able to locate, but they know it's there somewhere in the wilderness east of Port Orford. So these are the big concerns. Lookout, Anvil. A little bit with the rattlesnake. I think they did good work on it last night. We'll have to wait. Smith complex. And the new sleeper fires that are going to reveal themselves today or tomorrow. So hold on to your butts, everybody. It's the lightning drama is not over. We only have rain coming Tuesday, maybe. So just strap in. It's going to be a bad couple of days. Let's look at heat detections. Okay, Brokefish, do we have any new updates? Has anybody else got?
I've been showing your screen. I haven't been.
Okay.
I have my lookouts over on yours. I've been showing your screen.
Okay. Alrighty. Whoa. 17 minutes ago. Look, we do have a picture. Oh, Laura, look. This is the Cougar Creek rattlesnake thing. I guess I had to refresh. Yikes. So we've got an update, guys. So
so the updates are starting to come out. That's good.
Yeah, that's what we've been waiting for. Sorry if you guys came in and got confused. Why is she showing a parrot? Why are they talking about random topics? It's because we were waiting for the updates. We had already discussed things for hours. This is my 5th hour of my stream. So
and I'm on like hour 7 something.
Yeah, you're in beast mode. We are. So it says crews worked diligently throughout the night and continued to prioritize focus on the southeastern ridge, the area threatening nearby homes and structures. This is the rattlesnake over by the town of Umpqua. The fires in steep terrain with snags, great standing dead trees and landscape, and abundant heavy dead and down fuels, which is from the snowstorms, Laura said. Fire behavior through the night was active despite higher relative humidity and cool temperatures. The estimated size is around 1,000 acres, but you think it's more, right, Broken?
Hang on a sec. I was over in Discord. I had to answer a message.
Anyway, he thinks it's over 1,000. I'm really lucky to be a guest on a Brokefish's
Which
show.
one were we talking about?
The cougar rattlesnake thing is over 1,000 acres, you think?
Oh,
right?
yeah, it gained acreage last night. Here,
Okay.
let me go there, and I'll jump up on and look, downsize this and look on what I'm looking at on.
Okay.
So we're finally getting those. I got to get off that one and go back down south. Lookouts. Look, Bedrock at least didn't move like I thought it was going to.
Good.
Rattlesnake.
I may have been incorrect. They said it continued to burn readily throughout the night despite cooler temperatures. Maybe they weren't firing. They're not being clear. They're not.
Yeah, 19 minutes ago, it's still saying 1,000 acres. Come on, if it continued to burn readily, it's over 1,000 acres. I don't understand why they didn't update that. And another thing, I'll go over and check I'll go reboot their page over on Facebook because I'm pretty sure that's DFPA. There is an update 57 minutes ago, Douglas District, Oregon.
Okay. For which fire?
Cougar Creek Rattlesnake Ridge Fire. I'll just go ahead and bring this over into the view.
Okay.
I'll pop it up for all of us. Okay. This is DFPA's Facebook page.
Okay.
Let me get back over here to my control panel. This is DFPA's Facebook page. I'm going to go ahead and read this because it can be hard to read. This is update for 8/26/23.
We don't see it. We don't see the screen.
It's on the screen. I see it.
Oh, sorry. Delay. I'm sorry. My bad.
Okay. Douglas District, Oregon, Cougar Creek / Rattlesnake Ridge Fire, Tai Umpqua area, and Hubbard Creek. Crews worked diligently through the night and continued to prioritize focus on the activity near the southeast ridge. The area threatening nearby homes and structures. The fire is in steep terrain with snags and abundant heavy dead and down fuels. Fire behavior through the night was active despite higher relative humidity and cooler temperatures. The fire's estimated, the word estimated is used, size is 1,000 acres, which means they haven't had aerial assets, or they haven't had they've got nobody to walk it, so they haven't had aerial assets go in and do the laser measurement of the edge of the fire last night.
Great.
Additional resources arrived this morning. Multiple incident commanders, task force leaders, heavy equipment operators, ground crews, tenders, and landowner resources. Aerial resources are in the district. I'm pretty sure that they kept the 3 seats in Roseburg, the single engine air tankers, in the district, as well with more on order. The use of aerial resources may continue to be restrictive due to limited visibility from smoke.
Oh,
The Oregon Department of Forestry, ODF, incident management team will be in briefed. That means they're briefing them to take over at 10 a.m. this morning, with transfer of command scheduled to take place as of 6 p.m. tonight. So they're starting their briefing. They're going to go around the fire with their counterpart. All the levels are, and they're going to brief them in, and they're going to take over tonight and start setting up an actual fire camp somewhere and a better command, because they're going to keep bringing in resources. Evacuations remain in place for the Cougar Creek Rattlesnake Ridge fire. Please continue to follow information released by the Douglas County Sheriff's Office. View the evacuation map at dcso.com/evacuations and at facebook.com Douglas COSO. The high power fire. Next fire. I'm almost done with this. The high power fire, Chilkoot fire, Steamboat, and Canton Creek areas. So these are starting to get in, and these are up here by me. This is up the North Umpqua. Additional resources were assigned to this fire this morning. Incident Management Team CA12 will be in briefed at noon today, 12 p.m. This fire started of Umpqua National Forest ground and spread adjacent to private ground. DFPA is actively engaged on the fire in cooperation with the Umpqua National Forest, that's the Forest Service, and private industrial landowners, loggers. South County update. There was a total of 5 confirmed lightning started fires in DFPA's South Unit protection area. These fires are all trailed and in various stages of mop up with several in patrol status. So that was very good. The South County got taken care of Douglas County. And here's a picture. I am going to drop the link for Catherine to drop the Facebook link for DSPA into her chat.
all right, I'm on there. No worries, I got it. But you can put it for your own people.
Okay, go ahead. I'm just going to drop the link to DFPA into the chat. And this is direct link to Douglas Forest Protective Association. The other thing we can do, because we might get a little better news, is go to the Umpqua National Forest on Facebook. Do you have that one, Catherine?
I can get it real quick.
Well, I was just gonna say I'll throw the link in my chat and in the private, and you can just
got it.
pass. Okay, you already got it. They should have an update too. Fire man.
Oops, wrong one.
Nope.
That one.
Nope,
Yeah, that one, the real one.
They do. Umpqua Forest does not have an update yet, but they have a lot of good information. But
Whoa.
Their newest one is 18 hours old.
Oh my God.
And we've already looked at that, so I'm going to go ahead and. But DFPA does a good job of informing us, and I'm going to go ahead and pop this down. I read the update for you. There's going to be a lot of incoming resources, is what that said to me.
Yeah. Do you see the Chilkoot fire picture on the Umpqua Forest Service page? Oh wow.
Yeah, I seen it.
Oh boy. Okay. Now, mind you guys, Douglas County is really, really wide. Anybody who's not familiar with it, because, well...
it spreads from the Pacific Ocean at Reedsport to almost Crater Lake.
Yeah, I'm just going to show on Broadcastify, which shows Oregon counties pretty well, is that it's huge in Oregon. So I-5 runs through it and splits it. So when we're talking Douglas County. It could be at the coast. It could be even east of the Cascade Mountains. It's just a chunk of central southwest Oregon. So what we're talking about is two different fire sections that are completely like hours and hours of drive away from each other. So like 2 hours drive at least. One to the southwest and a chunk over to the northeast. So Steamboat is northeast, east of Glide, Oregon, and the Rattlesnake and Cougar is to the southwest, which is by Coos Bay almost, halfway there.
Steamboat, I believe, is on the 138 northeast, is at milepost 40 something. It's 18 the turn for Steamboat is approximately 18 miles, 20 miles east of Glide, Oregon, and that's the edge of town.
Yeah.
Because Glide is at milepost 18. The edge of town, the east edge of town is milepost 18, and the term for Steamboat, I'm pretty sure, is like milepost 41, 42. Don't quote me on that because I've been here so long I don't pay attention anymore.
Yeah.
And that's has a good points and bad points when you're trying to pass on information. Oh. Another good thing is for some of these fires, have you checked tripcheck.com or ODOT's channel?
Really?
To
Okay.
see if there's any road closures.
Okay.
Just another thing that can commonly be done. Do you have TripCheck's link?
Yeah.
I figured you do. You're
good.
like me. You got it stuck in. I got it stuck in weather. You is where I stuck that link for me.
Okay. So,
and what I'm going to hear in the next 15 minutes, go ahead and we'll still be live, but I like to try to not go over 8 hours on YouTube. So, but we will still be live on the backstage, you know.
You lightweight.
No,
Okay.
I go for a long time, but
I'm messing with you.
Here, let me explain something to you. You are currently on Kick. You are currently on Rumble, and you are currently on YouTube. When YouTube drops, you will be on Twitch, Kick, and Rumble.
Dude, sounds good, I guess. Right?
I'm streaming to more than one platform.
Awesome, dude. You're advanced. You're at level 3. I'm like level 1 on YouTube, man. So this is bad. This is a picture. It was uploaded like 17 minutes ago, but who knows when it was taken. This is the Rattlesnake / Cougar Creek. So I may have been wrong. I really thought that since it was a dead calm wind last night, is at least on Wendy's forecast, that they were firing.
I would have thought it had laid down and they were actually back burning too. Don't beat yourself up too much. I sort of figured the same thing when I seen it. You know, so don't beat yourself up too much over that one.
Yeah, I hope maybe that they were able to do some of that despite, but they're not specifying. So I think I probably was incorrect. But that means that this is more dangerous than we thought if it was that active at night. Now that we're going to get 25-mile-an-hour winds, everything southeast of, like including the town of Umpqua of this Rattlesnake Cougar fire, I would say be really, really vigilant. The entire town of Umpqua there should be prepping because you're downwind. This is a high altitude fire looming above the town, so you could get flaming debris raining around.
You can get sticks on fire dropping up to 10 miles downwind.
Yeah, that's very, don't despair if your home is in here, like in this little Hubbard Creek drainage. They've had a little bit of time to do some
prep.
to do some structure prep, and so I'm hitting the structures button now. Tiny communities that are in a deep canyon with homes and buildings clustered together are the easiest to save. Sometimes the fires will burn over the top of them, like the wind will just blow it to the next ridge top, and they could be down there just winding down the buildings and saving them. We saw that in the Caldor. I don't know if they'll be able to save everything or what the status is until they give us an update, but just trust them that they'll be doing everything that they can, and they're going to call an aircraft probably today, and I hope that they can do something.
Actually, do you know the codes to if in-flight radar to get a quick look of what tankers are fired up or in the air?
The codes? No, I've got
Yeah, in the
okay.
search history, you can go in the search bar on flight radar.
Okay.
And you put in TNKR, and
yeah, tanker.
That'll bring up any Coeur d'Alene, Abilene, and a NANA. But I don't know they're in the air, but they are fired up. Nope, Tanker 16 out of where is this? Is that Texas? Yeah, we have Tanker 16 in Texas working something in Texas. That's a BA 146-200A. That's the one that's not saying where they're going.
Well, a lot of them aren't called tankers. They're actually small aircraft that are doing it, though. So that's why I just generally put my firefighting filter on to sort by altitude, and then we're looking at helicopters and stuff too.
That's 2 in Texas right now, and one in Coeur d'Alene.
Well, they called for VLATs, like very large aerial tankers. It was a desperate call for help yesterday for what was going on by this fire. But they got 2 crop dusters and a helicopter on it, and which at least is better than nothing. And so those little guys could do. They're more agile, but I hope they get the real VLATs today.
There's actually 3 seats. I saw them yesterday. There was 3 of them working that fire east of the Rattlesnake area. There was 3 of the seats over there. And right now we have a C-130 Hercules. The Coulson is fired up in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. Who knows where he's going, but they're doing the morning fire up of all the tankers, and some are already out in Texas.
Good, yeah.
But they do that. They do that every morning. You do know we have scooper planes in the States this year. We have 2 of them in Olympia, Washington right now.
They were dipping out of Columbia and trying to put out that thing east of Portland, and I wish I could have gone over and photographed it. Laura Jones says wind is starting to pick up right now. Yeah, it was scheduled to around 11. It'll be 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts out of the northwest, so it'll try to push the fire to the southeast. So these homes and structures, I hope that they can save. We got a big Sikorsky helicopter, a mega big one. It's 60 years old, like it's Vietnam era, and it just has taken off from Merlin, and I'm not sure where it's going, but let's try to put this.
That would either be the Flat Fire or maybe the ones over there in Curry County. Merlin is going. The helicopters there have been working the Flat Fire.
Okay, so if I go and I'm trying to find the actual place on the map because I'm now discombobulated. It's should I say Tai? I hate that. It's looking for airports.
Don't you hate?
Yeah, let me orient myself again.
It was one of my buddies who actually told me about the putting in the quick links if you know what links the takers are moving. Yeah, we have that one is heading that
oh, that's right. That's way too far south.
S61N is Grants Pass. He's just west of Grants Pass, and he's heading in a southwest direction. So he's either going down to O'Brien to the Smith River, which it's hard to say, going to have to watch, or he's going over to the flat. But it looks like he's heading towards the Smith. And we got a second one working Timberland helicopters with a Jet Ranger, and he just came out of Ashland and is doing loops there just west of Grants Pass. What do we got west of Grants Pass right now?
West of Grants Pass? You mean for fires?
Yeah, because they're if you look at, I can give you the code. It's N5373U.
I see it.
He did some loops there. Some loops Grants Pass, and he's coming into the Gleese Merlin area. So
Yeah.
he's either refilling there or they're looking at something. But I would say this
Yeah.
this chopper's working fires.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The Council 77's down there. The Sea Grants Pass. Excuse me. No, excuse me. The Cheney Creek, and that's of concern. So it's over.
Okay. Yeah, because it's just out of Grants Pass.
Sorry, I got confused up and down
That's
I-5.
okay.
So I don't see any aircraft heading towards the Cougar or Rattlesnake. But Laura, are you able to see the smoke column or take any pictures and possibly email them? Like, do you have any eyes on it? I would be calling people in Umpqua and letting them know that it might blow right over the Hubbard Creek area, over the ridgeline, and start raining hot, burning pieces over, by the Umpqua airport. So if you know people in that area, give them a heads up. There's really late evacuations in level 1s that have been happening. But that's
It looks like they're working the Taylor Creek Thunder Ranch fire with that last chopper I mentioned.
okay. Because looking at that evacuation, I see it's level 2, a little bit into there by Umpqua, but I would tell the people who might be over here. I don't know why all this area isn't at least level 1. People out here need to be ready to go because it's going to be a wind out of the northwest blowing towards them.
And that Sikorsky S61N, he's at 3,200 feet and he's doing 106 miles an hour ground speed. I believe in the direction he's heading down parallel to the 199. I believe that's an asset for the going to the Smith River complex down there.
Oh, really? Okay. I hope so because Cave Junction needs help.
I'm taking a wild guess because he's not working the fire right next to him.
Yeah, we've got.
He's going by it, but there is other fires right there, so it's hard to say. Things happen.
Yeah. Hi, Nick. Welcome back. She says in Roseburg it's real smoky. Everything's gonna be super smoky today.
Yeah,
it's just gonna be hot and smoky.
I'm on the North Umpqua, and it's real smoky up here today. I need to get my knife out.
Yeah, thank you, Jake, here for the kind donation. I really appreciate it. Keep us going. You are wonderful. Hearts, hearts, hearts. We've got some really scary stuff today. We're waiting on updates, especially the lookout is formed a pyrocumulus cloud. It is cooking, just like we've seen the last few days. We don't know what's going to stop it from going north towards Santiam ultimately. We got a kind of an unfolding crisis situation down with the Smith River complex. It's spilled into Oregon. The east side of it threatens ultimately O'Brien and Cave Junction. Then the west part of it is spilling into the burn scar of the, all the dead trees of the Biscuit Fire. If it gets in there, there's probably nothing to stop it, and it would run all the way to the Flat Fire, which is really far away to the north. So we're waiting on these two critical updates. The Rattlesnake and Cougar are quite alarming now. I'm much more concerned now for them, knowing that they burned actively through the night, even in a dead calm wind forecast. So we've got 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts down there by the town of Umpqua with the Rattlesnake and Cougar. And so we just got a little bit of an update, but they're not explaining how they're going to protect the town. I don't know. I think it might be too smoky for any aircraft, so they may lose structures. I really hope they can protect them all in the Hubbard Creek drainage. It has level 3 evacuations. But meanwhile, this is the lookout, and it's pretty dang alarming. And we're just waiting for these morning updates. We may not get too much info as they just sort of try to slam up what they can and run to chase these down to try to get as much as they can before the big heat of the day in the afternoon. But these are already off to the races. Manuel Friere says from Humboldt County, thanks for your channel. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, you're there in Tyee, and I need to tell everybody the fires, the lightning strike fires are still being discovered in Oregon. We had 1,600 strikes. Now, I keep having to show this. This is a tree on fire, but you wouldn't know it if you were walking on the other side of it. Many of the lightning strikes are sleepers right now. Sleeper fires. It means you can't see them for days or maybe even a week because they're inside of a tree or a log, etc. Now, it'll burn slowly, and it'll start chewing through that tree, whatever it's eating, until high winds pick up, which today some are in the forecast, especially Southwest Oregon. And then they may burst right out of the tree and finally put a smoke column that people can see from aircraft or neighbors. Everybody should be watching out, watch the skies, keep looking outdoors, report any smokes that you see. Some may be near you and you don't know it. So have a level 1 readiness status if you're like especially a rural dweller right now. Make all of your friends and family aware. Call 911 the instant that you see a column of smoke. Make sure they know about it and be packed and ready like your level 2, just because we have no idea where all of these fires even are. So if you can, take off work, prep your homes, just, do your due diligence, call your neighbors, and make plans. Like if you do have to go, who's going to ride in whose car? How can you take care of your elderly or neighbors or disabled or anybody who needs help with mobility? Do your due diligence, and you won't be scared if you are prepared. But we don't know the extent yet, so we're waiting. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right, I'm going to take a minute here and tell all my viewers, hey guys, hit the link. You know the drill. We're going over to the backstage. I've dropped the link in the chat. You don't have to go anywhere, Catherine.
Yeah, I've got to go
still
back to
be
my
here.
people. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll still be here. I'm just, the YouTube part will be down. And thank you for viewing. We're going over to the backstage. Catherine's still going to be with us, and we will see
We
you
are?
over there.
We are?
Yeah. Yeah, watch.
Okay.
You don't have to do nothing. And we
Watch
go
what?
like this. You are now not on YouTube on my channel, and you are now on Twitch.
Really? I'm on Twitch. Oh, God. Poggers, 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 poggers. Catherine's on Twitch. If you guys don't know what poggers means, so cool kids know. It's enthusiasm, like, oh boy, oh boy. It's this frog that's super enthusiastic, like, yeah. So anyway, expression of joy and excitement. Okay, so thanks for having me on your YouTube channel. I guess I can still be with you.
You're still here. You're just not on YouTube anymore. You're on Rumble, Kick, and Twitch.
Great. I don't know what 2 of those are, but I'm sure they're really cool.
You know what Rumble is? You don't know what Rumble is?
No.
You know what Twitch is?
Yeah.
It's a way cooler with a higher def video streaming surface, just like YouTube or Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
And Kick is the same thing, but Rumble rocks for their for their video and audio quality.
Right. Christopher, which state is that fire? Okay, now that we're back, on like my stream now, we're not on his YouTube channel. I hope that wasn't too disorienting. Put in my chat, guys, those of you guys that just got kicked off his, come back to mine. Well, I guess I would have had to say that in chat. I just closed it. They can't hear me anymore on YouTube. I hope they'll come back.
They're probably over on my Rumble,
okay.
Or that's the way it works.
Yeah. Okay. They've been renaming fires like crazy, so let me know which fire you want to know and tell me what county it's in. We are waiting desperately to figure out what is the plan for the Smith River. We've got more wind and stuff. And so Broke Fishing, who's now, I guess we're a guest on each other's channels. That's what I'm going to say.
Yeah. That chopper's cleaned down just northwest of Kirby Cave Junction. So that asset of the Sikorsky S61 is being added to the Smith River.
Okay, cool. There's an app called Water Bomber where you can track all of those. It's really amazing on Android, at least. I think it's on iPhone too.
Oh, do you have the link to the bases?
The basis of what?
From the federal government, the link of all the North. Hang on, let me get it, and I'll give you the proper name.
Hit me.
And the National Wildfire Coordinating Group Air Tanker Base Directory. Do you have that?
Negative.
Oh, It's a PDF style thing, but it's really cool. It shows you what all the planes are. It shows you where all the air tanker bases are and what kind of plane they can handle.
Ooh.
And what I was wondering if you had this. I'm going to drop it on you in private chat.
All right.
It's probably is over in my Discord, but I'm going to go post it again.
Okay, I'm trying to get my webcam back up, but since I was on his, I don't think I could put it back on my own channel because this StreamYard is stealing my webcam away from OBS, and only one of them can use it at the time.
You can always can't you shut down your camera and do it that way? I'm not sure.
I'm trying. I may have to rejoin. Would it be okay if I rejoined StreamYard?
Yeah, you got the link.
Okay, be right back. I just bailed on his. Okay, I'm trying to get the. Hold on, technical stuff, guys. Just jumped right out of his channel. I'll be right back into it, but I don't want it to. Okay, come on, webcam. Yay, we're back with it. All right, hello, guys. So let me go back into his StreamYard thing, into the studio.
Still
I'm back.
showing, Catherine.
I'm back. Okay.
Okay, did it give you your camera back?
Yes, I got it. Thank you so much. So
Yeah.
Where's the 308 fire? Is that?
Let me take a look.
The heck is that? What
Because
state?
I'm still streaming you 308.
Did you give me that link?
It was in the private chat. It's in Discord. Because you came back in, I'll redump it in private chat.
Okay.
That's the way they work. There it is again.
Thank you. All right, we got a list of firefighting aircraft. Sweet.
That's a really cool PDF. The 30 what fire are we looking for?
308. I don't even know what state it's in.
0722. I'm looking to see if I can see it.
Aircraft identification. Where do I get the tail numbers?
Oh, that thing won't tell you the tail numbers. That just tells you where the base. It tells you where the bases are.
Okay.
Gives you all the information about the bases. Tells you data about them, and there's bases where you didn't even think there are bases, and it'll tell you what size of aircraft that base can accept.
Maybe I could search for. Can I search for fires 308?
I was wondering that too.
I'm in that fire, weather, and avalanche center thing.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm in watch duty right now. Can you search them for in watch duty?
I wish. No results found for 308. It's got to be private complex. Is that the one in Smith? Or?
I'm not sure. I think I've seen it, but I can't remember where it was. I'm trying to look right now.
I'm just Google searching it. SP, good morning. A lot. There's too much to explain. Right now we've got kicked up. We've got a flare up of the Rattlesnake and Cougar Ridge right now, and so I was explaining. Laura is there nearby. We have a lot of wildfires that have not been discovered yet. We have not discovered all of the lightning strike fires, because probably many are hiding, burning inside of trees, with producing almost no smoke. Today's 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts of Southwest Oregon, especially, are going to make those pop out and come alive, and we'll finally see where they are.
And they will be in the tops of trees where the lightning hit. They'll sit there and smolder in the top of the tree, and you can't see it.
The Blue Mountains. Yeah, exactly. They can be invisible until there's high winds. The Blue Mountains. Blue Mountains.
That is Oregon, I believe.
Oh, I know that's Oregon, but I don't want it to be in Oregon.
Yeah, how many more do we need, or did I just lose track of that one?
I know.
It's getting hard to tell at the moment, and I hate to say that.
Well, the 308 though. What is that? The 308. Sorry, I gotta close some tabs. A lot of tabs. was
Yeah,
July 31st in Baker County. This must be wrong. Yeah, exactly, SP. They could be smoldering or they could be active. Like here's an active fire inside of a tree, and yet if you walked by the other side, you would never know it. Can't smell it, can't see it. It's this one when it finally goes active and you finally see flames, that's when the tree has a countdown timer for it to shatter apart and flaming pieces to hit the ground, and it's whoosh from there. If there's winds, it'll just throw it across the landscape. It'll just be like boom, off to the races. It'll appear to come out of nowhere. With the nature of lightning strike fires, lightning strikes in clusters in areas. So you'll just see like 5 new smoke columns, or 6, maybe even 8, maybe even 10, just suddenly appear out of nowhere. So expect that. This probably will happen today in several places. So, hey Terry, hello from the UK. I think we've just got some of our updates, but I'm trying to warn people that if you think, oh, maybe I'm not near a fire right now, maybe you are. If you're in Western Oregon, especially west of the Cascades, maybe a little bit on the east side, but it's very dry everywhere from the Cascades to the coast, and mostly south of, say, Salem and Albany. But I mean, even over in Tillamook County, you could get some sleeper fires showing up. But of great concern right now is the Lookout, the Anvil, and the Smith River Complex, because we don't know how they're going to protect those communities, and the rattlesnake, which is taken off. So,
yeah, if we get any takeoff on the Anvil fire, we could have another baby. I would call it a baby biscuit, because how are they going to stop that one?
A baby biscuit. Yeah.
Well, because it doesn't have as much ground that's roadless. I mean, it does have Sixes River on the north and Elk River on the south. It's still a lot of ground to burn, but it's not like the Biscuit Fire where the Kalmiopsis spread from Crescent City to clean up. I mean, from Brookings area, clean up, or California border really, and spread clean up to almost the Rogue River.
Yeah, if
The
you guys don't,
Kalmiopsis is a huge wilderness area.
if you don't know what we're talking about, the old Biscuit was in 2002 was Oregon's largest fire, of the, past the year 1900. So there's this entire thing. It started in California and it ran to where the top of this line is at the flat fire. So the flat fire is burning like right at it where its edge was. So we have the nightmare scenario right now, since there's almost no roads all the way from the California border to here where it says flat fire. We think the Smith River could run and meet the flat fire, and everything in between could be burned up because there's no roads, there's no way to stop it. Almost none. So this is why the flat fire isn't out. We've had 58% containment for like weeks and weeks.
Hey, we got a new fire in Curry County, Windchuck. Look at it. That's new,
great.
4 hours ago.
Great.
Reported on the 26th at 6:27 a.m. That's 4 hours. That wasn't there a little bit ago.
Great. So now we've got a fire in it.
That's another lightning fire.
Oh, okay.
And I believe that, well, I'm no expert, but on where the lines exactly were, because they started getting blurred after three, the whole summer on that. But that is, I believe, in the footprint of the old Biscuit.
It is. It is. Great. So let's see if there's any roads near there. Let's check it out, and we'll look at the.
It says right now it's 3/4 of an acre, and as of 4 hours ago, I didn't even notice it until I just glanced and went, "Hey, wait a minute!" That my mind went, "That wasn't there earlier."
Yeah, I don't have a heat detection. Wait, let's see. We might. Let's do all satellites. I don't see a heat detection. However, somebody probably spotted the smoke. So if we turn on fire history, it's either in the Biscuit or the Chetco Bar, Bird Scar. If it's anywhere north of Brookings, let's check. It is north of Brookings.
It's
great.
It's showing almost even with Brookings.
Yeah.
To me.
Over here, where there's this.
It could be a tree that was burning in the top of, or smoldering in the duff on the ground from a lightning strike coming out of a tree, and just not big enough for the satellite to see the print, its signature yet. There is a lot of smoke in the air. I checked the smoke map.
Yeah, you see, guys,
And
why this looks like a wasteland? That's part of the burn scar. It never grew back. It was a mega fire that just it sterilized much of the land, but there's dead trees all over the place. It looks like it may be in a patch of green that escaped all that, though. So great. We do have road access if that's its true location on the Forest Road 1107. So this might be okay, but it's right next to the burn scar. Okay, sorry about Brokefish. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
oh, you didn't interrupt me.
Okay. Now, is the Whiskey Creek new? 14 hours ago. Helicopter.
I'm not sure. They're all starting to blend together.
I know. I
hate
can't
to
keep
say that,
track.
but, it's like I almost needed to have a piece of paper.
I know.
And
I
I
can't.
hate to say that because I'm usually pretty good on keeping the track of them, but there's so many right now.
Oh, we got a spotter plane or an eye in the sky. It just circled drain, and I think it's hopefully going to head over to the Cougar Creek. They need aircraft help today, but there might be too much smoke already.
Does it say what kind of plane it is?
The loudest PC-12. It's at 20,000 feet.
Yeah, that would be a eye in the sky. Let me get up there and take a look. So we do have a chopper over there by the Elkton Drain area.
Okay.
We got a Lone Ranger 2, and the other one, PC-12, is a Platypus PC-12NG, and he is circling, so they're getting a good look at this fire is what they're doing. That's what it looks like to me. They're getting a good look at everything around the Drain Yankala area. They should have done that last night with the infrared. But
yeah,
hey, I'm not in charge, and I do know planes need to refuel and have more important information to drop, especially about that Smith River fire.
Pilot's timeout, la-ti-da. So that would be something for T-Probe to tell us about.
We do have AC-90 and Aero Commander 690A that is over the ones the Highline fire up there. The one Boulder Creek Wilderness and stuff. He's circling. Which one is he? Let me take a look right now.
Yeah,
he's
I just saw him.
One of them. I just caught him too. He's circling. It looks like he's circling Bohemian fire.
Oh, really?
If I look at it, yeah, that it's either that or the it looks like Bohemia he's circling when I compare it visually compare.
I'm gonna check on the lookout real quick because it's pyrocumulus.
Either that or the I'd say Bohemia and the Timber Knoll fires. They're so close together, and then we got another new little one in there, the Bryce fire, which that's at 30 acres. He's circling those three because they're so close together.
Okay. Yeah, the lookout has already formed a pyrocumulus cloud today at 9 in the morning, which is quite alarming. Right now, it's hard to say if it has sustained or if the clouds just got higher. I would imagine the cloud layer is just obscuring it. We have to look from the other side. It's been nuts, and we saw that there's smoke and like little smoke columns from either spot fires or maybe lightning further north than I thought in the lookout fire. So we really need to know what their plan is. That's pretty nuts. And you could see the smoke, as Brokefish pointed out, the smoke clears out down here because the pyrocumulus cloud is sucking up so much air. It's put so much heat into the air. The hot air rises, creates a vacuum, and it sucked the smoke down out of the valleys up into the sky. Just watch it. It's sucking the smoke to it. It's creating its own wind and weather. It's like, holy mackerel. You can tell the smoke's going the opposite way of the wind. The wind, look at the sky. The wind's blowing towards us, but the smoke is going the opposite way and being sucked up into its giant chimney like Hoover vacuum thing. That's because it's eating tremendous amounts of fuel to generate that heat, and unfortunately that means old growth trees in general. Okay, the Bolt Fire, J-Cat, what county and state? So this is hold on to your butts day, you know. Let's go see if the Smith had. I was hoping the Cougar Creek rattlesnake that they would tell us what their plan is to protect everything today.
I was
But
hoping they might come out with an update here real soon. We are in transition mode.
oh, that's right.
We are in transmission mode between incident command teams.
Oh, that's right. They were training them at 10:30, so we might get maybe in an hour or two some updated info. But meanwhile, it's roaring right now. The wind picked up. So an hour ago, yeah, we should still have this morning operational update that wasn't that clear what they want to do ultimately with the Smith. So we've got lots of aircraft in the air, but I don't know that they'll be able to help the Cougar Creek. We just hope.
They are definitely mapping the ones on the upper North Umpqua River over there, Bohemia, and between the Umpqua River and the Willamette River. They're mapping those right now. It sure looks like that, or they're just getting an aerial view on them for sure, because he's doing a lot of circling around Bohemia Mountain.
Good. We need eyes on these. We need updated maps. It's got to be more than 1,000 acres now down there by the Cougar Creek and the Rattlesnake. I was really hoping we'd have some sort of a camera that would look at it. I don't think that we do. Is one that kind of like rotates around. Maybe it's this one, the harness thing by Roseburg. Let me see. Yeah, this one could be looking at it right now, or when it rotates. So let's see if we can see anything with the cougar or rattlesnake fire. God, I have insects in here. I'm sorry, guys. I missed that one. Okay. It's so smoky, I don't think we're going to be able to see long distance when I'm on it. Spinny Dude says they updated the lookout fire size. Oh, God, what's it at now? Nutso size. I wish there was a compass button to see which way we were looking. But I don't think we have any kind of webcam or anything from Umpqua. They have an airport. I was wondering if the airport had a webcam or something. Yeah, it's just too smoky to see this. Harness Mountain. I don't know which way we're even looking. I mean, you could do this thing where it shows like the direction that the cam looks as it rotates, but it doesn't usually line up. There's usually a delay, so it'll just drive you insane. Like, I don't know if that's east. I don't know if that's truly looking east. You know? But we'll figure it out. Yeah, Kia123. I did get the camera, but I haven't had much chance to use it. As soon as I used it to film a little bit of the Caldor Fire documentary that I wanted to film. I need a couple of accessories, but I didn't complete that. I did interview some fire victims and got some shots. When I came back to Oregon, when I thought was for a couple of weeks, I felt ill. I thought, man, maybe I have a little bit of COVID. I also had a tooth problem. Went back to Oregon and my health collapsed, and I kind of struggled for my life basically all winter for 6 months. Either COVID or some virus we think attacked my kidneys. Thank God they're functional and stuff now. I'm not 100%. I just feel lucky to be alive. So just when I was going to go back out to try to film things this spring and summer, just too much stuff happened. So I will hopefully go back out and film with it soon. Spinny Dude says, but yeah. Oh, you had a different name, Kia? Yeah. Well, thank you so much for asking. And I hope to show you guys some of the fruits of the labor and help show the world what's really happening with these fires and how we can do something about them. But that's really sweet of you. Thank you so much for calling back. Spinny Dude says 18,888 acres is the new size of the lookout. I honestly don't know that anything is going to stop it but rain, like torrential rain, like maybe even of November.
They're never out until rain gets here. I don't care what they say. Hey,
Yeah.
Z, welcome back to the panel, bro. Okay, family friendly Z.
Yeah, please don't talk about the beep anymore. Thank you very much. Oh, Cave Junction is bespattered with lots and lots of dirt and or ash. Oh, it rotates too. I'm sorry, friends. It's super smoky at Cave Junction. I would be really worried. They're on level 1 now. I don't know what's happening with the Smith today. It might move east, but that's little consolation. You know, northeast would be towards the towns. But if it gets up into that ridgeline, then the south wind would blow it straight towards the town. So if you're in Cave Junction and O'Brien and stuff, I'd be really thinking about trying to get your stuff out because I don't know what they're going to do. No relief for Oregon, Western Oregon's in sight with any rain at all until like basically late Monday, early Tuesday, and I don't think that's that much we're going to get. So strap in, hold on to your butts. Going to have a bumpy ride of the heat wave we just have now until at least Tuesday. Yay. But here we are. We're ready to cover them. Ready to give people the info. We are here. We are here.
So,
Right.
Z, what are your plans for today, bro? Oh, okay. How long have I been up? 8 hours, 20 minutes. Wow.
Is that, oh, you mean live? I'm like, most people are awake for that long.
No, I've been live. I've been awake since 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Wow.
After,
Whoa,
okay.
you're a machine.
Well, tell the boss hi. All right. Yeah. Well, you know me hearing a little.
I don't hear him.
Oh, you don't hear him. Okay.
No,
Well,
it's your imaginary friend.
it's Citizen Z. He came back as family friendly Z. His wife made him come back, log back in, and put family friendly Z.
Oh my God. Yeah. When I was a guest on, see, Brookfish, who we're talking to, is one of our mods. He's wonderful. He's an ex firefighter. He's walking us through this. He's a local. He worked at Biscuit Fire. He knows all of this Southern Oregon stuff. Now, he had a friend join, and the guy did the first thing he did while I was rebroadcasting the stream. I'm trying to make it family friendly. Is he walked over and showed everybody his special plants that were growing in his backyard, and I'm like, oh God.
Medication. Medication.
Yeah, I was like,
He didn't.
oh.
He didn't realize he was already. We look at him every morning. He was already doing into the routine and didn't even realize it, Catherine.
Well, that's yeah, I know. It was just very funny. Now, the fires we have heat on are the rattlesnake and cougar, the Boulder Creek Wilderness Fire, the Lookout, of course, because it's made a giant mushroom cloud like it likes to do, and east of Portland.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and drop down after a little while, Z, and try to get that daily couple hours before my phone starts ringing again.
Yeah, you should sleep, dear. We need you. I mean, the afternoon is going to be really serious once the temperature increases for these fires.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm thinking of actually jumping down for a couple hours, setting my alarm, at least getting a couple hours rack time.
That's good.
And figuring out exactly how I'm going to ask DFPA if there's a way, if they have a place where the public can look at their fire cams.
Yes. Or like somebody trusted like me and you.
I know they have them, and you know I do know somebody there, and it usually helps when you tell them what you're doing. That I report on this kind of stuff, and well, actually, I've been authorized to say I report on this kind of stuff.
Yeah, fancy you, Mr. Press Pass. Can I get one? Can you introduce me to this bro of yours?
Yeah, one of these days. I haven't been down to the coast in 6 years. I haven't seen my brother in physically seen him in 6 years. I talked to him, but after my wife died, I didn't want to talk to nobody. I'm just coming out of that 3 years of hell to where I actually want to have contact with some of the people. I was just like, leave me alone. I
Yeah.
don't want to talk to nobody, and it's it's normal.
Right. Yeah, of course. So, but yeah, I would love a
Wow,
press pass.
look,
I've had fires show up near me, and I've walked up and said, "Hey, I'm a kind of like a blogger. Can I film back here?" And the police go, "Press pass?" I'm like, "No." But here's my channel. They go, "Get out of here. Get a press pass." I'm like, oh. So I mean, it was
hey, you never know if you're into writing like newspaper articles,
Mhm.
like a weekly or bi-weekly thing. I can talk with my brother about that, and you submit stuff to the paper, or like because his papers come out once a week in
Okay.
the first part of the week.
All right.
Think about it, and we'll discuss it later.
I'll
And
do
I
it.
can discuss it with my brother because he's always looking for con, for people to contributors,
Yeah. Yeah.
writers. He's always into that, and I could set you up with him and introduce you, and you could personally talk to him. He's not big on face-to-face videoing yet, or maybe he is by now, but he'll definitely talk to you on the phone. And he's right down there. His headquarters is in Port Orford, Oregon.
Okay. I
So
could fly in. Sea Probe could fly me in one day.
yeah, Cape Blanco Airport. I
Sweet.
haven't got the report on it in a few years, but my family used to fly me in and out of Cape Blanco. My grandfather was one of the pilots there,
Mhm.
and back in the day.
Sweet. All right. I'm checking my watch duty. I have a million notifications and getting rid of some of them so I can get more. I'm sure it's going to ring off the hook, guys.
Now,
Strap in
this
for today.
Smith Ridge, we're looking at the lookout, right?
Yeah, yeah. From the
Yeah,
east, we're looking southwest.
Okay, because it looks like it's cooking.
Oh yeah.
That call. I wish their camera tilted up a little bit.
And why the fire's to the right? Why is it? It's driving me insane. But yeah.
But look at that part of the column right there. She's cooking.
Yeah, it
And
formed a pyrocumulus.
Closer to the camera is starting to get more active. Right there on the right edge of that.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever's controlling this camera and locked it in didn't lock it in very good.
I know. It drives me insane. I have this OCD thing.
Oh, maybe they're trying. Maybe they're trying to miss the pole. Because doesn't that one at one point look at a pole?
Yeah, that's fine, but it doesn't matter too much.
Wow, it just So that's what we were seeing this morning. Is when we're seeing that there, we were and see that's what we were seeing this morning was the inversion layer lifting. We were seeing mini columns.
Guys, watch this now. Look, the sky will come towards the camera, so that means that there's like a bit of a west wind at altitude, right? You watch the clouds come to the camera. We're looking west-southwest, right? Now watch this.
Look at it suck that smoke in.
It will suck the smoke from the opposite direction. The smoke is going to travel against the wind because it is going to produce so much heat. So much hot air will rise that there's a vacuum. It's going to suck all of the air from the valley, including the smoke, and throw it up in the sky. Watch this. This is incredible. It's going against the wind direction. It's just sucked up. This tells you about the tremendous power. This smoke column, pyrocumulus cloud, is a couple of 1,000 feet high. It's maybe 5 or 6. And that means that it's burning something with so much fuel right now, like old growth trees, that it has so much heat. It's become the kind of the same level of heat as some volcanoes, some minor volcanic eruptions. That means they can't be stopped. Now, mega fires get this hot and this bad, and this is the kind of thing that does not renew the landscape. It's not positive. It's just going to incinerate everything. Every tree, every plant's going to die in a radius, miles of radius, and every single seed is going to become ash. The forest will not replenish. It will not replant itself. It'll be basically a desert. We're looking at desertification. Human beings will have to try to do their best to replant this when it's over. Otherwise, we don't get a forest back here. Just like the Tillamook burn was a wasteland for more than 30 years until they finally figured out we got to plant this. So it's not positive in any way, a mega fire, and it can't be stopped by humans when they get this bad. So we don't know what's going to happen. If any high wind day pushes it around, it'll go where it wants.
And the other thing I noticed when they go in and replant over the years of me doing it, it's not like they plant back the mixed forest it used to be.
No, we got to change this policy.
They go in and they plant money trees.
The ones that promote fire, the firs and pine needle stuff, those are the ones that promote fire. What we want is the ones that have scaly leaves, like the cedars, and lower altitudes. We want the oaks that they resist fire and they don't promote it. But everything that drops pine needles and sap is promoting fire. And so fires didn't used to be as bad in the past, but monoculture makes it so. Because they're all the fire promoters, and you mix in the invasive species, the fire promoting weeds, got a whole bunch of factors here, but the main factor is we had a policy in the United States to suppress all fires for like 100 years. So the amount of fuel, dead trees, dead pine needle buildup is so much that when it finally ignites, it becomes this raging inferno, and none of that is natural. The Native Americans used to light fires regularly to keep that from happening. They kept the fuel load from building up, but we have been stupid for 100 years. We're reaping the results. So right now, the best thing we have to prevent these things is until we can safely reintroduce slowly fire back on the landscape and thin out the forest a little bit, do some strategies, get rid of invasive weeds. Before we do all that, the best thing we could do is make fire access roads, put out everything immediately, and that's what happened. There was a bunch of lightning early, July or so, and there were like 64 different lightning strikes. All of them had fire access roads. They put them all out except this one. This one was up high in this, quote, wilderness experimental forest zone where they didn't have many roads, and they couldn't get to it, and it became the monster. So this is the big lesson. We're seeing these big mega fires where there's no roads. That's why we're so scared right now that down here where the Smith River complex has just spilled in the Oregon border, see all this big brown here? That's Oregon's largest fire that Oregon ever had. 2002.
I believe you're still showing the cam.
No, you're on a delay. This is Oregon's fire, the worst that, see all that brown? That's where forest used to be. Where there's a wilderness used to be. Mostly dead trees and some bushes now. Ready to light up. Tremendous fuel load, lots and lots of dead trees. Now, Brokefish, who's here with us, he worked that fire as a firefighter, and we are scared that this Smith River complex, since there's no roads in between the flat and the Smith, they're going to merge. We
were just getting the rare Calmeopsis lily and a few others back that did survive. Could you? Oh.
Yeah, it's going to destroy what the Biscuit Fire didn't, because they didn't take these damn trees off the landscape. We are very scared. The nightmare's unfolding.
The controversy and fight over them wanting to go in and salvage and so there wasn't a bunch of dead standing was bad, and they even offered to balloon log it and helicopter log it and everything they could to not use motorized stuff. The helicopter, okay, that's motorized, but they did offer to try to go in there and do some of these non-motorized things, and they were fought on that by that one, the group that helped form it.
Well, unfortunately, for a variety of reasons, the poor wording of the Wilderness Act, I understand from their perspective, but they've gone about fixing this in the wrong way. It defines wilderness, the Wilderness Act of 1963 or something, defines wilderness as a place that hasn't been developed much. So wilderness designation gives protection for endangered species, protection from development. That's great. But they put the word road in there. So if any roads get made, even fire access roads, there's no exception for them. They think that if roads show up for any reason, that the wilderness designation and the protection will end. So they fight tooth and nail against any kind of road building. And then there's anti-logger hate that's misplaced. that they just want to put loggers out of business, some of the extremists, so they won't allow any kind of logging. They think it's bad. But we have seen too many places just disappear because you cannot leave dead trees in the landscape or you get mega fires. That amount of fuel results in only one thing. And so we lost to Beachy Creek Wilderness because they didn't salvage log. We had the Dixie Fire partially grow up as big as it did because the Moonlight Fire wasn't fully salvaged logged. And the Car Fire, number 2, is what we're fearing. Biscuit Fire, number 2, is what we're fearing. It may just unfold. It's going to be worse than the first because now that the trees are dead, so the trunks will burn, not just the branches. So this is a nightmare. We just need to educate the public so that they know how to best protect the wilderness. We've got to redo the law, just change the wording so that roads do not make a wilderness become delisted. That's all we've got to do. We need fire access roads or we're going to lose all of this last remaining precious old growth we have. It's very, very concerning. We need to come together and stop bickering and just save what little forest we've got left while there's still time. But this is what we're waiting on, these updates, is what are they going to do now? There's almost no way to stop. It's a race against time. There are some roads east and west right here, but the fire is almost to them. There may not be enough time for them to improve these roads. The fire may just blow past them today or tomorrow, and then it's off to the races in this big brown wasteland. It's going to kill whatever grew back. It's going to kill these little pockets of green that managed to escape the Biscuit Fire. We are very, very worried. We got to figure out what their plan is and if it can work. So,
yeah, and in these days of cell phones, they could have their guys that are out, if they are working that roads, they could have their guys take a little short videos with their cell phone. It won't interrupt their work and get it when they come off shift. They can go over to the instant command tent and download their video to the site. It would be a lot. It would help a lot of people relieve anxiety and some other stuff and go, oh, okay, that road isn't as bad. Everybody on the outside. It's been so many years since I've been there, I can't remember what that road's condition. Oh, and I wouldn't know what it's been over there. I've been over here for 10 years.
Yeah, exactly, Spinny Dude. It was just in the wrong spot. I don't know that they could have done much with it. It could have just been like, wow, maybe roads couldn't even have been made there. But we know that it would help. It would have helped to have them around it. They could have corralled it early on, but they can't now. It's out of control.
And since you're looking at the rattlesnake right now, or in that area again, right?
Yeah.
I do have 2 choppers, one from Henderson Aviation.
Really?
It's a Lone Ranger 2, a Lone Ranger 4, and a Lone Ranger 2 that look like they are working that fire.
Really?
Yeah, they're on flight radar. They're disappeared right now, but the flights are still there. But when choppers go down, when choppers are down lower working, the radar doesn't pick them up as well. But they do look. They came out of Roseburg.
Okay.
I can give you their tail numbers if you need them.
I'll just see them when they show up.
They came out of Roseburg. They're disappeared off the radar right now. But both of their trails because I have them sitting here, I'm following them. I have my view on multi because I have a paid subscription. I do believe they are working that with a couple choppers. It sure looks like it to me.
Well, that's good news because that's one of the ones that are scary and concerning right now. We saw red, detections all night, which meant new, more heat, new, more heat, new, more heat. Greater than before, generally, or at least the same amount of heat all night with a dead calm wind and 54 degrees. So I assumed, hey, maybe they're taking advantage of this cold, calm weather to light backfires and help the situation at the Rattlesnake Ridge Cougar Creek fire. And I may have been wrong. They said today on the morning update, it was just like that all night. It's like, oh my God. So today with 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts out of the northwest, we're very concerned. They need all the aircraft they can get and I hope they could save a lot of structures, but we're just watching and waiting in bated breath. We don't have any cams, but it's frightening. Big Al says, I'm pretty sure the pyrocumulus cloud from Lookout is showing as 7,000 feet, and it's drifting. The smoke's drifting between Salem and Albany. Yeah. Yeah, hold on to your butts, guys. Just hold on to your butts. We got
Tanker. I just did a tanker search. Tanker 41 is coming out of Chico with the landing of Medford. That means they're bringing it more north.
Yeah, it might be working this.
Tanker 41.
Might be working the Smith complex to try to save Cave Junction, but I mean, we need everything. We need everything. California survived the lightning storm better than Oregon did. We've got new lightning, abundant lightning at John Day, Unity, near Baker City, west of Condon, Prineville, Madras, Maupin. It's going to Goldendale, and I think they got some rain though, so I'm just fingers crossed with that. We don't.
He is working a fire in that area, but with him having a landing of Medford, when I pulled it up, he's probably coming to Medford. They might change it back to where it says Chico again, but their plans are to bring him north, and that's a BAE 146 200A.
Yeah, look at the smoke. That's the where it says Blue River. That's the Lookout. Okay, they need all the help they can get. So this is a 2-hour time lapse, showing clouds and moisture and such. So we're not getting it. It's to eastern Oregon. This is so weird. Now, usually the coast range of Oregon is too soggy and too wet for any kind of fires, but it's El Nino, which means a hotter and drier Pacific Northwest and Western Canada. So here we are. El Nino sucks. There's just nothing positive about it for most of the country, except it's a wetter and colder Southwest, like California. That's why California's fire season isn't quite as bad as normal. But we think that maybe the Lookout has to be stopped by rain. We could see another Lookout-sized fire here in the Coast Range, especially at Anvil Mountain, the Anvil fire. We just hope not. But the Coast Range is unusually vulnerable and dry, and so is the west, especially flank of the Cascades. So hold on to your butts. This heat wave is going to suck. We may get a little bit of rain Tuesday, but it may not matter.
What day are we on? Day 2 since the lightning came through?
That came in Thursday night starting at 8 p.m. So what are we on now?
Yeah, it's Thursday,
Saturday.
Friday, Saturday. So I call it day 2 after the lightning, give or take a few hours. And lightning strikes can hide themselves for up to 10 days, sometimes longer.
Yeah, do not think for a second. Don't think we've even found all of the fires of Western Oregon from these lightning strikes. They're going to be found today. They're hiding inside of like hollow trees and stuff. I keep showing people this in case you haven't seen it. Lightning, this tree was struck by lightning, and it's an amazing view of how hidden it can be. This tree is not making smoke. If you walk by it, you wouldn't even smell it. You would have to look up and walk right next to it to go, oh my God. So with today's high winds, a lot of this, which is happening, finally the wind will make the fire go from cigarette level to whoosh with flame. After a while, it'll shatter the tree that it's in. Flaming pieces will go everywhere. Then you'll see a smoke column. You might even see 5 or 10 erupt around you if you looked out your window, depending on where you live. So just prepare. Be vigilant today. Do all of your prep. Don't assume you're not next to a fire. You kind of have no idea. And just be prepared. And that's how you won't be caught off guard. And the odds are, low, depending on where you live, that this scenario might happen. But you have to be prepared that it's a possibility. So if people can take days off work or just take the day to prepare their place, figure out, what would I want to pack in my car, what would I want to get ready, check on your vulnerable neighbors, make an evacuation plan with them just in case things got bad. This is a good idea to do today because we're going to find more fires today. and the existing ones might just get rough over the next couple of days as we have heat wave, and it gets drier. Right, Brooke?
Yeah, it's yeah. It's not. We're not going to get no rain. The only thing that truly helps a fire after certain size is rain. I mean, we can catch them, but then it takes a lot of effort to mop in. And what is it, 50 to 100 feet from the line every day, and that takes a lot of people. And I've had people go, "Oh, well, that's unskilled labor." Yeah, okay. Try to go work on the fire without certifications. My job level, I had 12 certifications to keep my job.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's actually very skilled labor. It's ridiculous that anybody says that.
I used to laugh at them, but that's me.
Wow. What kind of certifications, for example? We got some.
I had basic. I had chainsaws. I had pumps. I had urban interface. I had God, what was the other one? I had weather, 2 levels of weather. I had to go take a management class. My structure fire chief found a class for me to manage people better that was offered through some. I got it under fire, and it counted towards my fire certification about reading people's body languages and how to deal with people, easier manage your under troops type thing. But yeah, I had a whole bunch of certifications. I mean, urban interface, just I had certifications for my structure fire too.
And to work in the wilderness, this is what's ridiculous. This is why the biscuit might get so bad. You have to use. They're not allowed to use any electricity, like mechanized things. You can't use a bulldozer. You have to use like a rake and a hoe. And if you want to cut down a tree, even one that's on fire, you have to use a crosscut saw. And then you have to use mules and stuff to move them around. And this is unreasonable. You have to have a special training. There's a high risk of injury, and literally you have to use horses and mules. And then more horses and mules have to be used to bring in the food for the horses and mules. And then once you get the saw dull, it takes a blacksmith to repair saws and specialized people who know how to sharpen them without ruining them. It's unbelievable. This is why these things get out of control. Like, really? That's the law.
It really does look like that PC-12 flight just came in and did an assessment of the fires over there on the coast.
Oh, we gotta look at fire operational update. I didn't realize this. I'm gonna watch this. Okay.
Okay.
It's on watch duty. Are you able to watch what I'm seeing, bro?
Yeah, I'm watching your stream right now.
Okay. I didn't understand this happened. Let's see. Look out, Facebook. That's Smith River. Why is it?
With so many fires to check, it is hard to to remember things. You're sort of hearing them's the biggest thing, but you're sort of blocking it.
Yeah. Okay. It's 37 minutes ago. There's also a Willamette National Forest update to look out. Blah, blah.
Oh, lookout is 18,888 acres.
Yeah. That's what I said earlier.
16% containment.
Let me set this up.
992 personnel, 53 engines,
good morning.
19 crews, 18 bulldozers, and 28 water tenders. 11 massacators. Those are tree cutters.
We know what they are. Take a shot, guys.
7 helicopters. Well, a lot of people don't. You wouldn't believe how many people don't know the name of that excavator tree cutter.
Well, we call it a tractor with a wood chipper on the end and a buzz saw. Yeah. So, okay, let's watch the. Can you see the video? I gotta play it for my people and myself.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay. Let's put it back. Okay.
Good morning. I'm Brandon Soltimar, Operations Section for Northwest Team 6. We're going to go over the morning operational briefing, and this will be my last operational briefing for this fire. We have PNW Team 2 coming in, and they will be taking over the fire today at 1800, so you'll be seeing a new face doing your briefings in the morning tomorrow. So we'll start over here in Zulu Victor.
You have to unmute my channel.
Oh. No, I'm
Yeah.
just that's right. I'm re-showing. I'll mute myself and go unmute you.
Okay, I'll rewind. It's okay. No worries. Okay. So let me know when.
I'm just that's right. I'm re-showing. I'll mute myself and go unmute you.
Okay, I'll rewind. It's okay. No worries. Okay. So let me know when.
Good morning. I'm Brandon Soltimar,
Go ahead.
Operations Section
I'm going to
for
go ahead
Northwest
and
Team
sit
6.
here muted.
We're going to go over the morning operational briefing, and this will be my last operational briefing for this fire. We have PNW Team 2 coming in, and they will be taking over the fire today at 1800, so you'll be seeing a new face doing your briefings in the morning tomorrow. So we'll start over here in Zulu Victor. Great day for them yesterday. They were able to mop up a little bit more, get a little bit further depth in. They pushed up into the alpha line a little bit, trying to secure some of that recent burnout that they've done. So all in all, this section of the line is looking really good. Starting to get a little drier and a little hotter, so they are picking up a few more little spokes on the line that haven't shown themselves yet. So there's still lots of work to be done. Alpha had a great day. They had very advantageous weather and were able to get a lot of burn-in done. They were able to take all the way from on the 1507 road all the way up to 460. Hopefully today they're going to make it about halfway up to our division break, and that'll be a real good day for them. They should have some very good weather this afternoon for that burning. Bravo and Delta are continuing to prep, and as I keep saying, they're just waiting for that handoff. As soon as the Alpha gets up there, they're going to hand off the torch, and Bravo's going to come around the fire and finish securing our western flank. Foxtrot was very busy yesterday. Lots of fire behavior, lots of stuff going on, moving parts and pieces. They did have a little slop over into a previous fire, which is being taken care of right now. They're mopping that up and they're getting around it, and they're probably going to end up using that as some new line. So all in all, it's still holding over on Foxtrot, and we're still right where we need to be. Down in the Vision November, they also had a pretty good day. We're able to bring the fire down our line all the way past drop point 110, past, I think that's the one of the campgrounds. I can't read it right now, but past one of the campgrounds on the 126, about halfway down, and are looking at their firing plan and getting a real good firing plan in place, ignition plan, building it with the new incoming operations and the new incoming divisions over there for PNW 2. So they're looking really good over here. They're gonna figure out how they're gonna burn this and keep it within our control lines. Moving over to Division Tango. Tango pretty much held what they had yesterday. We took a lot of resources off of Tango and off of some of the other divisions for the Horse Creek Horse Creek incident that we have. That's down just south of the fire. Speaking of that, they did have a really good day yesterday. They've got line on on three sides of it, and the river's on the other side. So they're going to be today is going to be mopping up and snagging and making sure that line is 100%. Before we move all the resources back. So on that one, we got a hot shot crew, a Type 2 IA crew, dozers, engines, lots and lots of equipment down there, trying to secure that and be done with it real fast. Last night, the night shift, they again worked. We actually had crews down on the Horse Creek fire all night long. Some of them just came off the line not too long ago. So they're going to bed down, and we got the day shift resources in. The rest of the night shift patrolled the line, made sure everything was good around our burnouts and different areas of concern that we had. And today we'll also still have our structure group in, so you'll see some people in and out about the community and up here in the Inciweb power plants on the dams, making sure those are all still, everything we've done up there is still in place and we're good to go. So you probably will see a little bit more busy today on the fire. You might see a little more fire behavior and possibly a little more smoke, just because it is hotter and drier today. Some of your interior consumption, when this fire burns, it doesn't burn all this at once. There's several pockets. We put the red all in there just to show that this whole area is part of the fire. So there's still lots of pockets in here that haven't burnt. So you might be seeing a little bit of column, you might see more smoke today, and you might even see some fire activity. But more than likely, it is just some of the stuff on the interior burning together. So thank y'all very much, and we'll see you next time. This whole area is fire. So there's still lots of pockets in here that haven't burnt. So you might be seeing a little bit of column, you might see more smoke today, and you might even see some fire activity. But more than likely, it is just some of the stuff on the interior burning together. So thank y'all very much, and we'll see you next time.
Well, there's a delay between when Brokefish can see that and hear me. So what do you think? He's saying that the pyrocumulus and such are just pockets?
They could have been announcing a little bit earlier that that's true. Fires do that.
Yeah.
But they could have. He could.
Oh, mute me. Mute my channel. We got an echo.
I am.
Sorry.
I am sorry. He could have said a little bit. They could have said a little bit earlier. You know, we got this on the outside, but we have a lot of unburned on the inside, and that is going to be reacting. And they probably had some pretty big pockets of green in there, what we call green in there, and that's what we're seeing burn out today. They could have announced that a lot earlier.
Yeah,
They've known that for. My thing is, how many days have you known that, bro?
No, you didn't tell us what was going on here. We just see giant pyrocumulus.
But you also got to remember what you tell the public and what the crews know are a little bit different.
We'll keep the public calm by explaining what we could see on camps. That is just a number one.
And it's getting some of these guys that are used to just going, this is what we're doing to contain it, and here you go. We're in an age where people want some more information.
Okay, but
they don't just want to hear it's lined.
Yeah, I don't 100% trust just what we hear, because they kept telling the public, remember the day that I called for the evacuations and said, what the hell is going on? I took a screenshot because I could see the fire was...
Oh, I know.
I had to put a screenshot on Facebook and say, what are you doing? And they called for late evacuations late.
And the day I said, oh, well, look, it's in that... It just topped that ridge. It's backing down in that canyon. Once it gets something down in there, it's going to burn it out. And then I left, and I was over here talking to my people, and I'm sitting here going, it just burned out that. I just told Catherine it's going to burn. I wasn't expecting that quick, but it just burnt that whole damn canyon out. And my friend was going, I seen you over there talking to her. It just burnt that whole damn canyon out.
Yeah.
Sorry about the semi-profanity.
That's all right. If people don't know what we're talking about, here we are watching the fire, and it cruised a pyrocumulus cloud very early on. They said, oh, yeah, we got it up there. They just had level 1 kind of get ready stuff for everything north of McKenzie Ridge. And I'm like, that's madness. They should be packed, ready to go at a moment's notice, and probably level 3, because they had high winds, and the fire was going to be pushed down the slope towards the town. And I couldn't imagine that one little flimsy road up at the top could withstand the high winds and, you know, the mega fire giant cloud status. So hour after hour goes by that day. We're watching it become a gigantic mushroom cloud for pretty much the first time. The winds don't die down. And on their Facebook and everywhere else, they said, hey, today at 8 p.m., 3 information officers will be around. They'll be at the ranger stations in this high school, and they'll answer your questions. And so I'm going, why? Okay, look, we're losing daylight. It's like 3 in the afternoon. Tell everybody to pack up when it's daylight. Get their animals when it's daylight. You know, people have to round up horses. And so we get me, Christopher Luttrell, I'm very proud of him, go on the Facebook and say, are you not going? He did it before I did, really. Are you not seriously going to evacuate everything north of McKenzie Bridge? And they go, no. Meanwhile, I'm going, guys, the satellite is showing increased heat activity. The mushroom cloud's going bigger. Light, you know, even dusk is falling, but it's not slowing its activity. The wind's still going. And so just at 8 o'clock, like 7:59, as they were going to go talking to the people, a fire poured over the ridge, and it was a big red monster that burst right through their lines and came over the ridge and loomed over the town and started burning down the slope. So I took a screenshot. I put it in Facebook. I said, can you please explain to the people how they're going to be okay with this above them and how it's going to be stopped tonight, how it's not going to go south? Brokefish put his 2 cents in and goes, yeah, that's coming down the slope. A little bit of time goes by. like an hour or something, hour and a half. Out now after dark, they go, okay, everybody out, level 3 evacuations. That's why I'm really skeptical about anything they say.
Yeah. Hey, well, here's a comparison for you. I'm looking on watch duty right now
All
at the
right.
Bedrock fire.
All right.
The Bedrock fire is showing the patches of green.
Yeah. Why don't they just show
You
that?
look at the Lookout fire. Oh, we filled this in to just represent the. No, show the patches. It gives people understanding. Wow, there's still green in there. So when that burns out, obviously it's going to. You know, my kid can figure that out. A 6-year-old can.
Right.
The we're going to see some more action, and that action we see might just be that burnout. But when they filled in, you see it.
Yeah, it gives the impression everybody it's already gone, and so new smoke means it moved and has new fuel. So what I'm worried about is the Smith cam is not pivoting to the north enough. They still are not telling the public why in God's green earth do they have. I mean, I'm not critical of this. Why God's green earth though? Are they telling everybody up to the Santiam River to get ready that the fire might come here? Get ready for evacuations. That's because the fire might reach that. So tell us, what are you going to do to prevent the fire from going all the way north to Highway 20? Please explain your plan. Give us a timeline. Give us a sober outlook, because this says one thing, which is a nice, sober reminder of what can happen, but nobody has addressed this yet. What keeps the fire from going north? How good are your lines? How complete are they? Do you have contingencies? Where are they? What are you doing? The camera is not showing right here up to the north. The camera is pivoted and it's showing everything to the south of this Pistol Creek. We don't need to see that. We need to see up here. What's going on up here? You have no containment up there. That's nice. Crow all you want about the cool and actually really good containment that you did to the southwest corner. You saved McKenzie Bridge. Awesome. That's cool. But, okay, what's going on up here? Please tell us. This is what I'm so frustrated about.
I know it gets to me. It even got to me when I was working on fires. Hey, wait a minute. How come the information I'm giving to my friends and they go, well, that's not what they said on the news.
Yeah. Plus,
okay.
The news. Oh, right. The news, the copy and paste media. So I like what they said about the Horse Creek fire. That was not 4 acres. They said it was 4 acres. We saw a huge smoke column the whole night. We were like, BS, that's 4 acres. But they're saying they're at least trying to get it done. But he didn't even mention the pothole down here. If the south winds come again, can this threaten McKenzie Bridge and Belknap Springs from the south? What are they going to do about the pothole? So this is a somewhat new fire, updated 30 minutes ago. It's south 6 miles only southeast of McKenzie Bridge. Look at this slope aligning with wind direction, because it oftentimes comes with the south. That means you can go and race really fast. You got to
remember the team that's coming in. I believe that is a step up in. There's different levels of incident command teams, and I believe the team that's coming in is a step up.
I hope so.
Higher trained. This might be getting. I believe they're a step up. I'm not sure. That could be the same thing. These guys could be bumping their 14 days, 2 weeks, whatever they give them. But I believe the guys coming in might be a step up. It depends on how many days this been going. Let me see. Horse Creek first was found. God, I wish that was right at the top. But
the Horse Creek? That was the lightning. The lightning was Thursday night.
Oh, okay. So how many days they have on this lookout? I know it's been over a week.
I think it was a long time ago. It started, let's see, going back down.
I don't think it's been 2 weeks.
August 5th. It started August 5th.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah, this has been going on forever.
Man, these days are blending together.
Yeah, their containment is only 16%.
It was found August 5th?
Yeah, remember the lightning strike of the first week of August? They had like 64 lightning strikes here in the Eastern Cascades. They were First of all, I want to make sure I'm not critical of the way they fought it. I think they did amazing. Stopped at the 700 road, which I doubt could even be possible. I'm critical about the lack of communication, which is causing us to be extremely concerned. I'm critical about the really late evacuation orders and the really minimal info we're getting. But they stopped all the other lightning strikes. They did a great job. This one got away because it was a nightmare terrain up here. So, and lack of roads up here. So.
Yeah, it was. And these guys are bumping their time. That's the reason the replacement. These guys are bumping their time. If August 5th and today's the 26th and they're the first team in, the incident command team's bumping its time. They have mandatory, they need so many days off, reset the team, resupply.
Yeah.
You got to, because it's so stressful on people. I hope people understand, not only are you physically working as crew members and supervisors, I was a lonely squad boss, a mid-level supervisor inside the structure of a hand crew, and sometimes on smaller fires I was incident commander and stuff. I have a bunch of training, but through my structure department and all this, but it's stressful. Even if you're just the incident guy running around and trying to figure out what you're going to do, it's a beast. You're trying to fight a beast, and it's stressful to try to keep one step ahead of something you're not sure what it's going to do. You make one plan, and then it changes your plan on you.
Yeah,
that's
Houston,
what happens.
Oh, I know. I know they're doing a lot of jobs, so I'm not trying to be a brat here. I'm not a brat. I am trying to.
We know you're not.
Yeah, we actually need this for life-saving type information. We need a best, worst, and middle ground case scenario, and we need to know what their plan is for the area they've never gotten control of. 16% containment since August 5th. That is extremely worrisome. They only have that. Now look at this. Houston, we got a problem. We got a lot of lightning strikes down here, not just a pothole. The 422, 410, 0721. I think they're finding new ones down here, just south of the pothole. This all could burn together, and it could have another lookout kind of but south of the town. They could get sandwiched. What are your thoughts on this?
They could get these. Well, I just went into the Bohemia, and at 3:20 p.m. yesterday, they didn't update the acres under the main page, but you go down and read into the stuff, which I just glanced and kept going. You have to physically read to find out that it had been resized to, as of 21 hours ago, it was a quarter acre. That's good news for that one.
Which one?
That's Bohemia.
Oh, where?
Down there,
Okay.
Fairview Peak area, Fairview Peak, the Bohemia mine. I'd
Good.
call it the Bohemia mine fires, but they could have said that. There's some things I just want to go. Really, you reported it that way, and they're now. Oh, we now do have another fire over by with the Ridge Fire. They have named that one.
Where?
We have one called the Staley Fire just below the Bohemia. We got the little dome,
Great.
and
Yeah.
now we got this. Now we got a 1/10 of an acre Staley Fire as
Yeah.
of updated 3 hours ago. Created 8:57 a.m.
Yeah.
today.
Somebody said, JCat said, or Nick Giles in the chat said the little dome was a new one, and the Staley now is a new one. Like I said, hold on to your butts. There's going to be more of these fires to get discovered today as the wind picks up.
Little Dome was created 17 hour. Oh, updated 17 minutes ago, but it says the 25th at 2:29 p.m. So that's not quite a new one. That was found yesterday.
Okay. Oh God, I got new updates. Let me look at the phone. This is Watch Duty. Okay. So what new updates? The Cooper fire, a new fire reported by National Interagency Fire. Let me zoom out and see what this is. Oh crapola. Oh crapola.
Where's this one?
East of Port Orford. Copper fire. It's in that copper salmon thing, I believe, that you were talking about.
I see it. It's an acre. I'm there. 1 acre. Let me see. That's Mud Lakes. It's outside. the Copper Salmon Wilderness. So that's 2 in that area. Yep. Mud Lake, I know where that's at. It is outside. I believe, God, I wish I could remember. Oh, Iron Mountain. I definitely know where it is. I can't remember the roads, but it looks like there is trails in the. I would
Yeah.
have to compare this to my Forest Service map. Oh no, Forest Road 250. They do, and 3347. I believe they can get into that if the road has been tank trapped. They'll
Okay.
just hit it. They'll just hit it with the dozer and go in there and drive down it with the dozer.
Okay.
But
And
that is a new one.
J Cat is not wrong about what, or Nick, excuse me, is not wrong about what she reported. This is Watch Duty is screwing up. I just received it as a push notification of a new fire. It says Little Dome new fire reported, but updated 19 minutes ago. But then it says 21 hours ago reported. But it wasn't on the map. I didn't see it either. So this is an error of some sort.
I looked at Little Dome yesterday with my buddy Plant Man, the botanist that was the miner. We looked at that one yesterday. So
I know,
the
but
the
it's a
Barklow
bug.
fire and the Cooper fire are both outside the Copper Salmon. And the
Right.
Cedar fire is they've updated it. It's 2 acres as of updated 2 hours ago, but that's all they're saying is 2 acres. And but that one's in a very, very dependable, very, very catchable area. And they're saying the Amble fire instead of we don't know is 2 acres. So that plane was assessing these fires.
Yeah, but I'm
2
just
hours
saying it's a
ago.
bug. It just gave me 2 push notifications that it was a new fire. I'm just saying that it's a bug.
I get it.
Yeah.
Oh, the winds are off the ocean. It doesn't say how much, but I can see them in the Watch Duty app that the winds are on those fires. So they're blowing out of the northwest and blowing to the southeast.
Right.
Southeast, mostly south.
Yeah, it's coming off the ocean there.
Yeah, that's our normal winds. It's awful early for them to be that visible because they have to be a certain speed of wind to be seen on here.
We're getting 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts from it.
That's normal for the coast to be like that. 30 by 3, remember?
So we're getting 6 to 10 sustained winds off of in between Coos Bay, Port Orford, and going towards Myrtle Creek and Roseburg. So wind gust of 22 to 28 miles an hour in this part.
I'm gonna jump into my weather thing and go to the data buoy, and I'm gonna go check the port of Port Orford and see what winds they are showing at the port.
Okay,
because that's always a good thing to do.
The weather buoy.
That one's. Oh yeah, they have a buoy. They have a monitoring station right there at the port of Port Orford. But you wouldn't know that unless you're like from there, really, truly.
Are you flexing, huh? Okay. You have it right.
It's just fishing knowledge. I know it's station POR03.
Okay.
Oh, come on, let me into it. Okay, there it goes. It let me into it. It says, and they always list it in gusts. It says it's blowing 0, but it's gusting to 1 knot.
Oh, here's the weirdness. We've got an eastern wind too that's colliding with the winds off the from eastern Oregon and the high desert, plus the high desert winds of this is wind gust mode. High desert winds coming off of Washington, pouring down the gorge too, and kind of converging near Mount Hood. So we've got the moist winds of the Pacific meeting dry winds just at the Cascades from the eastern Oregon, and that's going to make some unstable stuff.
Now up at Coos Bay at the National Estuary Research Reserve, which would be out by Charleston, it's blowing 2.9 knots. And that gives you that it's sort of protected there at the port. You got the headland, so I'd say it's blowing 2 to 3 knots.
Great.
And it's not saying gusting, it's saying blowing. So
Okay.
And a bunch of stations are down.
No
But
wonder
that's
we're
okay.
getting so many lightning strikes on the east side of Cascades and near, Grass Valley, Oregon, and Maupin and Fossil and Antelope and Condon. It's the moist air, meaning the hot, dry air of the eastern Oregon is what I would imagine. So hold on to your butts, guys. We're getting new fire reports as they come in. It's all the
And
crazy lightning.
do you have a viewer in the Roseburg area?
Yes.
You should ask them to keep an eye out because no matter where you're at in town, keep an eye on the airport because that's where the tanker base is for the seats. The seats have to come in and reload. They hot load there, but they might not be getting picked up on the radar.
Yeah.
Those single engine air tankers, because just the way it is. I mean,
Okay.
it's just the way it is down here in this area.
I think.
But they might not be getting seen on the radar, but
Okay.
your viewer in Roseburg, if they're on, would be able to tell you if something's flying in and out of the airport.
Oh, okay. I don't know they're exactly in Roseburg, but here's my concern. So starting right about, now 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts from Port Orford and everything, the Anvil, the Cedar, the Barklow, Copper, these could just start to blow up right now, right?
They could, as we heat up, things could go way beyond what we want them to.
Even the flat, it could be pushed into the
I mean,
Biscuit Fire Briscar because
the Anvil's 2 acres, a 2-acre fire. It may be little, but it's nothing to mess with when you put wind on it from the right angle.
Yeah, and it's going to be it's already hitting the Cougar Creek, so I'm going to look for, I really hope we get some more updates on what's going on. Let's see if there's aircraft on it. I don't see any. We've got the mapping plane still running around.
Yeah, I've seen the mapping plane, but I haven't seen anything. I mean, I believe there was 2 choppers working on it, but I'm sitting here looking at it right now, and I don't see them anymore.
Yeah.
But I went and looked. I went and looked at another helicopter real quick, and I shouldn't have.
Okay.
Because I took myself off the one, but they will pop up. Because where are they getting their water? Out of the Umpqua?
I would imagine. We've got a helicopter right now that's been circling and circling on the Rogue River, just north of the Rogue, just west of Wolf Creek, like deep into the wilderness, but not as close, not as far as Elahi or Agnes. Like, what's over there, just west of Wolf Creek? Let me.
I don't know. Did they find another fire?
Looks like it. Let's see.
There was lightning there. He could be making circles around the fire.
I think he's dipping.
Because
the Whiskey Creek.
So he's probably working the Whiskey Creek and dipping out of the Rogue.
Okay. Yeah, it says.
You said north of Agnes. I see the copper fire.
Well, I'm sorry. It's far northeast of Agnes because it's in between Wolf Creek and Muriel.
Muriel.
Say it again.
Mural.
Mural.
Like something you paint on a wall, almost
mural.
Like that. Yeah.
Mural.
That's
okay.
So that's the town when you cut up over the mountain from Agnes and you go over Bear Camp and you come down, you come out there.
All right, I've never been to there. I've been to Wolf Creek, though. So
but that's also where they have been having helicopters come into and doing refueling and that kind of stuff. You got the Taylor Creek Ranch fire over there. That's 10 acres. If he's north of Agnes, the only thing you got north of Agnes is the Copper Fire and the Barklow Fire.
Oh, I
see.
What?
Go ahead.
I just identified it. It's the Whiskey Creek.
Oh, okay. So that's way east of Agnes.
Yeah, west of Wolf Creek.
Yep.
So they got
West of
two Type 2 helicopters are on it and a bunch of crews. So I'm hoping they're going to button that up and then move on to the next. There's so much to do today. The aircraft are needed everywhere, but they can only be a couple of places. So hold on your butts. I just got another watch duty update. There's a new fire that was called the Toro fire. The forward progress was stopped, and I have no idea where that was, so I'm just going to close it. Looks like, oh yeah, that was in California by Riverside County. All right. That's great that they took care of that. Please come help Oregon. Thank you very much. Smith River Complex has got an update. Let's see. 2 minutes ago, 67,000 acres for the Smith River. Looks like they got a big helicopter on the Windchuck, which is northwest of it. So 2 minutes ago, the update is, oh, we got a video. We got a new video, guys. You want to watch it? Let's do it. Let's do it. Please explain how everything's going to be okay with the Smith River. How are they going to save Cave Junction and O'Brien? How are you guys going to keep it out of the Biscuit Scar? We desperately need to know this stuff. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Smith River Complex Fire. Back to it. Let's watch it. Pacific Northwest Preparedness has now reached level 5. Look, hold on to your butts. It's like DEFCON 4 or whatever. Oh. Did they not put the new video on their... It's only on Watch Duty. It's not on their... Oh, seriously? They did that again?
Didn't we run into that last night?
No, it's the Six Rivers National Forest. Yeah, but they didn't put it on their own website. Are you kidding me? Ah! They're telling you to monitor Facebook, and they're not putting all of their videos on Facebook. Oh my God. Okay, that's on the Six Rivers National Forest Facebook. Oh, I'm gonna die. This is why I have to do my channel and have 73 tabs open. Here it is. Okay, guys.
Okay, good morning. My name's Tom Himmelrich. I'm the Operations Section Chief.
Complex. That's...
All right, I'm playing it right now. Are you ready to watch?
Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay, let me rewind. Here we go.
Okay, good morning. My name's Tom Himmelrich. I'm the Operations Section Chief for California Interagency Incident Management Team 15. Give you a brief update on the Smith River South Complex. Starting down and around the town of Gasky, we have a structure protection group that has been working diligently the last several days, week now actually, prepping structures and putting hose lines in place around structures. We have dozer lines around the majority of the town connected with hand lines that have also been plumbed with hose now. Yesterday we had successful firing operation coming down the power line corridor down to some dozer line that we established on the north side along the Gasky Toll Road and tied that back into Stony Creek and hung it up there last night. The intent of this is to bring it down to Stony Creek area and our dozer lines on our terms and then successfully mop it up and lock that in to create black line. Going up on the west side of the fire, we have crews today that are looking at then picking up the direct fire edge of the Kelly fire on the west side. It was a holiday fire. They merged with Kelly, so we call the whole thing Kelly now. Up the west side, where it meets the old biscuit fire scar, the fuel type up there transitions from heavy timber into a more brush component from the 20-year-old burn scar, and looking at just going direct and cutting out the west side of the Kelly fire. On the Diamond fire, we had a Helitac crew fly in yesterday, and they said that they could be successful in their cold trailing and mopping up the Diamond fire the next few days. So today, as soon as the air clears, they will be doing that. On the Corral fire, we have had road access up Rowdy Creek Road, the 305 road. They've been mopping up along the road and looking at direct options, and today they will be continuing to cut direct line around the Corral fire. Not a lot of heat signatures on the Corral or the Diamond that we've seen on our infrared imaging and observations on the ground. We are also on the west side for contingency lines. expanding the 305 down to the 49, down to Gasky Mountain, just in case something did come out of there. Then we have alternate containment lines. South of Gasky, Division Yankee. Today we will, as soon as the weather permits, we'll be implementing a firing operation from the French Hill Road north to the 199 corridor. We had some hotshot crews and heavy equipment that put in line. Over the last week, it's been plumbed and prepped and everything, and now that should lock off the east side of Gasky and tie in nicely with the burn that came down on the north side. Above the French Hill area, we've had a lot of engine crews in there, also similar to in the town of Gasky, doing a lot of prep work and putting in hand line, dozer line, structure prep, hose lines, all of the above, with the objective of protecting the French Hill area. Also looking at dozer lines have been implemented. You can see on the map here where we can turn south and then connect into the old 2015 Coon Fire and our current Coon Fire. We've had dozer crews in there on 24-hour shifts that are opening up old lines and securing the edge in here. That's been our priority, is in and around the structures. As we have more equipment available and we're able to shift resources, then we're coming on the south side and looking to connect some primary containment lines from the Coon Fire to the bottom of the Hurdy-Gurdy Fire across this country here. Looking at options closer to the fire if we're able to, but we have primary alternate contingency lines that we're planning out. The Hurdy-Gurdy Fire itself, on the east side around the Ship Mountain Lookout, there was a slop over the road. I believe they said approximately 60 acres. That it happened several days ago, not moving a lot, but as crews become available now, we're going to start cutting that out and bring it back up into the road and establish a good anchor point where then we can start turning west off the Hurdy-Gurdy to connect with resources coming east from the Coon Fire. Above that slop over, mopping up all the way around the north end side of the Hurdy-Gurdy Fire, and building containment lines in between the Kelly and the Hurdy-Gurdy where we can hold here. Division Mike. This fire came through this area several days to a week ago, and so crews have been in there mopping up, falling hazard trees, a lot of snags, and then they're going direct as much as possible, with also doing secondary containment lines further out in case something did come out. The northwest side of the fire is being handled by Incident Management Team 13 from Pacific Northwest. So they have Division Kilo, Ida, and Hotel, and they also have contingency group and structure group. And we're coordinating with them daily with our operations chiefs, and then the branch directors and contingency branches are talking daily as well to make sure that all of our lines line up.
Okay, that is the South morning update. So this is not what we were hoping for. We need the North morning update. Let me fix the screen again. So the north part is going to tell us. Oh, Broken Fish, please mute. Morning update. So this is not what we were. Okay, thanks. Sorry, we have a feed delay, but it's okay. So
sorry, I was building a message. Mine are starting to come in already.
Yeah, no worries. I guess this is all we're going to get for the morning north update here, the 2-hour ago video, but they didn't really explain too much. I'm going to run through it again, just for the north, because a lot of people haven't seen it. We went through that. We're on the 7th hour of my stream. We did that in the crack of dawn. So, Joe Bicker says, oh, yeah, that my mods are amazing. Thank you. He says, I need to say this, Catherine, while you were getting much needed rest last evening and night, your mods truly had your back. They're the most nice and helpful mods I've ever seen. Thank you, mods. Yes, thank you, mods. You're so wonderful. I need to remind him of that. And Smitty was a beast. He was still awake. He did the whole shift and stayed an hour or two after I woke up. But
we have them in mapping this fire with ATK 503. Attack 503 is in mapping this fire.
Great. I'm going to show the other video because we showed it at the crack of dawn, and it's worth looking at again. This is about the only information I think we will get. Oh shoot, this is watch duty. I have to go.
Good morning, Jesse Stone.
Sorry about that. Let's do it within.
Oh, Catherine.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump down off of here.
Oh, you got to sleep. Yeah, you should.
Yeah, I should get some sleep while I can because I already fielded a message while I was sitting here muted.
Oh, okay.
I will be back up later. You're probably gonna restart here in a couple hours, anyways. You've done a huge. You're gonna be up for most of the day, is what I'm basically asking. Monitoring this, or are you gonna go down for a while and come back up?
That depends. I probably should be resting my voice, but that'll depend on what the heck happens, right? So yeah. For now, I'm all right. I'm getting quite hungry though. If anybody wants to put a couple of dollars in the jar for me to order a pizza or something, I don't think I have time to cook, and that's quite appreciated. And anybody, I did get a couple of PayPal donations. Thank you so much. That link is pinned in the chat there. Hit the like button so other people know that we're out there. It'll help them find us. So yeah, you get your good rest, and it's as the afternoon wears on, even up till I think 8 o'clock, we might see some crazy fire activity with the wind gusts and the things. So I don't know if I'll get rest. I don't know.
And thank you for the links you shared with me, and hope you enjoyed the ones I gave with you. That tanker base list is really handy. I've actually found out about some tanker base I didn't even know about, and I'm gonna drop your link before I go down on my channel. So whoever's watching, if they want to come over, they'll be over. And thank you for coming up on my show today, and thank you for letting me on your show.
Yeah, vice versa. It's an honor.
Later. I had lots of fun today, and I know my guys had lots of fun. Had learned a lot today. You did show us some stuff, and thank you for helping.
Yeah, anytime, and you get some good deserved rest. Thanks for helping people with fires, with not only on my stream but on yours too. So get some good rest, and we'll reconvene. Thank you.
All right. Well, you have a nice day, Catherine, and I will talk to you later.
Thank you. You too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, let me disconnect from his StreamYard thing so that I don't end up on his Twitch with for some reason. Okay. We'll iron out the problems with sound and delays later. But I think that was very good. We had Cougar's, Brokefish, his expertise. He is an actual retired firefighter from down here, and I'm starting to get fatigued, guys. I woke up around 3 a.m. I barely got any sleep. I was beset by nightmares. Like, I did not go to bed with any sort of good feeling about these fires, and I kept going back to bed having nightmares. I can't remember them, but I'm at a high level of stress, if you could tell. This is a tough one. This is a critical moment. Today is a make or break day. As the new fires, they're not really new. They've been burning since the lightning storm, but as they become visible, as the winds fan them up and we can see their smoke, we're just going to find dozens and dozens of new ones today. And I have no idea when I'm going to be able to get rest, and I don't know if they can put them all out while they're a couple of acres. They might just get big. We don't need any new lookouts. The lookout will probably just be put out by autumn rains, if we have to be honest right now, or if they get a torrential rain before that. But no moistures in the forecast until Tuesday. We've got an unfolding nightmare of the Smith River complex in 2 different ways. It's threatening Cave Junction and O'Brien right now because it broke across the Oregon border on the night of the 19th. We've got a whole bunch of lightning strike fires too, and they still don't have enough people to try to stop it from getting into Biscuit fire burn scars. So this is what we're going to watch. Again, it doesn't have as much information as we like, but we need to know what is their plan. One of the biggest nightmares that could happen right now is right here at the Smith River complex. See how it came over the Oregon border? See all this brown? That's where the Biscuit Fire destroyed the entirety of all of the forest. It was Oregon's largest forest ever. All of this, pretty much, was the Biscuit Fire. There's no roads in it, almost none, until you reach the Flat Fire. Now, Flat Fire's been going on a long time, so why haven't they contained it? 58%. It's been around 50% a long time. It was started and probably by a human. We're not sure. The 15th of July. So why haven't they buttoned it up? Why isn't it done? Why isn't this 900 or something man crew on a different fire? There's no roads in the thing called the Kalmiopsis Wilderness. Same reason in 2002 why the Biscuit Fire got so big. You need roads to get a fire engine there with water. If there's no road, you have to parachute in a hand crew, and a hand crew means they fight the fire with rakes and shovels. Yeah, but they still haven't built any roads since, and all the dead trees are mostly left on the landscape, which is a tremendous fuel load. For years we've been dreading, just when is lightning or something going to light this up? It's like having, I guess, a building like a house completely soaked in gasoline. Just when is it gonna go? Just a matter of time. So the Smith River has broken into the burn scar. There's only a couple of roads like right here, but it's so close to them, they may not be able to have time to get there, staff them, and stop the fire from going north. So what we're going to do is try to watch, once again, this video. It just doesn't have all the info, but since the last time I showed it was hours ago, 2 hours ago, whatever, you guys haven't seen it. And we'll look at the lookout fire again and the Cougar. These are all the biggest areas of concern. Now let's look here, full screen it, and make sure you guys can see the whole thing. Fix it.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Christ. I'm the incident meteorologist for the Smith River North Complex. Last night we had really good relative humidity recovery over the fire area, with relative humidities reaching into the 90% range in valleys and the 60% range over ridges. This morning we have patchy fog in valleys. It's not super dense. We're expecting it to burn off very quickly this morning by about 9 a.m. Winds today are very light this morning in the valleys and northeast 2 to 5 miles per hour over ridges. When the inversion breaks around 10 a.m. this morning, we're looking for winds to turn southwest and increase through the afternoon hours. These winds today are going to be very similar to the winds we saw yesterday, which were channeling through valleys along the 199 corridor and along many of the drainages up in Division's Hotel and Division's in Division, India. Expecting those winds to be a little bit stronger today than they were yesterday, looking for 8 to 12 miles per hour with gusts to 20 miles per hour over ridges and 6 to 9 miles per hour with occasional gusts to 19 miles per hour in west and southwest aligned valleys. Temperatures and relative humidities are going to be slightly warmer and drier than what we saw yesterday, with high temperatures in valleys reaching 83 to 89 degrees. For smoke, we're expecting smoke to decrease visibility over the fire area and in the Illinois Valley late this afternoon after winds turn west and bring smoke that the fire has produced today back over the fire area and into the valleys. Thank you very much for listening, and hope you have a great day.
What? Did I click on the wrong thing? Was that just a smoke forecast? Yeah, maybe. Okay. Let's watch the next real one. Sorry, I'm quite fatigued. These look.
Good morning, Jesse
identical.
Stone, operations.
Oh, okay. So that was like a smoke and whatever update. So let me full screen this again. Yeah, we'll look at the lookout. Now they explained in the morning briefing, just to address chat, Spinny Dude. They had a rosy sort of a morning update that I'm a little skeptical of on the lookout, where they said that, oh yeah, those big pyrocumulus clouds, well, that's just pockets of unburned fuel inside of the kind of area where it already was. It's implying that it's not really spreading around, but I am extremely skeptical about that. Hey, Gregory, but let's watch this. This is the real one about the extremely concerning threat of the Smith River complex. On the east side, it threatens Cave Junction and O'Brien. On the west side, it's entered the Biscuit Fire burn scar, and they have precious little time to stop it before it just becomes mega. So what we want to do is try to listen carefully and see what their plan is. I don't think they outlined much of it, but let's learn what we can.
Good morning, Jesse Stone, operations for Team 13. Yesterday on the fire in Division Hotel, working down the 4402 road, prepping bridges and other structures in there, and hazard tree removal and snag mitigation from H1 down the 4402. Contingency West Division put in some dozer line from the 4400 road up to the Rough and Ready Creek. They're going to continue to work that line and then look for other opportunities down towards the south near Rock Dip. Our Structure West group working the west side of the 199, putting in sprinkler systems in Dwight Creek and working up towards Almost Heaven area. Division India, a new line from just south of Rock Dip, tying in from the 4402 to the south on the west side of Gilligan Butte and down to the 199. They'll be prepping that today. Division Kalo is still working on the 18 and 11. They're working from the 199 to the east. They're going to tie into Little Sanger Peak and continue south with the contingency group. Contingency East, finding opportunities to gain ground in the Chicago Creek area and trying to tie in point down with Mike. And our Structure East group working from DP 31 up to DP 25, all the structures in there in prep. We're going to continue to look at other opportunities in Division India to tie into that 199 and near the tunnel. Thank you.
Oh, I remember why we couldn't get much info out of this. He doesn't point at what the hell he's talking about. Okay. Well, I can find out. And he doesn't give us at all what we need to know, which is what is your confidence level that you can save these structures and stop the fire from getting closer to O'Brien and or Cave Junction? But let's rewind. Let's rewind. And we're going to take notes, and I'm going to show you the maps because I know how to map, guys. I know how to map. And we're going to figure out what he's talking about. Where are they building lines so that people can understand like how their community is being made safe? How are you doing, Gregory and others? I want to look real quick at what's going on with as the wind picks up today, what's going on with the lookout. Now, the explanation given on the morning update was, yeah, you might see pyrocumulus clouds form, meaning mushroom clouds, but they were nonchalant about it, saying, oh, yeah, it's just burning some of the trees within the fire area. But as Brokefish pointed out, oh, boy, you could have told us a long time ago that that's what's occurring, if that's what's true. And their map showed that the fire had already chewed through all of the vegetation. So why not be like the Bedrock fire guys and show the true map, which shows the pockets of unburned vegetation, which would explain why it has enough fuel still to make this big thing without spreading. We've been quite concerned that it's forming pyrocumulus clouds because it spread its perimeter. And over here by this little lake, it did. So they said they're working on it. But we've seen massive, sometimes 3 and 4 pyrocumulus clouds up on the ridge and to the north, but we just had a camera view, and we're not being told exactly what's going on. So I'm not seeing too much that's concerning me. It looks like what we've seen before, except did the pyrocumulus cloud collapse? Every time it does, it'll throw burning debris all over the landscape if it falls down and collapses. Like if, say, the wind dies down or it runs out of its fuel where it's burning. If it collapses, ooh, that may have just happened. Do you see how the smoke fell down? Okay. Because when it formed, it sucked the smoke. Watch the smoke gets sucked up into it, up into the atmosphere, because it's creating a vacuum. Heat rises. It's pushing heat up. Oh, wow. And then I think it just collapsed on camera. Thank you for the heads up, Spinny Dude. Wow. So we'll see what just happened. Like, now crews have to run away from it because that's like being in a war zone, like run, there's too much heavy fire here. Get out of the central downtown, leave the city, This is the kind of thing that it's a tremendous whoosh of air, like 360 degrees away from the column. And so it can push trees down on crews and all kinds of crap. So I don't know that I've ever seen a column collapse live on camera. Oh, I'm sorry, I screwed up. I forgot to redo. There we go. So let me do a quick 3-hour. So as the column forms, watch all the smoke be sucked up into it. It's vacuum cleans all the smoke out of the valley, throws it in the sky. It's literally vacuuming up the air, feeding itself. And then boom, you see those little black dots? That's ash and stuff running right towards the camera. Wow, I'm backing it up, frame by frame. Boom, 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 boom. Everything running towards the camera. Wow. Either the column just collapsed. See the ash. It's all ash. I don't know if you see the little black dots. Either the column just collapsed, or a crazy west wind just hit and pushed smoke from elsewhere in the valley. It's just really hard to tell. Now, if Big Al was here, he would tell us with his fancy app on his phone whether or not the column just, it tells you how many thousands of feet high it is. He said earlier it was 7,000 to 8,000 feet high. Maybe I should get that app. It would cost a little money. I'd have to get some more donation money for yet another subscription. But yeah, Skinny Dude, this is incredible. You could see it form, suck up the smoke. Boom. Smoke's pushed down and a whoosh of debris. Wow. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to watch this, Cam. This is like a current view. And I don't think it's a west wind or anything, because that would have pushed the smoke away. Wow. All right, so let's do the same thing. Hey, Big Al, you're here. Thank you. You're here. I'm not showing a pyro cloud on radar anymore. It must have just collapsed. Look, we don't see it on the cam either from the west looking east. The other clouds come in. Maybe it cooled it off so much. Yes, clouds come. Wow, that's what happened. The west, it was a wind out of the west. It finally came from the ocean, and maybe it just cooled it off too much. Okay. I hope meteorologist guy warned the crews and they got the hell out of the way. Dang. So let's get a time that this happened. Okay. From this point of view, 11:18 in the morning. Okay, it's still going. By 11:34. And boosh, here comes the west wind around 12:05. Bam. Right about 12:38. We don't see much of the column anymore. Let's compare the timestamp. 12:33. Column collapse. Wow. Yeah, Big Al, watch this. So as it formed, see all the smoke in the valley. It's pushing so much heat into the air. Heat rises. It's creating a vacuum. It's going to suck in, even against the west wind. It's going to suck all the smoke towards it. We're looking west. So watch the sky. The wind's coming towards us, but the smoke gets sucked up against the wind. It's incredible power. This gets vacuumed up in there, all of a sudden we have clarity of the sky. Watch the clouds come in from the west. They're cool from the ocean. Column collapses. Boom! Littered debris all over the camera. And the smoke is being pushed west. Amazing. So we're going to have to keep watching that. All right. I have to timestamp that. It's my 7th hour and 30-minute of streaming today. A little bit of sleep. I had a 17-hour stream yesterday. 18 maybe. So we're burning the midnight oil in a way. I've been woken up since 3:30 in the morning. Keith Evans says that west wind was probably drawn in as the thunderstorms on the east side were moving north. I believe you're right. Do you have a background at all in weatherology? You know what I mean? I don't. So we used to have a meteorologist who came in all the time, gave us her 2 cents, but I haven't seen her in a while. You know, that was late 2021. So let me put a timestamp down that we had the possible column collapse of Lookout. Incredible video. We're gonna watch that. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. You guys are wonderful. Hey, Linn there. How you doing? Hey, all the lurkers. Do say hi. Hit the like button, please. We are found by everybody. I do appreciate all the donations that we've had to keep me going. I'm trying to get a lunch fund together right now so I can order some food. C-Probe's out of town, so it's not like you can come over and cook. I don't have time to cook. I'm sick of my leftover tacos, so I don't have much of those left. But if you can't do a donation of money, just share there's a share button, and share on your own Facebook, on your own Twitter, something social media. Just let people find us. Connect people, maybe text it to the people who you think might need this info. We're kind of punished as a small channel by the algorithm. We're not really promoted, not like stale news media articles that are vapid and don't tell anybody anything. So mostly it's word of mouth that we spread, and I appreciate all that too. Keith Evans says I wanted to be a meteorologist, but I didn't like computers too much, so I storm chased during the spring, so I know weather pretty good. Dude, awesome! Do you have your own like channel, like on YouTube? I'd love to see that. Totally promote you. So that's courageous. I'd like to use a more crass term, but it's family friendly. Okay, so unfortunately, the person that explained that we have to rewind back now to the Smith River complex. I want to find out how and what the plan is for them to try to protect the Cave Junction. And this was a pretty useless video to almost everybody because the map was blurry. It wasn't you. And he didn't point at the roads, but he named them at least. So I hope he gets a fly swatter or something, or a magic wand, or a laser pointer, or sparkle wand like that other chick had. And it will actually gesture at the roads, but he named them. So I've got a map that I'm going to show. Smith River North map. Explore the lines. And he gave us no indication on whether or not the lines would be completed before they're needed. But here we are. So let's go back. I'm going to try to... Hey, play. Why doesn't it play? Refresh. Okay, play. And we're going to... It's only 1:45 seconds. I can't full screen like that. Nope. Whoopsie. So we'll play it, and then I'm going to show you on the map where those contingency lines are. Look at the Cougar Rattlesnake Ridge thing right now. See if there's any aircraft on it. We really need aircraft. We don't have it. Brokefish says he saw helicopters. I don't see any. Okay, so Godspeed, the hand crews that are trying to protect everyone in the lost structure settings right now, east of Coos Bay, at the town, near the town of Umpqua, Millwood, right in here. There's a lot of structures here about to be lost potentially unless they can save them. So Godspeed, guys. So we've got a lot more aircraft in southern, like South Port Orford and south. So and one looking at the Happy Camp. Okay, so let's go back to our task. I've got fire history, fire activity. Got two big crises that are unfolding, even though he's nonchalant about it. But the other guy who first gave us the update was depressed. The guy wearing the hat was depressed about how this fire spread the night of the 19th and the morning of the 20th with the lightning fires. The wind drove it past where they were trying to keep it, this complex of the Smith River. And not only did it break out into the Biscuit Fire burn scar, which if I hit that button, you see the light yellow is a Biscuit Fire. It's into it. There are very, very few roads to stop it now. They're going to do everything they can today. He didn't mention that. It's like, really? He didn't mention that. The guy with the hat did the other day. I did not look happy. Did not look like there was very much hope with that. It's just sad news, and I know it's always sad whenever fire jumps lines. It's like they worked tirelessly for weeks in blood, sweat, and tears, and just to have the fire jump it. It's got to be terrible. But I'm hoping that they've just refreshed lines from, this was like a 2020 fire, the Slater. The 2020 Slater fire, which for a long time didn't have anybody on it because 2020 fires took away everybody to, quote, more important places. Southwest Oregon and Northwest California gets abandoned. That's the big problem. These fires oftentimes get big because they get abandoned. If, say, Tahoe or somewhere else is threatened, or a place like Medford with more population, or Shasta, they'll peel the crews off of these fires. It's like the McCash, McFarland. They'll leave towns like Hay Fork and Cave Junction out to dry. Not the people here fighting for it, but the higher ups. I have no choice but to go to the new fire where they're told to go. We have a staffing crisis. We need a lot more firefighters, right? But the Slater got big and spread all over the place because there was like 17 people on it at one point. Then the Devil Fire next to it was completely unstaffed. It never had staff in 2020. 2020 was that bad. So at least, though, see how this is like a puzzle piece. Usually when the new fire, the yellow one, meets the old historic fire, which is in red here from 2020, when a puzzle piece is like that, usually they have refreshed their lines, their roads, and recycled them. If they were good in 2020, there's probably not much they have to do to make them nice and tight again. And that might be a good place to hold, but he didn't explain that. Like, are they good? Do you have to do a lot of work? Are you confident? Today, the wind might try to push fire to the east mostly, but we don't want it to get up here because look, if it's up here on these ridges, it can run fast. Like if it's up on Gilliam Butte, Linn Mountain, it can run fast to the north if wind comes from the south, and it'll just pour down on O'Brien, and it'll run continuously north. This is a big wind tunnel. So you don't want it up on these ridges, and you want to stop it here in the valley. They got to stop it on the east side. They got to stop it on the north side. What's their plan? They've got a nightmare. They got little pockets, and this ridge is on fire, even though the creek isn't down here. It's like, how do you get up there? There's one little like logging road or something with a dead end. So even if you're down here, you can't drive to it. You would have to drive like all the way around the side of the mountains. You know, the problems are, or go over here, go all the way up, but there's already fire here. So is it blocked? Can you get there from the bottom? It's a nightmare. It might take hours to drive around. Just get to the fire that's right above your head. So he didn't explain the confidence there, what the plan is, but I'm just suspecting they're refreshing the old Slater fire lines from 2020, but that's just my guess. So as we play the video, he's going to talk about forest roads, and we're going to look at it. So we just put it in Forest Service mode, and we've got Forest Service maps with Forest Service road notes, like things like that. That's a gate on a Forest Service road. That's our elevation of 3,426 feet. This is road number 316. That's road number 19, November 01 Echo. And it's all flat looking, but if we put a little bit of shade of relief on there, yeah, that tells the story a bit better. So let's play the audio from what he's saying and try to. I'll just suck that off screen since we just saw the video and it just wasn't that helpful. Oopsie, go back to my project. Okay, and we'll compare. So let me put my webcam back on. Here we go. And the fire, if we put fire activity on, is right there. It's tremendously large. It's tremendously large. I'm going to put on structures which are orange. A little bit more shade relief. Okay, we got like a 3D look to it. Now let's play his audio.
Good morning, Jesse Stone, operations for Team 13. Yesterday on the fire in Division Hotel, working down the 4402 road.
Okay, 4402 road. Let's turn it off. 4402, we got it. Let's play.
Road, prepping bridges and other structures in there, and hazard tree removal and snag mitigation from H1 down the 4402.
Okay, what that means in English is there's a lot of dead trees up there. We're removing them. Like I said, that's the biggest source of fuel for a fire, the very biggest. I mean, it's like no duh. When living trees burn, only the branches and limbs burn off. The trunk is full of hundreds, if not thousands, of gallons of water, so the trunk doesn't burn. They just don't. Now, they have to dry out for a year or two to be ready to burn. However, a snag means a really old standing dead tree, so it's ready to burn. So you got to get rid of those so you can hold a road. So you do snag removal, and this is why you should just do that before a fire happens. It's too late. Like, they shouldn't be doing that right now. They should be doing something else. But here we are. So he says along the 4402 road, they're protecting the bridges and Division Hotel, which is over here, and they're removing the dead trees. All right.
Contingency West Division put in some dozer line from the 4400 road up to the Rough and Ready Creek. They're going to continue to work that line.
Okay, up to the Rough and Ready Creek. 4402 road to Rough and Ready Creek. Let's find it. Find it. Find it. Biscuit Creek. Oh God, that's Biscuit Fire. We named after that. Rough and Ready Creek. Okay, why is the thing not loading? This isn't ever fresh. Okay, it's a weird mapping error that I guess we zoom in and we don't have the tight zoom. Where is Rough and Ready Creek? I mean, contingency means a backup line, you know. North fork of the diamond. When he says up and he doesn't point, we just gonna have to go and treasure hunt. South Creek. Rough and Ready. Whoa! It's up there. Okay. 4404 road. Up, all the way up there. Really? That's, wow. This is the 4402, I think. Yeah, sorry. 4402 to Rough and Ready Creek. Oh, I see. It goes down across Oregon Mountain and up this way. So, okay. So he's talking about this. All of this. I'm sorry you could barely see my cursor. My magic pen doesn't work right now until I get a third monitor. But I hope you can see that it's this is their big main backup line in case the others fail, going all the way up past the Illinois River thing to Rough and Ready Creek. It's Rock Creek, Little Rock Creek. Dang. Rough and Ready Creek is all the way up there. So, dude, this entire road they're doing, this whole length. Wish he explained that. So, okay, great. Now, that would protect them, theoretically, if the fire was south of this road. But they've got to pounce on that because it's north of it. This cannot be allowed to climb higher. So hopefully they're pouncing on whatever that is. The timestamp on that was the 25th yesterday at 1 p.m. So let's see right now if we got a new heat detection, if it's still hot, from best we can tell. We don't have a current heat detection, so it's cooler than it was before. I was hoping they'd explain whether or not that was still a factor, but, well, they don't explain much, do they? Oh, yeah, our RTR RT55, it's 12 hours. We got to stop the video. Thank you. I overran the last one by a little bit, but I did save it on my own hard drive. If it did it disappear? I hope not. But yeah, thank you for the reminder. Right now our timestamp is what we've been going for 7 hours and 45. Yeah, it's 12 hours. Big Al, I sent you $20 on PayPal, which will give you a year subscription. Oh, thank you, Big Al. What is that app again? Let me do that right now. Let me get that in the Play Store before I forget. No, thank you. Did you guys hear that? That was a PayPal donation button. You rock, Big Al. Okay. If you would like to donate, PayPal is the best. Even $1 helps right now. Don't sweat it if you can. That link is at the top of the chat. If you do super chat and super links, that's cool too. But YouTube takes 30%. You're a cruel taskmaster. Okay, so what is it called? The one that shows us the column height, Big Al? I'm in the Play Store. It's called. So my fire tracking tutorial can be saved. It kind of is, though, isn't it? Brokefish, I just taught him a little bit about how to use CalTopo, and he says do like a big tutorial, and that jinxes it. Every time I say, oh, sure, as soon as there's a lull in the fires, I'll just show people. As soon as I begin to do that, that jinxes things, and like everything goes hog wild. So read our scope, okay? I'll try to do that on my own time, and it is coming. I'm going to make a series of videos on everything from fire survival to the things to what to wear, what not to wear, what to pack, what not to pack. A very comprehensive list of just what to do if you say wake up and see fire out of your window. All the scenarios. How to track it yourself. Yeah. Yeah, Spinny Dude, every time we reach the 12th hour, we start a new stream. So we will be doing that sometimes in the 3 hours from now or so. Okay, so radar scope is $9.99, it looks like. Is it the one by DTN? Does it look like this, Big Al? That was terrible. Oh, thank you. Whoever just donated, let me see. Stacy Rock. Thank you so much. Yeah, now I got lunch too. You guys are amazing. Okay, let's buy it then. It says number 2, top paid in weather, so it looks legit. Not like a fake version. Works on my Galaxy Watch 5. Oh, cool. All right, so let's purchase. Purchase. Purchase with PayPal. One tap buy. Sounds good. Whatever that is. One tap buy. Process it. Processing payment. You guys are amazing. So I have Flight Radar 24 Silver. I've got Broadcaster 5 Pro. I have Watch Duty Pro. Thanks to you guys' kind donations. My Radar Pro. A couple others. Yeah. Hopefully I can get CalTopo Pro as well. I haven't looked at what it costs these days. Oh, wow. Lisa, thank you for the PayPal donation. You're super. You guys are getting trophies and hearts today. You guys are keeping me going. All right, excellent. And I got lunch tomorrow too, as well. So let's open up this puppy. Radar scope version 5. Blah blah blah. Wow, this is amazing. And this is what storm chasers and stuff use, I think. Keith, have you heard of this thing? You still with us? Okay. Yeah, and Alan, Al, you can walk me through how to use this. The bash mode is something subject to PayPal may be used by given link. Oh, well, then you just outed yourself. Sorry. I just said thanks, Lisa. But you're amazing. I got some hardcore supporters. You're in top 10, Lisa, and you guys are keeping me alive. It's mostly 20 people keeping me alive right now. Gone are the days when I had like 20,000 viewers and I asked 5% of them to give me $1, So thank you so much. Okay, let's get back to, I have to write the timestamp, 7:50, and the people in Cave Junction are probably like, tell us how they're going to save our town. Okay, so what we got from deciphering their plan, so they have a good contingency line, which the fire's right up to it. And hopefully they can tackle these slopovers or whatever these appear to be, especially that thing. It's good that it's not hot currently. But if they can keep it south of this road, that's good. But then at some point, you got to cross this T. Like, you can make this highway a good line to stop it with. Like this, what is this, the Redwood Highway? Can't even remember. Something like that. I'm in forest map roads, so we don't seem to name highways. I think that is the Redwood Highway that goes all the way to the coast. But okay, it's like, see how you need to cross the T. You need an east-west road to stop it at. So I'm hoping this is a possibility. Oh, that's just a trail. It's not a good road. Well, let's continue. Right now, they are working from Rough and Ready Creek all the way down here. That's they're removing dead trees along that entire area. That's a big task. Because that would make the fire too hot to prevent from going over their lines. Let's play more. It says, don't know if Radar Omega helps. It's worth looking into. That's right. Radar Omega, the storm chasers use as well. So let's, I'm going to write that down. Radar Omega. And what did I just buy? You guys, I'm not tired. What did I just buy? Radar Scope. Scope plus Radar Omega. I'm sure it will. On the phone, guys, by Noah. Weather is free by Pandemonium Software, and then my radar is pretty good, but these will be good supplementals. I hate Windy. I just with a passion. It's too complicated. Okay, so let's go back, and this is only like a minute. We are almost done analyzing how they're going to try to protect Cave Junction. They didn't explain it at all, how they're going to try to keep it out of the Biscuit Fire area. That is extremely concerning to me. Dabash's Ryan Holyall swears by Radar Omega. Yeah, that's a good endorsement. He's got a super popular channel. I watch his little shorts to understand his big warnings. I mean, not shorts, but short video warnings about, like, if he says prepare for everything, he's real. Like, he's a pro meteorologist and chaser. I'm really jealous of his setup. He's got this like big house studio and like special lights, but he also has people on other computers in the same room doing all the fancy stuff, so he can just talk to the audience. I would love for that. Oh, Keith, thank you so much. You're wonderful. Tell me, Keith, what are your favorite apps? J.E.Cat says, hey, I'm a storm chaser and I prefer my radar over Radar Omega. Okay. One thing I made a sort of a critical review of my radar is they went and made a hurricane tracking a pay for thing in the middle of a hurricane. So like people refreshed their app and all of a sudden they couldn't track hurricanes unless it was insert coin. As a hurricane approached south, and I was like, but it's a cash grab. Honestly, that's what that is. If there's millions of people worried about an approaching hurricane and you make them all pay a couple bucks, what do you get? I mean, Play Store, Google takes a cut, but what do you get? Yeah, thanks, Big Al. So Big Al says on the first button on the left bottom, you select what type of data you want, the name of the bottom left corner. Scroll and select Enhanced Echo Tops. Sweet. We will do that in a second. I'll scroll back up. Okay, so let's play the rest of what he's explaining, how they're going to try to save O'Brien and Cave Junction. Remember all these little orange dots, and basically the black dots too, are structures. So that's a lot of structures to protect, and especially when you get to O'Brien here. It's on level 2 evacuation notice over here, Cave Junction. That's a lot of dots. This is a lot of dots. They just need to keep fire out of here. It's coming, they're looking down the barrel of a gun. It's fire coming from higher elevation than your town, and fire being pushed by winds down. Do you have drainages or canyons pointing at your town? If all three are correct, and then you just add high winds, and your town can be overwhelmed by fire quickly. This is the pattern. Is fire above you in elevation? Is it on like can it get into the drainage that aims at your town, that points at your town? Yes. Does wind often come from that direction, or if it does and it's hard, wind tends to drive fire down slopes very quickly, and this is the kind of thing that you just lose entire towns, potentially entire neighborhoods. Lahaina was like that. Greenville in the Dixie Fire was a race like that. Also, Paradise was like that, and so was a couple of others that I'm just spacing out now. I've noticed the patterns, so I'm just trying to make it digestible for people. Understand your own town's vulnerability. This is a serious situation, so that's why we're taking the time. So, I wish they would explain their confidence levels, like how done are they with this stuff? How much time is it going to take them to complete this to make it pretty solid? What are they going to do to cross this T and stop it east-west? Like, where are they going to try to stop it? Is it going to be the Illinois River that they make a stand on? Are they going to let it have the Lone Mountain, or are they going to try to stop it from being on the Lone Mountain? Like, what's going on? Do they have time? We'll see. All right, let's play the rest of it.
And then look for other opportunities down towards the south near Rock Dip.
Okay, he's using terms like dip, and unless you're looking at his map, which is never zoomed in enough, a dip is a location where they tell helicopters to go get their water, and you have to put it on a map, and the helicopters have to know their different dip sites. So it's just given a number. Sometimes they explain the number and they explain something. Like, for example, like just a random example, maybe this would be good for a dip. Now, if you had 5 helicopters and you don't want them to collide with each other, we just had a fatality event in Southern California, you assign them an altitude, and then you separate them out. You tell this helicopter your dip site is 1, helicopter 2 your dip site is 2. Stay there and don't get into each other's dips. Stay in your area so that you don't collide with each other. And that's only on their own map, so we're going to know what their dips are. So I'm looking at the map, and it's not big enough, and it was out of focus even when I full screened it. So let me rewind a little bit.
Line, and then look for other snag mitigation from H1 down the 4402.
Okay.
Contingency West Division put in some dozer line from the 4400 road up to the Rough and Ready Creek. They're going to continue to work that line and then look for other opportunities down towards the south near Rock Dip.
Rock Dip. I don't think that's on the map. That's just not like a map name for anything. Dip is like where they assigned a helicopter, and he was just staring at the screen when he said it. So, I think it's his first day, so I'm not being that critical, but I'm going to tear my hair out. I mean, locals, if that's something you can point out to me, okay. He didn't explain at all where that might be, so let's keep going.
Structure West Group working the west side of the 199.
Okay, he did gesture toward the map. Okay, west side of the 199. I think he gestured to up here. to, let's see if I zoom out a little bit. The, here. Okay. The 199. Is that what this red highway is? That 199? No, they're just red again. Just give me a label, guys. Jeez. What is this highway? That's 199 is a Ringwood Highway, right? Okay. Rewind a little bit. See where he gestures.
Structure West Group working the west side of the 199, putting in sprinkler systems in Dwight Creek and working up towards Almost Heaven area.
White Creek and Almost Heaven area. Okay, he gestures like right here, Structure Protection Group. White Creek. It's blue. Let's go back to Forest Service map. Blue. Blue. Oh, does he mean Dwight? Not white, Dwight, like the name. W. Okay. So Structure Protection Group is in here with, and I see structures. Okay. Yeah, here it is, labeled 199. I didn't even see that. There. Okay. All right. Check. So these structures are being prepped, but he's not explaining if they're making a line. Let me full screen that for myself off screen. They are. It's just not complete. They're making a line, like a big else. Oh, and I could see where rock dip is. Okay, okay. That is some micro print. I have full screen this on my 42-inch TV that I'm using as a monitor. Okay, okay. So I can show you now. I can show you now. Let me unfull screen that. Okay, so they're putting a line. You see this big round bulbous thing. They're putting lines around Gilliam Butte, so they're using these roads. So they're not complete. And this one right here, this where's this four-wheel drive by the Illinois River. They're making it there. And where it says Blue Creek, up to the hilltop to Dwight Creek. Okay. So Blue Creek, this road here is just four-wheel drive and Prospect. Prospect is an abandoned mine where they started digging one and they realized, there's not really anything good here. So it could be like a short tunnel, 20 feet or maybe 50, maybe 100, but it's not really a mine. It was just a tunnel. Sometimes if those are not sealed, they can be fire shelters, and I wonder if they're using them and getting confidence. If they have a place to retreat to, sometimes they'll work closer to the fire. Unknown, though. So over here, this is all, they're trying to put those lines here through Blue Creek in here and around Gilliam Butte like this, like a big C. All right, and Rock Dip, he has on his map just west of Gilliam Butte, next to this 4404. So I guess something in the Illinois River right here is good enough for a helicopter to dip out of. All right, but there's power lines. There's power lines right there. Maybe they, maybe it's not dipping out of the Illinois River, or maybe they created like a big artificial swimming pool. They do that sometimes. That's strange. Look back at chat real quick. Hey, Smitty, welcome back. You're a beast last night. And people came by complimenting my mods and said that you were especially amazing. All of you were who did the night shift. Truly grateful. Okay, so looking back, yeah. Bashwood says Ryan Hall y'all had some successful business before he started his channel, so he had the money to start with some fancy equipment and software. Yeah. And then he added people as the channel grew. You're a one-woman beast. Well, I'm nothing without my mods and my supporters and you guys who crowdsource the info. Really, I could not do this alone. I was still barely handling it in 2020, and I left chat completely unattended without moderation, like all night, or just turned it off in 2020, and it just like the radios malfunction and all that, and it was bad. Like I had a no politics rule, and then I woke up and my own channel was playing CNN politics with Trump quotes all around. It was just like Trump this, Trump that, politics this, politics that in 2020, and I went, what the hell? What had happened was one of my tabs woke up and an auto-playing video started. It was just like a CNN article about wildfires, and randomly, hours later, it decided to autoplay its own video, and it did a rerun, like next video, next video. I'm like, oh my god, like but it was troubled. All I say is it was troubled. My computer crashed in the middle of streams, but first thing I did was I used your donation money to get a battery backup so that if I lost power, we still go for at least half an hour-ish. So I've secured that. Then I upgraded the video card, upgraded the processor. So we're good on the hardware. I just need some monitors and some other stuff. Got some good sound equipment. Got to get a new desk to set it up. But we're getting there. Thanks to you guys, we're getting there. Okay, so the rest of how they're going to try to protect Cave Junction and O'Brien.
Vision India, a new line from just south of Rock Dip, tying in from the 4402 to the south on the west side of Gilligan Butte and down to the 199. They'll be prepping that today.
Okay, what was that in English? He's remember the Rock Dip is like here. The power lines are like here on his map. Okay, let's rewind. What the heck is he talking about?
Division India, a new line from just south of Rock Dip, tying in from the 4402 to the south on the west side of Gilligan Butte and down to the 199. They'll be prepping that today.
Okay, so the 4402 road is this. Going all the way down to meet here. Ah, okay. So that's steep. I don't see how they could tie that in. I guess they're somehow trying to make a line. It can't really quite be a road. This is not a road. This is a boundary. This black thing. But there's partly here a road. Okay, see the white thing is the road. But he's saying, wait, that's not the right one. That's 18 November 14. The 4402 is that going all tying that all the way to 199. So I guess they're doing this. Where the black line is, even if there isn't a road, there's a gap here. I think they're trying to bring it down. That's the best I can understand. Now, sometimes they can build a dozer line. It's not really a road like a car could go on. I just saw some amazing things on the Zeke Lunder channel where they tied a dozer to something at the top of almost like a sheer cliff, and a bunch of chains were tied to it, and it went down like an extremely steep cliff and just pushed vegetation out of the way. Balls of steel is all I gotta say. It's like inclined trains of old. That's when trains went up extremely, like grades like this, because they had a giant engine, a steam engine at the top that winched, the cars up to the top. And it's not really wheels on those trains. They had cog wheels that went into little slots all the way up to the top, so they wouldn't slide down. But they just put a dozer on a chain. Extreme stuff. So I don't know how they're going to handle this, but it looks like they're trying. All right, next. We only have 45 seconds of description to go.
Vision Kilo is still working on the 18 and 11. They're working from the 199 to the east. They're going to tie into Little Sanger Peak.
The what? 18 and 11? What? 18 and 11 what? He pointed right over here. Little Sanger Peak. Sanger Peak. All right, let me back up what he said and look closer at where he's gesturing. Let me full screen the map on my view.
Kalo is still working on the 18 and 11. They're working from the 199 to the east. They're going to tie into Little Sanger Peak and continue south with the contingency group. Contingency east, finding opportunities to gain ground in the Chicago Creek area.
Got it. Okay, he gestured briefly. Got it. Okay, so I was almost on it. So it looks like, yeah, the 1807. So they are making a line here, and they're going to go all the way to the Sanger Peak, which is way over here. Wow, and there's an old historic mine there called Camp Chicago. Oh, I need to go and film all these ghost towns before the fire takes them. Okay, so if we put on fire activity again, there's crossing the T here. They're right here on the 18 November 07 road. See, they've got a lot of rugged, steep terrain, which means it's hard to hold these roads. At least they have roads. This is looking a lot more rosy than trying to stop the fire getting in the Biscuit Burns car on the west side, which he doesn't even mention. That could be a gigantic nightmare. So they're going to try to put lines here, and they're going to put lines here. So they're basically going to try to stop it. This is, if I drew this, it would look like a male's genitalia. The fire kind of looks like that already, but that's how they're going to try to stop it. Okay.
And trying to tie in point down with Mike. And our Structure East group working from DP 31 up to DP 25. All the structures in there in prep. We're going to.
Okay, so this inspection station, I think this is the DIP 35. I think that's what DP means. So I think this is where one of the helicopters is authorized to dip, and it seems to be right here near the inspection station on the highway, which I imagine is a. Oh, that's right. It's the border with California. So as you bring goods to Oregon, I don't think they inspect much. Oregon doesn't care, but like California makes you, if you drive to California, you have to go to the inspection station. Like if you're going south, and they take all your plants and your fruit so that you don't bring bugs and plant diseases to California, because it's basically a huge agricultural state, right? So this is when I usually have bananas in my car, and they take away my bananas. I say, "Can I eat them outside?" And I'm like, "Okay." One day I stopped on I-5's inspection station, and they said, "Do you have any fruit?" I said, "It's a coconut of fruit." She goes, "Ah, well, it's not a nut." I'm like, "Yeah, it's not a nut." She goes, "Can you show it?" So I got it out of my ice chest. It was from Safeway. It was one of those fresh young coconuts. It's wrapped in saran wrap. She goes, well, yeah, you could bring that because it's from a grocery store, obviously. And it's still wrapped. Like it was sealed, like whole. Yeah, and obviously no bugs or anything or whatever on it. So I was really happy to keep my coconut. I was like, thank you. I got my coconut. But they've taken all of my fruit, and I once had gift baskets, and they confiscated stuff out of there. I used to bring like little ornamentals because Oregon's a nursery state, and forgetting about the confiscation, and they will not let you take a plant in. You know, even if it's a 200-year-old bonsai, they're going to take it from you. Okay, so let's see what's the very end.
Continue to look at other opportunities in Division India to tie into that 199 and near the tunnel. Thank you.
What tunnel? All right, so now we know what their plan is. They're basically dirty picture. They're gonna, wrap that up. They're the thing that looks like a male, Okay, I feel better understanding, but my God, if he had just gestured at the map, we wouldn't have had to go through all that. Okay, let's go back at chat. Our TR55 says maybe around 5:51 a.m. when you did the fire tracking tutorial earlier. Maybe you could create a link to that exact time. Yep. Yeah. I've done my diligent duty today with timestamps. Here's the problem. I asked YouTube to timestamp things automatically, and it usually does a good job with that. It tells that you're looking at different things. You're looking at a movie one moment, you're looking at a map. So I said, please auto-generate, because I don't have time for this, please auto-generate chapters, called chapters, where you can just quickly go to different parts of a video, right? It never worked. So then I just looked it up how to do that last week. Now, what you have to do is you go into the description of your video. Let's turn off structures before my computer has a seizure. Now, my computer is robust. I can do this with all the structures in the world on the map. Look, this is all from you guys. Look how smooth this is. This would have like crashed any other kind of computer loading thousands of dots at once. Got a nice computer because of you guys. Hey, Bugs, how are you? We're going to go look at the other fires in a second. We got to keep looking at them. So I found out that first thing you do is you go to the description of your video once it's over, and you have to type 0:00. That's the start of your video. That's the timestamp. Then you go to the end of your video, and you type in its timestamp. So say it was 12 hours, it would be like 12:00:00. You wanted to go into minutes and seconds, right? And then now you add the timestamp for anything in between, and you label it. So for example, 0:00 is start or intro, right? Now, say 2 minutes later, I'm done with the intro and I get to the meat and potatoes. So at 02:00, I write meat and potatoes. So if I were to save it at that point, there'd just be like 2 chapters. It would say intro and meat and potatoes to the end of the stream. So every time the subject changes, here's the bad thing. I have to label it what it is, because that's the chapter title. Now, when you have a 12-hour stream, or even a several-hour stream, and subjects change all the time, I have to describe each one. So what I did and got depressed about was, since my topics changed so frequently to this fire, that fire, I ran out of characters in my entire description area. It says there's a limit. You can only type like so many thousands of letters. And I had a terrible choice to make in order to do the timestamps and say, here, you learn about the flat fire here, the lookout fire here, and by God, guys, look how many fires. Like, I lost track of the amount that we covered today. And their names change. So come on. Okay, now my computer's having a seizure. Either that or my VPN is. Come on, don't fail me now. There we go. Either that or watch duty is. Look how many fires are in Oregon. I've spoken about most of these today. Now, when I make the chapters and title them, even if I use as few words as possible, such as funny joke, instead of funny joke about something, right? When I run out of words, I have to remove evacuation info and the life-saving info and the links to Red Cross, this and that, and where you find information about the fires. So that's my dilemma, is even though I'm keeping these elaborate timestamps, I have to actually type it to the description. YouTube is so stupid. They should just have a second blank form to do the timestamps that's totally different than the description of the video. Just make the thing for me so people don't have to look in the description. It's usually just a timeline that shows the different chapter names right on the screen. So there's no easy answers here. YouTube is really a primitive streaming software platform. It's astonishingly primitive. YouTube is this bad. I mean, the cardinal rule about broadcasting is that you do not have your commercials change volume. It shouldn't be louder than your TV program. You should normalize the volume, which means make them all equal. not too loud, not too soft. Because if you've ever had an annoying television channel where they didn't do that, and there's a bunch of whispery, soft soap opera, and then you click the button, then the commercial comes on and goes, Sunday, 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 and they said, today only, the biggest car, used car sale ever, and it's super loud. You go, you have to go, tone it down, and the next commercial is soft, and the next one's loud. It sucks. So YouTube, when it first was purchased by Google, I thought they'd do the most basic thing ever, which is make all of the videos the same volume. I mean, you upload a video to YouTube and it processes it. It should make everything the same volume. Like, you try to go to sleep to YouTube, and if it autoplays, some channels are extremely soft and some are loud, and even on the same channel, the volume can be totally different from video to video, waking you up and disturbing you, waking other people up in the room. And they haven't done this. And how old is YouTube? It's like 20 years old. That's the first thing you should have done on day one. Like, what is wrong with you? Whatever is going to come replace YouTube is just going to take over the world, which is simple stuff like that. That's just not annoying. I can't explain it. Anyway, yeah, I know RTR. What might be better than making chapters is cutting out those portions of the video and uploading them as separate. That's why I got my timestamps. That's why I'm still keeping track. So the new timestamp for a new subject is 8 hours into the video, 21 minutes, 20 seconds. Okay. Now we've got some helicopters, and we've got wind coming out of the west in general. It's like a northwest wind. I don't know how moist it is. Probably not very. Let's look at windy. We're just mostly going to get wind, no moisture, so to speak. So a lot of these fires that have been just this 2 acres, 5, they had a race against time before the heat of the day today, and the wind's picking up. So let's look at the lookout again, as it's been of concern. We might have witnessed a column collapse. I think we did. That was kind of incredible to see. Let's do another 3 hour. I think the cooler air from the coast wiped out the column. See it come in from the west. Decapitated the Lookout Fire's paracumulus cloud. Yeah. But I just hope all the firefighters got out of the way, because when the pyrocumulus cloud collapses, it's like what happened to Pompeii. Hot air and stuff that's on fire gets thrown everywhere, and trees fall over on top of firefighters. It's that much of a shockwave. RTR TR55 says, would it help to enter time as a chapter heading and keep your log by hand? Marry them up after? I don't know what you mean by chapter heading. You have to do all the timestamps afterwards. They have to be in the description of the video. But it's taking up the characters. It takes up the same. I only have so many words I can type. So once I type the maximum, I have to just destroy links to evacuations and stuff in order to just have a goofy chapter title. So it's there's no easy answers. If I made the stream shorter, like if I cut them and restarted them more often, that's another thing. I'm extremely critical for YouTube. YouTube should allow me to cut the stream without kicking anybody out of my channel. You guys, you're in the chat, you're in the channel, you're here. I should be able to rename the stream, reset the timer, call it a new one. The old video should start processing, and you guys shouldn't have to go anywhere and do anything. Like, I've had to restart the stream at the 12th hour when I had hundreds of people in there, like 500. And then I watch and I hope people are coming back. And I end up with 30 people again. There's a lot of people who just never come back. It should be the video changing and the timestamp changing instead of it kicking out people. Like, I don't get it. This doesn't need to be this way. Yeah, you have to set up the chapters after the video has been saved. Yes. If it's live. Now, if I say made a video about Bohemia Ghost Town, I went and filmed Bohemia Ghost Town, like I was talking with Broken Fish. He's going there tomorrow. I asked if I could come. It's a little bit too late notice. I just want to film it before fire potentially kills it, right? Now, say I did film it. I come back home. I do my video editing. I blah, blah. Now, when I go to upload it to YouTube, there's this page, and it says, what's the title of the video? What playlist do you want it in? Is it in English? Choose the language of the video. Wow. Yeah, the column collapsed, guys. That is why we're socked in with smoke. That's good. Good, good, good. The smoke is it's like a frying pan lid on the fire. So strangely, the lookout is looking great when we were terrified of it today. But look at the whoosh of the hot ash that overwhelms the camera. So, guys, what you're seeing here is one of the most incredible things I've ever seen, even though it doesn't look like it. I'm going to show you. I'm going to rewind it. This is a 3-hour time lapse of the lookout. This is from the east looking west, southwest. You can kind of orient yourself by that little lake reservoir thing there, right? Okay. You start from the top. Notice the smoke in the valley. Wind's coming from the west. Watch the sky, right? Clouds come to us. And as the lookout fire finds this whatever fuel source that it just did, some pocket of old growth, I'm sure it just destroyed. As it finds that, it heats up. The heat from the fire pushes the smoke up. Hot air rises, pushes that air up, takes the smoke up. That creates a vacuum. Like the air rose, now there's a vacuum. Watch it suck the smoke out of the entire valley against the wind's direction. This is it's incredible. See how the smoke's in the valley. Watch it suck it up in a vacuum. Dude. And now it's got its cumulus cloud going, right? Now the elapsed duration was an hour or two right there. Almost 2 hours. Now the last hour, you're going to see the ocean wind come in from the west. It's pushing smoke in front of it because there's smoke in the Willamette Valley to the west. But it's cool. It's cool, Alaska type air, right? So when it hits the pyrocumulus cloud, it's going to decapitate it. And there's no longer enough heat to keep it going. So when that happens, you're going to see it collapse and it shoots kind of a shock wave, directions away from it. I hope the firefighters get out of the way. And then it pushes the smoke and you see these black bits in the sky come right to the camera. That's a hot ash. So it just sucked it up. Now it has a pyrocumulus cloud. Watch it collapse. And then boom, the smoke rolls towards us with a whole bunch of grit. And then boom, all the smoke fills the valley. Unreal. So that was the pyro collapse. Okay, new timestamp of 8:28. Okay. Let me look back at chat. There's no easy answers for trying to organize my stream. Rob Langsdorff has got good advice for the busy people. I know everybody's busy. He says summarize the fires off the get-go with a little timestamp and then interact with your chat and all that later. But summarize each one in the beginning and then talk to your chat and everything. But the problem with that is I get online and I see there's 15, 20, in this case 35 fires I need to check, right? I wake up, get my coffee. I tried to do that in the past. I watch all the morning operational update videos, which are at least 6 minutes each. Take my notes. Look, check it up on CalTopo. Take my notes on the heat. Look at the forecast for that fire. Put it in my notes. Then I go to the next one, next one, next one. And 3 hours later, I'm offline still, and people are needing their information, wondering where the hell I am. I'm not even done looking at 10 fires, let alone 35. When fires get bad, they all get bad at once, because the weather means it's pretty much bad at once. Since it's an all-day kind of stream as the situation changes. We're here. The people who are in the chat, I just say, look, tell me what fire you want. I want people to come in, tell me what info they need, give it to them as they need it, and go on to the next things. I don't know what else to do. I'm not a reporter. In order to come up with a timely summary like that, I would have to have an entire team of people working for me, each one assigned to 5 different fires, type up a report, give it to me, and I'd read it. That's how news works. There's not one person doing the news. You know, there's one person on camera, there's one person on sound, you have your team of writers, and then you have your other people doing your graphics, and then one person talking, you know, an anchor. And then your anchors switch off because they don't want to lose all their voice. I don't have any luxury. I'm a one-man band here. So this is not possible. All right, Brad P says, I've seen streamers use a service like Solo as a means for sharing a lot of external links, including links to AZ influencer songs. Okay, Brad P, that's really good info. Can you link me to what you're talking about so I can investigate that later? It's technology will be the answer. Things like Nightbot and stuff will be the answer. When people say, what's the weather? Brokefish had a bot that I had to do is type like exclamation mark paradise. It says the weather in paradise is. I don't have to say anything. Let me go back up. Back up. La la la. Okay. And if you guys want to help me timestamp, that helps. So I don't have to like stop talking and write. But don't timestamp the clock. In fact, it stops working whenever I accidentally close that window. You have to timestamp the hour and the minute. So right now, don't timestamp 1:40 p.m. Timestamp 8:31:40. Right? Especially if I don't seem to be writing stuff down. You can write down that I was talking about this fire then, did this demonstration then, showed this image then. That'd help me tremendously. And you could just put that in chat or whatever. I mean, that'd be amazing. Especially at the end of the stream, or as you have to leave. So we've got helicopters. Now, what's really concerning south of the lookout is actually not that bad right now, is the wind that we just saw roll in from the west could be flaring up all of these lightning strike fires south of it. What if it buffers them up today? Buffs them up today? They get bigger, and then days later we have a south wind, and it may attack McKenzie, Rainbow, and Belknap Springs from the south. They could be sandwiched. This is extremely concerning. But we do have a mapping plane right there. Taking a look at them. The Rockwell 690C could be eye in the sky rather than mapping. We've got a big Chinook type helicopter over here. And I'm not sure what its job is. Came out of Creswell. We just have so many and they can't get all of them at once. So some of these are going to get big. It's just a fact right now. So the Cougar Creek Rattlesnake Ridge, we got to watch this and continuously look for as many updates as we can. We don't have an update. That's worrisome. And the problem is I'm losing my voice. Been speaking now for 8 hours, 30 minutes. Okay, first thing I do is get honey. So let's go get my honey. And what would be soothing? Maybe milk, hot chocolate. I'm gonna make hot chocolate. I realize I have some Swiss Miss. All right, be right back, guys. Gonna take a little bathroom break. Okay. Let's get some Swiss Miss for my voice. I discovered it the other day. Sheeprobe was like, I'll make you French toast. And I was like, great. Can you put some powdered sugar on it? He goes, sure. This is your powdered sugar, right? I said, no, that's my coffee mate. He goes, why isn't your coffee mate in the coffee mate container? I said, because the coffee mate container has Swiss Miss in it. He looked at me like, what? I said, well, I used to store almost everything in coffee mate containers, especially when I was traveling on the road, because it's waterproof, especially camping. Like, every time we got one of these at Costco, it's just a great little container with a lid. So I got one here for tea bags, one here for Swiss Miss, stuff that, can't get wet. He goes, okay, but why don't you just have one of those with Coffee Mate in it? I said, because I gave it to my mom. I don't use Coffee Mate. So I gave her the majority, and I put a small amount for myself here whenever she comes over. He goes, okay. I'm like, I'm so glad I stopped you from putting Coffee Mate on my French toast. He goes, why don't you label it? I'm like, because I live alone. That's why. I know what it is. Oh my god. Yeah, I'll just go around wasting my time labeling my own stuff. Alright, I got little mini marshmallows. Oh boy. Okay. Now Swiss Miss you can make two ways. You make it with water. You make it with milk. I'm kind of torn on that decision. Okay, sorry, I needed to wash my hands there. Sink noises are harsh. Oh boy, mini marshmallows. Milk it is. Milk it is. Maximum throat soothe. Okay. Milk. I gotta leave room for the marshmallows. Okay, that's right. Microwave it. Okay. More of these marshmallows. We'll be right back, friends. Gotta get my Swiss Miss. Now it's got its own pathetic kind of marshmallows in it, but we're going to supplement with some Savory Select minis. Oh, yeah. Stir, stir, stir. Okay, add more marshmallows. Okay. More. Where's that honey? Get of that going. Okay. Okay. Let's return. Let's return. Ah, yeah. That's better. Okay. Sorry, friends. I haven't taken a break in 8 hours, so. Hey, Laura. Welcome back. We're just going to look at the cougar. Okay. Yeah, we're trying to figure that out. So far, not on watch duty. Now, what I'm going to do is check out not Happy Camp, but the Douglas County Sheriff's Office for one. 17 hours ago, they were just talking about it, right? Talking about the shelters. Oh, God, that's watch duty. Let's see. This is the thing we need to know most about. Everything's been ringing off the hook. Watch duty is talking about the Cheney Creek fire. It's 90% mopped up. Yay. Ranch fire. Rancho Tehama Reserve is contained. Final size was 4.228 acres. Where was that located? Rancho Tehama Reserve. Northern California, southwest of Red Bluff. Okay, so whoops, that wasn't one of our Oregon lightning strike fires, but it doesn't tell you what state on watch duty notifications. So that means that maybe California can send some more help, huh? I haven't really seen any aircraft particularly working it. We saw mapping aircraft. Unfortunately, nothing up there by Umpqua and Tai. That stuff elsewhere. But it just may be too windy, and it may be that they just can't get in this canyon thing, right? Um, the Bryce Fire in Linn County, it's 10 miles west of the Hills Creek Reservoir. Air resources are over it, reporting 30 acres progressing to the east and north while cresting the ridge with isolated torching active ahead of a fire. Okay, we're going to check on that next. Yeah, the Cheney Creek is looking good. It's 100% hand lined, and now they're almost done with mop up. That's amazing. The Cougar Creek fire. Okay, let me see what wind this update was. It's just still what we had 4 hours ago. The evacuations, the picture of the smoke. Make sure. Yeah, we're going to look at Douglas Forest Protective Association Facebook. Not just the sheriff's office. That was Six Rivers. That's different. That's Smith Complex. Okay. Where is it? Okay, Douglas. Forest Protective Association. Non-governmental. Follow. I thought I did already. Yeah, it's just 4 hours ago. This is the last thing we're getting from government sources, and I haven't seen any real aircraft doing anything. I would think they would need a lot. So what's it look like out your window, Laura? Oh, you're at work. Okay, I don't know where that is. We have 25-mile-an-hour wind gusts. We saw wind coming off the coast and decapitate the lookout fires. Crazy column. It's one of the craziest things I've ever seen on a column collapse. First, when it starts, there's so much heat. It goes up into it. So maybe they'll just take some crews off of here to help elsewhere. I don't know. This might be good. The heat, the tremendous updraft causes the big pyrocumulus cloud, the big mushroom cloud. Watch all the smoke in the valley get sucked in. It only goes for a couple hours. And then watch from the west, because we're looking to the west. Here comes the Pacific moisture. It must be cool. It cuts the head off of it, and boom. Shockwave hits the camera of smoke and ash as the whole column collapses. I just hope firefighters are out of the way. You work in Elkton. It's getting a lot more smoky. It's going to. There's just so many fires. Let's look at where the wind's coming from. Let's see, infrared or blue. Refresh. Zoom in. There's Coos Bay. Which one shows us smoke? I have to figure this out. It's a 2-hour time lapse. Yeah. So some of the smoke, see visible. Some of it in the last 2 hours drifted to the north, which is weird. We're supposed to have a northwest wind. Should be trying to push it to the southeast. Let's look at our heat detections. It's a little bit weird. Now, whenever smoke is a bit heavier than air, unless there's high winds, it just settles down, which is hell for us that live at lower elevations, right? So because it is a canyon, which is like a wind tunnel, even though the wind up above the mountains can be coming from the west, around the 4,000 foot mark, if we judging by what hit the lookout fire. Since these mountains are a barrier to the coast, the smoke that's being generated and falling down from many fires around here, including the cougar and rattlesnake. It's probably going straight into the river drainage and just filling it up and just kind of like flushing a toilet, like it's headed towards the ocean down to, could be headed to the north just through the canyon. All water's got to reach the sea, and it might just kind of follow it. That would be my only weird explanation. I'm not a meteorologist, but I don't think I don't think the winds are coming in off the west are necessarily getting all the way down there to like move it away. Some of it just might be pushed east toward Willamette Valley, but we have to look at satellite images that show smoke. I just think that smoke in general can be coming from multiple fires, and including Bedrock. Look out, and it'll just fill everything at the lower elevations. It sinks. Unfortunately, the cougar and we're just going to call it the rattlesnake now, I guess, is up on top of the ridges where the wind could be fanning it up, just like the Lookout had its wind fanned up. So we do have some new heat detections. Orange is, let's see, turn off the wind. Less than an hour old. So it's hard to tell where it's going with no camera on it. So Smitty says the heat shows the lighthouse fires north of the Tyee are much more active now. Yeah, those two. They're 2 miles north of Tyee Mountain, a little bit further away. I don't see a GOES satellite detection, but I do know that we had Modus and Veers for them. Didn't we? Let me look back at watch duty. Yeah, the lighthouse that's over here. So these could be producing smoke that would just fall back down into the Umpqua River and just go down it towards Tyee, Elkton, anywhere. What is over by Elkton? Elkton. Okay, maybe there's another fire over here. The Halfway, Big Tom. That's scary. It's called a scary fire. Okay. Or Scary. Scary. Yeah, there's plenty that are just filling up the drainages. Big Tom. Let's see if we can get a better satellite view of where smoke is with Zoom Earth. It's one of the easiest to use, even though it's not that great. If we go to the 26th, which is today, rewind at 7 in the morning and then go to the present. You can see there's the Lookout up there. Here's the Bedrock. There's Coos Bay. Got some heavy smoke there, a little bit of smoke there. Yeah, early in the day it was pushed west, but then the wind changes right about 1:30, and it's coming from the west. And it's now 2, so since the wind change is somewhat recent, we're gonna figure out what's going to go on. Let's look at windy and try to figure out if they've updated the projected forecast, like of where the wind direction is supposed to come from. So here's Coos Bay. Just put a flag anywhere. 2 p.m. Northwest wind. We'll at the surface. It's supposed to be 7 miles an hour, high of 71 degrees right now. 21 mile an hour wind gusts out of the northwest. But there's a slider over here that shows you different altitudes. So we know it's the Coast Range Mountains. So what happens at that's 2,000 feet or 2,500 feet. We got a different wind direction, right? That's just mostly out of the west. And the color code for blue is 10-ish miles an hour. You get towards green and it's like 16, but that's the prevailing. The wind gust is what matters. Green is 16 plus miles an hour. And orangey stuff is 20-ish. We're going to have 25 mile an hour wind gusts in certain parts of the coast range. Now, mind you, this is very inaccurate for one specific reason. There's very few automatic weather stations in the coast range, and most of the towns that used to record weather have died away. Like there's more, Oregon has an incredible amount of ghost towns, communities that failed, and there's often just nobody living there anymore. Like, and there's like very little evidence the community was ever there. Sometimes there's just a cluster of homes, but like no real town anymore. So there used to be a lot more people recording weather. It used to be more accurate. There's just few and far between automatic weather stations, and so everything in between the weather stations is a guess, just a best guess. So what you can do somewhere is it'll show you where the actual weather stations are, and if there's none near where you're trying to figure out, then weather could be completely radically different, and you never know. And we know in these canyons, wind can be blowing a totally different direction than a surface wind, and it will not be shown because there's even fewer weather stations down by rivers and stuff down the canyons, like away from the towns. So it's just, most of this information comes from airports and stuff. Small ones, whatnot. 20 mile an hour wind gusts. I banned him, go back up to Cooch Bay, 21, 22, 25 has been established west of Myrtle Creek. Up here, where the cougar fire and stuff, 23. Let's look at the forecast. Still around 22 mile an hour wind gusts, mostly on the west. So, it's so dang hard to say, and I'm not a weather expert by any means. And we just, what I usually do is I rely on the cams, and the cams are what taught me that what Windy and other forecasters say can be completely radically wrong when you look at the direction the smoke is going. And you can see wind down in the valleys going to the west. Above it, a couple of, like 1,000 feet, another layer of wind going to the east. 1,000 feet above that, it's coming from the northeast, going southwest. And above that, a south wind. So, even when I fly my drone, my quadcopter, it may be experiencing a little bit of wind problems at 100 feet, at 200 feet, 300. Completely different wind directions. It's amazing to watch it struggle as it readjusts for different wind directions and totally different wind speeds. It's just, sometimes it struggles at like 200 feet. I bring it above the wind at like 300 and it's like fine. I told that to Sea Probe. He goes, "Oh, that's normal. Pilots know that stuff." And I'm like, "I don't," but it's true. So this is why I like the cams. I look at the wind direction by where the smoke is drifting and different cloud layers. So we don't have cams. We are really deaf, dumb, and blind about stuff. Now, if we go back to Zoom Earth, we go to College of DuPage, that would show smoke columns drifting, but that's usually higher elevation, you know. Let's see, where are these evacuations? Yeah, it's different evacuations. Do we have aircraft? I'm sorry, Laura. It's all that I could find out right now. We can look at Douglas County Sheriff's Office, but they'll update us when they do, which makes me quite nervous. The government agencies and stuff are oftentimes just They tell people to evacuate too late. There seems to be a complex bureaucratic nightmare process of red tape, where even if they want to scream at the public, move your asses, go now. Like Peter, Tom, then Dick, Harry, and Tim, and then Bob, and then Sally have to all sign off on an evacuation order, and they can't find one of them, so let's wait. Whatever is wrong, it's bad. So we just don't have any new info, I'm sorry. But I think the most important thing I can monitor is the heat detections. If it goes super red, it means that it's intensifying. The more it stays red, the more it changes colors, better it is. Because in order to trigger another detection from space, and these come around every 20 minutes or so, it has to be at least the same temperature or maybe a little more intense to make it trigger red again. So you want this gray stuff. You want to, fingers crossed, hope for the gray stuff, because the gray on the GOES satellite is 6 to 12 hours ago, and after it's gray, after the 12 hours goes by, it disappears. It'll just stay gray. It'll go, if it triggers again, then it goes red. So what's concerning is this spot right here on Tyee Mountain is totally red right now. So you look at the timestamp, the red words. That was 2 minutes old, and red means 10 minutes ago from that. So this is 12 minutes ago. We had intensifying heat on Tyee Mountain on the west side. So I don't see any aircraft, and I don't know if there's any roads up here on this west flank. Let's make sure. Can they really reach it? Nobody said anything about reaching it yet. There's no Forest Service map. Scan topo. There's a trail. When it says 4-wheel drive road on ancient maps like this from the 70s, you know that it's either a trail or it's destroyed now, unless somebody kept it up. So let's look. I'll be damned. It seems maintained, at least from this 2020 imagery. I'll be damned. Why is it a strip here? Recent logging, perhaps? As far as 2020? Logging roads. There's hope. There's logging road access. Godspeed, gentlemen. That's way better than I thought. It's not just a 4-wheel drive Jeep trail. It's an improved logging road from at least 2020. Okay, I feel tremendously better about that. And there's less fuel here, theoretically, from all these replanted trees. They don't look that big. White Dove says, thank you for your coverage. We're getting any news in South County, Siskiyou. Only had a day of smoke here so far. You're very welcome, White Dove. I'm sorry I've been Oregon focused, but Oregon's in a crisis. California dodged such a bullet with the lightning strike fires. Which fire do you want me to check on? We've got lots of activity. Everything's looking pretty well and swell on the Smith River, Coon, hurdy-gurdy type stuff, as can be. It would be totally impossible to completely contain the Smith in California. It's just they'd have to build so many new roads and like even bridges that they're better off just mostly just shielding, herding it away from the communities. They did firing operations east of Yasky in the Redwood Highway. They said to bring fire there on their terms, with lower intensity. I approve of that. Yasky's been evacuated, so. There's so many to cover. You know what I'm saying? Every time I swipe away, I have a maximum of 24 watch duty notifications, even though I have notifications on for every single county in Oregon, Washington, and California. And it won't tell me about the silent ones because I'll just click to the maximum of 44. Every time I swipe them away, it goes blip, blip, with new stuff. So we have a headfire update. 3 hours ago, yeah. The morning update said it's about 30% contained, 6,700 something acres. So there's line construction. It's really dry. Around noon, the fuels heated by direct sunlight will become activated and ready to burn by noon. Drier fuels, direct sunlight, and higher potential for spot fires will test the fire lines today and challenge them. Virtual public meeting for the Happy Camp and Headfire Complex will be held today at 5:30 p.m. Live stream on Facebook. Let's put that on the calendar. I hope I'm still awake at 5:30 p.m. So a Happy Camp live meeting. Facebook color blue. 5:30 p.m. Live on Facebook can be very troubled. Like that's kind of middle of nowhere. I don't know if they have good internet to successfully have a live meeting. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Looking back, Smith Complex is concerning. My God, yeah. So I went over that a little bit earlier. I hope you saw it. With how they're trying to protect Cave Junction and O'Brien. He barely gestured at the map and goes, this road, this road, this road, this dip, this dip, this dip, and spoke, didn't explain what even DP or dip meant to the public. So I found out what he meant though. But there's a possibility of a nightmare unfolding that probably is unfolding right now. I should call John Bruno. Yeah, he's back home. Shasta County. He gave me a message. Maybe he could talk for a bit so I can rest my voice. I need to ask him, like, what are the chances of the Smith River Complex meeting the flat fire? Yeah, like running all the way north. See how this dark brown stuff? It's the 2002 Biscuit Fire burn scar, which is Oregon's largest fire ever. It couldn't be stopped because there's no roads basically from here to there, from the Smith River Complex to the flat fire. Flat fire was started like 5th of July or something. And they haven't really made any new containment progress. They probably won't. Because you can't contain the southern edge. There's no roads. And this stuff in here, there's no roads. They're not allowed to make them either in the Calviopsis Wilderness, as far as I know. So I don't know what they're going to do. Wait for rain. So Smith River ran to the north during last on the 19th in a storm. So we got some VLAT very large aerial tankers. Wow. Actually, that's not super large. Arvo RD85, but still. Marlowe's got some air attack on ahead. Just hope some big tankers come in. The perch is extremely disconcerting to me. Updated 4 hours ago. The town of New Orleans is looking down the barrel of the gun because there's canyons pointed at it. So it's almost 2,000 acres. They're preparing a burn op to assist in preventing the fire from a westerly spread. So helicopter bucket drops are being used to subdue the heat. Orleans pump house has been prepped with structure wrap. Structure protection personnel are continuing all around Orleans in the Perch Creek neighborhood. Hose line sprinklers have been deployed around values of risk. Super scoopers assisted with water drops yesterday. No way. Hell yeah, Canada. How in the hell did they scoop this river? It's like a steep, narrow canyon. That is brass balls, courageous flying there. Jeez. How do they take off with beep that big, you know? You'd think that would weigh them down. Okay. So, South Fork Complex, South Eureka, Fargo update. 25% containment. Hell Trio and Sulfur are both 100% contained. Pilot Fire now has 64% containment, but it's over 1,000 acres. The 390 is bigger, 1,700 acres with 0% containment. But 703 people working on it. But they've got 100% handline around the 39 fire. I guess they're just being nice and conservative. They don't give people a false sense of security. I really respect that because handline is made with rakes and shovels. It's not the sturdiest line, right? If they continue to improve it and work on it, eventually they can declare it contained. So, Godspeed. Somebody's mapping that. Everything on the east side of I-5 got rained out pretty much by that hurricane remnant. They got lucky. Let me see back to the chat. Yeah, we are extremely concerned with the Smith, and I'm nervous about not getting much info on this cougar rattlesnake. We're listening to Roseburg's scanner radio, and unfortunately, EMS and police were doing privacy violating stuff. I mean, if I were to broadcast it, it's people being pulled over, license plates run. They were checking warrants, giving the addresses of places these suspects lived in, their prior crimes, and all that was talking on top of the pilots who were trying to fly around the rattlesnake fire. And it drove me insane. And then I got to hear all the depressing 88-year-old female drink a gallon of bleach, unconscious, seizuring. You know, I just can't stand listening to it. I can't anymore. Not when the majority of it is depressing stuff that is just would make most people stop watching. Then how are they going to get their fire info? So let's look at the I gotta protect my morale too. I already hear way too much of that. White Dove says, yeah, we got rain in Shasta, but I knew it wouldn't reach east here. California got lucky in general. Yeah, thanks, Smitty, for doing such an awesome job when I was asleep. Coming up on the 9th hour of me talking. 9 hours and 15 minutes, actually. So, pull in our little imagery. Let's look at some cams again. Not that we have a lot. We can look at the Wild Frontier. There it is live. Last 6 hours. So this is looking, Wild Frontier 1 has switched directions. Is it swaying in the breeze or is it stuck? Looks like it's a breeze. Around noon and the breeze picks up. Oh dear. Okay. This is Camp 6. Remember the camera that burned over and I was freaking out because there were fire crews right in front of them turning their back on the fire. Okay, if we do a 5-minute time lapse, this is a much better idea of the breeze. It's significant. That's why I like cams. Which direction is this even looking? Now, let's do a 5-minute time lapse of Wild Frontier 2. Okay, 15. Yeah, it's quite breezy. 3 hours. Can't tell what direction is looking. Now, Wild Frontier, you usually can never time lapse, but I've exploited a bug. If it ever goes offline for even a second, you can hit this collate camera and refresh button, and it accidentally grants you the ability to time lapse. So I'm not going to touch that. that tab. See when it went unavailable, I was like, sweet. And that's how I got the time lapse. Here's an old wild frontier. You can do show on map. So currently, both are looking northwest. Northwest and north by northwest. But we can't see anything. We can just see that there's a breeze. High divide. Okay, one's looking due south. High divide 2 is. High divide 1, southeast. It's looking southeast. 6 hours. Wind should pick up. It's 9 in the morning, 10, 10:30, 11, 11:30. You get the idea. Noon. Okay, I have to make a food order. Looks like Z Probe is back in my neck of the woods. Got to mute. Be right back. Okay. Sorry, that one twisted around. All right. Hopefully, Z Probe got the message. I don't know if he's driving. But I totally forgot to order my own food from another source, and I'm kind of flagging. I've been up since 3 in the morning. Got very little sleep, and prior to that, I had a 17-hour stream. So, bear with me. 9 hours and 20 minutes. 9 hours and 20 minutes. So, that's what's hurting my channel, by the way. People are like, I don't want to hear fire news after their fire is over. So, I mean, I totally get it, totally understand it. But when you have 1,000 or 2 people suddenly subscribe, YouTube automatically thinks, oh, you're a rising star, you're popular, we'll promote you more. And then if you have, like, in the same couple of months, 3,000 people unsub, YouTube thinks you've offended thousands of people. You're some sort of a jerk. And so they punish you hard, and you just never get seen by anybody again, and it starts unenrolling unsubscribing people for you. Like when I was sick and looked every single week at YouTube statistics, it said 30 people have unsubscribed. Next week, 30 people have unsubscribed. Next week, 30 people have unsubscribed. I highly doubt that. The same numbers. It was either 28 or 30. 28 or 30. Never 29. Never 31. Yeah. So if we can't get any new info, we're not going to get any until this evening. I don't really know what to do. I do have to spare my voice, but right now, getting towards the hottest part of the day is when a lot of these fires are going to get bad. So I've got that terror of, do I go to sleep and sleep through another thing that's bad when people need me? I am super exhausted. Yeah, I have to spare my throat. Cave Junction is super smoky. Super smoky. What kind of cams do we have in Oregon? Can Bosley Butte see anything? Huh. Oh god, it's a rotator. Okay, stop. 15 minutes. Why are there so many dead trees in the landscape? Oh, that'd be an inferno. They're bone white. They've been dead for decades. Yeah. Right. They're close to the living trees, so when the dead trees go up and burn, so much heat will kill the living trees next to them. Okay. Can't really see anything. Why is it zoomed out that much? I think this one rotates too. Why are there... Why is this hill with critical infrastructure on it coated with trees all the way near the towers? It just even looks like they replanted. Great, so the cameras can burn over again and all the towers burn up? And they waste time protecting radio towers when they should be protecting towns? What in God's name is going on here? They replanted only one species. Look at that. It's all Douglas fir. Where's the spruce? Where's the cedar? Where's the Pacific yew? Where's any kind of deciduous tree? Nope. It's all fire promoting money making trees. We have to change our laws here. White Dove says, so many dead trees in Shasta, brown all over the place last 2 years. It worries me. Nightmares, especially after Maui. Yeah. The environmentalists have been brainwashed to hate loggers for one thing, and just it's like the brainwashing against hunters. I had a kid walk up to me and say he watched Disney movies a lot, and hunters killed animals because they hate animals. Oh wow. I said, what did you have for lunch? And the kid goes, chicken sandwich. I said, do you hate chickens? But you ask some of these people are like, oh, we have to put loggers out of business because they hate the forest. They just want to destroy it. And it's like, no, they don't. But that's a hate message is seductive, and that's unfortunately what a lot of organizations resort to, because if you fire up a hateful base, they open their wallet to crush the enemy that you have to hate, right? And so common sense things like salvage logging, which helps the environment, makes it fire safe. It's just some things just don't get through to them because it's decade after decade. Salvage logging will crush the little trees trying to grow back. No, it doesn't. If you leave dead trees in the landscape, it just burns over again. So after a mega fire, there are no trees trying to grow back. The seeds turn to ash. You have to quickly get the dead trees off the landscape. The faster you do, the more it can recover, the sooner it can recover. You get the biscuit fire burn scar. Most of the forest just didn't grow back because seeds turned to ash. So it, where's that famous picture I was using? Just like the Tillamook burn didn't grow back 30 years later. Still looked like the moon from Portland all the way to the coast. Let's see if I can get that picture again of the biscuit fire bird scar. I'd try to figure out what kind of fuel load is in there. It's kind of shocking. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. You see a forest that grew back? The biscuit fire was in 2002. This image is from July 2018. Do you see a forest that grew back? But they shut down salvage logging, saying, oh, it'll hurt the baby trees trying to grow back. Where? Mega fires sterilize. They do not help. They do not fertilize. They're not the normal kind. They're our fault. When we suppress fire in the landscape for 100+ years and all that fuel load burns up, becomes a mega fire, and it doesn't just kill small trees, it kills the adults, kills everything, and it burns all the pine cones and seeds to ash. And then pretty much what's trying to grow back during salvage logging is the things that colonize first are the invasive species. They should get crushed into the tractor wheels. The firefighters, the loggers and stuff and whatnot, many of which are, almost all loggers are firefighters, by the way. They should be on the lookout for invasive weeds and pluck them out as soon as possible. We should pay them to do that. So this is the biscuit fire bird scar, and it's just a wasteland. Do you see a forest growing back anywhere? This is the little bits of forest that survived. But because there's so many dead trees, like back here next to it, when these trees go up in incredible amount of heat and a mega fire starts and a mushroom cloud starts, even though these green trees are way back there, they'll be killed by the heat from right here on this road. I've seen it. The Caldor fire, the actual fire, moved in a pretty narrow band, almost due east, at one point towards Tahoe. But I had to drive more than 5 miles north through dead trees that still had their little pine needles and stuff on them. The trees didn't burn to death. They were killed by the heat of the main Caldor fire in the center. It killed trees in a 5 to 8 mile radius left or right of it as it just blitzed through the landscape. It's like the equivalent of having a moth in a jar, these living trees, right? If you put a moth in a jar somewhat near a low-intensity campfire, the moth will probably survive. What if you put the moth in the jar next to a bonfire? It's killed by the heat. Same thing. So here we are. You only have about 2 years, as when the wood is still good, and the salvage logging pays a little bit for itself. It's still kind of like a money-losing endeavor. After that, all the wood's kind of worthless. It has no timber value or anything. So it's just a money-losing endeavor. And it gets more dangerous every single year because you try to cut down rotten wood and it can fall apart on you. And so when you leave this crap on the landscape, you're basically endangering the lives of all the firefighters. Every time you have to, quote, cut down the snags like they're doing by Cave Junction right now to try to save Cave Junction. Cutting down a rotten tree means it might just fall to pieces on top of the logger's head. And sometimes they're already on fire. And the firefighters / loggers working on them do get killed as one of their number one causes of death. So this is not fair to anybody. So salvage logging has to happen, and you have to do it while it's less dangerous, right after the fire. It helps pay for a little bit of the restoration of the land. And guess what? Lumber is a commodity. So lumber is the same price around the world because it's a commodity, just like gold is the same price around the world. So if there's a lot of it on the market, all the prices fall around the world. So think about a company somewhere else in the world that's thinking, should we cut down this forest? If lumber prices are high, they count the beans and say, yep, profitable, let's do it. Now, if prices are low because there's more wood on the market, say from salvage logging, they'll do the beans and say, you know what, we'll only make profit from cutting down this particular forest, part of it, if lumber is above X amount of price. And right now it's a money-losing endeavor, so we'll wait. So every tree that is salvage logged from a wildland fire, from a disaster, is saving a tree somewhere else in the world that doesn't have to be cut down. Go ahead and flood the market, that's great. You're making land safer, you're helping restoring nature, you're helping speed that up. And if a big fire happened in nature, it would happen again, again, and again, and really the forest wouldn't return to health for a couple hundred years. We're speeding it up. We're helping. And what shouldn't be used for lumber can be mulched down. People don't realize the big beetle problem in California that's killing so many trees. The dead trees are fueling the beetles too. Even if you cut it down, the stump is a refuge for the beetles and they're just feeding off it. And then they attack the next living tree. So that's part of the problem, is the more dead trees you have, and the dead trees still on the landscape, the more the beetles proliferate out of control. So the whole anti-salvage logging thing, it only has one reason. Is all their anti-salvage logging arguments are false. There's only one reason to be anti-logging, and that is I hate loggers. Hate. It's not rational. I hate so pure that they'd rather the forest get destroyed than help a logger out. That's what I disagree with these groups. I used to even, as a kid, donate to them and go door to door, thinking I'm saving the forest. And loggers don't want to destroy a forest. They don't like clear cutting oftentimes either. But, like, what if you work for Google but you're not 100% okay with everything that Google does? You know, America attacks Iraq, but you're not cool with the war? But you're not in control, right? Just don't hate a logger for what the company does. There are very few jobs living rurally. Very few. What else are they going to do? See, if we want to save the environment from logging, just change laws like no more clear cutting unless you have to make a meadow for elk habitat, for example. No clear cutting on slopes because that's just erosion. You know what I mean? Just do reform. If that costs the lumber companies money, you could pay them to take care of the forest rather than to just create wood. Pay them to remove invasive species, which is helping promote the fires. Pay them to identify sick and diseased trees to remove them so that the others don't fall ill. Pay them to do bug surveys and stuff to identify crises and new diseases. Pay them to not only just plant, monoculture, the trees that produce wood and promote fire, the most wood to grow the fastest. Pay them to diversify the species. And pay them to thin out the forest if it's not just 100% profitable. We could change everything so that they're forest guardians instead of clear cutters. A lot of them would like to be. We have to do something because we can't have this happen anymore. These are trillion and billion dollar disasters, and we just can't afford the cleanup. We can't afford to have these disasters. We can't afford the desertification. People think that you just replant a forest, it's going to come back. Not really. The oldest trees have the deepest roots and can survive the droughts. You start planting young trees, and the water table drops during drought. So maybe you'll have all of the young trees fail, and they'll all die after, say, another 7-year California drought. What are you going to do? You may never really have a forest there again, and that's what we're facing, desertification. This is a desert, guys, where a forest should be, where habitat should be. This is critical habitat. That's why it was called a wilderness. But it's a desert, and it's ready to burn. It's the Biscuit Fire burn scar. Look, just as far as the eye can see, everything is dead. Those aren't rocky mountains. Those are dead tree mountains. There's not that many pictures from within the Biscuit Fire burn scar on YouTube, on Google Maps, but this is the sobering reality. There's almost no roads, so there's almost no way to fight the fire. So you can make it so everybody's happy, but you got to cut out the hate. Hate's got no place in this. We both have the same goal: save forests, and start working together and shut up. Dead trees. Now this is Sixes River Recreation Site. So this is a landslide. Whoa. That looks like it might have been a blowdown landslide kind of things. They removed that. Wow, how did somebody get this picture? Is this from a drone? Oh. I don't see a helicopter. Where are we in this? Oh, this is Sixes River Campground. This is not in the wilderness zone. It's hard to find any kind of stuff within the wilderness. Yeah, landslide, probably after the fire. A fire. It's weird. Dang, I would have hated to be there when it went. Okay. I've struggled to find 4 different pictures of the grassy knob wilderness where we got a bunch of fires right now. But the big nightmare is what stops the Smith River Complex from meeting the flat fire. This is the Biscuit Fire burn scar, that entire huge thing. Some of it was a little bit on private land, some of it Kalmiopsis wilderness, some of it national forest, but it's the biggest fire Oregon ever had. Now, the roads stop here. There's just nothing north of here. So they need to stop it right now, around these ridges. If they don't, in the next couple of days, I don't think there's anything to stop it from meeting the flat fire eventually. We could have another mega fire. It's unstoppable until the rains of November. So that's a big, big concern. And today they talked about saving what they're going to do to save Cave Junction over here, but not what they're going to do to try to keep it out of the Biscuit Fire burn scar. And that's the big question of the day, is how the hell are they going to do that? Yeah, Rob Langsdorff, the Scout Ranch where I'm currently living probably has 1,000 trees that have been killed by the golden oak borer. Oh, is that an insect? Lots to cut down. Yeah. You don't realize how bad invasive species have killed a lot of our forests. Like one of the complexes, like K&P complex, the sequoia mixed redwood, I believe it was, from 2019 or 2020, had a fire in there and they couldn't put it out because it had no roads either. And I was reading the Inciweb about it, and the beetles had killed 78% of all of the trees. Like, we have to stop the beetle spread. There's no taking no for an answer. They will destroy all of the trees of California. Like, all of them. Of certain species. Like, we will lose all the sequoias. You have to make a big line and don't let the beetles pass it. You have to do whatever it takes. There's ways that you can save the tree and not use chemicals or anything. You can put electrical charges in the tree that kills the bugs, and the tree's okay. You got options. You got natural pesticides for the chrysanthemum flower. You can inject in there, but I think very small robots is probably the answer that seek out and destroy the beetles all freaking day long. Invent them now. We have the technology. Put them on search and destroy mission. In the future, we won't have pesticides at all. We'll have our own robotic little insects with little jaws, and they'll find crop pests and they'll cut them in half. That's it. And so no pesticides, no more cancer causing this and that. And they just sit on the crops, and there's no pesticides continuing to kill everything in the runoff and in the streams and stuff. That'll be a thing of the past. The invertebrates will survive, the fish will come back, you know. But invent it now. We've got technology. Whatever it takes. They used to kill bed bugs that way with I saw a demonstration of a electric wand that put high voltage but low wattage electrical arcing from this wand. It looked like something Nikola Tesla would invent. And this guy walked into a trailer. It was infested with bed bugs. And he ran it up the corner of the wall. I would love to get a video of this. It was amazing. And everywhere there was a bug behind the wall, cockroach, bed bug, whatever, you'd see this arc go out and zap. It would zap the bug on the other side of the wall. And then inside the room too. And so they cut the wall and you could see all the dead bugs on the other side. Pretty dang amazing. You can do that. You can do that. All right, what is my phone? Am I getting a food delivery or do I have to order it? Oh, that's watch duty again. All right. We've got a gray fire update. It's a little bit older. That depressing thing that happened in Washington. Cloudy conditions kept temperatures mild throughout the afternoon yesterday, leading to minimal fire behavior and smoke production on the gray fire. Heavy fire traffic continues around it. Please be respectful as community members. Drones are being utilized to locate areas of remaining heat for the gray fire. Use is coordinated with air traffic control and the Federal Aviation Administration. Private drones should not be flown around wildfires. I think hard jail time. It's time for that. Public shaming. Strip somebody naked, put them in the center of the town, tied to the stalks, and let people throw the vegetables. No fines, no nothing. That'll stop people. No jail time. Let's get corporal. Today's activities, firefighters are working. Oh, with a big sign around their neck. I flew a drone next to a wildfire. Today's activities, firefighters are working to secure the remainder of the perimeter. Mop-up operations continue. And those drones are assisting the firefighters. Just a depressing thing up there in Northeast Washington. Okay. Okay, more watch duty updates. Three Beach Fire is a new fire reported 2 minutes ago. Okay. North of Florence in the Coast Range, almost halfway between Florence and Waldport. Let's look at it. Like I said, guys, as the wind picks up, we're going to find more and more fires as their smoke columns show up. The Three Buttes fire. Okay. Updated 2 minutes ago. We got more. Okay, excuse me. I gotta make the phone call and see if my food's coming. Okay, guys. C-Probe arrived. He had a grocery delivery. Got me some Pepsis and stuff, but no food. He didn't get my message, so gotta have some tacos. So, what are all the dead trees and stuff around Shasta? A lot of it's the car fire, burn scar. A lot of them are just dead because of the car fire. It's not necessarily beetles. The car fire is enormous. But the environuts, which is what I call an extremist, prevented salvage logging. So they've been there for years, dried out, and if any lightning or anything hits the car fire and burn scar, then we're going to have a car fire that's worse than the first one. So that's why when you drive by Shasta, this is what you see. Okay, yes, I'm not a robot thing. Not a burn scar like that, jeez. A car fire burn scar, this. It's ridiculous. It just showed a different pop-up. You can see it from Google Maps. So random. But that's Sonoma County. I'm getting out of this stupid Google result. But yeah, they were already killed by the car fire CARR. Just don't Google that unless you want a heartbreak. It was when fire tornadoes rampaged through neighborhoods and killed people in their homes, destroying their homes. So one of the biggest nightmares is any little spark anywhere near the car fire burn scar is going to, by Shasta, is going to cause a car fire 2.0. You know. So looking back, yeah, tacos again. Not David Memorial Quesadillas. Yeah, welcome back, Spinny. Let's check on what the heck happened with the lookout. The calm collapse was pretty insane to witness. The last hour, as long as it doesn't form again, I'm happy. As long as the smoke puts a lid on things, I'm happy. Let's see here. Remember, it's the anti-logging hate. Oh, logging will start back up, and loggers will have a job, and we hate them. Let's not let them salvage log. Let's put out stupid propaganda that says they'll kill all the trees trying to come back. Yeah, look, there are no trees trying to grow back. All the seeds are incinerated. But that's what hate does. So look back up at the chat. Look back at the chat. Yeah, Catherine, if you would end one feed and start a new one when you get caught up on your sleep, people can then go back and enjoy your coverage while you sleep. I did. I'm not sure what you mean, Rob. We're at 9 hours and 54 minutes on the stream. So if I were, say, to go to sleep in 5 minutes or something, I would end it. Because YouTube doesn't save any stream that goes over 12 hours. And so I hate it when they delete my damn streams, especially when amazing chat happens. Now I'm recording everything live, like that you could see here on the screen, but not the chat. And what we lose is chat permanently, even if I re-upload what went on. So that's why I never let the streams go beyond 12 hours. So right before I went to bed yesterday, I had first terminated it with the first 12 hours of my coverage. Then I said I'm restarting the stream. And you know what I do? I hate that. I have to do it just to save the stream. If there's, 200 people in chat, I say I'm restarting, guys. Click this button to come back. Only 25 people will come back. I used to have to do it with 7,000 people in the chat, and I'd only have like 100 people come back. That's what YouTube does. It kicks everybody off my channel for just simply restarting the stream with a new title. It's ridiculous. But I have to do it every 12 hours. So that YouTube saves my stream and my chat. I don't have to go through the upload process. And it saves, and does another thing, it saves the likes and it saves the viewer count and the statistics instead of making a new video with 0 likes, 0 views. So YouTube forces me to do this, even though I lose most of my audience every 12 hours. Screw you, YouTube, but that's the way it is. Excuse me. So, that dumps my audience. It's a bad thing I have to resort to. It's a 24-hour information center. That's what my channel's always been. 24 hours a day, it's staffed during the crisis, even when the government is not 24 hours a day. They have hours, like they stop answering the phone after 6, 8, or 9 p.m. But we're here. That's what our purpose is, 24 hours a day. I'm not a reporter, Rob. I can't stress this enough. I'm not here to give you a glib little summary that's vapid and stupid. Go ahead and watch the media for that. I'm here as people need me. They come in and they ask about the fire that concerns them, and they ask me questions. If I can't answer them, then I dial up real firefighters, and they can. And as new things pop up, just like this new fire we just checked out by Florence, I get a buzz, and we check it out. And as people come in the chat and say, look, I just got an evacuation order, then we check that out. I just let people come in and get their info. I don't summarize. Like I was trying to explain to people, I've tried what you've suggested before. So say I wake up, right, to do quick little summaries to where people can just, in a busy day, come in, get their information, and leave after 5 or 10 minutes, right? Well, say I wake up this morning and I try that. I've tried this before. Looks like Oregon had 46 new fires, right? So even if to find out all my information about it, I have to click on Watch Duty. I have to go to all their different Facebook pages. I have to look at all the different cameras on them. I have to look at every single one with the heat maps. And so I would be sitting here for 3 hours at least just to cover 10 fires, just to make a 10-minute summary of each one, 12. Well, I tried that before, and after 3 hours, by the time I went live, all my information is stale and it's unfortunately out of date already. And people go, where have you been for 3 hours? Did you know that such and such was happening? No, I didn't. I was clicking on every single fire and trying to get a summary. Now, what the news has is a whole team of writers at a couple of different anchors. And so somebody's doing cameras and somebody's doing something else. But I would assign my team of writers to do 5 fires each, and I would have them type up the reports, and I would have them given to me. And the time I was supposed to go live, I'd read it like a reporter. But it takes a news crew to do that. I'm just one woman. So you guys would have a 3 to 5 hour delay every single morning where I just work by myself off the air 3 to 5 hours at a time. Hundreds of viewers potentially lost. Hundreds of people that might think about donating not doing so because I'm not live. I can't do that. Go ahead and watch the news if you want little summaries that are vapid and don't matter and don't give you the details that you need. That's already out there. The 24-hour information center's here. And people need to come in and tell me what they need to know about at the time you need to know it. I don't know how to make it any better. I spent an elaborate amount of time writing down the timestamps so I could make chapters for some of my videos, and I ran out of characters because there's a character limit on YouTube. Awesome. Talk already. And that forced me to start deleting information about evacuation centers. I'm just not going to do it. I'm trying to figure out solutions, but I will never be doing whatever it is you want, Rob. It's not possible without an entire news crew type team. I'm sure they could, somebody else, like in the Ryan Hull Y'all thing, could be recording me when I'm talking about certain fires, snippet that, go to their own video editing and say, here's a summary of what happened on such and such fire of all of today, right? I have to have a team of people doing that, and then they could upload individual videos that would be a summary of that specific fire, in-depth coverage. But I'd have to pay them. No, can't afford it. So I don't. Rob says last night the video was a screen of a map that I couldn't even read. Yeah, well, you know what I tried to do? I lost 3 hours of sleep trying to fix that. So here's what I did last night. I said, guys, I got to go to bed. So I restarted the stream, and it kicked out most of my viewers, and only about 8 people came back. Great, thank you, YouTube. So I said, guys, I set up the message that I was asleep when I would return. I got moderators on shifts, so they would be a 24-hour information center. And I hear your feedback. I'm not like mad at you or anything. I'm just as frustrated as you are because I do not have the resources to do what you ask. So then I said, okay, guys, I'll leave you with a compelling image, which is Deathball Mountain Cam. Now, about 15 minutes after the screen being on, it's going to time out, and there's going to be a pop-up that says, you have been timed out due to a lack of activity, and the screen will no longer refresh. This has always been the case. I tried to solve this problem in 2020, tried to solve it in 2021, tried to solve it in 2022. But you have to physically click buttons like this, like time-lapse, if you want to not be timed out. So when I'm asleep, what the hell am I going to do about this, right? So I got this brilliant idea. So I did this. I searched throughout the Google Play Store at a time when I should be sleeping, because I've been awake for 17 hours, streaming straight for 17 hours. I went to the Google Play Store and I got an extension, and it was called Auto Refresh Plus. Awesome. And you can't actually see it for some reason, but it's on top of the screen. No, I'm not going to read that extension. You can go to hell. So I set it up. It's this little green button up here. And for some reason, it's not allowing me to use it unless I rate it. So I'm going to rate it 0 because screw you. Wow, I just had to click randomly. It wouldn't allow me to rate it 0. So there's a pop-up screen you can't see. Excuse me, let me try to make it so you can see it. I don't know that I can. Anyway, and it says, how often do you want to update? So I did the math around every 4 minutes. So I said every 270 seconds, right? So I'm going to set on a 5-second, 10-second interval right now just so you get a demo. And then it goes like this, boom. It refreshes the screen and it changes the window. So I made it big enough for everybody to see. But when you refresh it, it does that. See how I have it full screen, hands off, watch it refresh and change it. So that cut off my window because I had it just around what you wanted to see, right? It always puts the dang map back on. So I did some fancy stuff. And let me turn that off at the moment. I decided to readjust my windows in OBS, the broadcast software, so you just still see, you know, what you want to, right? But I enlarged it. I was satisfied with myself and thought, this is awesome. So I thought, well, at least all night we could see one cam of this very concerning fire. Nighttime imaging of it is very telling. Then infrared comes on. I was very satisfied with myself, so I go try to load the dishwasher, and I'm exhausted. I'm like, okay, I can barely function. Take some Tylenol, trying to relax. Got this super mega headache, and I'm going, okay. I crawl into bed and I check my phone, make sure the stream's running. I got all my volunteer mods. Everything's going good. And then I noticed that the pop-up happened anyway. It says, you have been timed out due to lack of activity, even though the page is refreshing every 4.5 minutes. And so I then went into its settings because it's supposed to be able to auto-click the screen somewhere. And I tried to train it to click the OK button to put us back in and keep refreshing the screen. After about 1 hour and a half goes by and I look and now it's super late. Like I now have barely any time to sleep. I now have like 5-6 hours to sleep. I screamed in frustration off camera, wanted to pick up a vase and shatter it, restrained myself, and said, screw this. I don't know what to do. So then I tried to figure out the only tab that could show us actual information. It has something to do with the fires. The only thing I could come up with that won't time you out is Flight Radar 24. So I had to zoom out enough so that you could see Oregon. And every little yellow airplane is probably has to do something with firefighting. And people at least see that. Things like the mapping planes going back and forth between the different fires. Now, can I make the words bigger? No, I can't. Not if I zoom out of Oregon. It's not my fault. Can't change it. That's the only thing I can leave you with that wouldn't just freeze and be a non-functional page. So that's why you saw airplanes in a map that you couldn't read last night. It's not my fault. Unless you could tell me some way that I would have to learn scripting and coding right now to create an auto clicker program that would automatically click that button. I don't have those skills. I can't hire somebody to make it. So I at least left the mods there. Feedback I got this morning was my mods are angels overnight. Smitty was a beast. He was there for like 10 hours in a row. And people were helped last night, and I got a whole bunch of praise today. Because I was once again the only 24/7 information resource on the fires when nobody else freaking was. My channel, my mods, our team. The only ones doing this, just like we were the only ones doing it during the Dixie Fire and others. 2020, 2021, 2022 was interrupted because I was filming a documentary, but we're back. So I don't know what to tell you. If I left another map up, it wouldn't refresh. CalTopo doesn't refresh. I used to leave CalTopo up thinking that new heat maps would refresh, but it doesn't. It times out too. And then I wake up and I refresh and I go, oh my God, it's totally different. What people gave me the feedback is when I left CalTopo up, please don't, because it gave people a false sense of freaking out or a false sense of security with the heat map. So really, I thought Flight Radar was probably my only choice. So yeah, I cannot stop videos and chop them up into small bits because I will dump all my audience. When the beep hits the fan, I have like 9,000 people in here, 20,000 people in here. And when I refresh and say, guys, please follow me to the next video, less than 5% of people do. And I don't think you understand how YouTube works. It only promotes videos so that people can find them, like in the search results, if a whole bunch of people are already in it, if a video is trending, if there's lots of likes, lots of people joining, lots of chat interaction. Stupid metrics that we have to abide by as slaves to YouTube's stupidity. YouTube is the one dumping my viewers every time I restart, and I have to every 12 hours, and that's bad enough. If I did I thought about trying to accommodate, because I would like to do this. I would like to do a quick fire roundup that's like, say, a 1-hour video with chopped into 10-minute segments, the biggest fires. That would be really cool. But while I'm live streaming, I could like go through them real quick, and then I could stop the timer. But then I would be like, "Hey guys," and I'd work at the other computer. I'd be the one editing, describing, making a new description, and then people would be like, they'd be walking in. This would be the world's most boring thing, watching me type and hearing it. I totally ignore chat because I'm ADD and I can't go, yeah. Or I would try to do both. Oh, let me edit. Oh, let me answer your question. Let me edit. Let me answer your question. It would be 3 hours later, and by the time I make the fire roundup video, it would be over. It'd be outdated information. And then nobody would find it because it's a video with 0 views. And I don't have thousands of subscribers like 20,000 like media does. So if somebody went to the flat fire and said flat fire information live today and those keywords, they will not find my video. It'll be like page 5. It has 0 views. And they're going to find 8 pages of media. And they're going to find videos that are about 6, 8, 10, 20 days old even. Because the older videos got the most views already because they're older videos. That's why I have to be live and answering live questions and beg people to hit the like button. Because that's the way the YouTube algorithm works. It doesn't connect you with what you need to know. It connects you with what's already popular, what's already liked. It does not differentiate between some trending, stupid cat farting video. A cat farts out a birthday candle cake. That will get 50 million freaking views. It doesn't differentiate between frivolous crap and life-saving info. It thinks that we're all entertainers. And now it's worse if you want, say, a video with no views to suddenly be seen by people. And I've done this before. I've made a fire video roundup, uploaded it, and years later, it's got 18 views. Don't ask me why. Even if it's some of the most exciting, compelling stuff I've ever seen, and put the video up. You think it would go viral, you think it would be shared. Stuff like fire tornadoes. I put up videos of fire tornadoes and not had much of any response. So even if I took all this time, just splitting my attention and trying to do it all would not be possible. I would have to reach the level of Ryan Hall channel, that kind of thing, where we already have 50,000 subscribers at least for any new video to get enough likes to perpetuate, and like be popular. I'd still be competing with 20,000 plus views of the average news station, KGW, Coin, all that. I mean, maybe I can even demonstrate this right now. It's ridiculous. Like, if you just say flat fire, Oregon, what comes up? Of course, my own stuff's going to come up because it's me, right? So the 3 weeks ago, top view, KTVZ News Channel 21, 1.9 thousand views 3 weeks ago. So if I say today, okay, top one, KGW News, 6.1 thousand views 1 month ago. And right below it, the 3 weeks ago, the next one below it 1 month ago, because it's sorted by views, not by what you need to know. Now, same thing, current status. 3 weeks ago, 1 month 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 ago, 3.4 thousand views. 1 month ago, 11,000 views. Smoke from Oregon wildfire expected to impact California air quality. Now this is down there, even though it's KCRA, because they didn't put flat fire in their title. So if I say Flat Fire Oregon live coverage, 1 month ago, 6 days ago, an aftermath. Oregon road fire, that's not even the right fire. See, YouTube is not there to connect you with what you need or what you're inquiring about. If you want to actually get live coverage, because that's what I'm doing right now, live coverage of the flat fire, go over here to filters, you have to click live. Does anybody even know this exists? Now you're sorting by live only. But there, you finally find me, but this is because it's my own channel. I can see my own stuff. If anybody else did this, I'm probably way at the bottom. ABC 7 News live stream has nothing to do with this. Is Fort Myers, Florida. Live scanner dispatch activity around Bangor, Maine. Flagstaff, Arizona. All right. This random News 5 live stream. What's it about? I don't know, probably talks about fires for 5 minutes. You see what I'm saying? The YouTube algorithm is a demon that we're all fighting against. I've tried my best to deal with it. I've not found a way at all. I can make little snippets and nobody will ever see them. The smaller your content is and the fewer views and the fewer likes it has, the more it'll just never see the light of day. Some of my oldest videos still have like 16 views. Let's see about them. If I go to my old lives, oldest has a button. Red Monday, dramatic live firefighter radio, Washington County, Oregon fires. 320 views, streamed 2 years ago. Red Sunday, live firefighter radio, Oregon fires and air attacks, only 433 views. Even though it was what everybody needed to know. And then suddenly, everything changed. Red Monday 3.1, which was 3 weeks later. Now, YouTube deleted all of these. I was live every single day, but since it went over 12 hours, YouTube deleted them, and I didn't know that would happen back then. I thought YouTube was saving them all. It just said my videos were processing whenever I cut the feed. But I finally figured it out. Somebody told me. Even though we had a viral video situation where lightning struck my house right live on stream, right? And then a crazy neighbor leaned out of his window and shot my neighbor's car, and that was on my stream too. It's all gone. It's all gone. YouTube has a button that says save stream at the end, and you'd think if you just check that button it works, but I had to 3 weeks later just Google search, why are my live streams disappearing? Why are they constantly processing but never done processing? And that was the answer. Went over 12 hours. Like, screw you. I can never get this footage back. I don't even have any archives of them. So anyway, everything changed. I finally get 1.8K views. But somebody shares me in an LA thing. When I started covering the Bobcat fire in LA, had a lot of people down there. But that's my third week of streaming. So if I had stopped at the 12-hour mark, my channel would have skyrocketed towards success, but I crippled myself because these videos never processed, and so YouTube never knew that I had thousands of people come in. So I was still low on the totem pole. So if you look back at finally getting a decent amount of views, see, I still only had 350 views, even though it was the Bobcat fire there, right? I guess it was interest just when the first days when it broke out. So day after day, though, I covered it, and a lot of people were very appreciative. And then suddenly the Zog and glass fires and stuff happened. So when the Zog fire came out and the bear, those were both deadly fires. Fourth week of 2020's Red Monday, 8.6K views. But then Canby, Oregon has a fire, and I go live for that at 250 because there's not that many people even know where Canby, Oregon is. So then the Dixie. So I had thumbnails like this because that's what Dixie did, and those sorts of things sort of helped. 3.2K views. And then we got the incredible live footage. So this is where we start getting 10,000 views, 19,000 views. The Grim Dawn, Battle for Chester, Greenville is gone, and Hell on Earth. When Greenville was erased, that's when a lot of people started to pay attention to the Dixie Fire who were from other parts of the country. And the Fire Tornado video, 13,000 views. But you'd think that would be more popular. The day prior to this, a couple days prior on the 7th, 21,000 views. That's other Fire Tornado stuff. But that was when we were about to lose Chester. That it rampaged and spread 21 miles in a single day. So finally, start getting August 14th, 2021, 28,000 views. North Alamo Shore was saved, but that was when the thunderstorms came up. 32,000 views. Dixie Fire's Red Flag Day number 2, high winds, terrible Tuesday. This is when I start covering the Caldor, and that's when all of Tahoe tuned in. So we had 32,000 views that day. The Caldor Fire, the Dixie and the French, 10,000 views. Now you would think I'd have more than 8K subscribers. We went up to 6K, but right after the Caldor, I don't know. I think we had a lot of subscribers. I don't remember what we had. We had 28,000 people in the chat on one day. It was totally nuts. Yeah, Caldor Fire, others, Dire. It's near Leak Springs. Bad Day number 1, 31,000 views. I'm trying to find a specific one, guys. Bear with me. 38,000 views. Dixie Running Wild, Red Flag Day. People learned I don't clickbait. These are real images. Quiet Nights and stuff, only 4.5K views. Mostly when this stuff hit the news, and I was the only one really covering it day in, day out. They come back, and as soon as the Caldor is super threatened, yeah, the KNP, the Caldor. I'm trying to figure out the crazy one. Yeah, the Fawn Fire Day, everybody from Shasta tuned in. Shasta County. I guess it's not showing every single one. Of course. I wish I could sort by highest viewer count. God, I was going to show you the one that was totally nuts. We had 20,000 people in the chat. Totally hard. That was the hardest thing to moderate ever, wasn't it, guys? So this is what happens when I 24/7, right? This is what's been most successful so far. Just being the 24/7 resource that people need. Whenever I've made little tiny videos and little uploads, like actual video uploads, almost nobody watches them. Dixie Fire Community Meeting, I had to edit all of their volume. I spent 3 hours on it, and only for 454 views. I did that because a lot of people refused to watch on Facebook, and it was on Facebook. I had a time lapse of the Dixie Fire becomes volcanic monster, only 1,000 views, and that's over the course of 2 damn years. Here I did again, the Windy Fire public meeting, just one little thing so that people with the Windy Fire could just look at it. It only had 278 views. And the 2 hours it took me to edit that for the 46-minute long public meeting and adjusting up and down the volume never paid any dividends. And people were just like, where have you been for 2 hours? See, there's a reason for all this. So I hope this gives you an idea of what it's like behind the scenes. I would love to just give people little snippets so they could just, busy people can get their fire info and go on with their day. I would have to have a lot more subscribers to get any of my little short videos seen, even by the people looking. I can't really explain much more other than that's unfortunately the rules I gotta play by. I used to have like 10,000 subscribers or 12 or something like that, but as soon as the Caldor and the Dixie were over, I think I lost 6,000 subscribers who never want to hear anything about fire again in the course of a couple of months. And so YouTube threw me at the bottom of the rung again, like I'm some sort of a scrub. Like I didn't do a wonderful public service, like we didn't do a wonderful public service. I'm starting at the bottom again, begging for $1 here and there. And I will not be able to continue because I only have 20 supporters right now actually donating to me. Anything really. So these 20 people are keeping us afloat and looking for new sources of revenue, but it's worse than ever. Now you gotta pay to promote your own videos. It's a new thing Facebook's doing, or YouTube's doing, is the Facebook model. I don't have any money for that. I will abandon YouTube if I have to. I really don't want to do TikTok. I may have to do Twitch, but the problem is, majority of my audience has never heard of Twitch. Boomers, for the most part, have never installed. They don't even know what a Play Store is, and they have never installed another app that didn't already come on their phone. So YouTube's already on the phone, and that's why I have the majority of my viewers are boomers and the elderly who live rurally in the mountains. I cannot teach them how to go to Twitch. I cannot teach them how to do Discord. It's way too hard to figure out. I tell them to hit like, subscribe, and the ring bell. And as a heartbreak, YouTube, a lot of the elderly and even some of my own relatives said, "Oh, I never subscribed to you." And I said, "Why the hell not? You're my relative." And they go, "Because I don't want to pay." So what are you talking about? And they said, "Well, subscribe is like a magazine subscription, right? I have to pay you." I'm like, no. Then I realized, oh God, the rest of all these social media sites like Facebook use the word follow, and that's free, and subscribe, like in Twitch, is pay. And I realized, oh my God, YouTube, you're using the wrong terminology. I don't know how many thousands of boomers and the elderly have never subscribed and never knew when I went live because they thought they had to pay to hit the subscribe button. I just imagine my shock when I found that out. Okay, Nick Giles, let me look back. Yeah, exactly, Bugs Bunny. How to Bathe Your Cat has got 1.5 million views. YouTube sucks. I'm sorry. It's gone so bad. You could make a living on it before, and that's why everybody stops their program to say this is HelloFresh and NordVPN and all this crap. Not that HelloFresh is crap. I've never tried it, but NordVPN is crap. It's all hype. I love private internet access. They didn't pay me to say that. I finally have a reliable, stable, fast VPN. I'm delighted with it. But I wasted so much money with Nord. I want to stay donation free. I never want to put ads on things. But I got really excited. YouTube has a new thing where if I talk about, say, Galaxy S22 is my phone, right? It takes 8K video, right? Or if I say, buy this fire blanket, right? Instead of saying, look down in the description of the video, they put it up there automatically like it's somebody can touch the screen and touch it. I found out a lot of boomers and elderly don't even know that video descriptions exist. A lot of times they're watching on their phone, or they don't scroll down, because if you click on a video, for example, this, you see how descriptions, you have to like click on this for like more. A lot of them have never done that. The metrics on how many people actually click this to read. Look at all the elaborate information I have. Here's all the head fire evacuation map to look at, lookout fire evacuation map. Where's the Red Cross shelter, the Linn County lookout fire info, watch duty, Inciweb, 3 different cams to watch the lookout fire on. Residents on level 2 be set. Here's the Bedrock fire, all the information, how to download watch duty. Here's my keywords, flat fire, bedrock, fuzztail, and lookout. I have all the links you could ever need to monitor these fires when most people never click that and see that. On your phone, they have a full screen thing that looks like this, and it just, these 3 dots are how you get to a description, but it's up here in the right-hand corner. Like, I watched shorts for weeks before I understood that shorts had a description. You had to click on a short, and then the 3 dots show up, and then you click description. I'm like, seriously? YouTube's hard to use. Things like Twitch and stuff is worse. So I can't tell you how many times that nobody has ever seen these buttons. They've been on there for a long time. This one is super sticker and super chat. That's one of the ways to donate, right? When I say there's a pinned comment, it's behind this 3 dots. You have to like click on it, and then the message shows. The message should just always show, but I can't make it. That's the PayPal link. If I say click on the pinned topic, people go, what the hell are you talking about? You know, my mom brought that to my attention. She goes, "What is a pinned topic?" That that actually. So it's hard. And now when I upload a video, it says, "Would you like to insert coins so it gets promoted?" Okay. Oh yeah, the thing I got excited about, I could tell everybody what they should buy for survival gear for your go bag. What kind of go bag? What kind of shoes would be good? Like Red Wing shoes or leather, you know, leather belts. You should get this or that. Here's a shovel that folds. Carhartt link to flame retardant gear. You know, I could do that and get a commission for every time people use my link to buy that thing. And I was ready to sign up. It was even offered to me in the back room. It says, check out the newest thing. Instead of having an affiliate link in the description, which I would hate to put products in the description instead of evacuation info. I have to choose. Like, I'm using such and such webcam. You could buy that too. Or evacuation info for some fire. Like today, I can't even list all the fires in that description. I'd run out of room. It times you out. There's only so many characters you can do. So I could choose a product or not. But now I got excited. The new YouTube thing is the product is going to pop up on top of your video so people don't have to go to the description to buy it. I said, sign me up. And you have to have 20,000 subscribers. Okay. Oh, God. Okay. Okay. We'll make it somehow. I don't know how, but we'll make it somehow. I'll figure it out. You know, I'll figure it out. All right, let's look back at the chat. I'm sorry, but I don't know. Yeah, I know, Rob. Yeah, I enjoy your long coverage, but last night when I checked, there were 11 people still logged in. Yeah, the good info was on the section when you were live, and I couldn't get to that info. But my live video was up, though. I'll show you how to get to it. So if you go to my channel, like you hit the purple K, you hit lives, and they're all there. The latest, they're sorted by latest. So this one, here's the 25th. Here's that's why I put it by date. This. I understand that they're like a super long thing. And what I wanted to do is make some chapters. I try to summarize right before I log off. You know, what's our biggest concern? What kind of happened in a day? So sometimes if you go right to the very back, that can be helpful. The mods were ready to answer any questions. Did you ask them that? Occasionally take breaks, but I had them working in shifts. So I had the, let's see, which one was it? The one where I say, what's this one? 5. Nope, that's not that one. So, oh God, did it upload? Did it fail to upload? Yeah, I'm asleep. So I set this up with the message. See, I'm asleep after 17 hours of streaming. Mods are in chat will help you stay safe. So if you put it in chat questions, they should have been able to help you with anything because I briefed them. They're the ones who know what to do, how to track it like me. So if any, were you able to ask a question, Rob? Because maybe I need to leave further instructions so that people can understand that for the most part the mods are there, but occasionally they take coffee breaks. It's the middle of the night. We got aircraft. Sorry, I have a very cold taco right now. I just realized I gotta keep my blood sugar up. Wow, DC-9 tankers are inbound. Oh boy. 2 of them. Oh boy, guys. The air must be clear enough for at least some of the organ fires to have tankers. I really hope they're going here to the Cougar rattlesnake. Sometimes people say, I asked the mods in chat something and they didn't respond. I think I might be able to do a co-host situation. Like today, we experimented, me and Broken Fish. He's an ex-firefighter, a good mod. Told me all about the flat, and he worked on the biscuit fire. So we analyzed that horrible situation this morning. If we were to take shifts, I could leave my stream showing his channel or vice versa. Or I could leave my Discord open, and if he can come in and talk, you'll just suddenly hear his voice. And he can be looking at my screen, but tell people stuff, right? And then give a fire update. He does briefings. This really might be something we can explore, but he's retired due to disability, and I don't want to wear him out, It's kind of brutal. These schedules are brutal. People keep asking me, how did I stream for 96 days in a row with only, I think I took 9 days off total. 3 of them were partial. I was there every waking hour pretty much, except for when I bathed. But I ate at the keyboard, and I didn't see the outdoors for 95 days, really. I think I went outdoors twice. And I even forgot how to drive my car. It was weird. Like, I got intimidated, like, I haven't driven a car so long, I'm, like, scared of it. I had my friends drive me around, and I had to reintroduce myself to going outside. I developed phytophobia, coal miner's eyes. I couldn't go outside without super dark sunglasses like welding goggles. It took me months to recover. If somebody asked me, like, people ask me all the time, how the heck did I do that? I was pulling an average of 16-hour days. It's because I kept thinking it would be over by the end of the week. The Dixie Fire kept looking really good. And that was where I grew up. I wasn't about to look away from it, and let the people who live there down. And the Caldor Fire started and peeled away some resources from the Dixie, and everything got worse. I just kept thinking, my God, there's got to be rain or something's got to end this. Something is going to end this. They kept getting so close to containing it, and then it ran away. If you had told me I'd have to do the 16-hour shifts for 96 days with 9 days off, I wouldn't have made it. I was deluding myself that it's almost over. It's just adrenaline, And so I don't expect that retirees and people with disability, older folks can do this. It's brutal. I don't want them to feel obligated, but we might be able to work out something where he can come on every once an hour or something for a audio update, and I could tell people like, hey, come check back every hour on the hour, and then they can rewind with a clock. That might be a great idea. Even if you check back at say 5:15, you can rewind because that clock shows you what time it is, right? And then there's that audio update. Yeah. And Rob, I really, really tried hard to do timestamps. I want to show you something that has. Oh wow, that was a cool video. I got so frustrated because I was doing such a good job. I was timestamping so that people could go back and just see. Whoops, my channel, please. And just see their fires. So which one did I timestamp? This one, I think. So I got excited. I figured it out. No, not this one. It's not the Maui update one. Okay, it was right next to it. Is it the helicopter one? No. We'll find it. It wasn't that long ago. So I found out if you type in 0 12:00, the start of the video, and then the end time. So if it's 12 hours, it would be 12:00, right? Anyways, this one. God, where did I timestamp this? If you put in the description and you name it, that was timestamp either. Oh, no, that I already looked at that. The Newell? It wasn't a Newell. The problem with it is I successfully made actual chapters. So if you scroll around, is this in order? Fire pouring over the ridge. No, that wouldn't be that one. Didn't have any time for that. Had we thought? Okay, trust me, I got it working. You have to name it, right? So if 0:00 is your intro and 12 is exit, the whole thing will be intro, right? But at the 5-hour mark, if you go 5:00:00, which is 5 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds, and say I was on the flat fire at that point, right? It'll take you right there. You just kind of see that there's broken parts in the timeline. You mouse over it, it's beautiful, and it shows you what you can look at. But I found out something horrible. Here I am doing my elaborate timestamps to try to set this up. And where did it even go? It did successfully work. I just don't know which one it is now. I realized as I was like in the middle of doing the rest of my timestamps, it said you have reached your character limit in the description of the video. Like you don't have infinite words. And I was forced to try to erase some of my evacuation info and my links to like cams. Yeah, now we're going way back in time. And I went, oh God, why does YouTube do that? Why isn't there a separate blank sheet for just making your timestamps and so you don't have to destroy your description? Because you don't have to click in the description. To do it, you just click on the timeline. And I just don't know what to do. Except you can do it in comments. You can put timestamps in the comments, but it won't make that elegant it won't show up on the timeline. You'll just have to click. It'll be a big long comment, and you'll jump to the right spot. But it doesn't do the timeline thing. And like I said, a lot of people just won't look in the comments for such a thing. So, I'm just not sure how to do it. But I'm going to not give up. More experienced YouTubers have probably found solutions and workarounds. So I hope they take me under their wing. We ain't going to give up. How's Lookout Fire doing? Yeah, it's pretty new. Let's check it out. I think it's still under the lid of smoke, and that's the way I like it. We saw something incredible happen, guys. Watch this. You do I think 3 hour might not be enough now. Oh yeah, wrong one. I think I still have it here. Here it is, guys. Look, this is one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. Even though it's not that visually impressive unless I tell you what you're looking at. This was awesome. And we're going to look at the now, too. Now, we got quite concerned. Let's go back and play and quickly pause. Okay. We're looking to the west at the Lookout Fire, the biggest thing in Oregon. And I honestly don't think anything's going to stop it but rain. Probably the rains of autumn and November. But here we are. Now, pretty early in the morning, this is like 10:30 in the morning. Around 9, it started to try to form a pyrocumulus cloud. which means incredible heat, mega fire status, get out of its way, can't be stopped, And they explained that it's finding pockets of fuel that haven't burned yet, which is the poor forest that hasn't burned yet, starting to meet oblivion, right? And usually pyrocumulus clouds are fed by old growth burning, which sucks. So, mind you, wind is out of the west. Watch the clouds come to the camera because we're looking west, so it's coming to us, right? Now, smoke is heavier than air, and it often tends to settle, especially if there's no wind to blow it around, down the valleys, right? Now, watch this incredible thing. As the lookout fire up here builds in strength and starts to burn up more things, it forms a pyrocumulus cloud, and the tremendous amount of heat, hot air rises. So much air goes up into the sky. It creates a vacuum. Watch the smoke be sucked into the vacuum. Against the wind, it's being sucked up to the east, right up into that big chimney of the pyrocumulus cloud. And we measured that at around 7,000 to 8,000 foot elevation. It punched right above the cloud layer. So I want to back it up, watch it suck in all of the smoke in this valley up inside of itself. It's like, whoa, broke fish, pointed it out to me. Now there's something new that happens. Watch from the west as cool air from the Pacific comes in, which is like Alaska type thing. Watch it roll in. The cool air decapitates this cloud, destroys the pyrocumulus cloud. And it falls down and collapses, and it throws all the smoke down in like a shockwave sort of into the valley, and you see a bunch of ash slam towards the camera. So I want to show you this. Sucks it up. Here's 11:30, noon. Here comes the wind. Boom, it collapses. All that ash and dirt thrown towards the camera, and all of the smoke envelops the landscape. Dude. So here's our current view, and I don't think we're going to see anything more until infrared tonight, because the smoke is now in the valleys, and it's not being pushed away. That was kind of a south wind that was feeding the lookout. Don't expect to see anything much more than this, but we like this, okay? I'm so happy that cloud collapsed. It needs that kind of cloud to burn the fastest and the most furious. This smoke is like putting a dampening lid on a grease fire. Pause, please. This gives the firefighters some time, some opportunity to do stuff. I hope nobody was injured by the column collapse, because that's like a shockwave. That thing can throw trees to the ground. Sarah H says, looks like the air tankers may be going to the anvil. I hope to God. The anvil is an extreme concern because it's in a wilderness zone. That's the one that Brokefish was most worried about. He's a local. God, I was hoping that we'd get some help up by East of Coos Bay by the Tyee, but looks like we got a helicopter. Not a Long Ranger. Now it's probably going to assist the crews up here who are on Tyee Mountain itself. I don't know the aircraft would ever be able to help here at the Cougar. It's a narrow canyon if you look at it, where the fire is down and trying to burn up the hill. So I don't think pilots could safely enter this. Where did C-Probe even go? He comes and goes without telling me. I thought he was sitting behind me, watching the stream on his iPad. He must be wandering around again. I didn't thank him properly for his taco that he reheated for me. But see how active it is. Here's the Cougar. Now the helicopter's buzzing around Tyee Mountain right there. But since the fire is being pushed towards the southwest by the wind from the northwest, There's a huge amount of smoke pouring over this, I'm sure. And I don't see how they could. You can't go into smoke. Pilots cannot lose visual sight with the ground. If they go into smoke, they're going to smack into a mountain. They don't have any magic radar that like keeps them from running into terrain. They even turn off that thing that goes pull up terrain, because they get that close to the terrain all the time. So they need to see. They could work the non-smoky side potentially if there was high enough winds that blew the smoke out of the drainages, but the smoke has settled down in the drainage, so you can't go below the mountains over here. Laura already called as in come calling. She's come back to the chat to say that there's smoke everywhere, all the way up to Elkton, and looking at satellite video footage, it's unlikely aircraft will be able to help specifically right on the rattlesnake. Now you can see here. Let me change the map. See terrain. There we go. Now the reason this helicopter can be over on the lee side or west side is this mountain's tall enough that it's probably up above that smoke. So I don't think you can help much on the east side, but I think all the fire is still on the west side. There actually are some roads that go up here, as steep and crazy as that is. I was astonished to find that out, but I did a little research. I zoomed in. It's been logged recently to 2020ish or something. So if you turn on, it looks all flat, but it's not. If you appreciate relief first, I was like, are those roads? You're kidding me. But scan topos showed ancient trails that went up Tyee Mountain. And this is called a four-wheel drive road. This is like a 1970s map. And I thought, oh, couldn't be. There can't be any new roads up. Oh. It got logged. Okay. They've got roads. So there's a helicopter there. I guess crews drove up here, and it looks like there's less fuel there because it was recently logged. Now, mind you, I hate a clear cut. I think it's like earth rapey, you know. I especially hate a clear cut on a mountain. It's okay to make one occasionally on flatland so you can make a nice meadow for elk habitat and stuff, but I cringe to see it on a mountaintop. But that's just my personal viewpoint. Nobody has to agree. But I'm celebrating, though, that there's roads. That maybe this little clear cut that I hate saves the entire region and saves many more trees. Life's odd that way, right? So the anvil, though, is in the middle of nowhere, and is most likely, since that area of the forest where the anvil is has not seen a fire in anybody's living memory. Like, nobody is alive now to remember a fire in that region. The fire load has got to be enormous. It's like 125 years of fuel load, of fallen down trees and stuff, probably. Oh, God. So Godspeed to the anvil. Only aircraft can reach it. This is where we need the global supertanker to drop 27 Olympic-sized swimming pools worth of water on the damn thing. The global supertanker is no more. 747. The biggest amount of retardant water you can drop out of the sky. So, I'm sorry, I missed a lot of chat trying to explain. Let me look back. A Squirrel says we have a close friend evacuated from Gasquet 11 days ago. The locals aren't allowed in to help. In fact, the loggers are. Well, that's because they're necessary. That's not suspicious at all, A Squirrel. Much of firefighting is taking down trees. Almost every single logger on Earth is a volunteer firefighter. They drop everything. Even if they're in the middle of logging or something, when a fire breaks out, they drop everything to fight that fire. And that's how you get hundreds, if not thousands, just ready to go. They lose everything if fire takes what they make their living on. These lumber companies tend to own the land, and it's like having a sheep farm, and then there is a rabid dog in the middle of your sheep farm killing every single sheep in sight. What do? You drop everything and solve that problem. Now. So what these loggers are doing is felling the trees, many of which are on fire or fire damaged. That's what people don't realize. Like EnviroNets will come and say, I hate loggers. I'm like, do you like firefighters? Yeah. Well, do you know like a gigantic percentage of firefighters are loggers? Oh. Right. So if you look at this morning's operational update at Gasquet, first of all, I wouldn't allow anybody in there who doesn't understand some things. I called for an early evacuation of Gasquet, and I begged the people to get out early because they had a way too late evacuation. While Camp 6 was burning over, which is not too far away, when the camera was burning over and they couldn't stop the fire from doing it. Look, Gasquet's personal vulnerability here was they were looking down the barrel of a gun from 3 different directions. They had a fire north of them. If a north wind was ready to just push it down this canyon and obliterate the town. Northeast of them, they had a fire ready to just follow the same canyon and obliterate the town. East of them, they had a fire ready to follow another canyon and obliterate the town. There's only 3 basic steps before your town is obliterated. 1, do you have fire in elevation above your town? Well, in this case, yes. It's up on the hills. Yeah, 3 sides around the town. 2, do you have canyons or drainages that slope down towards your town and point to it? 3, do you have high winds and red flag? And are the winds going to point towards your town? Yep, your town's about to be erased. So we had 3 of the 4 steps ready to burn down Gasquet. Paradise, Kanoa, Maui, Greenville. I'm recognizing the pattern here. So this is a death trap with only one way out to the west. So I kept saying day after day, guys, get the hell out of there. I don't know why you're on level 1. You should be on level 3. I put that on Twitter. I said, citizens, I implore you to leave because there's something wrong with the evacuation. They are the red tape nightmare thing, the delays. There's nothing that stops the fire from getting to your town except the weather's cooperating. So right now, these new red spots right here are where they're firing. They know that the fire is coming towards Gasquet right now. This is the morning update today. So they're trying to burn off this fuel desperately before the big head of the fire comes towards it and the wind changes later. There's only one way out, to the west. Now you cannot outrun a fire downwind. If there's a very hard east wind that was blowing it down, such as the fire making its own weather, you could scream to the west down this very windy Redwood Highway. You could go 65 miles an hour, which is impossible on those curves, and you would not outrun the fire because burning embers would go in the wind and light this area on fire ahead of you, Bartoleta, whatever, and you would suddenly screech to a halt. All this traffic behind you, also panic driving. You'd screech to a halt because there'd be fire in front of you, trees on fire that had gone over the road, and you'd be rear-ended. They'd be rear-ended, and it would be a big death trap, just like Pence Road at Paradise. Then the people would try to return back to where they came in a panic because fire's in front of them, and the fire from behind would catch them. That's the number one way people die, trying to leave by car after the window of opportunity is already closed. And if you have one way out, one car accident blocks everyone. Or one tree blocks everyone, one power line down blocks everyone. And they had already lost power for so long that there's no way to alert 600 people really quickly to go at a moment's notice. You can't knock on 600 people's doors. So I told everybody, get the hell out. Consider that. I have no idea why you're not on level 3. And I do that. And I consistently have people come back and say, oh my God, thank you. I don't know why we were evacuated late. The thing about this part of the world, I've driven in California's Coast Range. You can't see the horizon. You can't see the fire coming towards you. I had a personal experience before I did any of this fire stuff, where I tried to get to the Redwood Highway from the Northern Valley. I drove into the Coast Range, and I kept going, kept going, kept going. And you can never see the horizon. You're down there, left, right, in these canyons. And there was wildfire smoke everywhere because just California was on fire everywhere that year. And I drove straight into a wildfire and stopped my car and had no idea what to do. I kept driving closer and closer and closer to it, and I could not see it until I turned one corner and went, oh, and there it was. The monster was right in front of my face. I recorded this on my GoPro. I went, oh, dear God. Because people are down there, and you can't see the horizon, you cannot see this thing coming. So what they're doing right now is they did an emergency backfiring along the Redwood Highway here. And then before they do that, they have to make sure that the trees that are dead, damaged, leaning are not going to block the highway, like they're not going to be on fire and fall into it and just block it. Because they need to have this open so they can save the town if anything happens. So they're going to take their loggers, who are the ones who experience tree fallers. They're going to say, hey, clear the road of all the danger trees, because if they're on fire, they'll fall over, they'll block the highway. There's no way that we should put fire on there to try to save the town. If we're just going to create road hazards like this, right? So this is why the loggers are part of the firefighting crews. I don't see that as suspicious at all, you know. So April says we log here in South Puget Sound with our own wood miser portable sawmill. That's cool. Ben just says carry a chainsaw if possible. God, I'm afraid of those things. Let me go back up to. Well, I just try to keep the channel as reassuring as possible, even if it's sobering. Like I think disaster is possibly going to happen. I try to tell people worst case scenario, best case scenario, middle ground. So people have a good, solid idea of what's happening. I've always had the feedback of, like, if I ever engaged conspiracy theory or anything like that, or engaged it, sometimes I thought it was amusing. Some of the theories are very creative and interesting, you know. Or if I took time to put my 2 cents in on what I see, like I used to welcome people, like, show me a photograph that looks weird and suspicious, and I'll just tell you my take on it. I'm very open-minded, you know, but I need evidence to change my mind about something. I'm both Mulder and Scully, right? But however, people in the chat told me I'm uncomfortable. I'm already so super worried about this. I don't want to worry about anything else. And when I engaged too much in that kind of talk, it made people uncomfortable who needed comfort. They said that there's no other resource out there really that is just kind of focuses on the facts, but there's plenty of the other channels that can go and explore a variety of, well, ideas, I'll say, you know. Hey, Bruno. Okay. 11:05. Okay, we're coming up on 11 hours of me doing this. I do have to restart the stream before the 12th hour. What fires, guys, should we look at next? We did get an update from Watch Duty on something. Let's check it out. We have new notifications. Okay, sorry, Nick. Thank you for trying to pull me back. I just got your text, Nick. Okay, so Big Tom Fire, Rock Creek Fire, Stewisaw National something, Camp Creek Fire. Yeah, that's the one by Portland. That one seems to be going okay. It's not threatening structures. Portland's water supply. The Bryce Fire. Yesterday. What's its current? Keep. Smitty says. Okay, thank you, Smitty. Yeah, you deserve some rest. The fact you came back today, you're a beast, man. Myrtle Creek. Yeah, it's okay, Nick. That it's getting windier there. I don't see what you wanted me to look at, Nick. Hammerhead 716. 716. I'm sorry, I didn't see yours. Yeah, Hammerhead Twitter has gone nuts. I even wrote a review on Twitter, as it's now called X. I said, rename yourself XX because you're dead. So very good fire reporters were banned off Twitter for spreading too much fire information, and they had not just like scolded. They were banned where they couldn't make any Twitter posts for like a week. I don't know what the hell they're doing with Twitter. Now, I never really used it much, just everybody told me to. I was just super uncomfortable with it. When it was like a new thing, I just saw it as a cesspool of panicky rumors spreading where nobody seemed to give a damn about facts or fact checking anything. It's the biggest load of BS I've ever seen about all topics. It just was too infuriating to deal with rude people in it. White Dove says, Catherine, what makes you think the Smith complex will move that far north? Because that's exactly what the Biscuit Fire did. It started in the same spot, started in California, and it roared north. And the reason it couldn't be stopped, and it went to where the flat fire is, right here, is because there's no roads in there. You can't stop a fire from the air. You have to be in there with actual roads. Now, there was this fantasy we all had, I think we all wanted to believe in, that you could parachute in the smoke jumpers and they'd somehow stop big fires. And they can be critically important. And then we started losing contact with these crews and finding out that they all died in a couple of tragic incidents. Lost a crew of 20 here, lost 40 men there, lost another crew of 20, lost a crew of 16 there. Because if unexpectedly there was a change in the weather and the wind, and sometimes these fires create their own wind. I mean, you saw the pyrocumulus thing. They can't escape in time on foot. And when they call in, like, get us out of here in a helicopter, National Guard, please. Usually the smoke's too bad. And by the time the mega fire is coming towards them, there's too much wind for a helicopter to land safely. So we would find 20 and 40 corpses at a time. Finally, the common sense rule was applied because of tragedy. Never put crews into a place where they can't leave an emergency fast. That is roads, good, decent quality roads, and multiple ways out, or shelter in place options like cleared fields and stuff, that places where there's lots of helicopter pads, just options to get out. So they no longer will put smoke jumpers or fire crews that hike into an area into what's basically a death trap. Firefighters are trained for survival. Never enter a place that you can't escape from or shelter in place in. The steep, rugged terrain is not that. Besides, in steep, rugged terrain, you need more than hand crews. Hand crews is fighting fires with rakes and shovels. Rakes and shovels. They just rake away the dirt on the ground, and as the fire comes around on the ground, it reaches a line of dirt. And if it crosses it, then they take rakes and shovels and put dirt on it. That's great for something really small that just started. That's not going to happen. Smith River Complex is 67,000 acres. You have to have roads. You have to have actual water. Sometimes the best way to fight fire is with fire. So if you have roads on a mountainside, you can light the top of the mountainside first, so that, calm weather, so the pine needles and stuff on the ground burn up. Not really the trees, but the pine needles. And in between roads, you do the next section, like middle of the mountain up to the next section of road, and they'll be at the top of the road. If the fire's about to get out of control, they've got big engines, misting, they got cannons of water, they got water trucks standing by, they can control it, keep it from getting out of control. Now, then once the top of the mountain has been fired and the middle, and there's much less fuel for when the fire comes by, they can hold the line better now. Then you go to the bottom of the hill, light it up, and they're in the bottom road now, ready to stop it from going up too high. And even if it got past them, well, the top of the road already has less vegetation, right? So you can do this in a nice, controlled, methodical way, do it little section at a time. But if there's no roads, if you put fire anywhere on the mountain, it'll just do whatever it wants. It might get totally out of control. So you just have very few options. Now, the Beachy Creek Wilderness was basically lost because there was a polite little lightning strike fire that was in a place with no roads, and they debated. Should we put smoke jumpers in there? They said, no, let's not get them killed. So they tried to just splash it with a helicopter a bunch of times. It just didn't work. You can't control a fire by air. Even if it looks totally out, it's probably still alive in a stump, and wind will just pick it up again. So they debated, and they asked the people who owned the Beachy Creek Wilderness Area environmental group, basically, can we put some new fire access roads up to it? And they go, no, you leave that fire alone. Fire is natural. An old growth forest has nothing to fear from a fire. And the firefighters said, are you kidding? Like, I was following this live. I had been at the Beachy Creek Wilderness in March, and by July, when I heard there was a small lightning strike fire at the top of the mountain, I was scared because there's a video of me. I could post it later. Right where I think, this place is going to burn down. Dead old trees all over the landscape. I was terrified. I saw old roads from the mining days and the logging era from like 1910 and stuff, and trees grew past them, and they just allowed it to happen. They told the firefighters, stay out of here. There's a polite little fire ready to be put out. It would be a done deal, back page news. Labor Day storm shows up. 75-mile-an-hour wind gust came out of the desert, fanned that little lightning strike fire up into a monster, killed people on the way, destroyed all of the Beachy Creek Wilderness, which should have been a World UNESCO Heritage Site, destroyed the town of Joblin Flats, restored the only restored ghost town for mining gold in the entire Cascades. Destroyed their wilderness interpretation center. Destroyed a couple of towns to the west. Killed, I think, 4 people. And it's gone. It'll never come back in my lifetime. When you have no roads, you have no hope. And so the Anvil Fire is a place with no roads. Godspeed. I really hope they could put out by the air, but I don't know. And the fact is that fires spread until something stops them. Where was that image that I had? Shoot, I'm sorry. In Google Maps. If you go, there's very few pictures located here, but take a little gold man. And that's of course never grew back. 2002 Biscuit Fire. It's just roared through as a mega fire. So this is on landscape still. This is a 2018 July. But look in the distance, just dead trees everywhere. That's not a gray mountain. That's a mountain full of gray dead trees. That's an enormous fuel load. When the first fire goes, only the limbs burn off. The trunk is full of thousands of gallons of water. Now look at the little patches of green that survived, right? But when all these dead trees are on fire, it'll create a mega fire. It'll roar out of control. It's like the one road in the entire landscape. You just can't see any others. They just don't really exist. So that fuel load, never salvage logs. This is going to be a mega fire. It's going to incinerate everything, kill all life that's not underground. And fires continue to grow and expand until something stops them. What stops a fire? Like solid lines, which is roads, are fire lines. Impenetrable geological formations like solid sheer rock walls. We don't have that. Something like an ocean, don't have that. Huge body of water like a lake, don't have that. Fire lines, yeah, I don't have that. Then finally, you come up with rain and snow. So if they can stop the Smith River complex right here, the last place they have good roads, which is right there. I don't think they have enough time. We're waiting to hear from them if that's going to work. It will run into the roadless area and meet the flat fire, just like it did before in 2002. All these dead trees have been drying out since 2002. It'd be a gigantic mega fire. That was Oregon's biggest fire ever for lack of roads, and they still haven't put roads in. So it was just bushes. If this dead trees were on the landscape, it wouldn't be a big deal at all. And bushes tend to grow back really easy. But as far as the eye can see the gray as far as the eye can see? It's all dead trees. So fire expands until something stops it. Nothing's going to stop it till it rains in November if they don't stop it immediately by the roads. So I hope that answers that question. We could get a little bit of rain on Tuesday, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. But just pray for a big rainstorm. But so far, the flat fire's been going on since July 5th. They only have 50-something% containment. That's even though they've been working on it every day with like 900 people since July 5th. There's no roads here. That's why they never got containment on the southwest sides. They're not going to put fire crews in death traps, so they can't bring fire engines there. No water. They're not going to put hand crews in there to put an enormous rake and shovel containment line. It's not going to happen. It's enormous already. So the flat fire could theoretically spread to the south quite a bit if we got high winds. We've been lucky with been pretty lucky with the weather so far, but so far south winds have been pushing the Smith River complex north just day after day. That's more in line with thunderstorms and their patterns this time of year as stuff comes up from the south. So we think it'll go south to north. If there's more lightning in the center, it just maybe ignited that way. There was some lightning here already. There could be some sleeping fires in hollow logs and dead trees here already. And it's really hard to tell. The wind chuck is a little bit of a shudder, like he found it 10 hours ago. They may be finding more. It's just remarkably horrible. So, yeah, Hammerhead 716. It almost seems like there's a Twitter news blackout of these fires considering potential. Yeah. Twitter is trying not to have disaster coverage anymore. It's like, are you kidding? Are you serious? That was the best thing that Twitter was about. What are we going to do now? Just, I don't know. So, yeah, that'd be cool. A scroll, the biochar thing. I do want to learn more about that. I've been incredibly busy. Incredibly. Yeah, Smitty, that's you figured it out. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any more chat. Yeah, Pete's Lake Fire. Okay, let me check that out. That was August 25th. Wildcat. Well, it's 26th. All right, guys, decision making time. I don't know about. I'm not sure what Nick was talking about saying. I got a message because I said, mods, please stop me from babbling if or explaining something if something new like is extremely important, like a new fire is shown. But I don't see. I don't get updates for the new ones until they get substantial. So the Rock Creek Fire and Swiss Law National Forest had an update at 4:12. Several copters are working it as of 20 minutes ago. Rock Creek Fire was active yesterday and has grown to 15 acres as of Saturday morning. Additional hand crew. There's several other smoke reported in the Swiss Law National Forest of Oregon. Firefighting resources have engaged and made initial attack. While wildfires may be uncommon in the Coast Range, this summer has been unusually warm and dry. This is giving us a heart attack. That particular one, West of Corvallis. I'll tell you what's really frightening too. Let's go back up to the lookout. I'm not so concerned about what the lookout is doing today. Is this the pothole? All these lightning strikes we found out this morning. The Horse Creek grew to 25 acres, but they said it's they're making good progress on it. Now, a big new team is replacing the old one, and Brokefish thinks that the new team on the lookout is more experienced and of higher rank, basically. Hey, that's a C-130 Hercules. Now, I might be going in front of one of the cameras, but I don't think any of them are. I don't think the Smith River cam is looking at the correct direction to see it. Darn it, it's looking west. The plane's going to fly to the east, and we can't see it from the west, from Death Ball, because, well, smoke. Dang it, I love seeing planes on the cams. Now, but here's what's terrifying. I do not want to see fire in the Willamette National Forest south of Belknap, Rainbow, and McKenzie Bridge here. I don't want to see them sandwiched on both sides, and we don't want to see anything right here down here burn. This could really be incredibly bad. But it's possible that the Pete's Lake, this MR, all these little lightning strikes plus the pothole, which is now 50 acres. If these grow together to start another really big fire, and in a south wind, which happens quite a lot, pushes it north, we could have Belknap Springs destroyed and McKenzie Bridge and Rainbow after all. After all this fight to save it. Because these towns are looking down the barrel of the gun too. Do you have fire above you? Yes. Do you have drainages pointed out at your town? Yes. You did a lot of structure prep. We've had a long time for the locals to prepare, but one big, massive, crazy wind event, and there's just a lot of structures to defend. Yeah. I used to think logging could be done by helicopter. I saw a little bit of it done. The Moonlight Fire, Loomis County. Not enough of it was done to get the dead trees off the landscape. It's part of what made the Dixie Fire insane. 2007 Moonlight Fire, the big old growth trees were just left on the landscape, and it caused a 4,000 foot tall, I thought it was a fire tornado, found out it was a fire vortex on my stream, and we watched that live, and one of my screenshots went viral around the world, but nobody credited me. Well, whatever, that's fine. That is burning up the Moonlight Fire. Now the peaks behind it are about 6,000 feet. Elevation it was on was about 3,000, and so it was about 3,000 to 3,500 feet tall. If I used the peaks behind it for scale, that was later confirmed by other people as it went viral around the internet. That's the center of a pyrocumulus cloud when it's burning old growth. There's lots of smoke. It's invisible to the naked eye, but the infrared saw it during the Dixie Fire. And there's no stopping that, I thought helicopter logging was cool, and I even saw it in action because they were trying to get logs from the Moonlight Fire off the landscape to try to, save the forest. And I found out it's so dangerous that almost every single logging helicopter pilot will die if he just does the job long enough. That's the way it is. Every time that the helicopter drops down the cable to attach to a log, the guy who reaches up and grabs it gets zapped with a crazy amount of static electricity, and even that could potentially start a fire. I don't know how they would ground themselves. I watched a little bit of Axemen, the show, back in the day. They did some helicopter logging thing, and the dude is dead now who was in the show. I didn't know that. I was watching, he'd already died at the time. I was watching the reruns. There's another Hercules. I don't think they're. Let's look on Fly Radar where they are, what they're doing. Wait, they're high altitude now, right? That's unusual. 12,450 feet. Yeah, they're way too high for any kind of drop. They're flying above the smoke and everything. They did their drops somewhere else, or they're relocating. They're leaving Medford. Where are they going? Okay, Nick, which ones should I be looking at? I rock? No, you do. Thanks for texting me. Christopher says, just FYI, the fire at Swade Drive at Hubbard Creek. Yeah, what's happening with the rattlesnake? Did we get an update? We've been waiting for her. 7 hours ago was our last update. Where'd you get that info, Christopher? I was really hoping they would tell us how it's going there. Red. God, that's watch duty. Okay, friends, we're at 11 hours and 30 minutes in the street. I have two choices. Three, really. I've been speaking now for 11 hours and 30 minutes. Not much of a break. Now, we have to restart every 12 hours. Otherwise, YouTube doesn't save my videos. I hate that. And I think a lot of people would probably find us again, come back. It's not my big concern. My big concern is, am I going to lose my voice? It won't be any good tomorrow. I've got that sort of an apple in my throat feeling and sore. Even a touch on the outside of my throat. Speaking for nearly 17 hours in a row the other day didn't help either. So we got three choices. I restart the stream and I'm with you for a bit more. Speaking and all. Christopher, where'd you get the info? Hey Abby, what's up? Yeah, I love that e-scroll. I want to talk with you about that a little bit later. I think you emailed me about it, right? It did? I just looked at it. Now it refreshed. I think it updates on mobile before it does on desktop. Okay, cool. Air attack was in area for recon. Reported the western side hasn't moved too far. Same with the north. The rattlesnake thing has moved a bit to the south. Reported that the two fires are very close, but unable to tell if they really merged. Rattlesnake Ridge fires moved a bit to the east. A 5 to 6 acre spot fire is halfway between it and Hubbard Creek Road, all per radio traffic. Yeah, thank you, Chris and Nick, for alerting me to that. Okay. And you're, Chris, are you listening to Roseburg again? I can't stand hearing about all the old ladies getting confused and drinking bleach and stuff again. I just can't take that right now. There was the majority of that, and every once in a while, pilot chatter, you know. But the overwhelming sorrow of the the kid who cracked his head open, the old lady, and arrests that the police were making and running all people's records, I just couldn't take it. Yeah, Rob, we can restart, and I come back. We can just adjourn. When I wake up, I'll stream again. Or we can come back and the mods take the shift while I sleep again. Yeah, Christopher trailed the three different things. Where are you getting your info? Is it Twitter? You listening to Roseburg on Broadcastify or another channel? Or watch duty? In case he's listening and not listening to me. Yeah. Restart with the mods? Is that the vote? Let's do a vote. You guys want to vote? I forgot I could do a poll. Restart with mods. You're all night. I'll add another option. Go to bed and turn off stream. Or stay here and talk. Damn it. Vote now. I can't see your vote, so it is anonymous. Polls will close in a couple minutes. Whenever I randomly decide, actually. Okay, there's a spot fire. Let's check our heat menu, heat map. I mean, I will only be awake for like an hour at the most, 2 if I pushed it. But the more exhausted I get, the longer I sleep to make up for it. Like, if I'm awake for 2 days, I tend to sleep for about 22 hours afterwards. So bear that in mind. Okay, spot fire halfway between the Rattlesnake and Harvard Creek Road. 5 to 6 acre spot fire halfway between it. What is it? Rattlesnake Ridge Fire. It and Harvard Creek Road. Oh, this is a messy little map here. Remember to vote. Polls are closing soon. Okay. Any link? Yeah, it's scanner traffic, but is that a website or are you listening to something like? I just don't want to listen to Roseburg Fire, EMS, and Police too because that was emotional. I've heard so many horrible things happen. I won't even mention it right now. It's like I want support and I want to mention it, but I'm not going to depress you. You know, Travis says, cat or mods, only one winner. Okay. Okay, guys, poll is closing in 30 seconds. Get in your votes. Get in your votes. JCat says Smith River Complex jumped from 66.5 K acres 1 hour ago to 67 2 minutes ago. Well, I don't know that they actually infrared mapped it last night at all. So I think a longer interval went in between mappings than usual. And they did have an apology letter on watch duty that said, sorry, the map isn't loading. There's some technical glitch. Stand by until the map info comes. Yeah, JCat. I also get very angry by the sheer noise and stuff. I am noise sensitive in a pretty severe way. I get migraines. In fact, I'm getting a migraine watching this. It's too light for me. I need something darker. I've got too much white on the screen, and it just gives me a migraine. So if I hear scratchiness, like if it's a constant noise, like a scratch, I just start to get angry, and I'll start to talk, and it's already hard for me to gather my thoughts and summarize. Especially if I'm exhausted, I'll say, hey, this is really important. This is and they go, Sheriff's back in station. Oh, okay. Okay, this is very important, guys. This is an example. Listen, what I have to say is, okay, you're back in station, 10-4. All right. Like I said, this important thing is, okay, the license plate is 60439, California. Ah. And I wait. Cop goes, 10-4. Okay, so I think it's over. All right. Dispatch goes, okay, I have a prior warrant out for his arrest. The name is blah, 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 blah. He lives at blah, blah, blah. I get interrupted again. I'm like, okay, what was I going to say? All right, guys. Yeah, the important thing is that and they go, okay, does it show any firearms offenses? And then I start wanting to scream. Lol, you want to get your ham license and don't like noise. JCat, I don't want to get my ham license, but I shall because I'm part of ODART, Oregon Disaster Airlift Response Team. And when the big earthquakes hit and ODART activates, I want to be able to know upside down, inside out the radios so we can communicate when everybody else can't. It's going to be a matter of life and death. To communicate with the pilots, get them to getting the aid to the coastal communities cut off. It's horrible to say this, but the ham radio opsim might be dead in a massive, like 9.0 quake that might destroy Portland. Some of them might be too busy digging their own families out of the rubble to show up to our ODART thing. Or they just might be missing in action, or their equipment is destroyed. So if I walk into an airport and there's some radios, or report to whatever place I'm near, I want to be able to know what the hell I'm doing, put the headset on, and just do it. You know? Just do it. Right now, I just don't understand radios, so I'll have to. It's for emergency. So the ham guys told me that they'd take me under their wing and they'd pay for me to get my license. I'm not gonna turn that down. I'll do my best. I'm like really mathematically challenged. I have like an equivalent of numbers dyslexia. Yeah, it's gonna be a challenge. But I don't want to be the person who says I don't know how to do that during the emergency. Yeah. So we've already had with our. That's right. I was gonna try to find where the spot fire is. I guess it's this little thing. Could be this. That was noon. Remember the circles or margins of error. I don't know what they mean by the spot fire over Hubbard Road. I guess it doesn't particularly matter. We just have to wait for the next update. Let's go back to the other fires. Now, poll has ended. Let's end the poll. All right, the results. We start with the mods here all night. 55 of you said yes. 33% said just go to bed. 11% of you said just stay here and talk, damn it. But nobody said that the mods just shouldn't be there, right? I guess it was kind of a weird way I did that. Jag says it's not that hard and you can do it, and then you can legally transmit. I'm a little bit scared. No, Wildcat, I'm not up 24/7. I actually do have a human body. It's annoying. I woke up at 3 in the morning. So, been live for nearly 12 hours. But thank you for the encouragement. I'll probably lean on you guys for advice a lot. Is there anything else I've got to look at that are like new, late breaking? Like I said, these were going to be showing themselves all day. The anvil is of extreme concern. No roads over there. Cheney Creek fire is almost done. It's very good news. They pounced on some of these right away. The ones that made themselves known right away. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about. That came back for some reason. This is a tree on fire after a lightning strike. But you're going to see that, wow, is it invisible? There's no smoke coming from it. It's just beyond the smoldering stage. It's finally got active flame. So pretty soon, it's going to chew through that and find new air, right? And then eventually from the inside out, it's going to fall down and throw flaming pieces everywhere. And then it hits the dry grass, and then it goes over to the big grass behind it. And that's when the smoke's going to be visible from the air and people's windows. But these types of lightning strikes in hollow logs and in trees can just sit there inside, barely active, for days or a week. And so there's many more of these fires out there from our lightning storm on late night 19th, early morning of the 20th. There's maybe hundreds of these out there on Oregon's landscape. And we had some high winds today, so that's why they're popping up everywhere. They're bursting out of the trees. Expect more. We're going to find more today and tomorrow, whatever. That's why so many more have just popped up. Josh says a live link looks like they're mopping up another fire in Maui. Another one. Oh. Hey, Josh. Wow, welcome, Batman. This Hawaii real estate guy is the dude who flew the drone over it. I don't know why the world praised him. You just don't fly drones over active wildfires. I don't understand it. But here we are. Thanks for the link. But looks like a minor grass fire on Maui or something. Is that what we're seeing? Yeah. I've seen this in person. While I was doing the live stream, fire stream of 2021, I finally took a break and I said, I don't want to hear anything about fire. I said, for the next 3 hours, friend, and I plopped down on his couch. Don't say fire. I don't want it. And then he goes, okay, we'll watch a movie. And I went, okay, good. It was one of my 9 days off from July to late October. As soon as I plopped down on his couch and leaned my head back, I hear a big truck brake, with air brakes. And I went, is that a fire truck? And I pulled back his curtain. There was a fire truck. I went, what? Oh my God. And so there's that tree that was on fire. I walked right past it. They said, get away from that tree. I looked at it and it just looked normal. So Josh says grass fires are no joke. It's true. It's true. But is there a hurricane going by or anything? I hate this. I say I'm about to go to bed. What happens? A new fire erupts. I have to stop saying this. All right, it's time to restart the stream. Let's do the decision-making process afterwards. So this is how you find me again. I'm coming right back, guys. We're not over. We'll make the decision on whether or not I stay here a little bit longer or the mods take over, right? This is how you find me. Give you an example. Here we are on YouTube, right? Watching my stream. Wait a second, was that an Avenger? Oh, it's a Corsair. Okay, focus. Okay, so you're watching my stream, right? First of all, hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell. It's going to be right here. So you know when I go live, so you'll be notified. Hit the like button on the way out. I appreciate it. But you see where it says the purple K? That icon next to anybody's name takes you to the channel page. You can see their videos, their lives, their playlists, the About page, which has my Twitter link, PayPal link, email address, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, if you go over by the home, the live thing is already right there. So just, if you don't want to sub for some reason, you just hit refresh. That's how you do it. Okay, guys. JCat says something, I don't know. Civil Air Patrol. Thanks for encouragement about the ham thing. I'm a little bit scared that I just can't get it. I got a Baofang. Maybe you guys can help me with it. Okay, dudes. Find me. All I have to do is retitle the stream. 8:26 something night shift. See you on the flip side.